one more. You could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
I'm not yet.
Close combat onto a Mugen. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the Wishcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What a HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands.
We have a treat for you this weekend. Welcome to the Utrecht Special Championships, where dreams will be made, prize cards will be drawn, and one person will be leaving here a champion. Over the next 2 days, we're about to witness some comebacks, some heartbreaks, and possibly a Dragapult matchup, or two,
maybe.
Or let's be honest, it's probably gonna be about 10. I'm Shay Burton, and I'm joined by my absolutely sensational co-casters. How are we feeling this weekend?
Oh yeah, it's an amazing weekend. You know, we're getting to that stage of the season where Worlds is very much in the near future. Everyone's looking forward to finding out who's gonna be making it, but not just that, they're working out how they can find their spot in these final stages.
We're in the middle of a meta game, and that means that the 1,200 players out there this weekend competing, they're going to be trying to find those little edges with tech cards at this stage. We know the best decks in the format already. It's about trying to find those tiny edges of percentages that will make the difference this weekend.
And we've already had a little bit of a sneak peek, haven't we, at the meta game? You guys will get it soon, and yeah, I think the people here in Utrecht are cooking. But here is our event schedule this weekend. We're obviously here in Utrecht, but Mike, what jumps out to you here at this graphic?
I mean, we've been to some amazing places so far this season, but we've got those final few big events to look forward to.
Yeah, we're certainly on the home stretch now for our competition in this season. You know, only 2 more EU events, including this one. So this weekend, the competition will be ramping up. A lot of players will be looking for their last championship points, as you said, Joe, towards that World Championships invite. And of course, we have New Orleans, one more international, one more big championship point event towards the end of the season. And then, of course, Anaheim World Championships. That's all to play for our players out there.
Yeah, it's all to play for. You know, if you are looking to try and get your world invitation, this is getting close now to the end, so every championship point matters. But you know what, fellas, actually? There was a special event that wasn't on that schedule. Yesterday, it was our boss's birthday, so happy birthday, Jake, currently backstage. That is dedication to the broadcast, everybody. Coming here on your birthday, so everyone at home, big round of applause and say happy birthday for Jake. So if you want to be like Jake and get yourself to some of these events, even if it is your birthday, and you're not 100% sure where to go, I've got you covered. You need to get yourself down to RK9/register, and there you'll be able to get all your, so it is RK9/GG/event/Pokemon, and that is how you can get yourself to these events. Wherever you want to play, recommend it, or even you want to spectate, because trust me, if I could spin that camera around, there's a lot going on here. Get yourself down there and you'll get all the information on dates, how to get involved, and how to register, because I would recommend doing that. But Rabi, if players do want to get themselves to the World Championships, what do they have to earn?
Well, they have to earn something called championship points. Now, championship points are what people earn through these events, small or large. And of course, the larger the events, the more championship points you'll earn due to the fiercer competition that you'll have at these events. And as we can see here, first placement for the championship points for this event will be 350, which is massive. It'll put you right up to those leaderboards. But these championship points, they'll accumulate over the season, and the more more points you earn will make you have a bigger place on those leaderboards.
And each region has a different threshold to decide how much it takes to qualify, and in Europe it's top 125 in Masters, and you can see how the different regions and age groups vary there.
And don't forget, this weekend there's a direct invite on the line. If you win this tournament, you are then immediately in that World Championships position, so it's a great thing to win. Of course, if you're able to compete at the highest level and essentially go undefeated or maybe one loss throughout an entire weekend, that means you're good enough to be at the World Championships, so we reward players in that way.
Yes, I adore that change, Joe, being able to say, right, if I win this event, you're going to see me in Anaheim. So absolutely love that. But it's actually not all about the championship points, though. If you do really well, you can get yourself some prizes as well. Look at 108 booster packs. That's a lot right there. And it scales down quite nicely.
Well, all of these players will have had to open those booster packs to get the cards they're using in this tournament. And this is a great opportunity to then increase your card pool so you can compete in further tournaments, but also to try and increase the rarity of your cards. We see a lot of these players loving to bling out their decks.
I'm a fiend for it, to be honest. I'm a magpie.
Yeah, he was
as soon as I see
itching.
boosters, I'm going straight into them. I cannot wait for those. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, Joe was itching for the boosters. He loves a booster.
I do love a booster.
Loves it.
Who doesn't love a booster? I'm sure if you're watching this stream, you love a good booster pack. I know I do. Probably not as much as Joe. He loves a good booster pack. But yeah, it's always good fun. Now, viewers, if you want to sort of know how these events sort of pan out and how our players will actually be progressing through, you know, a day 1, day 2, top 8 and a championship berth, then we have a quick explainer for you right here.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Yep, so as the video quite rightly said, one player will be etching their name into the Hall of Fame and book themselves a ticket straight to Anaheim at the World Championships. And if you want to find out who that is, well, look at you. All you have to do is sit there and watch his stream all the way through till tomorrow. Now, we've been doing a lot of talking about our EU events. However, there was a big event in North America not too long ago, Milwaukee, and wow, that panned out very, well, I was a bit surprised at how it all panned out. What was our thoughts on Milwaukee?
Oh, no, well, it was a fantastic spectacle. I think a lot of people going into that event would have thought, you know, seeing how dominant Gardevoir was and Dragapult going into the event, it would have been just a fest, you know, of Dragapult and Gardevoir, but it didn't pan out quite that way. You know, we saw a great representation of many decks in the format, and this was really where the Miraidon Pikachu took the event by storm in terms of representation, and that, I think, is where it put its stamp of approval on the format.
And it's huge for us to look at this because this is going to heavily dictate how people choose their decks for this event based off of those that had strong finishes. There may be decks here that you're seeing in high percentages, but people don't really worry too much about the early stages. They want to see how it progresses through the tournament.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest surprises for me was just how strong the Miraidon Pikachu really getting adopted by the player base. You know, it was a deck that in previous events here, like Seville, for example, was, you know, it's a deck you would expect to see, but being the third most popular, it just really took me by surprise.
And it's only really added one new card into the mix. That Lily's Clefairy EX is the only card brand new from Journey Together, and it seems to just be an unveiled archetype that can play well into Itchy Pollen and just get so many energy into play that it's a new strategy that's come out just based on that metagame it's around.
And you can see how well it converted right there, making it into 16% of the meta in day 2.
Yeah, top, of course, making it all the way to day 2, and with such a good conversion rate as well, being the third most popular and then the second most popular going into day 2. That's a really good showing. It only made maybe, I think, 3 in the top 32 placements, but like I said, it made, you know, a real big impact on the format, and it's going to be interesting to see how many players will be adopting that archetype here this weekend.
And the way the 2 Golden Go archetypes switched over, you know, the pure Golden Go went down and the Golden Go Dragapult went up, so it'll be interesting to see which variant of Golden Go is most popular here.
Yeah, especially as you said, I think yesterday, Joe, as well, if you added up the Dragapult plus Golden Go, actually a real high swing of that. I think it was like second or
15%, yeah, would have been the second most. Yeah, the Golden Go, plus then the Dragapult Golden Go is 2 different archetypes. So that's also going to be really popular out in this field.
It's very rare to see 2 deck lists the same at the moment. It really is a format of variance, isn't it? You know, Dragapult can adopt many different styles as well as Joltik. We saw just backstage a minute ago adopting the Galvantula EX. You know, that's something that we don't see very often. But as lists start to solidify themselves in the format, this is really where it gets interesting, because a lot of players will be taking one-off cards here or there, and this is the event where we'll be seeing that.
Yeah, I think looking at the day 1 meta, which I promise we'll get to for you guys soon as well, is that a lot of players are having fatigue with our metagame, which actually, funnily enough, pans out very nicely into our Milwaukee top 8. Because, Joe, there are a couple decks there which I think people are saying, I've had enough of Dragapult now, let's take it to them.
I'm really excited by Ian Robb's placement with that Flareon EX. Such an interesting strategy. It feels like it counters the counters in a way. I feel like Carnelian's a great attack into Zoroark. I feel like that Burning Charge, that type coverage, plus having Briar at your disposal, makes it great for the Golden Go matchups. And then you kind of have to figure it out against the Dragapult. There's Sylveon EX, which is a massive weapon with that Angelite. Picking up potential multiple stage 2 Pokemon in one turn can really change a board state. So I'm really excited to see whether or not Flareon makes a big splash this weekend, because it has a lot of potential.
I think one thing to note looking at this top 8 with our format is how challenging all the decks are now to play. You're seeing even Raging Bolt has become quite a complicated deck to pilot, and consequently we're seeing the stronger players really shine throughout the Journey Together format.
It's so skill intensive at the moment, because you'll come up, you'll open your play, you know, your opponent will uncover a Pokemon and you just do not know what's going to come next. You know, and that could be even a Dreepy, and you'll think, oh, it's just Dragapult, that's fine, but you cannot count on what the strategies your opponent's going to be undertaking.
Yeah, I know you mentioned how lists are starting to get so much more developed, though. We've even seen on social media Raging Bolt starting to incorporate Pidgeot, of all things, starting to actually become a thing. And speaking of Raging Bolt, I believe it actually did rather well in Milwaukee, making it all the way to the finals, and I believe actually took it all home.
Christian was tearing through a number of these Dragapult players. We saw him a few times on the stream last weekend, and yeah, he was making great use of his single prize Pokemon. I think that was the big selling point here, using that one prize Raging Bolt as your early game option, taking out some of the bench supporting Pokemon, saying, I don't care about Itchy Pollen, I'm still going to take prize cards, take away engine pieces from the Dragapult, and as we know, without Recon Directive, there's a lot of pieces that Dragapult needs to find, and that means that you can really get a nice lead with that Raging Bolt. And I want to pick on the one choice in his deck list. Swapping an Iono to a Judge was a huge decision, and I'm certain that really helped Christian on his way.
I mean, we talk about board locks when we talk about controlling decks, but that one prize Raging Bolt with a full single prize board state and a Latias in play, you can guarantee every turn you'll be hitting a 90 damage type, and there's a lot of decks that require the Budu to be out front and the bench to develop, and if that bench doesn't get a chance to develop, you never get into the second stage of your strategy, which is where you start attacking.
I'm glad we saw a lot of Christian during the stream, because it was a really good showing of how versatile Raging Bolt is now in terms of approach to play. I think the element of having a single prizer, taking larger knockouts and making a bigger impact on the game was what Raging Bolt was missing initially. And I think that linear game plan that it had a reputation of a linear game plan is now flipped on its head, and that's why we're seeing it being so popular.
Yeah, previously I was quite concerned about Raging Bolt into some of these stage 2s, but I saw that Christian went 4-0-1 against Gardevoir, and that should not be a good matchup for Raging Bolt, which shows that the Judge is a great inclusion, and this single prize focus is a great pivot to have in this new metagame.
Yeah, It's just poetry in motion, wasn't it, to be fair? I love it. I love it. It just keeps you honest, because it's got a lot of hit points, that Raging Bolt. You can't just tap it out of the way, so it's just going to go around. And I think Raging Bolt is a deck that traditionally loves to be seeing Dragapult. But what are we going to expect this weekend, lads? Do we think Dragapult, is it finally time? A lot of second places. Is it going to get the first place?
I mean, the debate is Dragapult the best deck in the format? It's doing well on a large scale, but it's not coming away with those wins. It needs that big title win. I think we've seen one major tournament in a Masters division where it's come through on top, and that was across multiple tournaments. It should be winning more than that.
It's hard to say whether it'll come out on top in this event specifically, because it has a lot more of a threat to deal with Raging Bolt and Joltik now being in the format. And they are such fast archetypes. And Dragapult, we called it slow Dragapult, didn't we, originally? And now it may have to adopt a style of, do I have to use the TM Evos? Do I have to adopt the Ray Candies to deal with these fast board states of your opponent?
Yeah, recently in Seville, we saw Neo Upper Energy as an ace-spec as our highest placing Dragapult. Who would have seen that coming? Oftentimes players going for the unfair stamp instead. And like you said, Ben, maybe having those sparkling crystals back in the deck list allows them to have that bounce back into some of these one-hit KO decks. So more evolution for Dragapult, certainly. One tech card I'm looking out for is the League Headquarters. I think that's a stadium card that I've really enjoyed testing in my last week, and if I was coming to this tournament, I would have played a slow Dragapult myself, and I think that could be a big card this weekend.
There's nothing more scarier at the moment as a Dragapult player being threatened with a Iron Hands fully energied up, ready to go on turn 2. It's very scary out there for those Dragapult players.
It really is. Like, you can't. I think the days of just be able to sit back, and you say, with a slower archetype and just, eventually get there. Those days are numbered now. You've got the Raging Bolt barreling down on you. You got the Iron Hands turn 2. It can get a little bit out of hand. Speaking of out of hand, though, we have ourselves some hot takes, everybody. Our little predictions / just hot takes for you guys to see if you agree or disagree. And we're going to start over there, and we're going to work our way around.
All right, fine.
So, Benji, what is your hot take for this weekend, my friend?
Well, boys, I don't know if you've seen this weekend, but I've started to get a little bit more grayer. I've started to get deeper wrinkles.
No,
and the bags under my eyes, I've spent a little bit more time on the makeup than usual, in prep for this. I've become a dad recently, so, I would love to see a parent take the win this weekend. There's loads out there. I just need to believe that I can still do it. I need the confidence. I need the confidence boost, because at the moment, it's down there for me. I need it to come straight back up. So parents out there playing, you need to take it home for me.
You're on 3 hours sleep, you're coming up with delusional deck lists at that point.
Well,
you need to know.
I DM everyone to say, will this work? And I just get a red and just no response.
No.
6 a.m., will this work?
You'll get
Probably
a reply
won't.
3 hours later from the people who don't have children when they wake up. So you're just waiting for that 3 hours thinking, what are they thinking?
You message me then at 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. to say, just got up. No. So that's how it goes.
Well, it's possible. It would be a hard challenge, especially now with the young players coming through. Those who've developed senior strategies that are as strong as the Masters, and now they're coming into Masters with experience beyond their years. I think it's a scary time to be a Pokemon parent right now.
Just a bit. Just a bit. Just a bit.
Everyone at home, keep an eye out for those Poke parents. Rabbi wants one of them to take it all home. Mike, the floor is yours, my friend. What is your hot take?
So I've been getting a bit annoyed recently, I won't lie to you guys. It's a bit of a pet peeve. I feel like people need to focus more on customizing their accessories. Everyone is going to these tournaments and they're trying to play the perfect 60, picking out weird and wonderful cards to make their deck list more optimal, yet their accessory range that they're bringing, their dice, their counters, are just not optimal. They're spending ages focusing on finding the right colored, right numbered dice. Color code them. Look, I mean, I have lost one of my 10 to 60 dice, but that's just part of the challenge of it. But I've color coded them to make sure that when I see a black dice, I know that it's 70 to 120. If it's a yellow one, it's 10 to 60. And I can not have to think when I'm putting damage counters on my Pokemon. And also, make your counters look nice. So when you're putting those abilities in play, you're scaring your opponents. Make them think you know what you're doing.
It's all about the intimidation.
Intimidation by accessories.
Those are from the ETBs, those damage counters. It means you don't have to count up the dice, it's all there for you, so it saves time, and like you said, can help you get your damage correct and not have to worry about that too much.
Honestly, this is just one of my personal pet peeves. Seeing someone go through their dice and have to look at each of them and try and work out if it's the right one they want, and then they put it back, go for another one. You're thinking, just put the damage down.
Or what's even worse is when you just start a game, you do the first damage, and they get a dice bag and just empty the bag all over the table.
How much is that? Yeah.
Right. And they're only got 1 to 6.
Everywhere.
So
Yeah, prepare. It saves you time thinking. Everyone learns to shuffle well, so they don't have to think. I'm getting a bit passionate here. I'm sorry. I'll take a step back.
Well, I've accepted your challenge, Mike, because I've also shown off my setup just to see if this is better. We want to hear from you guys. Which is the better setup, Mike's or my own? So
I feel like I should have optimized mine now.
I've been trying to optimize my own strategy here.
Okay.
You can have a look at it.
Okay.
How do you think that shapes up, guys? So I'm using the actual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the classic dice.
Oh, wow.
So you have to do some manual counting, but look at it. It fits nicely in the deck box. And I think my kicker is the heads, tails, Pikachu, the Japanese dice where
that is incredible.
It's literally the heads of a Pikachu and the tails of it as well. I think that's one of the coolest dice whenever I see it around, one of my favorites. So I feel like I've also got a pretty nice setup there.
I've got the tag team era D6s. That's quite nice.
Yeah, those are good.
And I've got the Ho-Oh and the Lugia representing my favorite games.
So when you have those die, you have to look at the bottom, see if it's a 1 or a 6 sometimes, because there's just been so many different versions. I don't like that.
It's a good one.
Okay, I mean, everyone's entitled. As long as you're taking a conscious effort, I will accept that we're both doing a good job customizing our accessories to improve our performance as players.
One thing I will give you.
I think that's enough now, guys. We've been talking about dice and accessories for way too long. It's only meant to be a quick little hot take, you know what I mean? So, Joe, the floor is yours now. What is your hot take?
Well, I'm going to cycle through mine because mine's all about cycling here in Utrecht. The Netherlands is known for its bicycles. In fact, there's over 4 million more bicycles than there are people in this country. And it really is insane. So if you like Pokemon, just like the video games, really, get on your bike, get around here. My hot take is that I'm going to find 5 people out there in this venue who have cycled to get here for the tournament. It's good for the mind, good for the body, gets you awake in the morning. So I feel like it could be a little edge that some of our players have. A little bit of exercise in the morning can get you going, get you nice and awake. And I feel like it's going to give them a small edge this weekend.
Fit body, fit mind.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's a palace.
And how did you get to the venue, Joe?
I took a bus, obviously. But don't use me. It's do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, okay.
Not a good example. Not a good example.
I love that. I just have visions of just people whipping it around the venue on a bike. Don't do that. You get told off. But love that. That's what a stat, by the way. 4 million extra bikes than people. Love that. Now, my hot take. It's a bit of a personal one.
Oh, yeah.
You know, watch back the VODs, watch back some streams. I know I say goodness gracious me a lot when something really fun happens, big knockout, good top deck. It's one of my go-to catchphrases. Now it's something I'm going to try and eliminate. Well, this weekend I'm going to try and eliminate it. I don't want to use that anymore. It's a bit of a crutch. So chat, if you catch me saying goodness gracious me, let it know in the chat. I'm going to try and get a little tally going, but I'm going to try and keep that tally. It's a big fat 0.
It's a 1 now. It's a 1 now. You said it just then.
That does not count. Come on, you have to give me that. That
So
does
when
not count.
when Shay does an interview now, he has to ask, are they a parent? Let's see your dice bag. Did you cycle here? And you can't react with goodness gracious me.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Going to make those interviews.
Our interviews are going to be bizarre.
Before you sat down, just on the off chance, did you cycle here this week? But yeah, let us know what you think about those hot takes down there in the chat. I've actually got a little bit of something for you to do as well, chat, while you're there. Is if you want to get more information on all the broadcasts, you know, what times they are and the dates, I need you to get to Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where you're gonna get all the information, you know, time zones, all that good stuff, you know, dates, venues, if you go in, all that stuff. Get yourself down there, as long as all the talent who are working as well, who's gonna be taking you through the action. Only one place to get all that from, and that's from Pokemon.com/broadcast. And while you've got your browser open and all that jazz, I need you to follow the channels where we're actually putting these broadcasts out to. So we've got 2 of them. Oh no, we're doing social now. I apologize. At Pokemon on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And if you're going to make a post, fellas, because we like seeing the post,
we do.
Make sure to use #PlayPokemon to get your post featured on stream. Because they're always fun, aren't they, Mike?
Let us know if you cycled here.
Yeah.
What your accessories look like, and if you're doing well and you have children.
And let us know your
Pictures,
accessories as well.
Bicycles, dice bags, trays. Yeah.
Please.
Please.
And while you're there, don't forget to follow the YouTube, because remember, fellas, this is a new YouTube channel for all the Pokemon shenanigans, all the live stream VODs, the finals, all that is going to be on a new YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, don't want to miss any of that. And also, if you're a Twitch person as well, twitch.com/Pokemon TCG. That's where you're going to get all the TCG fun stuff as well. So I think got a little bit of work for you to do there, but it'll be worth it. But now, fellas, I think it's time. We're going to get our round 3 started soon. So what we're going to do, me and Joe are going to scurry around there and get ready for our round 3. And what you're going to get is a recap of our last event here in Europe, and that was Seville.
Hi, I'm Shay, Burt's PTCG, and today we're going to look at the Seville Special Championship. On the 25th of April 2025, 800 players all descended onto sunny Seville for a very important special championship. With the end of the season getting dangerously close for the player base, people who really wanted to cement their World's invitations needed to get a solid placement here. And since this was the first EU event with Journey Together legal, they put on a show. Throughout the first day of Swiss, the big hitters of the format were really cementing their place at the top of the metagame, with Gardevoir and Dragapult dominating the tops of the tables. But by the end of day 1, 2 relatively surprise decks floated towards the top of the standing. Zoroark, piloted by Harvey Scheinman, and Frostlass, piloted by Arthur Vincent. And Arthur continued his amazing run into day 2 with an impressive 2-0 victory on stream and went on to secure a place in Top Cut later on. Harvey also managed to find his way into Top Cut, where he matched Bolly's Gardevoir deck, which had a Rogue Brilliant Blender addition to it. But with Harvey's Dark typing and Darmanitan on his side, Harvey was able to battle his way brilliantly into top 4. And it is here in top 4 where we get to see Johan piloting his Gardevoir deck, as he bursts through Piotr and his Terra Box deck to book his ticket in the final, where we would then see a battle of the 2 most popular and successful decks of this metagame, Dragapult EX versus Gardevoir EX. For Dragapult, the most popular deck by far, and for Gardevoir, the previous champion of the last 2 events. Pedro was eager to earn his auto invitation as well, and Johan was going to do his best to stop him and earn himself one at the same time. And after some amazing gameplay and a critical game 3, Johan was able to secure the win and get his invitation to the World Championships in Anaheim locked up. Who else will be earning their chance to compete at Worlds this weekend? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Thanks so much, Shay, for giving us an update on Seville there. What a tournament it was. We were both there commentating. Yeah. There were some great highlights. We saw Hydreigon EX on stream. We saw lots of Zoroark. I think that was really the outbreak of Zoroark, with Harvey with that top 4 placement there as well. And also what an incredible final it was. Yuan, who's been such a consistent performer over this season in particular, had a great run with Regidrago V-Star while it was out, and has now pivoted onto Gardevoir as well. One of the new pickups from him, and he got all the way in that tournament.
Really did, and yeah, as you say, been really around the circuit for a while. Deserves a good win. And I think we actually have the sort of winning moments, final moments there of the Seville Championships. I'd love to have a little gander at that, because, you know, quite honestly, going into the event, we know that Dragapult and Gardevoir, top 2 decks for your spoiler alert, to have them there in the final again, was that 3rd time in a row? I like to say, or something like that. So see that they all play out there in the final, as we do see here. I tell you what, Pedro was really interesting. You mentioned it on the intro, though, opting for that Neo upper energy, which is not something you see every day, Joe, but I was really impressed.
Yeah, and actually had that double jamming tower in his deck list, which can help out a lot against Gardevoir, which made it a really interesting and close final. You can see this is game 3 in the final dying minutes of time, and Yuan just has a couple prize cards to take. Pedro is trying to be as safe as possible by taking out the Lily's Clefairy threat here by using Blood Moon Ursaluna to cleanly KO with a Blood Moon, but Yuan, with only a low hand size, was still able to pull out this combination here. Night Stretcher crucially getting back Lily's Clefairy, and even without weakness, thanks to some Monkey Dory math, some Adrena Brain, you can retreat and go straight back into the Full Moon Rondo for a KO.
Yeah, Full Moon Rondo, not something we hear too often, especially when it's not hitting into a Psychic weak Pokemon thanks to that Fairy Zone, but that Clefairy was dancing all the way for Johan, all the way to Anaheim there. Congratulations to him, but I think Pedro, what a final it was, and interesting to see the list there from Pedro. I think he had a lot of Brocks and Jacks in combination as well. Really really trying to accelerate to that Dragapult quick, which is what I like.
Yeah, I think that's been one of the main changes from Journey Together, accepting that Budju shuts down too many decks right now. So you have to really pivot your deck to a lot of supporter cards. More Professor's Research, even in like non-turbo style engines. Those Brock Scoutings, they're only okay in the opening turns. They're like as good or slightly worse than an Arven, because sometimes Arven can get you Rescue Ball for free, and then you can retreat into Budju a little bit easier. So sometimes you lose that attachment. But then also in the mid game, it has more upside than an Arven, because then you can grab an evolution. Sure, it's only one Pokemon, but sometimes that gets you an engine Pokemon, Dracloak being the main one that I'm thinking of here, and that gets you cycling through the deck. So these sorts of supporter cards that have been sort of nearly not quite, they're now good enough thanks to Itchy Pollen being everywhere.
Yep, and there's also the interesting wrinkle of, do you go for the Brock, a little more versatility? Do you go for the Jack, which is a bit more high rolly if you have your basics in play, right? So there's always that little debate as well. Some people only play the Brock, some people only play the Jack, some people like to do a mix. Where do you sit on that?
So I'm more Brock favoured because I like to trim down my Arven count as well. So I'm trying to offset that way where I still have good access to Buddy Poppin, but then the Brock can help me out as well. And there are more basic tech Pokemon coming into the Dragapult as well, the likes of Ace Nullified Genesect, seeing Monkey Dory, of course. Sometimes there's even Latias coming into the deck for Skyliner to give you better odds of just getting into Budju early. So I like having that mix and match of basics, so the Brock makes more sense for me.
Fair enough, that sounds good. I'm also a bit of a Brock geezer myself. So you mentioned Johan obviously won that event, and Pedro got a second. So I think we have the EU leaderboard ready to look at, as they have skyrocketed themselves right up the top. Now, viewers, if you see the little golden ticket next to that player's name, that means they have their auto invite. They've won an event already. But this right here, star-studded, right, Joe?
So many players, over 1,000 championship points already within this season is so impressive. Players that we've seen for many years at these top tables: Stefan Ivanov, Alessandro Cremascoli, Tord Reklev, who seems to be having an understated season, and still he's in 7th position. And Julius Brumfeld as well. James Cox, of course, who's already got that direct invite very early on in the season. Because we are late on, there's a lot of players in this mix with that direct invitation, but still accumulating championship points is still really important, so they can get that paid trip as well to Anaheim.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Tord. I was actually thinking on the couch, I was like, I haven't really heard much from Tord this season, have we? And then, but still there in 7th.
It's our expectation of it. It's just so ridiculously high.
It's, insane. But all the players having 1,000 championship points already, all to play for, and they're still turning up. Like, for example, there we mentioned James Cox. He was there. I believe very good player, top 4 at 2022 Worlds. I actually have him here as a player to watch. Good friend of mine, plays a ridiculous amount of Pokemon. Really good testing groups. I won't be surprised to see him do well there, Joe.
Yeah, these are all players from the Netherlands because it's just such a powerful region. Really so many of our top players hail from this area, and that means that we're going to have a lot of great talent on display this weekend. Owen Kammerman, another player who I have my eye on, playing interesting decks, likes to jump around different archetypes, and of course won Utrecht last season as well. So who knows, he could go for the back-to-back this weekend.
Yeah, one thing I like about Owen as well, as you say, does play sometimes a bit more out there decks. I know he won the region with Chen Pao, which at the time a very hard deck to pilot. Obviously had a very high power level, but really meticulous. It came out like the Pokestops and all that jazz, and really put it on up. I believe got a top 4 with it as well. So no stranger to the technical archetypes, and has a very good testing partner. In the same household in Brennan. So, you know what I mean? So we could have put either one there on that graphic, for example. So but the Netherlands region, as you say, stacked.
Yeah, one of the strongest regions, I think, within Europe, and just for the density of players as well. We go to those cups. It's one of the most difficult cups to attend because there are 20, 30 players who all expect to be within that top 22 mix, and that's just within this region. That's all of Europe, and they find themselves constantly gravitating to the top. They're pushing each other, Shay.
Yeah, like when you see the pictures of the cups in the Netherlands, like, wow, you could play. You're playing day 2. You're playing like people that could day 2 at any given time. Round 3, you're sitting down, got James Cox, and you're like, goodness gracious, and then didn't say to me, got away with that one. But then
he's counted.
Come on, chat. And you got Owen as well. Ridiculous. So when you've got them all there in your home region, it could get a little bit techie for everyone else there in the room. Netherlands very strong.
And let's have a look at some of our caster predictions for the weekend, because we always like to keep our eye on certain deck lists that we're touting. I'm already backing that Flareon EX. I was really impressed by Ian Robb's build, and I think it gives you a lot of counterplay into the counters of the room. I think it's very strong into the Zoroark, very strong into Golden Go, and then you can figure it out against the other stage 2s. I think Angelite's a huge weapon. Of course, there's also Lily's Clefairy EX in the deck as well, which helps out massively against Dragapult. So I think it's not quite like a dodge Gardevoir, but if you can face only 1 or 2 of them throughout the tournament, you can have a fantastic run with this Terrestrial EX Pokemon, and it uses Dual Seeker, one of my favorite engines in the game, Shay.
No, it really is. And as you said, I think we're at a point in the metagame now where people had enough of Dragapult and Gardevoir. Don't blame them. So actually, if you look at this graphic from left to right, you had Mike and Ben, they were both had, well, Guardian Gardevoir, Guardian Dragapult, yeah. And over here, because I remember N-Zoroark, which is a deck that loves, N-Zoroark loves a bit of Dragapult and loves a bit of Gardevoir. Dark typing obviously helps against Gardevoir. Flame Body Cannon, you know, to just really pick apart those rolls. And then for my second pick there, now, I've been beating this drum for a while, and it hasn't quite panned out for me yet. That Petron, winning games before your opponent has had a chance to do anything. I say this often, you don't get bonus points for winning hard games in the Pokemon TCG, you don't. So if I can win a game before you had a chance to do anything, Dragapult, relies on GP, low hit points, Rolls, low hit points, 2 most popular decks. How about I just win games before you even had a chance to do anything? So, you know, as we say, the supporter lineups now increasing, items coming down. Your opponent can't play a Brock on their first turn. So I'm thinking, I'm going for a little bit of Petron. But as I say, the deck I've been playing it the most, the Arcaladon, that seems to fall off the face of the planet right now. So I'm not sure where it's going to be, but I think there's going to be some Petron action coming here at Utrecht Special event. Yeah,
it could be some Roaring Moon EX in there as well. So you have a couple chances to make it work. There are decks trying to adopt that poison package. Even if you're not taking the win immediately, taking prizes without activating Pheasant Dipsy, also a big deal. My second choice was that Pikachu EX. I feel like we're going to see it a lot in the Joltik style toolbox, where you just rev up so many energy early on with that jolting charge. Then you have Crispin on top of that for the remainder of the game, essentially, and you're picking between Crispin and Boss's Orders, sometimes weaving in Arven when you need to as well. But this is just a powerful attacker. You know, 300 damage as a baseline flat, gets you through all those stage 1 EX Pokemon very comfortably, and then you have type coverage with Lily's Clefairy into the Dragapult specifically. So you're just trying to figure out that little bit against Gardevoir. Sometimes you've seen Gravity Mountain come in, sometimes you've seen Volcanion EX come into the deck. That's also good for the mirror as well, by the way, so you can get around Resolute Heart. So I think we're just a couple pieces away from Joltik Box really getting that claim for itself. It got a top 4 in Milwaukee, but I think now is the time where it could also have a great run. Yeah, and as you mentioned, the Resolute Heart as well, so awkward to deal with. Like, it comes down, it slaps you for 300. Like, I have to start bobbing and weaving to try and KO it. It happens like Boss and Halucha, or as you say, a Volcanion. That's a whole lot of nonsense to deal with a basic Pokemon that just did 300 damage. So I think you're correct. You know, the Joltik Box, I think it's had its proof of concept. It's now had a deep run, and I still think there's a couple that we've mentioned off camera a little bit. The Galvantula EX was a card that I absolutely adore in the archetype. Yeah, just because the amount of time the players will just boss around the Joltik. Well, if I can just evolve now, attach your energy, charged web, bang, I've took out your support Pokemon. What are you going to do? And then if you dared, this is turning up the spice level a little bit. If you've been in the kitchen and you're playing enough energy to do the full grit, 180 damage, and your item locked, wrap it up. Listen, we've been praising Item Lock from Budgie this entire time, but taking pressure prizes at the same time, that could be really valuable. Maybe changing up your A-Spec from Prime Catcher to Sparkling Crystal, that could work on your Galvantula. It could also work on Pikachu quite nicely as well. Suddenly you're a Crispin plus a Crystal away from getting a huge KO. So giving yourself some different options in that deck could also push it that a little bit further as well. I'm excited to see that. Yeah, so am I. And Joltik Box, very fun deck, entertaining deck, and you know, anytime you just slap it around energy really quickly, Pikachu, wherever it could be a full grit, Iron Hands coming in turn 2. That's one thing. If you're relying on the Itchy Pollen and your opponent now has Iron Hands beating down your turn 2, so this got real really quick. I don't think Brock's going to get me out of this one, is it? You know what I mean? Yeah, you're under a lot of pressure. That Iron Hand's so devastating. We know it's been a card since it's come out. You know, it's always put the pressure on, and whenever we start taking our full back, the Iron Hands just takes control and says, no, I'm still making this a 3-turn game. I'm making it go as quickly as possible and just smashing through. But I think, Shay, we have players at the table, so we're going to be getting into some round 3 action very shortly, and it could be all sorts. Let's see who our players are here at the table. Well, I already see Adam Hawkins on the left there from the UK, a player that we know has been around the game for many years, has gone through the juniors, seniors, and masters division, has had some fantastic placements. I always think about his NAIC run with the Ultra Necrozma Malamar archetype and many others. He's a regional winner as well, I believe. So so many great accomplishments under his belt.
Yeah, World 16 top 2022 London did that with Aggron VMAX. That's one of my favorite Adam Hawkins facts. Another fact for you at home. Adam Hawkins, I believe his player ID is 3 digits.
There you go.
That's how long he's been playing the game. But Aggron VMAX Master, so always have a place in my heart.
And anecdotally, he played 1 game of Aggron before shipping it for the World Championships in the top 16.
Wow.
You do not hear that very often.
Love to hear that. But his opponent, David, knows his way around the Pokemon trading card game as well. Look at that. 3 top 16s, all very recent as well. So has a bit of momentum on his side. And then a regional top 128 there in Liverpool. So David will be doing his best to stop Adam getting the win here. Both players are going to try and get to that 3-0 record. We actually, funny enough, were saying off camera, wasn't we, Jared? At a regional or a special, when you get to that 3-0, that's when I think, okay, hold on. This could be my day here. Yeah, we're doing well, we're doing well. So both players are going to be trying to get to that, and this is going to be a really fun game.
Yeah, we have 8 rounds today of Swiss, and then we have phase 2 of competition tomorrow, which means players can get 2 losses today and still make it into day 2 of competition. But of course, the more wins you accumulate, that carries over to the second day of competition. So starting at the 3-0, that's the perfect position to be in. You haven't lost, you haven't even tied yet. Nothing but victories, and it could be someone's first loss on the stream here, but it doesn't mean it's over for them. It means they just have a harder job of things later on in the day. Let's see some prize cards.
Here we go.
David is obviously rocking the N Zoroark and already has a number of them in his prize cards there.
But then for Adam, also has the Ditto, Fanro, Hoo-Hoo, and a Teal Mask. That's a lot of Pokemon. I imagine that Ditto, I'll get confirmation, is only a one-off. That's not going to be helpful. So both players haven't got the greatest of prize cards here, but we do see the fist bump. Our Swiss round 3 feature match here at the Utrecht Special event is getting started, and Adam is kicking us off with a Hoot in active, and he's going to start the turn off with a Nest Ball. So while Adam will play this Nest Ball, work out what he's got prized and get a basic Pokemon from his deck onto the bench, let's take a little second to talk about the Terra Box archetype, which is what he's playing. Now, it's a bit of a complicated one, but it's got a high-powered ceiling. So I think the main focal point here, Joe, I love it, is that Wellspring Ogerpon, which you do see there on the left. That torrential pump does 100 damage to the active, and you shuffle away 3 energy, it does 120 to the bench. Now remember, we haven't got any bench protection, well, easily splashable bench protection in the format, so that Wellspring Ogerpon can really go to town. But outside of that, by using Noctowl to search your trainers when you evolve into it, there's so many attacking options. We have Teal Mask to accelerate energy, Terrapagos, Unified Beatdown to do a lot of damage. Pikachu EX, which we talked about a lot in the Joltik, can be used here, 300 damage, very nice. Full Moon Rondo from Clefairy, that's going to deal with the Dragon Pulse, so many different attackers in this deck. So basically, how this deck sort of works is you sort of use Noctowl to find your attackers of choice that you want for the matchup, and just abuse it as much as possible. And
one of the beauties of this strategy is that one Nest Ball gets everything you need, because Adam's been able to find 2 Hoo-Hoo and already a Noctowl for next turn.
There you go.
So provided he has a Terrestrial Pokemon available, he'll be able to search his deck for the guaranteed pieces that he needs to put the pressure on. And I already do see a Terrapagos EX in hand, so he's already in a really good position here. He's staring down a Bombardier EX as well. So I think he has an idea that he's up against the N Zoroark archetype, because this was popularized by Lucas Xing and a few other top American players. The Bombardier EX, a fantastic Pokemon to get more Pokemon into play with its fast carrier attack. For just 1 colorless, you can search for 3 basic Pokemon. So there's going to be no issue here for David getting multiple basics down, including, well, already naturally has the Ns Darumaka and Enzarua in that opening hand. So it could be going full bench here immediately. And I believe it's holding on to the Cyrano supporter, which can get 3 EX Pokemon out, which means you could bank a bunch of Zoroark in your hand.
Yeah, love to see that Bombardier edition. It's not something you saw in the top 4 list from Seville.
No.
Makes a lot of sense. Also gives the deck a little bit more out to that cornerstone Ogerpon as well. So, David, as we do say, is playing the N Zoroark archetype. Is really fun one. It revolves around the N Zoroark EX. Well, mainly for its ability, Trade, which lets you, as we do see Anaona being played, Trade lets you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2. So if you get, like, 2 or 3 Zoroark out, you're now seeing an extra 4 to 6, maybe even 8 cards a turn before you've had a chance to play a supporter. However, it's also our main attacker. Night Joker, for 2 Dark Energy, lets you copy any attack from your benched Ends Pokemon in play. So we have a few ones. Ends Dark Manatan, Flame Body Cannon, 9 damage to the active, 9 to a bench Pokemon. We also have Reshiram, Powerful Rage, does 20 for each damage counter on itself, or Virtuous Flame for 170. And yeah, they are the main ends attackers that you just pull off as and when you need them. A lot of draw power, a lot of situational attackers as well, and then a lot of support as well. As we do see, it looks like potentially a Cleffa being eyed up, or the Bombardier
I think it's
well.
the deck check, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just another Enzarua here, because we've already committed the reversal energy to a benched Darumaka here. So just getting your second and only other Zorua you have access to is not suspicious for Adam, and it's also really nice the use of the Iona turn 1 guarantees a knocked out to the bottom of Adam's deck. You've seen him search it out with Fan Call, so now there's an opportunity to maybe get Adam on a hand that doesn't have the guaranteed Jewel Seeker. So a nice pick out there from David, and you can see diligently going through the counts here. A lot of 1 and 2 ofs within the deck list. Some important cards like the Power Glass, Defiance Band is really important to keep an eye on. Your Professor Turo Scenario, certainly in this matchup, might be relevant. There's also a Pokemon League Headquarters Tech Stadium card within David's list, which could come really clutch in this matchup, as we do see Nespal for the second Enzarua. This is a really good opener for David, considering he's chosen not to attack with the Bombardier. Naturally finding these basics is a huge turn 1.
And one thing I want to keep an eye on, viewers, as well, don't forget, these are the only 2 Zorua that David has to work with right now, because 2 copies are in the prizes, and it looks like they're at the bottom. Traditionally, players take bottom to top, so these are going to be the only 2 Zorua. Now, you'd love to try and get 3 down. However, if you've only got 2, getting 2 down is also fine. So it looks like we're going to see a pass over to Adam. Now remember, Adam just did get Iona, so let's see how the Iona treated him.
There is a Noctowl, so I think we have a lot of options. There's also Nestball in hand as well. Can Adam work towards a combination for the Wellspring Ogerpon? Because you have to bear in mind that you need to move this Hootoo out of the active position whilst using Crispin. So you might even have to use Noctowl to find a second Ultra Ball here to get a second Noctowl into the mix. So then you can get access to your Latias EX in addition to finding Crispin, possibly Sparkling Crystal in the mix as well. Let's see Adam's first Jewel Seeker here. You have to feel like pressurizing some of these basics is important, but when there's already a 2-prize Pokemon straight looking at you, possibly Adam might simply look to use Area 0, go as wide as possible, and allow your Terapagos EX to reach and take a sneaky 2-prize knockout.
Really, that both strategies work really well. So here we do see that Jewel Seeker. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you can search your deck for any 2 trainer cards you like. It's really the life and soul of this Terra box archetype. Now, as Joe did mention, you could just search for some Area 0, fill your bench, and then a Unified Beatdown from the Terapagos will be a big hitter. That's a perfectly fine play as well. Also, well, as Joe did say, you could sort of build towards trying to get your Wellspring Ogerpon. Now, as Joe said, it's going to be a little bit more awkward. You have to get out of the active. You're going to have to rely on some form of energy acceleration, Crispin, anything like this. But it looks like Area 0 and Professor's research was taken, so I think we might be seeing a bit of a Unified Beatdown.
Yeah, we're going wide for the Beatdown. I like this choice. You can immediately grab the guaranteed Latias EX with that Skyliner ability. Now Adam will be able to retreat and already has another Nestball in the hand, so is getting really close to already taking a knockout with Unified Beatdown. It does 30 times the number of your benched Pokemon in play. Thanks to the Area 0 Underdepths, we can go from the usual 5 all the way up to 8 bench slots when we have a Terrestrial Pokemon in play. So this Nestball is live, and Adam can find additional basics here. Pikachu EX is an interesting choice. It can, of course, reach on the Enzoroark. You have to be a little bit careful of using your Teal Mask Ogerpon, because that allows Darmanitan to get scary in the mix, of course. Zoroark can cover its grass weakness with the Fire-type single-prize Pokemon. And when there's already a reversal energy onto Darumaka, Adam is instead going for the Pikachu option, which I do think is a safer route here. Also has the manual attachment, so is ready to go with this Terapagos.
Wow.
With 7 bench Pokemon, that's already enough.
Yeah, this hasn't even played supporter yet. There we do see Professor's research, Blood Moon and Night Stretcher. That's a really good research there for Adam. 7 new cards. The turn continues. Got everything we need. Everything else seems like a bit of a bonus right now. Oh, wow, I see the Ace-Spec, I see a Mew, I see the Brock.
Lots for next turn.
No need to commit any of that, though, I feel. I feel as if you've already got everything we need. So there we go. I'm going to see the free retreat thanks to Skyline and Latias. We're going to see Terapagos hitting the active. Unified Beatdown thanks to Area 0. A big turn 2 KO for Adam. 2 prize cards on the board. Over to David. Looking could get a little bit techie right now. Looks like he's going to promote. Oh no, we're going to put the Darumaka. This is a tough situation to be in already.
Yeah, your Ends Pokemon can gain free retreat via the Ends Castle. And there's no guarantee that you can get attacking with your Ends Darmanitan here. Flame Body Cannon is a reasonable option, but normally relies on hitting for weakness for high damage output. So it would be a long game situation if you're trying to do multiple Flame Body Cannons onto multiple multi-prize Pokemon. What's important for Adam here is he still has 2 Hoothoot on the board as well.
Ooh, here we do see that Pokemon League headquarters. Sorry to quick off to Joe. This is really impactful for a number of reasons. Number 1, it's going to force Adam to discard down to 5. But but it also, the text on it, it means basic Pokemon need an extra energy to attack. So that means as it stands now, Trapagos can't attack. And then there's other Pokemon like Pikachu EX, for example, or the Wellspring Ogerpon, now needing 4 energy makes them a lot less efficient, Joe.
Essentially, it forces Adam to dual seek for another stadium card.
Yes.
And when we're seeing this Iono immediately down to 4 cards, it may be more difficult for Adam to find additional Noctowl. Can David stitch together? I think something like a Countercatcher plus Darmanitan would be one of the strongest turns for him. Plays 2 Countercatcher in the deck.
No.
Any access to Zoroark
No
even
Zoroark,
here.
no Countercatcher.
No Darmanitan either?
A whole lot of nothing, I believe.
That is tough.
Ends PP up. Oh, wow. Maybe
really
a Nest
awful
Ball,
6
Power
there.
Hourglass. No, that's unfortunate right there. We are going to see energy attached to the Defiance Band Zorua. There we do see the Darumaka, and I think that's almost all the playables.
It's a pass.
Oh, we could have went for the flare, I guess, couldn't we? Oh, no, it has to be evolved, doesn't it? Yeah, so just the pass over.
And Adam, wow, taking no time to immediately dual seek and will be pouncing on this situation. You have to think that replacing the stadium will be one of his priorities. And then from here, how else can he build up his board?
Yeah.
He might be content just taking a single prize knockout. Going 3 prizes up is massive. It means that if there are more Dalmanitan coming in the future, you can cleanly KO those and not have to worry about any headache. You could start powering up Pikachu in this instance, or just rebuild your hand from this stage as well. That could still be an option for him. So Adam's in a fantastic position, but it's about edging yourself closer to being more Iono-proof down the line, because there's only going to be more of them coming. And also getting some more Pokemon powered up. There's the Area Zero, removing the tech card of the Pokemon League headquarters, and another Nest Ball is now going to be for the Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Can Adam get a double KO here and keep up the pressure? From this hand, he has Night Stretcher in hand. So he can get the Noctowl that was just
from the
Area Zero bump. He can Crystal and attack with a Wellspring Ogerpon.
I think he has it. I think Sparkling Crystal's in hand already, right? So this can find a Crispin.
Crispin's in hand. He has the Crystal now. Yeah, it was the other way around.
Oh, okay.
But can he even get another floating Hoot here? He may not be able to, but even then, just going down to 2 prize cards remaining with so many energies scattered around your board is huge.
That's goodness.
That's pressure. That's some pressure right there.
As we do see Jules League are going to conclude, going to grab the Sparkling Crystal, the A-Spec, the Terra Pokemon is attached to, reduces attack cost by 1. So that means you could Torrential Pump for 2.
Yeah, I love holding Ultra Ball as his other choice here, because you'll take 2 prize cards from the Wellspring Ogerpon, and that gives you the option to then go Mew EX possibly and reload your hand. He's spent most of his Nest Ball at this stage. Could be all of them, honestly. So holding Ultra Ball to give yourself the Mew EX option. No, just going to take another Crispin. So he's playing a Crispin this turn, then holding one in the hand for next turn.
Okay. But give you a chance to Torrential Pump twice then, perhaps, yeah?
It does.
Which would be brutal. There we are going to see Crispin concluding, and you attach the extra energy.
He's not shuffling because we know he's going to shuffle his energy back in. If you're wondering why he's not shuffled after the Crispin. Here we go.
But there we go, Torrential Pump. That's big. 200 damage into the active, I should say, and 120 to the bench. 2 prize cards for Adam, shuffling in those energy. Only 2 more prize cards to take. David hasn't even fired off an attack yet. David, it's over to you, my friend. What can we do? Top deck was a buddy Puffin.
I really don't see much in this hand. Only has access to a maximum of 1 Zoroark here. Not looking good. Is there even a supporter in this hand?
No, I don't think there is, Joe. I don't think there was.
Can we move this Ends Darumaka and even draw any additional cards here from Cleffa? Try and use a Budgie, perhaps? Is there any wiggle room here for David, or is it going to be a very fast game 1 from Adam?
But I think if you go for the Badoo, though, you saw that he took the Crispin.
No targets from the Buddy Poffin. The thing is, Adam wisely, he showed the Crispin and played the one that he searched.
So he wasn't.
So he's not showing that there's another Crispin in the hand. He's kept that information hidden. No, it is going to be the concession. As expected, David, not much to do. No supporters in his hand, no access to the End Zoroark EX. That's his main engine Pokemon, so he couldn't get cycling. An awful 6 cards from his Iono there, but Adam take full advantage and keeping on that pressure, weaving his way to a couple Jewel Seekers to map out a really nice Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, I mean, as Adam does win our Game 1 feature matches, we do see the replay. You know, you're not going to win many games of End Zoroark if you don't get End Zoroark out, let's be honest. And Adam was really poised to capitalize. Look, this is turn 2, everybody.
That's crazy.
2 energy, Area 0 under depth, almost filled up the bench entirely. Basically had his ideal turn 2 before playing a single support card. And it was from here, basically. 2 prize cards, turn 2. Adam was not willing to take his foot off the gas. There's no point in showing much. David highlights that. Unfortunately, didn't even get to attack, so it's straight back over to Adam. That was the interesting turn. The Pokemon League headquarters got immediately bumped, but this right here, this is where if I'm David, I'm going straight to Concession City because there's just no coming back from this torrential pump. 2 prize cards again. And that was all she wrote for game 1. Adam put in a fantastic masterclass on there on how to play the Terror Box archetype. However, it's a best of 3 for a reason here, the Pokemon TCG. All David has to do is win these next 2 in a row. End Zoroark is a deck that, once you get one Zoroark out, trade, here's the next one, here's the next one. It can start to get out of control really fast. So I'm intrigued to see, as both players shuffle up here, how this game 2 is going to pan out.
One of those awkward situations made by the Bombardier EX, that one-off inclusion that sometimes helps you with consistency, but really didn't help in that instance because it allowed Adam to go wide on his board immediately and not have to use a Crispin as his supporter, could reload his hand really nicely with the Professor's Research. So we'll see if David wants to try and weave in Bombardier again, or if he can try and naturally find some additional basics just via the use of Buddy Buddy Poffin. Even if you start giving up those prize cards from a Wellspring, it's much more awkward because the Wellspring Ogerpon puts all of its energy back into the deck and forces Adam down the same avenue again. If you force a Crispin every turn, they're not able to target the boss's orders, they're not able to reload a large hand size. And at some point, an Iono will slow them down.
100%. You want to try and force, I think if you're David, you want to try and force Adam's prizes to be all very awkward. I need you to find your Crispin, you need to have turn attack, I need you to find your A-Spec. Being able to get a cheeky little 2 prize cards turn 2 against a Bombardier just by filling your bench. We need to limit that as much as possible, so let's not be doing that again. So, but you know, I'm sure David knows all this, you know, multiple regional 16s. He's going to try his best to stop that from happening. And to be fair, you're not going to win many games, I imagine, when you prize 2 N0 before you even. Yeah, it doesn't help, does it? Doesn't help.
You kind of have to write that one off as we're getting into this second game of a best of 3. We start to see some prize cards. Nothing terrible this time around. One of your 2 counter catchers sometimes can be awkward, so you have to feel like David is still going to be on the back foot. David's opted to go first here and does have that Buddy Buddy Poffin opener, which is a great start. Also, naturally, the Ends Darumaka. An 80 hit point Pokemon is much more difficult to find, so naturally seeing that copy in the opening hand is a fantastic thing to see, Shay, so that you can weave in that Ends Darmanitan. It's a great option to attack in a defensive stance, but also copying it from an End Zoroark. If you can do that turn 2, it's a big combination, but copying it from an End Zoroark is possible. And then even if you can target down some Hoot Hoot from Adam, that could be massive. So starting off well here from David as he's once again doing a diligent deck search. Has 34 or so minutes left on the clock to try and win 2 more games here, so still has to go through the motions and make sure he's aware of his resources.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's possible. And as you say, if being able to just really limit those Hoot Hoot via Flame Body Cannon, that'd be ridiculous for David to try and get back in his game, because this Terror Box deck relies on the Hoot Hoots, right? If Adam didn't find the Noctowl, that game wouldn't have went the way it did. He almost knocked out every turn, I believe, so... One thing I want to draw some attention to, though, Joe, is that Adam led the Little Ditto.
Not too shabby, eh?
Yeah, one of the best attack names in format. Splup, love that.
We're not going to see it.
Yeah, no, we're not. I mean, we definitely won't be using that, but we will be using it for its ability, transformative start. Once on your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you search your deck, choose a basic Pokemon you find there, accept Ditto, discard the Ditto, and swap the Pokemon you want from your deck. So what that Ditto basically says is, it can be whatever you want.
And it means he can fix his board. I think I already saw the Fan Rotom in Adam's hand, getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, but it does mean that he can transform into one of his high priority terrestrial Pokemon, start putting pressure on. Even using a Sob attack onto the Ends Reshiram would be massive, and it would set himself up potentially for another torrential pump on a future turn. So David is immediately grabbing Cleffa in addition to one of his Enzarua, keeping the option for the Grasping Draw open. Obviously can't use it on this first turn. He's the player opting to go first.
So let's have a look. I imagine if you're getting a Cleffa, then you have to have a way to get Reshiram out of the active, surely. Or maybe, we are going to see the Ends Castle. Now, Ends Castle is a stadium card, viewers, that gives you Ends Pokemon free retreat cost. However, it's very important in the Ends Zoroark archetype. The deck relies on it a lot, because, you know, a lot of Pokemon have a big high retreat cost. Ends Castle gets around. Now, it's over to Adam now.
Oh, his hand is so good.
Anytime you see a Fan Rotom, you know it's going to be a good turn. But to have Fan Rotom, another one if you want it, and a Hoot Hoot already, with a Ditto in the active.
Oh, my goodness. That is incredible.
It'd be hard to draw up a better turn even if you tried.
That is, if you're picking a hand, that's the hand you're picking, to be honest with you. Is lacking a supporter, that's about the only thing. Like, sometimes it's nice to get a turn 1 Crispin just to get ahead on energy, but I feel like going for a Wellspring Ogerpon EX is amazing here. With a manual attachment of a grass, you can get a Sob in on this Cleffa, trap it, and then open yourself up for a really easy torrential pump when you have access to your Jewel Seekers on turn 2 of the game. And that's what Adam's debating here.
And that Sob, in case you don't know, viewers, a 1 energy attack 20 damage, and then it stops your opponent from retreating. You know, traditionally, the Enzoroark decks don't play many switching cards. I think there is one card with Professor Choro. However, if you're forcing your opponent to play Professor Choro turn 2, you're probably going to put them in an awkward spot.
You are.
So we do see the Fan Rotom coming down as well, letting you grab 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. Basically, says search out a whole lot of your deck if you're playing Terrabot. So we're going to grab Hoot, Noctowl.
There's already multiple Hoot in hand as well.
Yeah,
so the only issue is your hand is so good. The only headache is like, do I even take another Noctowl in case I get hit with Iona?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think you do take double Noctowl on balance here just because you can't even fit any additional colorless Pokemon. Oh, there is one Hoot still for Adam. And yeah, Adam's going to do this, saying his hand is so good.
Yeah.
If I get hit with an Iono, which is quite common in Enzoroark, they're going to play a really high count, usually 4 copies.
Yep.
I want to have enough Noctowl rooting around in my deck so that I can still hit them off a random 6 cards, because you have to expect David to try and disrupt here, as he did in that first game.
So we are going to see a double Hoot coming down. We're going to see a turn attachment of the grass to the active. And Sob, 20 damage, and that Cleffa cannot retreat. So the only way it's going to get out of the active is if we do see that Professor Choro. And let's have a look. It's over to David. Now we do see an Enzoroark hit the board. There we go. So that means trade is now live. Letting you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2 more. As we do see an activation, I'm going to discard. It looks like that Buddy Puffin being eyed up perhaps, or... Can't quite see David going. Took you a little bit lower for us, Sunshine. There we go.
The Blood Moon
Ursaluna.
That will come into effect later.
Oh, 100%. Oh,
there's Professor Choro, but I don't think there's much else to do here.
I'm not sure. Is this the turn? Probably not. I put a grasping draw.
No, I feel like, yeah, you probably just need to grasp up here, to be honest. At least you've been able to evolve your vulnerable, low hit point Pokemon, so now the Wellspring Ogerpon is far less of a concern. Its Torrential Pump deals 120 to the bench, and every Pokemon now sits outside of that range.
Yep. And you can't get too cheeky and Torrential Pump the Enzoroark, because that's that Night Joker powerful rage could come back to... Yeah, that will slap that Tealmask Ogerpon straight to the discard pile. So, very interesting. Now, it is back over to Adam. As we do see the Grasping Draw going to draw up. And we do see the Dual Seeker come down from Adam. Such a deck for 2 trainer cards. But yeah, this is what a commanding position. I think if you're a Terra archetype player, you can't really ask for a better setup than this, I feel. You've got starting your turn 2, you've got your Wellspring, it's got an energy on it already, and you've got a Noctowl in hand. What do you believe? What do you think Adam's working towards here, Joe?
I think the easiest way to still take 2 prizes with this Wellspring Ogerpon is to utilize your weakness and bring up the Enstar Manitan, turn attach, use a Sparkling Crystal, then you can finish off the Cleffa and the Enstar Manitan all in 1 turn. And Adam is spying Boss's Orders, so as long as he has access to these pieces, it is going to be the Sparkling Crystal Boss's Orders combination. You take out one of the key threats that David will try and utilize with that Flame Body Cannon no longer available for a turn. And at the same time, you're still mapping out that 2-prize KO. Adam just making sure Enstar Manitan is indeed weak to water.
It definitely is,
this is the best way to stop a 2-prize KO here.
Wow. This is strong, as we do see a Nest Ball being played here as well. And just that Dual Seeker, you know, if you can make full use of it, what a commanding ability it is. We do see Nest Ball being played there for the Pheasantipity EX. But as you Boss's Orders, Joe, into the Enstar Manitan, we are going to see a turn attach. We are going to see Sparkling Crystal. His Torrential Pump is now live. That is a big KO via weakness into the active. And we're going to see an 120 damage to the bench. And it's got to be the Cleffa.
This is the only way you sculpt a 2-prize KO. You know that you can do that with other Pokemon. As David gets more multi-prizes into the mix, you want to just take the 2 prizes and just deal with Zoroark back-to-back, either with Pikachu EX or utilizing your Tealmask Ogerpon as well. That can hit for weakness, of course, when a Zoroark is fully powered up. So taking the 2, taking a key threat off the board. This is, again, great pressure from Adam. Once again, turn 2, once again going up 2 prize cards.
Yep, you can't ask for a better start than that. Now, it is over to David with a bit of a slim-looking board, let's say. We do see an Ultra Ball being played.
Yeah, there's Iono in the hand as well, so at least you can see an additional 6 and start to rebuild this bench a little bit. But we don't have any access to Darkness Energy just yet. You want to discard some of these for the acceleration of the deck. The Ends PP Up item card allows you to attach an energy from your discard pile to one of your Ends Pokemon, a basic energy that is. And the Enzoroark does have a 2 Darkness attack cost to copy anything from your Ends Pokemon. Right now, it's just that Reshiram. And that's not ideal, because David just setting up this damage on the Wellspring, not the best, to be honest with you. And you can weave it in with the Flame Body Cannon later, but it's not really the pressure you're looking for.
I think this is, when you're playing against Enzoroark, this is the situation you want to be in. Remove the Darmanitan or Darumaka, because if you get them to this board state where they can't do a Flame Body Cannon, the deck, I think, becomes Well, very underpowered, right? The maximum damage you can realistically do here is 170. That doesn't even KO a basic EX right now with your stage 1 that has 2 energy. So what you're basically saying is, next turn, you're not doing a great deal. I'm taking 2 prize cards now, and this is where I think the weakness of the End Zoroark deck is. It hasn't just got that big get-out-of-the-way attack that you can pull quickly, right?
Get out of the way.
You have to do a Virtuous Flame 170. Now, we do see an Ends Darumaka hitting the board. We do see the Pheasantipity, flip the script, fantastic ability, we all know that. Ooh, counter catcher. Okay, into Hoot.
Simply just taking these off the board can make that 170 look a lot better than you're just taking a single prize and a crucial engine Pokemon off the board for Adam.
This is a very important Iono for David to get back in this game. This Iono needs to stick for Adam. It is over to David, though. Are we going to see
any darkness energy yet? Not quite.
No.
So we might have to flip the script first before trading.
Yep.
So that we can discard some darkness energy and work towards an Ends PP up. At least we do have the Buddy Poffin for some additional Zorua, because we are going to need those. The more trade, the better is the policy typically for the End Zoroark archetype. There's also the option of an Itchy-Pollen here as well.
Okay.
There are all the energy removed from Adam's board thanks to the Wellspring Ogerpon. So now you bring up the Hoot. There's no easy option to find Latiasi X. The ball search will be shut down.
And there's no Area Zero now as well.
There's no Area Zero. So a Dual Seeker would have to find something like Brock Scouting, and that's actually in the prize cards for Adam. So you can't go for Area Zero Brock Scouting as a combination. We know that from the prizes. So even if there is a Noctowl, you can't easily move this Hoot unless there's natural basic energy in that hand, and it could just open up a Sob. So this could be a great way for David to open up some turns.
I like this. We do see flip the script activation. Sort of hedging your bets, right?
Like, dark energy.
Like if I can't get Night Joker this turn, I'll do an Itchy-Pollen instead. That's about that. Now we do see the trades. I'm going to discard that Bombardier. Doesn't want any use of that now. Send it straight to the discard pile.
Secret Box is the pickup.
Secret Box.
I think you're probably holding that. You've already played your supporter this turn. There's already a stadium you like in play. You can't use the league headquarters if you want to use Itchy-Pollen, of course. So
no, that'd be a bit silly.
Manually attaching a darkness energy onto your End Zoroark here seems reasonable, and then you just go into the Budew. And you're going to hear this Pokemon a lot throughout the entire weekend. Itchy-Pollen is a tech attack that we have in so many different archetypes here. It attacks for 0 energy, just does 10 damage, but crucially stops the opponent from utilizing item cards on the next turn. It's small, but it's definitely powerful.
It is. I hope everyone at home's packed your antihistamines if you're here or you're in Utrecht, because it's about to be a pollen count is getting rather high. It is over to Adam. Does have the
once again
does have the Noctowl in hand of the Iono. Adam, wow.
You love to see it. There's the Area Zero immediately. As we said, with no... with item lock, you can't search out a Latiasi X easily. So it might just be a Sob here, but even just using Crispin to retreat is solid here. You could also attack with Fan Rotom if you want to just take a single prize KO with Assault Landing and keep that pressure on. A Lightning and Grass Energy will be plucked from the deck with a Crispin here. Let's see where Adam wants to take this.
Probably the wrong thing to do, where you could have a triple stab, flip 3 heads, and you'd KO the Budew as well. I imagine that's not what we're going to be seeing, though.
Oh, has the Latias EX naturally in hand?
Wow.
We can have another Torrential Pump here.
There's no way. Oh, Adam Hawkins, please.
Oh, my... Wow.
Skyliner activated, Till Dance, double energy onto the Wellspring, Ogerpon, Sparkling Crystal. Torrential Pump is live. That's going to be a big 2-prize KO again. Adam's doing this the hard way. These haven't been EX knockouts, folks. These have been multiple 1-prize KOs, turn after turn after turn. Darumaka, was it Darumaka? It was Budew in the active, I apologize. Yeah. And what is going to get KO'd here?
Even though you're giving your opponent a lot of draw power, they already have Pheasantipity, they already have one End Zoroark. Let's take away those attacking threats. Knowing that there's easy prizes to take on that Pheasantipity, even that End Zoroark. As we know, the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX is already getting lined up. And Zoroark, like you said, Shay, when it's not heavily damaged, it can't deal with these basic EXs too easily when there's no Darmanitan available. So that Teal Mask Ogerpon could be that final threat for Adam to take his last 2 prize cards.
Don't forget, End Zoroark is weak to grass, so keep an eye on that. Now, this is what I said, though. If you remove the Darmanitan Darumaka threat from End Zoroark, it becomes so much more one-dimensional. Let's not forget as well, there is no End's Castle in play for David, so hasn't got an easy promotion here. We'll have to try and find an End's Castle if he wants to get a free retreat card back. So this is a hard position to be in. Does actually have End's Castle in hand, actually? I apologize.
There is also one energy already on the End Zoroark, so you don't need to find an End's PP up to attack. You can just manually attach here. So I don't mind this choice either.
But it just feels so sad. Like, what do you do? 170 with your stage 1 to a basic EX? There's no way to clear this out the way. We do see the End Zoroark promotion, though. We do see the secret box.
This could be one of the big moments if you can finally Iono Adam down to 2 cards, plus use your crucial stadium tech card, the Pokemon League headquarters. Now it could get really cheeky. This also grants you access possibly to a Pokemon catcher. If you can take out the remaining Hoot, that could be valuable, even though you're giving your opponent flip the script. It's still stopping Adam from cherry-picking cards, and we've seen him do that beautifully in the last couple turns.
Really has been. So we are going to see the secret box activation. It's got 3 cards from your hand. However, you do get to search your deck for an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. The Pokemon League headquarters getting swiftly taken to the top. Power Hourglass as well. Probably not 100% useful here, but can obviously attach it if you like. And the supporters probably kind of have to be the Iono, surely.
I would hope so. There should be plenty remaining.
Yep, we just saw a couple getting scrolled past there.
Unless there's any in hand, sometimes you might want to keep some in the deck. Maybe. If there's already some in hand, you could just take a supporter you're not going to use this turn.
Just throw it to the bottom.
Throwing a Serrano back to the bottom. You take it into your hand so you can throw it to the bottom with Iono this turn.
And it's those sort of heads-up plays, Joe, that over the course of an event really add up, right? Those sort of meticulously, especially with Iono now, where you can force cards to the bottom. Like if you choose not to shuffle your deck, you can really try and manipulate your deck in a way where you're only going to draw cards you want. And over the course of, 8 rounds on the day 1 and multiple on the day 2, they're the sort of things that turn good players into great players.
It's that final item card that David is deliberating over, and in the end, it's going to be a super odd. This can reload some of those Darumaka. It's going to be pretty important for him. As you've said, Shay, so often that without that option of N-Star Manatan, you are so limited with your lines of play. Adam's immediately throwing away a couple Noctowl. As we know, it opens up Night Stretcher for him for additional outs to get back into Jewel Seeker. They've had their one use, so let's get rid of them.
Yep. Not too helpful when they're in play. Well, he's super odd now. Shuffle back in any combination of 3 Pokemon and or basic energy. Now, Blood Moon Ursaluna, that is a card that can deal with these basic EX, actually. You can only do it at the end of the game, though. However, it does do enough damage to where it can start to plow through them. So I think it's very wise to get that back in the deck.
Yeah, it could be a world where you try and weave it in. Of course, it's a little bit more difficult when you use your own Pokemon League headquarters.
Yeah.
So it might be a backup play. Trying to attack with N Zoroark this turn, trying to reload an N's Darumaka would be huge as well.
Yep.
Although I don't think we super ordered any back, and there is one in the prize cards. So I'm not sure if we even have that option. Is there one in the hand here? Not sure. The Night Stretcher, there's the secret.
Yeah.
There we go. Last piece of the puzzle. Using the N's Darumaka, putting that back into play. Adam's taking those out every opportunity he's had. And just before the Iono, we will see a Power Glass attachment.
Just in case you missed the energy. I mean, you'd be really sad if you did. But
you would be sad. We have a lot of cards to see. We flip the script and still one more trade.
Yeah, and trade. So we're going to see the Iono. David gets 6. Adam gets 2. David needs that Iono to slow Adam down a little bit. Has done a masterful job at getting around it.
Yeah, we do see Darkness Energy.
That's a relief. Energy. There we go.
Can we get towards a counter catcher? Or has that already been spent? There's, again, one of the prize cards.
Not currently yet. We do see flip the script. There's a lot of energy in his hand. We do see a trade now. Going to get rid of a basic dark. Don't mind it. It'll come flying back thanks to Power Glass as well, if you like. So 1 and 2. Boss's orders in the
Serrano. Hand.
Did it? Did I miss that?
Is there a higher priority? I think it was Serrano and Countercatcher.
I think it was Boss. Gets his Boss. I could be wrong, though. We'll find out soon. Yeah, it gets his Boss. Got me excited there, Joe.
The Ends PP up is actually taken as well, so you could use the Ends PP up so the Power Glass doesn't steal the energy for itself.
Great point. I mean, that's what David's checking there, just in case.
You would rather have it on another Zoroark, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. You'd rather have it spread out. Ends PP up, I should say, letting you grab a basic energy and attach it to one of your Ends Pokemon. Love that. So here we go. Now we're cooking, David. Got energy. We've got Pokemon. It's a shame. We're just going to have to, it's just going to be a virtuous flame, I think. 170.
Yeah, 170 damage. It does set you up for a Flame Body Cannon later.
It does. Good point, actually.
So you have to accept that.
But it was a big turn for David. The comeback is the comeback on Adam. Is that a knock? Oh, hold on. He took that hand straight off camera. I don't think that hand was very good, though, Joe.
He can attach energy to Sob because he has Sparkling Crystal plus a turn attachment. Can allow you to still get the 1 energy attack cost of Sob with the League headquarters.
I mean, you could, but then that just sets up the Flame Body Cannon to be disastrous.
It does.
If it comes out from the other side,
right? What else can we do here?
Oh, well, to be fair,
it opens up Pheasantipity EX for you on the following turn.
Okay, that's true.
That's all we can really hope for. I think you like keeping a multi-prize Pokemon in the active. It stops David going into the Darmanitan itself.
True. Yeah, this is tough.
Metal Energy Rescue Board. Can't see the final card. Is it just another Pokemon in this hand that you can't play down?
Well, I think at some point the Ionos would had to have got Adam. Hasn't been able to get out of them all. So this is going to get a little bit interesting here.
You can retreat the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. It is a terrestrial Pokemon, so it can't easily be picked off on the bench. So you could simply go into Fan Rotom. That would still open up a 2-prize KO, because David could take out the Fan Rotom and the Hoot Hoot.
Oh, yeah.
So many options here. It's getting complicated in this game number 2. Round 3 of Swiss here in Utrecht.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. We're going to see a free retreat thanks to Skyliner on the Latias into Fan Rotom.
He's just going to hold the energy by the looks of things. I don't mind attaching a Metal Energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. That puts you a Teal Dance plus turn attachment away, because you need to have now 4 energy on this Teal Mask Ogerpon to attack. Yeah, I really like this choice. There we go, a pass from Adam. What can David sculpt now? We know there's already boss's orders in the hand, so he can take priority here. It's about trying to get an N-Star Manitan back into the mix. We've seen him Super Rod 1 back into the deck. Can he work toward it with a couple of these trades?
Yeah, big turn here for David. You successfully bought yourself a turn. You needed to do that to get back in this game. Here we are going to see trade. Going to draw 2. We want to see the N-Star Manitan at some point. I don't think we've got any way to search for it right now. So we've got one more trade still available. No flip the script. There's no Pokemon Chaos. I know that. Buddy Poffin. Dark Manitan. 1, 2. Oh,
no,
not quite.
I don't see it. I think there's only one Ultra Ball in the deck as well, because it's such a Cyrano-focused engine.
Yeah.
You don't see the physical copies of these Pokemon. They're hard to search.
Yeah, so I think that's all the draw power for this turn.
Honestly, is it better to pass than to attack into this Fan Rotom? You do not want to give Adam flip the script. Do you just hold and say, I'll trade more next turn and get there?
Maybe you could attach a reversal to your Darumaka, perhaps.
You could use boss's orders on Latias EX and take 2 prizes if you want to, but that's opening up card draw for Adam.
It really is. Like, you know that I know, you know, really stuck it to Adam. I'll be tempted, as you say, just be like, right, I'm going to see another 4 cards next turn, 5 in my top deck. I reckon I'll be okay.
You can bring up Pheasantipity and set it up with 170, so when you are using Flame Body Cannon, then you're taking out the flip the script. That does spend your boss's orders, of course, but could be more valuable. I feel like taking the Fan Rotom is definitely a bait.
Yeah, that's definitely the worst option, I would think.
Damaging Pheasantipity has to be the best here, I think. It's not easy, though. There's reasons to go for Hoot Hoot. There's reasons to go for Latias, thanks to weakness. You're just gambling a little bit from Pheasantipity draw.
I think it's Pheasantipity or Hoot Hoot for me. You got to get rid of at least one of them. Hoot Hoot gets rid of any bailout, knocked out.
I like this choice the most.
Pheasantipity, as you say though, this is if you get Flame Body Cannon next turn, this is monstrous. Love to see it.
One final bench space open. Is this the final Zorua coming down? There's an Enzoroark in hand, and we still need to trade towards Darmanitan.
There we go.
I do like this choice. 170 damage coming onto Pheasantipity, lining up a great Flame Body Cannon. David is just crossing his fingers for one more slow turn from Adam, and he's only got a top deck. Let's see what it is.
Big Virtuous Flame is open to add over to Adam. Professor Churro. I mean, that does undo that damage at the very least, I guess, but...
Typically, we'd be popping off Professor Churro, but there are no Noctowl in play to reutilize Jewel Seeker.
Which is
so we
interesting.
just have to use this as a healing effect, going back into the Fan Rotom, perhaps.
I think so.
Yeah, we're back again. We're putting David back into that spot of trying to do what he did last turn. His boss orders down now, but we do have more trades available.
There's a Darmanitan off the top. Darmanitan is now going to be live. Flame Body Cannon 90 to the active, 90 to the bench. We do see 3 Enzoroark now in play. That's 6 cards, Joe, before you've even played support or anything like this. This is what the deck is built to do. Draw cards and fire off via Flame Body Cannons. David's finally got there. Here we go.
And crucially, there's already the reversal energy on this N-Star Manitan, so if he can find the Defiance Band and work towards a KO on the Wellspring Ogerpon, Adam's only current threat, that could be monstrous.
That would be a turn. That would be the comeback that David is after, consulting the discard pile after second use of trade. I'm trying to see what else we got here.
There is the Defiance Band in the hand, Shay.
Yeah.
So if we can once again find a gusting effect.
Here we go. 1, 2. So I know, not quite the support of it after. So that's one more trade available.
That is the beauty of this deck. Whenever you're given time, you just see more and more options. 4 cards remain in the deck.
Here we go. Boss's orders would be lovely. Boss's orders off the second card.
You have to feel like this is the play for David now. You can take out the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You can also take out a Hoot Hoot on your way.
Yep.
Put yourself really close to closing out the game.
Yeah, so we're going to see the pay retreat.
Yeah, the protection of this stadium card as well being huge for David. We have to stress that.
Yeah. It just means any sort of bailout attacks from Adam are going to be much harder to work towards. Here we are going to see the pay retreat. from the end Zoroark into Darmanitan. Thanks to that reversal energy, counting as 3 energy while he's behind on prizes, which he definitely is.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. That's going to KO active, and then KO the active after the boss, and then get rid of the Who. Basically saying, Adam, you're in a lot of trouble.
Staring him down and picking apart engine Pokemon from Adam here, whilst going ahead and... Ooh, are we just going to see the
didn't go to the boss.
KO?
Okay.
We're not taking out the Teal Mask Ogerpon just yet. We're holding on to Defiance Band as an option.
Okay.
It is somewhat risky. There is Pheasantipity draw on the line for Adam now.
That is...
Can he walk towards any sort of play here? Boss's Orders comes to the hand. That could be a piece, but not yet. Let's see flip the script.
Here we go. Big 3 cards here for Adam. Was it Night Stretcher? Couldn't quite make that one out.
If there are Grass Energy in the discard pile, that could be an additional Teal Dance here.
And the answer is there's not.
No energy. We've only shuffled energy back into the deck with Torrential Pump so far.
Oh, it's not the greatest of hands. Is that
awkward.
double Boss's Orders?
Yeah, 2 copies of Boss's Orders in this hand for Adam, who's now going to take a look at the discard pile from David. There's still 1 reversal energy available, which is terrifying if you're Adam now.
It is.
David's still happy, content to stay behind on prizes so that he can line this up. Adam staring down a single prize Pokemon that's really awkward, really threatening, but you don't have the resources to knock it out. You'd have to commit an energy if you even want to sob here, and I don't think there's energy in this hand. There's not much better things to use Boss's Orders on either. The only upside is if you bring up Pheasantipity, it means you can't attach a reversal energy once again to the Darmanitan.
Yep.
It would have to be a copy of the Flame Body Cannon, and that would leave a multi-prizer in the active spot. Adam thinking about the Ends Reshiram. It has the high retreat cost, but another Ends Castle. I like this choice a lot more from Adam.
I prefer that, yeah.
It means that now there can't be a reversal energy onto the Darmanitan, and it's also going to be a sob here. Thanks to the attachment of Psychic Energy, thanks to the Crystal in addition, you're now getting around the Pokemon League headquarters, and you're trapping this Pheasantipity EX. David still has Professor Terrascenario available, and that's going to be bad news for Adam.
He has 1 card left in deck. I have to keep an eye on that. Ends Castle off the top. That's not going to get Pheasantipity. It did be... Oh, the Toro is in hand, actually.
It must be. He's holding his old deck.
That's a good point, yeah. What are the chances it's the last card? Wow, what a turn there from Adam, doing everything he can. The limited resources available. Does he have any way to shuffle the deck, though?
Yeah, there's still 1 Iono remaining.
Oh, okay,
So I think this turn you can use Professor Terrascenario, Reversal Energy. Darmanitan finishes off the Wellspring Ogerpon, takes out the Hoo-Hoo on the bench, leaving Adam with that Pheasantipity to try and work towards a Gusting Effect, plus a turn attachment, plus a Teal Dance. And it all has to be Grass Energy. That's a big combination for Adam to find, but he's not out of it yet.
Nope.
And Adam is basically forced to use Professor Turo because of the trapped Pheasantipity thanks to Sob. He has essentially no choice here.
We are going to see Defiance Band getting activated. That is live. Pokemon is attached to. There's an extra 30 if you're behind on prize cards, which he is. There we do see the reversal, which is also live. That means Flame Body Cannon is possible. We know Professor Chura is there. It's going to pick up active Pheasantipity. We need to do that thanks to Sob. That's going to pick it up, return it back to the hand. Darmanitan can fly into the active position. And then pick big KO on the active. KO the Hoo-Hoo as well. And as you say, Adam does have a way to get around that. It's going to be very tight, though. No margin for error there for Adam. Big turn here for David. Flame Body Cannon, KO in the active.
Countercatcher. And with the Defiance Band play, does that mean we're taking out the Teal Mask Ogerpon? I feel like that is still the threat.
Yeah, I mean, we would be, right?
That is definitely the threat here. Yeah, here comes the Teal Mask Ogerpon. Adam is really limited on lines at this stage. That was one of his only Pokemon that could feasibly take a 2-prize KO next turn. David has put himself in a fantastic position with the use of Countercatcher. I'm not even sure if there is a combination that Adam can find, especially without the option of Jewel Seeker, because that's also going to be KO'd by Flame Body Cannon here.
Yeah, this is tough for Adam. I think Adam might be needing a miracle of all things to try and get out of this game. This is looking tough. Flame Body Cannon, thanks to weakness and thanks to the Defiance Band. Big 3-prize KO there from the Ends Darmanitan. David on the board, only 1 turn away from winning. So is Adam technically. I don't see a way out of this.
The only thing I'm thinking is there's 1 card remaining in David's deck. So can Adam go for a Sob line of play or some other disruption piece? He has draws from Flip the Script still, of course, as well. David will be able to use Iono to reset his hand, but can he ever move or re-attack with this Darmanitan?
Just checking, there's no way for Adam to hit David's deck. I don't think there is. No cheeky little discard of top card of your opponent's deck. None of that.
But you can still launch the Sob.
Yep.
And even if there's an Ends Castle, it's stuck. You can do the set. You can try and bring up the Ends Reshiram and maybe tick the clock away as well. Here's 3 cards from Serendipity.
And we know Professor Chora. Oh wow, okay. 3 basic energy.
We can, in theory, bring up the Ends Reshiram, sob it, then bring back up Darmanitan and still find a 2 prize KO later on. So you don't have to stall the entire game away with sob.
Just got to buy a few turns.
Just has to buy enough time to get in range. There it is. Boss's orders on Ends Reshiram.
There we go.
And 2 damage counters from sob.
Okay. Well,
David has no cards in deck, so has to use Iono this turn. We know that much.
Yep, in the Pokemon TCG, if you cannot draw a card at the start of your turn, you will lose that game. So Iono has to be the supporter. That has to be the way to get that hand back in. And remember, that Ends Reshiram has been locked by Sob. We know Professor Chora has been played. So an Ends Castle is going to get out of this.
There are no more Professor Turo available, otherwise that's an easy way to win. You would just simply pick up your Ends Reshiram, put it back down, and use it with Ends Zoroark, copying it. So it is going to be the Iono. David gets 1 card, can trade his way to top back up on cards. Adam only getting 2, but he has time. He can solve for many turns.
He really does. Wow, this is not how I expected this to go, but here we go. 1 card, and it was... I can't see it. But we are going to trade it anyway. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's a good card. There's the problem with the sort of Iono to 1 with trade. It's going to be a pass. Okay. Adam's got a Nest Ball.
A fresh hand, has Mew EX and Nest Ball now. How does that change things? He can thin some Pokemon out, certainly. Well, there's an additional Hoot Hoot. That opens up Jewel Seeker again for him, and if this trap is paying off, then he could be in a good position once again.
Yeah, we're going to see the Hoot Hoot getting players. Going to open up Jewel Seeker next turn. Would you imagine
there's still 1 Boss's Orders for Adam to use. There's also, of course, the factor of the clock at this stage. You could just keep sobbing away for many turns, trying to trap. The Ends Reshiram can take quite a few of them.
It's a shame there's no energy to utilize for that powerful rage. That'd be fun to, but unfortunately the Ends Zoroark decks do not play that.
Couple cards from UEX, that gets the Earthen Vessel.
Okay, but yeah,
it's just going to be the Sob once again.
Okay, is over to David now. Does have all the trades. So kind of see an extra 6 cards this turn.
This is a
didn't want to discard any.
The thing. If you start trading, you get lower. You get lower in your deck, and that's going to just help Adam out. So you just have to allow the Ends Reshiram to get slowly knocked out. That's all you can do here. Adam has to look through and see, is there Boss's Order still available for him in the deck? I'm not sure if there is, you know.
He's playing Giovanni Fuller. I don't think I saw it, unless there's...
I think he may have already played both. He's sifting through.
Yeah.
But what he can do is go into another Wellspring Ogerpon, give himself a bit more protection, and keep damaging this Reshiram. So David can't simply pick off this Wellspring Ogerpon. David's already played a couple of gusting effects himself. He does still have 1 Boss's Orders remaining, but Adam trying to give himself as much protection as possible. Ooh. Adam thinking about using the Serendipity at some point, but it's a quick draw from Mew.
1
for a couple cards.
2, that restart, and you draw to have 3 cards in hand, but it's just going to be the Sob.
Another Sob. 4 minutes, less than that on the clock remaining. David having to pass back into Adam just because he has very few cards remaining in his deck, and this Ends Reshiram cannot attack. Jewel Seeker's open for Adam now.
Jewel Seeker's live. Jewel Seeker is live. Just going to consult the discard pile. Wow, and all of a sudden, Adam is right back in this game.
Adam has spent both of his Boss's Orders, so he can't simply win on the spot here. He can't bring back the Ends Darmanitan into the active position.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
He has to keep sobbing away. I don't see another option for him. Let's see what he can grab from Jewel Seeker.
This will give us a bit more insight into what he's planning.
The potential for Professor Turo is there for him. Can he reach on any other Pokemon here?
So Area 0 being taken. That is going to, if it's put in play, replace that Pokemon League headquarters.
Yeah, that's
going to play that.
That can allow him to attack with other Pokemon a lot easier. Attacking with a Blood Moon Ursaluna might be one of his safer bets. It has high hit points, stays out of range of Darmanitan, and when you take the Reshiram out of play, maybe it's difficult for the Ends Zoroark as well. Here comes a Night Stretcher.
We do see the Area 0 come down. Looks like Night Stretcher is going to be played as well. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, there were the 2 Boss Orders for the Hoot Hoot.
Nest Ball coming out as well. We're getting ready to go with Terapagos. There's Pikachu EX as well, another Wellspring Ogerpon. Adam really thinking, what is the safest route here? It feels like David can trade his way towards the bottom of the deck whenever he wants to.
Yep.
So, and with no disruption in Adam's deck anyway, He's just thinking, hopefully David is out of gusting effects. This heavily damaged Wellspring Ogerpon needs to come off the board. Even if it does, there's new EX and there's Latias EX that both have Dark Weakness. They're easy to finish off.
Great point.
It's only one prize card as well, so Noctowl can be KO'd easily.
Oh, wow, energy switch onto the Wellspring Ogerpon and another restart. So I think you're right. Are we going to see just another sob? Okay, looks like we are going to see some trades here from David.
And then the pass.
And yeah, there's nothing else
on that tiny bit of pressure. Adam having a look at cards remaining, but also the clock is a huge factor here. Adam is 1 game ahead. Doesn't have to win the second game to win the set.
Yeah.
If time runs out, there are 3 additional turns played.
Wow. That was a pass and a sob, sorry, Joe. Carry on.
Well, here we go. A lot of damage now coming onto this Enza Reshiram. Adam will have to stop the sob block at some stage. There's Blood Moon Ursaluna attached pass.
We can't KO it, can we?
Not this turn, at least. It has 130 hit points.
Oh, yeah, so we get 1 more turn.
Yeah, we have 1 more turn of sob, but then what else can Adam do? 1 more Jewel Seeker available. Adam having a look at his discard pile, also totting up the turns left. Just has to think, even if this time dwindles down, there still are turns to play for David afterwards, and you're really, really running out of time to sob.
Yeah, this is really
Adam has to decide on this last Jewel Seeker. Can he affect the game in any way? He can freely retreat 1 Wellspring into another. He can also go into this, ooh, look at this, going into Terrapagos EX, and just gonna pass.
I like that. Tough one to hit. Basically saying, I don't think you've got any boss's orders left. Is over to David. But 20 few seconds left on the clock. We'll get confirmation when time gets called if that is correct.
Now it's down to whether or not there are Ends castles. If there are, he can freely retreat. The sob has been lifted.
Yep.
So if David can work towards the bottom, he can easily Blood Moon Ursaluna KO. With Adam on 2 prize cards left.
I think there is Ends castles left.
Open.
I think there is there.
David's drawing.
Boss's orders. I mean, it's nice, but... Well, I mean, there has to be an Ends castle if you do this trade, right? It's got to be there.
Let's see it.
Here we go.
We believe it's there.
We believe. Do you believe, Cha? David believes. Ends castle. Is it there? There it is. Second card. Free retreat, and then we're going to see the KO by Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Adam, David, I should say, takes our game 2 here in our Swiss round 3 feature match here in Utrecht. Now that game was really interesting, right? I don't think, well, David obviously got off to the races first, but Adam was really able to slow the game down. But David, eventually, once that sob block was lifted, as you say, Joe, was able to get back straight in the race, as we do see the replay here. I think the main difference in this game was that David was able to get Zoroark out.
Yeah, it took him a while, of course. Adam still got off to the races with a couple of back-to-back torrential pumps, which was devastating. But David took that slow turn or 2, setting up damage across the board with having to utilize Ends Reshiram, eventually got into Enstar Manatan, and once again it was the MVP. Taking out Hoot while Adam still had options, and crucially using the Defiance Band in addition to a gusting effect to bring up the big threat on Adam's bench. The Teal Mask Ogerpon EX was so threatening.
As we do see it there.
Yeah, there it is, the counter catcher bringing it up. The 2 copies of Professor Turo in David's deck was also a big reason why this game was closed out. Adam may have thought that an earlier sob was already locking the game up.
Yeah.
And it forced Adam into using another gusting effect. But here we go. Adam is going level here, and I believe that means it's going to end in a tie this game.
Yeah, I think we have.
The time has been called before they've been able to set up for game number 3.
Yes, I think we have had confirmation that game has ended in a tie. Wow, that game too, that was just so much going on. I'm glad I got Joe here next to me to talk me through that one. But yeah, there we just see the power. I'm glad we got to see the power of both decks there, right? In game 1, we saw Terrabox doing exactly what it wanted to do and just dissect your opponent's board. And then in game 2, we saw that again, actually, realistically. And we saw David say, hold on. Oh, let's get back in this, and we saw the real strength of that Ends Dark Mantan, especially as you say, hitting for weakness with Defiance Band. Actually, that sort of base output in the active creeps very high with the Defiance Band plus weakness, and was able to close it out with all reliable Blood Moon Ursaluna.
That fire type coverage is so vital, and protecting the Ends Zoroark as well. That protection that you have for your grass weakness is so important, because your opponent is incentivized to put down those multi-prize grass types to deal with you. So having that inbuilt protection on a single prize Pokemon, the Ends Dark Manatan is certainly the selling point point of the end Zoroark deck. That's why we saw Adam consistently taking out the Darumaka turn by turn, saying, have all the cards you want. If you're not using Darmanitan, I'm not afraid. I'm getting a free turn away from that. So eventually, when the Darmanitan did come into the mix, it was critical.
Yep. I was saying game one, Adam, was, as you say, right, and as I was saying as well, actually, without the Darmanitan, the end Zoroark deck really becomes a lot more fair, capped at 170 if there's no Darmanitan down. And then we saw in game two, the second it comes down to, it is slapping Tilma's Ogre out the way it's in. Hey, you there on the bench, you're gone as well. And being able to attack with that reversal energy, with the Defiance Band, it really becomes a threat. Hit point's kind of high as well, you can't just tap it out the way, right? So, yeah, massive card for the archetype there. And I'm glad to see Enzo. My prediction,
I was going to say.
Yeah, it didn't get the win, but it did the next possible thing. Won a game, got a tie.
Yeah, and David showing a great display of what it can do.
Yep.
It has to be comfortable playing from behind. There's a lot of decks that can play from behind.
Yeah.
So you're in that mix of utilizing Countercatcher, utilizing Reversal Energy. What a crazy special energy card that is.
Yeah.
Not many cards can take advantage, but when you find attackers like Darmanitan that can, it's amazing to see, because that Flame Body Cannon's so expensive to attack with. Typically, you're expecting to use the end Zoroark to make it a bit more efficient, but utilizing that single prizer, absolutely incredible. Didn't quite see the Bombardier paying off too much. Didn't really even see a Cyrano used the entire game.
No,
So that whole engine is still up for debate, whether or not it should be Harvey style that we've seen from Seville, from the Europeans here, with just 4 research, 4 Iono, dig, see what you see, or if we're going to have the more Cyrano approach of just saying, once I find Zoroark, everything falls into place.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see both. I think I'm definitely on the more Harvey traditional build, but the Bombardier, unfortunately, in game one, I think it's one of the reasons he lost the game, unfortunately. But being able to use it first, that's a really strong place. And then you can see the synergy, right? That gets all your Zoroark out. Next turn, Sawano. Zoroark. Now it's trade. And I think at that point, as long as you can get to that point, that's what both builds are trying to do, right? They're just taking different approaches to get to the point where you can trade for 6 cards every turn. Once you get to that point, and you know, you're firing off Flame Body Cannons, you've got power, you've got the Outrage if they dare attack you, you've got the Power Outlash. We didn't actually get to see getting used, but if you're using Night Joker to copy the Flame Body Cannon, Power Outlash just flings the energy straight back. Now all of a sudden you're firing Flame Body Cannons off like it's easy to do. That's where the deck can get scary. But I also want to draw a little bit of attention to Adam playing the Terror Box deck. You know, it was a deck that we still got a lot of you know, hype coming into the format. I think it's safe to say it hasn't performed as high as that hype has, you know, as it had. But very powerful deck inherently. And I've been intrigued to see if it can go far. I think it's had, what, 1 top 8, I believe, in a Western event so far?
Yeah, just the 1 top 8. It was the same list that Tord brought as well to the Champions League. So the exact same 60 from Piotr, I think. He didn't have the best display on his stream game either, unfortunately. He was just locked out by Badu. And I think that's one of the issues of the archetype, that having Dual Seeker online is normally so ridiculous that you just can access your entire deck. But when a third of your deck is removed from being able to be used by Ichipollen, that's still one of the headaches of the Terrestrial Toolbox. And we've seen, you can fly ahead, but by that time you've used all your Noctowl. You don't always have the fuel to close out those games. And again, really cute tech inclusion from David, adding in that Pokemon League headquarters. I think that's a great card for the weekend. I've been testing it a lot. I've not been playing in Zoroark, but I can see why it's in there. Yeah, no, great little card. Fling it down turn 1, stop any Badu as well. You know, you ain't going to attach that Badu, are you? So yeah, great little card. If it comes down at the right time, especially in combination with Ino as well, basically saying, right, you have so many hurdles to overcome. You have to reload your attacker. You have to find a stadium replacement now. Maybe get a turn attachment. Maybe try and find a boss or a counter catcher. Are you going to do that off 4 or 2 card hand while you can't attack as well? Pokemon League headquarters, wouldn't be surprised to see it in a list that features pretty far. Well, there you go. That is our round 3 wrapped up, and it went to time, so it's not going to take too long before our round 4. But before that, we have some EUIC 2025 highlights to show you guys, so take a look.
connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped happening, but he's still got a down poke to go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in, Rayquaza's at half right now, only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is gonna stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminium, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminium for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
And there we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big-ass Pokemon connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No, it doesn't want to go. We're not in check room anymore. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going for the close combat.
To Luis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutter Mane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
We're going to pay retreat, and then we're going to see Full Moon Rondo KO. They're active, and Johan wins our game 3 here in our Seville Special Championship.
We're talking about Johan! Come on, my friend!
I am Johan, I'm a French Pokémon player from Paris. I just won the Seville special event. Yeah, it's my first win in regional. I've been playing Pokémon since 2022. I remember my first tournament was pre-release from Lost Origin, and then I've been participating in every European major event since. The farthest distance I traveled for Pokémon was Australia, actually, because I went to OCIC, the last OCIC in 2023. I didn't do well in that tournament, but it was fantastic. My first moment with Pokémon was when I got the silver version on Game Boy, and at first I didn't play too much because I was at, I think, 6 or 7, and then I bought all the other cartridges and played them all, and since then I played, I think, all the Pokemon games so far. My favorite partner is Gumi, because I have a Gumi hat. I really like him because of the anime, because Ash has a Gumi in the anime and he has a backstory, and I found it really cute. So I have every stuff Gumi. I have a Gumi plushies, Gumi hats, Gumi playmats, everything. My experience with Pokémon UNITE is that everyone is friendly. I will often go to my local league in Paris, and everyone is nice. Like, everyone is happy to teach to another player how to play the game or how to improve, and that really gather people around something. I advise new players to go to their local league. There are always good people there who can learn you how to play the game and improve. And just go to your local league. Don't be afraid. It's not a tournament, just playtest, just playtesting. So ask someone to play, ask someone to borrow a deck, just play.
Well, as our Seville champion said, make sure you head to your local league. But for us here, we'll be heading into round 4. My name is Michael. I'm joined by Ben, looking to take you through the action, as we've already seen an amazing start to the stream here.
Yeah, what a fantastic game that was. You know, I spoke about how skill intensive it is out there and how important tech cards are. That just shows a great example of why, right? I mean, it went right down to the wire. I was gutted I didn't get to interview Adam, actually, because he has such a great mind about the game, you know, and he's such an established player. I would have loved to have asked him, why Ogerpon? Why did you bring this to the format? But yeah, what a game it was. Real nail biter, honours even.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the story of the tournament, is these complex decks and the small adaptations. We saw the Pokémon League headquarters out there. Joe is a huge fan of that for this tournament, and I'm sure you could see why it was so good. Increasing the attack cost for those basic Pokémon, of which there are many running rampant right now, especially at Raging Bolt and the Miraidon Pikachu deck with the Joltik. A lot of basic Pokémon out there.
Yeah, it's a great example of these tech cards that we've mentioned already, right? I mean, the headquarters as well as Turo, you know, you have to find space for these different cards, so you know you can get ahead of the competition. But let's just have a look at our caster predictions just once more. Now, Mike, you went with the Dragapult and the Ace Nullifier Genesect. Take us through it.
Well, I think we can all agree that these two archetypes that we've kind of represented here are very strong, but I'm a big believer that Dragapult is being underrated just because it can't get because it can't get that winner's title. I think it is by far the best deck in the format right now, and it has just had a few last-minute hurdles that it's hit, and Gardevoir is the reason for that. But across the rest of the room, Dragapult is by far the strongest deck. It may have a slightly unfavored matchup into a few different decks around there, but it consistently comes out on top, and it is the strongest deck, and that's why I think this event is going to be the one it wins.
We spoke about variants in different deck lists. Dragapult is another deck that has many different ways to approach the strategy. Now, of course, we saw a more control light, right, with Genesect, and you have the Dusknoir build and you have the slow Dragapult. You know, what's your favorite? What's your favorite pick out of those?
I really enjoyed the second place list from Milwaukee, where it's a slower build. We've got that Genesect, and actually I asked my locals after I had a bit of a strong performance with the Dragapult, and I asked them what was the most frustrating other card outside of Dragapult, and they all said Genesect straight away, because not being able to play your Ace spec, which is a one-off card in your deck that is so powerful, it completely nullifies their game plan and puts you in a strong position. The only deck where I feel like it doesn't really have a huge factor is ones that play Secret Box, and one deck that does like to play Secret Box is your pick, Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, I chose Monkey Dory, you chose Genesect, and you know, these cards, they aren't you don't have to play him in one archetype, right? I mean, we've seen Genesect be splashed into Joltik as well as Adrenabrain. You know, we've seen it being played in many different archetypes, and that's it's a statement as to why Adrenabrain is so important in the format. 30 damage doesn't sound like a lot to move, but you know, when you start piling them up, or if you have such a high HP cost Pokemon, those 10 damage, it could be oh so important. It can really be game-changing. But more on Gardevoir, you know, we spoke about it before, especially towards the rotation, of how important the refinement was. And a lot of people didn't think, you know, I don't think that this is going to be as strong as it once was without the refinement ability. But, you know, it's just gone on to show that if you just chuck in 8 draw supporters, if you chuck in the 4 INO, if you throw in the 4 research and just go, you know what?
I'm just going to play as well. How's that got in there?
I'm just going to try and play a more heavy draw supportive type build, you know, with the 4 Bravery Charm, with the 4 Night Stretcher. You know, it's actually, I think it's more easier to play because you have less decisions to make. But you know, it's got the top records right now, right? I mean, it's won regionals already. So, you know, I just think it's such a great pick. I think, you know, it's here to stay.
But I think it's got a little bit of a target on its back. And this is what I mentioned earlier on about Dragapult being underrated. I think many people will be coming into this event with Gardevoir as their deck to tech for, where I believe Dragapult is frequently overlooked as that deck to tech for. It's already established within the format with things like Lily's Clefairy as a staple in every deck to try and beat Dragapult, and it still doesn't necessarily guarantee the win. I think what you're seeing now is, for Gardevoir, people may be picking decks because Gardevoir is more popular, or playing those outs to make their Gardevoir matchup better. And I think that's the challenging thing in the format at the moment is we're very wide. There's lots of different decks that are very good.
Different decks,
So if you target one, you're potentially reducing your opportunity to play against all of them. So that's where Monkey Dory or the Genesect, these kind of cards we both mentioned are great little inclusions because they work across so many different matchups.
You can't play everything, Mike, unfortunately. No. You can't play everything. And yeah, I think what the story is of this tournament is going to be, with the popularity rising in these faster, more linear archetypes with Joltik, with Raging Bolt, it's how do they shape up against the meta. And, you know, we see the meta share here for the day one. Anything that stands out to you here, Mike?
All the Raging Bolt players is a little bit of inspiration. A good finish, and all the Raging Bolt players return to their favorite deck. And we call it Raging Bolt EX, but really the star of the show recently has been that one prize Raging Bolt, allowing you to take down Gardevoir, Dragapult, and all of the Hoot based decks as you can snipe down those really strong consistency cards on the bench.
It shows how just a couple of more inclusions into an archetype can completely change its position in the meta. You talk about the Baby Raging Bolt, you know, an inclusion of the Jewel Seeker, you know, engine. You know, you can kind of pick and choose your cards as you go through the game. You can start affording to play cards like Professor Turo, and it can completely change, you know, the position that it is within the format.
Well, one thing that's great about this format is how wide it is. So we love looking down those top decks and seeing what other people are bringing along and what the interesting choices are. Is there anything standing out to you there?
Well, Zoroark, you know, it was ever so popular, but I don't think a list has been truly defined yet. You know, we've seen many different ways of playing it. We saw it just on the stream there with the Bombardier and the Cyrano. But, you know, what we saw in Sevilla is that the more dominant archetype of N was the heavy draw supporter method of playing. So, you know, I think that this downward trend in popularity is only telling that, you know, if I'm going to play Zoroark, which one do I play? Which is the best method of approach?
And there's a lot of debate around the power level of the deck. It's very consistent. You know, any deck that has your attacker also having an amazing ability like Trade to draw lots of cards, you know, you're protected from hand disruption, you're able to draw more cards throughout the game, you're able to thin out those bad cards as you go along. We know how powerful that was with old Gardevoir with the Refinement Curlier, and it's just not quite got that powerful attack that allows it to take out the big, scary stage 2 EXs that we see, like Dragapult, like Gardevoir. Well, Gardevoir it can because of Gardevoir's, but it relies on damage being done to it. And in a format where there's lots of one-hit knockout decks like Golden Go and Raging Bolt, it finds itself in that unfortunate position in the middle where it's not doing enough to knock out the big things, and it's at risk of being knocked out from the things that can take out the big things.
Now, those were the meta share of the potential parents in the room with the Masters. Now, let's have a look at the seniors and juniors standing of the meta. Now, of course, when we look at juniors and seniors, it's the more linear archetypes that are also so popular in and around this area. So, you know, you see the Raging Bolt. Dragapult, you see the Miraidon sharing its level of popularity with the Masters, but that Golden Go shoots right up in this format.
And I think the decks that have a long period of time where they're strong, like Dragapult EX, it's been a great deck for a long time now. Typically, they play what they're comfortable with, and if your deck is the strongest deck in the room, you're going to be good with it too. So you see that that kind of confidence in their favorite Pokemon, their favorite attacker, and that's why I think we sometimes see Dragapult EX in a higher percentage in the juniors and seniors than in the Masters.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And you know, it's ever telling when, as we get into the seniors, that you know that the meta shifts so much and the popularities are ever so changing. And here we see Gardevoir going up into second place with 13%, 20 decks taking that archetype on board, and then we see the Miraidon Pikachu, you know, keeping a consistency in its popularity. It's not the most popular, but it is in and around that third and fourth position.
And we've spoken about how skill intensive the format is now, and one thing that is true is the juniors and seniors are getting better. If any of you head down to your locals and you've played against some of your local seniors and juniors, you might be aware of this. We're seeing many of our aged up seniors coming straight into the Masters and proving that they're as good, and really it is coming down to the resources that are out there. Many of these seniors getting coaching, really studying the game to a higher level and dedicating a lot more time to be better.
I know that my child is going to just be coached by Joe. I'm just going to say, Joe, you have no choice, mate. Sorry, you're going to coach my daughter, and she's going to come in and she's, you know, hopefully going to take the
Junior
competition
World
by storm.
Champion.
Hopefully, you know, 20, 30, around about then, you know, keep an eye out, keep an eye out.
Well, our players are very much shuffling up their decks on the feature table, and we're excited to share with you our next matchup here. And we're going into Swiss round 4, early stages of the tournament. We have 8 rounds today here in Utrecht. We'll be following the action through those rising to the top. 3-0 players here looking to show what they're made of. And Emilio coming in with some recent finishes, looking to try and make a big one in Utrecht.
Yeah, some great standings there, and very recent as well. You know, we've been seeing this trend a lot, you know, with the stream games, that, you know, there's a lot of players that will take these recent tournaments and be maybe more of a newer player and take this competition by storm. But here we see Benji Pham, and he is such a great role model in the community. This is a sort of player that, you know, takes every tournament at its stride and always does so well. He's a very consistent player, sometimes brings a little bit of a change of archetype, doesn't always stay on the same route in the format as a lot of players do, and we can see that by his deck choice. It's Charizard Dragapult.
Very different, and I think that's the highlight here in Europe. A lot of our strongest players do like to play off-meta decks and recognize the power level in them, and they show it off with their high skill level, how it is possible to do well, and that's how Benji has managed to get to 3-0 here. And Emilio looking to try and really show the recent form is not just a fluke, and is going to carry that on here at Utrecht.
I saw Jesper, who we all know and love, of course, before this tournament started, and he just ran up to me and said, right, there's this many Dragapult Charizard in the room. Just so you know, just mention it. It's got a bit of a cult following, so shout out to Jesper and Oscar as well. Oscar Madsen, very big, strong players who take this archetype and just believe in it. And it has, like I said, that bit of that cult following, and it's taken, it looks like Benji's just been influenced a little bit more. But we must talk about Emilio's deck as well. Now, we've got a matchup that we don't see very often here. It's actually the Hobbs Zacian. Now, Hobbs Zacian is a card that's been splashed around a little bit. Again, it's a card that hasn't really found its place in the format, but it's the Monkey Dory, Cramorant, and Maractus build. So it's that very linear, just going for that one attack, and just here we see both players actually starting now. Go on.
Yeah, as we kick off round 4, a strong start for Emilio, starting with that Tatsugiri, the dream frontman of the team. And on the other side, we have Benji trying to build up that bench. We did see some of the prize cards as well. The Unfair Stamp, a great way to lock out the early stage of a Hops deck. There's not typically much of a draw engine in it, so it can struggle with early disruptions. So that Unfair Stamp being prized could be huge. But on the other side, just the Latias EX may be something significant to look out for Emilio.
Yeah, it is going to be a very important card for Emilio as he starts to get set up. Having that free retreat to get into the Hobbs Zacian out of that Tatsugiri is going to be oh so important. And here we see the Insta Strike from the Hobbs Zacian is going to be very important for Emilio to start unloading the damage as soon as possible. I think the benefit of Hobbs Zacian is that with the low energy cost, you can afford chose to play different cards like the Hop's Choice Band as well, which gives it a free attack essentially and 30 more damage. So that damage ramps up very quickly, especially in succession with the Hop's Snorlax as well. You know, suddenly that 30 damage starts to cramp up a little bit, and you know, those big HP costs on these basic EX Pokemon starts to whittle down just a little bit.
And there, Benjamin, just finishing his deck check, will be trying to work out what those 6 prize cards are and trying to make decisions based off of it. We'll be putting another Dreepy down as going first. Wants to try and get as many Drakloak on board as possible. You can actually see 2 in hand ready to attach or to evolve next turn. And it will be back over to Emilio, who started with a Tatsugiri in the active, will now look to build the board behind it. But having a strong pivot Pokemon like that can really make a difference to the game, and you'll be seeing that ability there attract customers to try and find a supporter.
Yeah, trying to find the supporter. It's very reminiscent of the old Stellar Wish Jirachi, maybe a bit of a lighter version, I should say, but that Tatsugiri is going to be very important for Emilio to have a sort of pivot, but also to find potential supporters to keep the game up and running for himself. So here we see the Hopsation as well, you know, a little bit of a top deck from Emilio to find that Pokemon. Unsure if I found any Nest Ball or Hop's Bag in hand, but having that Zacian on board now, you will imagine he's just going to start to get that energy up and running on that Zacian. And this is the sort of matchup that Hob Zacian would like to see, the evolving Pokemon, the smaller Pokemon. If Benji is going to go for the slower approach to this matchup, that damage, again, like I said, starts ramping up 30 on the active, 30 on the bench. In conclusion, with a lot of different damage modifiers, like the Choice Band, like the Snorlax, you know, this is going to be where Emilio is going to start taking advantage really early.
When we look at these trainer archetypes, with N Zoroark being the strongest of the archetypes currently, and a lot of that comes down to the consistency brought through the ability trade. And when we look at Hop's toolbox of items, trainers, and Pokemon, it really does lean towards the different trainers in the deck. You have various different modifiers that increase your damage output, but also allow you to find your Pokemon easier. And I think that's what the secret box allows you to do. It kind of finds a combination of those pieces all in one card.
And that's a great addition here we see on board for Emilio is the Postwick. The Postwick Stadium is going to be increasing the damage for your Hops Pokemon by 30. So in connection with the Choice Band and the Snorlax, that 30 damage all of a sudden becomes 120.
An interesting stadium inclusion that we did see earlier on is that Calamitous Snowy Mountain. And this is one that we haven't really seen much in recent times.
It's not something you see all the time.
I don't think many people would have assumed to see it today on stream. And it has that ability, the effect of whenever any player attaches an energy card from their hand to one of their basic non-water Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. So really trying to rack up a bit of damage around the field.
Benjamin actually reading that card as he read it out as well. Fantastic to see. But, you know, with that Calamitous Snowy Mountain, what's so important about that is because, you know, a lot of these decks in the format go for these larger knockouts. We see Raging Bolt, we see Joltik as well with the Iron Hands. You know, a lot of these Pokemon do such large damage amounts, but the Hob Zacian doesn't go for that approach. It goes for the smaller, more meticulous damage counts. So with the Calamitous, with this Mountain, having that extra 20 damage on top of the 120, all of a sudden the damage ramps up really quickly.
And there's the ability to make sure it stays in play too, because you have many a stadium. So if you bump your opponent's stadium and keep it in play, you'll be racking up that damage for the rest of the game. As the Hob Zacian coming into the active there, taking a knockout, spreading some damage, setting up future knockouts, and this is the early pressure that Hop's decks want to try and put on.
Yeah, I love seeing these evolution Pokemon. I love seeing these smaller, basic Pokemon, because that 120 damage isn't so intimidating to the larger Pokemon in the format, but to evolving Pokemon like Dreepy, like a Ralts in the format as well, this Insta-Strike is a really big threat, especially doing that extra 30 on the bench. It will ramp up over time.
Yeah, and then for those of you who aren't aware, that's Snorlax on the bench, increasing the damage output by 30. Yep. And the tool as well, increasing the damage output by 30 and reducing the attack cost by 1 colorless. And so that is that early combination looking to try and do the damage. And we mentioned earlier about how unfair stamp is so key in this matchup, and this is exactly why, because you look at this board and you'd be able to unfair stamp them down to a low hand size, get the Snorlax up into the active and win some turns back. But without it, that early disruption is less viable.
Yeah, that extra helpings ability on the Snorlax, increasing the damage once more by 30. So at the moment, this Insta Strike is doing a pretty intimidating 90 damage for no energy cost as well. It turns from an Arven, finding a tool into an energy effectively, right?
Yeah, very good. And that is the combo piece you want to see. The Arven, we saw it find the secret box as well, which finds even more pieces if you maybe need to hit as high as 120 with the post-wick. But we're going to be watching now Benjamin Pham looking to try and build out that board. And there you see the Buddy Poffin revealing the counterpart to Dragapult, the Charmanders. And we've mentioned quite a lot in the pre-show earlier on about Dragapult and its different partners. We mentioned Golden Go, we've mentioned the Dust Noir versus the straight Dragapult build, but the Charizard build has definitely been the least popular so far. Why do you think people are bringing it to this event?
Well, it's just something that you have to think about when you come into the format. There's a load of different threats coming into the format at the moment. You have your faster archetypes, you find your slower archetypes. It's just a factor of just being flexible in approach, right? And here we see the TM evolution. This is one way to get around those faster archetypes as well. Finding evolution, as soon as you put a basic down, you can use that TM evolution for evolution is the attack name. And here we see the Dracloak and the Charmeleon coming on board, and you'll be hoping, if you're Benji, to see a Charizard come down pretty soon.
Yeah, and a lot of people worried about the faster archetypes taking down your Dracloaks as you try and energize them and evolve them up. If you've got that Charizard, you've always got the ability to sprinkle 3 fire-type energies into play with its ability, and that's the key for the adaptation for Dragapult, is how can I get energy into play? How can I evolve my Pokémon quicker? And this deck avoids the Budu slow play route and goes for a more aggressive evolution route.
Yeah, and we see the Maractus actually in Emilio's hand. That can definitely come into play later on. I love the inclusion of the Maractus. It's a very just-in-case card, I like to say. That corner attack, not making the opponent's Pokemon not being able to retreat. If your opponent's not ready for that, doesn't include a two-row, doesn't include any sort of switch effect on board, it can come up quite a threat later on, or even a potential stall play as well.
Now we see the Dracloak gusted up from the bench, using that boss's orders. Will take the knockout there, taking a little bit of the draw support away, but mostly setting up the 2 Dracloaks to be unavailable. Once that 6 damage is on a Dracloak, it's going to be in much closer range in the future for a knockout, maybe even close enough for that Cramorant at some point to take a knockout. And this will be where Benji has to stabilize once again. It's really looking tough out here for him to try and get that first attack in.
Another method for Emilio to deal with these larger HP Pokemon is that Technical Machine Devolution as well. If you're able to get that magic 90 damage on these Pokemon, 100 for Charmeleon, unfortunately for him, because he does work in these 30 iterations. So it'll be interesting to see how he deals with the Charizard, if not just going for a straight up front attack. But putting 90 damage onto this Dracloak later on will mean that devolution is going to be oh so important. And here we see the Pokemon headquarters come down for Benji Pham. So Emilio will need a manual attachment now for any sort of Insta Strikes in future.
This is the key that we're mentioning of the tech cards people are bringing in. They're focusing on what's available in the format, finding cards that help them in their tougher matchups, but also are versatile. And Pokémon League Headquarters was not put in this deck for Hopsization. It was very much put in for other scary archetypes like Raging Bolt or the Miraidon archetype. I think this is the moment where you see its versatility. There's so many strong basic attackers beyond the most popular decks, so it will have use cases elsewhere.
And here we see the Charizard come down, Infernal Rain, 3 energy on board from that ability, 2 onto the Charizard, of course, and then 1 onto that Dracloak. What I'd like to see from Benji here is an evolution, if possible, into that Dragapult and start getting some damage on board. to start taking some big knockouts. Now, important for the Hobzation, it's not going to be a big threat to these larger Pokemon like we've already established. It's not going to be taking any larger knockouts. There's no way for Emilio to start, you know, putting energy onto that Hobzation for its second attack. So he knows he has the security behind that, Benji. So if he's able to just start chipping away at this Hobzation and potentially on board, you know, it's going to be advantageous for him at least.
Yeah, and we see the Hops deck open with the Hobzation, 2 prize attacker. When that gets knocked out, you're able to establish a 1 prize board state for a few turns, and that will be the hope here. And for Benji, he's going to have to think ahead and try and work out how to stabilize his board, take some knockouts, but also potentially use that Dragapult to take more than 1 knockout. I see that Tatsugiri, the closest to being in range of that 60 damage counters that we all know and love from Dragapult. But for everyone watching at home, this is a great opportunity to see different archetypes keeping up with the format and showing how the viability is there. You don't have to play those big 3, the Dragapults, Gardevoirs, and Bolts of this world. You don't. It is a pretty scary board state for Emilio to face here. Here we see the evolution into the Dragapult EX. Nothing is too easy to knock out anymore for Emilio. He's going to be hoping to maybe go with that strategy of the Technical Machine Devolution. I'd imagine a retreat here into the Charizard EX for knockout with the Burning Darkness, now that Emilio has taken those 2 prizes. It's a card that we don't see very often anymore, but here we see it just taking advantage of that Burning Darkness. Is still such a strong attack, right? Yeah, 240 damage, covers the weaknesses of Dragapult, where it can't take these big one-hit knockouts on scary basic Pokemon that are keeping that pressure on. On this occasion, that Hobzation will be knocked out in 1 hit. 240 damage now, it's only going to go up from here. Yeah, and here we see the manual attachment onto the Munkidori, actually, with that Calamitous Stormy Mountain. Now, this works great with Adrenabrain, right? Attach the darkness and attach the dark energy, and then put turning damage onto yourself and activate that Adrenabrain. How great. Yeah, typically these kinds of stadiums aren't popular because they're too passive. Your opponent can always bump them if you're relying on them to put the 20 damage on themselves, but when you can put damage on your side and use that Munkidori, we see it with Gardevoir doing it so well with those Psychic Energy attachments from the Psychic Embrace. On this occasion, that 20 damage modifier could put something into range. When you're working in multiples of 30 with this deck, with 30, 60, 90, 120 the Hobzation, finding that little bit of extra 20 could come in useful and also allow you to find things on the bench that otherwise might not be in range. And here we see Emilio eyeing up with that Hops bag. 2 Hops Cramorants now. Of course, doing some damage now that Benji is going to be on 4 prizes. So getting some damage on board, and especially with a single prize board, this is only going to be advantageous for Emilio, of course, with Benji unable to take any sort of big 2 prize knockouts. Now, with the Fickle Spitting doing 120, if your opponent is on 3 or 4 prize cards, which Benji, as we've already established, Benji is, and with that Hops Choice Band, it is actually doing 180 damage. Yeah, thanks to the Snorlax as well. And for 0 energy cost with the Hops Choice Band, taking down the energy requirement there. And you can really see how low to the ground the deck is. Yes. Very simple, not too much energy required, which allows you to use those dark energy attachments on your Munkidori. You can see the vision here and why Emilio has gone 3-0. A very strong deck when played well, like Emilio is showing right now. And that's going to be 180 damage, and that 20 has been moved off. That's starting to get in range of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Yes, and of course putting the damage onto that Dragapult. It is going to be a later strategy for Emilio to use that Technical Machine Devolution, as we've already said. As long as he gets that magic 90 onto that Dragapult, it will be able to uplift that Dragapult EX into the Dracloak, and of course, being that it is 90 HP, it will be a knockout. So, and with this 180 damage onto this Charizard, it'll knock out the Charmeleon in succession as well. You just got to recognize the different strategy and when's correct to do it. Sometimes you want to just raw damage knock out these big 2 prize Pokemon through hitting enough damage, and other times you want to devolve, gain more turns for yourself, and keep swinging with the Cramorant. So it will vary. And there's that 20 damage going to be going on to the Monkey Dory, thanks to that calamitous snowy mountain. And I think this is something, a card that now people are going to be looking at and thinking, I wonder where else I can use this.
Yeah, of course, 20 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but as we've already said with the Adrenabrain shenanigans, 10, 20, 30 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but when you are dealing with such fine margins in the Pokemon TCG, it is going to be oh so important.
And this is huge. The damage moved off of the Dragapult onto that Tatsugiri, putting it in range of the double knockout, and that will shut down the Hops Cramorant going forward from here. So a huge turn for Benji as he guts up the Monkey Dory as well. The Cramorant is useless now. Keep that in play and take out a huge 2-prize turn on the Monkey Dory, on the Tatsugiri, and some damage to spare around the board.
Yeah, this is a fantastic play from Benji, taking 2 prizes and, like you said, nullifying any sort of way of doing damage with that Cramorant as well. And going down to 2 prizes, this is really a strong spot for Benji running away with this game potentially. And for Emilio, doesn't even have any sort of pivot to promote either. It's not a fantastic position to be in.
Yeah, the game plan of Hops is great when you are sitting there with your Hopsation, pinging away at the start, and they take it out and you go, that's great, now you've unlocked my Hops Cramorant. But Benji has jumped and hurdled straight over that 3 to 4 prize card range, which makes Hops Cramorant so powerful. And now Emilio is kind of stuck in that end game where Blood Moon Ursaluna is typically the go-to attacker, and now has to try and find a way to navigate that, still requiring 4 prize cards to win.
I actually really didn't like the promotion of that specific Hops Cramorant, just because it does have the choice band already attached. So if he was able to promote the one with no attachment, he could at least try and get a Devolution Ino sort of play off.
But it's all right, just draw into Jet Energy.
Yeah, you could just do that, I guess. But then again, you're just giving the devolved Pokemon back into Benji's hand. Yeah, and here we see the concession from Emilio. Writing was on the wall for sure.
And that just comes from the stability Benjamin Pham showed. What an amazing board state that middle of the game was. 2 Dracloca, Charmeleon ready to go. And as the game went on, it just got harder and harder for Hopsation, low power output, to keep up with those huge 2-prize stage 2s.
Yeah, and I think for the Hopsation, the writing was really there when Benji was able to use this TM evolution. We've got to focus on it here. This is such a big play, just because you're not using rare candy, right? You're not staying with the devolved Pokemon being those smaller 70 HP Pokemon. You're actually evolving from a 190 HP Pokemon, and these are the sort of fine margins that are to Emilio's detriment, right? Because if in connection as well with the Adrenabrain, it just puts that technical machine devolution play just out of reach, really, for Emilio.
And I like the recognition from Benji, using that Pheasantipity in the active for the TM Evo. Hopsation is great at taking out small 1-prize Pokemon, but really not great at taking out those big 2-prize Pokemon like Pheasantipity. So weirdly, it was the dream starter to have in the active, and push into the active to do that TM Evo. As if there's any damage on it, you're not too worried about it.
And this goes to your point that you made earlier, right? You sometimes text certain cards for specific matchups, but sometimes they come into play on these other matchups as well. And that's exactly what that TM Evolution came into play for this game.
And I think it's fair to say the attack of Pheasantipity is very much live in this deck, as you can accelerate energy to it. So the options available for the Dragapult Charizard deck are way higher than you might first think, as you have the versatile range of attackers. As we go into game 2 of round 4, Benji taking game 1, Emilio looking to answer back, starting though with that Snorlax.
Yeah, and here we see the Buddy Puffin from Benji as well. You can imagine it's going to be a Dreepy and a Charmander on board. Start to get set up really nicely, and here we see the deck check as well from Benji. Now, I think, why do you think this archetype has got such a cult following? The Dragapult, you alluded to the flexibility in approach in terms of attackers, but why do you think that it has such a big following?
I think it's the matchup spread of a deck like this, it tends to get balanced out based off of the different strategies you can take. It's then down to you as the player to be skillful enough to recognize the correct paths and take them on. So stronger players like that when they know they have a chance into every single matchup. And on this occasion, it is a deck that is strong into the current format, with Charizard being great into the Gardevoirs, Dragapults being great into the majority of the format, and then having that wide range of options in to the top decks, especially something like a Raging Bolt. If you can build up your Charizard and take your energy acceleration past the manual attachment style that most Dragapult decks have now, it allows you to keep that unfair stamp in. There's so many reasons why you might want to play it, but the key is, can you do it consistently enough? Does the deck run as smooth as more of these simpler archetypes that have less going on?
Yeah, 2 stage 2s in your deck doesn't sound that appetizing for the average player. But in terms of the Dragapult Charizard, you can just see why it is so popular. Dragapult's so flexible. You can even play Goldengo, you can play the Dusknoir. You know, we're going to see which comes out on top, hopefully, this weekend. And here we see the star from Emilio with the Nest Ball, starting that Snorlax as well. Not fantastic. He's going to maybe have to get that Latios down for that free retreat as well, which isn't great when you're facing a archetype that can take easy knockouts on that Latias.
Yeah, the Snorlax is great. What an ability to be able to add 30 damage to your Hops Pokemon. But it does have a hefty retreat cost. And
it certainly does.
And that is typically not ideal with your support Pokemon.
No, certainly so. And the Monkey Dory is a pretty good starter, actually, for Benji, because it does hide behind that. I say a high HP cost, but in consideration of Zacian's Insta-Strike, it is actually pretty significant. The 120 damage, it will need quite a lot of damage modifiers. Oh, here we see the Jet Energy.
Oh, all of the pieces required to knock out that Monkey Dory have been put down. We have the Hops Choice Band reducing the cost and adding the 30 damage, the Postwick adding 30 damage, and the Snorlax adding 30 damage. So 120 to the active, 30 to the bench, and this is that early pressure we mentioned that is so scary from Hops decks.
Yeah, all the potential damage modifiers on board there for Emilio. Has the extra helping Snorlax, has the Choice Band, has the Postwick, so everything coming into place there. And oh, here we just see the pass from Benji. Now this is where the Zacian is really going to start to take advantage of the board state. If he's able to start get consecutive turns of damage on board, you know, this is only going to be to the advantage of Emilio.
Yeah, and I don't know if we can describe what Emilio's doing right now as a spring in his step, because it looks like he has a spring in his step. That excitement after seeing your opponent draw pass is exactly what you want when you're an early aggression deck. He's going to be worried about things like unfair stamp and disruption, especially with that Snorlax as a liability on board, but now gets a chance to keep racking up that damage and gaining an advantage as you get towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and taking out the smaller Pokemon, I think if I was in Emilio's position, I'd really be looking out to knock out that Charmander as soon as possible. Does he have... Oh, he has the boss's orders as well onto that Charmander. This is the biggest threat on board for him. So being able to take out that Charmander, no Charizard in sight for Benji, and the 30 damage also onto that Dreepy, you know, he could be running away with this.
And we asked the question earlier, why do you think so many of these players love Charizard combined with Dragapult? And this might be showing you why so many players are avoiding playing Charizard with Dragapult. It can be tough to get past that first hurdle. Setup can be slow, it can be tricky, and it looks like now Benji is going to try and create as much time as possible to set up his board at the expense of Emilio, who's trying to just keep the pressure on.
And here we see the mind games coming in, really, because although Emilio knows that Benji doesn't really have necessarily anything going on in his hand, so really doesn't want to play that Io. If he's able to afford manually attaching to the Snorlax and manually retreating, he might do so. Otherwise, he's going to be Ioing and trying to find that Latias for that free retreat.
We might be actually seeing the Snorlax attack shortly. 2 manual attachments. It does take 3 energy cost, and could even use that Hops Choice Band to reduce the energy cost, because the Pokémon League headquarters is in play. And these are the kind of moments where you recognize different attacks on your board. Every Pokemon typically has an attack that is somehow usable in some moment. Even if their ability is what they're in deck for, you have to bear in mind that they could be a viable option in a rare case scenario.
Certainly so, and here we see the first Dracloak coming down. Oh, that Charizard just coming out on top there as well. Unfortunately, with that Charmander being knocked out, it's just going to be a pass here into Emilio, and here we see the manual attachment into the Snorlax in the top deck, I believe, of that Professor's Research. This is huge for Emilio. Really going to be looking to get rid of that Professor League headquarters or finding a Hop's Choice Band. Unable to find anything there. Not even a way to find the Latias either. Just find that Monkey Dory and potentially a pass. Yeah, here we go.
A turn one back for Benji. It was one card away, either a Stadium Bump or the Hop's Choice Band, but it wasn't there. And now Benji looking to develop the board. With Dracloak on board, you're seeing more cards at least. And now is a chance to try and find that dream top deck. And it's going to be the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which will be played straight away. Try and widen up that board, create more options, get that Charmander back online.
Yeah, he's really going to be looking to put 2 Charmander on board if possible. But here we see the potential. Yeah, another Dreepy on board. Hopefully getting those Draclobes up and running to find that engine. And I believe Benji actually top-decked an Ino, so we can be sure to see that this turn to put Emilio down to 4 cards and start getting up and running for Benji, because, you know, it's the smaller damage being on board, the longer that Emilio has to establish this board state, the better. Oh, here we see the Technical Machine Evolution attachment as well. So he's definitely going to be looking to get an energy off this Ino. 6 big cards for Benji. Does he find the energy? Yes, he does.
And a Dracloak there to continue developing the board. Only the one Charmander down because the other was knocked out earlier, is in the discard pile. Plays only the 2 Charmander, a 2-1-2 line of the Charizard. And going to be evolving the active, continue those recon directives. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose the one you prefer and put the other one on the bottom of your deck. Creates a lot of useful draw, as well as filtering out those cards you don't want to see and putting them as far away from your next draws.
Yeah, it's an so important engine for this Dragapult's Recon Directive. You want to be getting as many down as soon as possible, start drawing as many cards as possible and establishing your board state, starting getting those attachments down, potentially even a Badoo in other variants. But I think for Benji is to just get these faster evolutions, to get straight into the Charizard, start putting damage on board, and here we see the evolution into that Charmeleon and Dracloak as expected. Now for Emilio, it's whether he can find a potential gust on that Charmeleon and start taking knockouts just as he was in those first couple of turns.
How strong has the Pokémon League headquarters been? Come through here, denied the attacking option of Snorlax for so long, will now be able to attack, and is going to target down that Charmeleon. And for those of you who didn't know what the Snorlax did, now you get to see it, being able to do all that damage, but will be returning damage to itself.
That boss was absolutely massive. We've already said that the biggest threat to Emilio is that Charizard EX. And now with that Charmeleon gone, that's both Charmanders being knocked out by a boss's orders. So for Benji, it's whether he can establish any sort of game plan with a Dragapult EX perhaps. He does have 3 Dracloak on board, so the odds are he is going to be able to find what he needs, you would imagine, seeing an additional 6 cards from the top of the deck, choosing only 3 of them, of course, but if he's able to find those pieces to start putting some sort of disruption for Emilio and start putting damage on board, you'd imagine that's going to be the way forward for Benji.
Yeah, so using that active Dracloak, preparing it for evolution, hoping to try and find the Dragapult and a energy. There's no psychic energy in the deck. That is the difference we see with the Charizard build. You have plenty of fire. You have the 5 fire energy so that you can accelerate them with the Charizard EX, but 4 of those luminous energy can be used as the psychic energy, can be used for the Monkey Dory. It opens up that versatility which we're seeing more and more now in Dragapult builds.
Yeah, with the Dragapult, if you want to try and adopt a Monkey Dory, you're going to have to find a way to put the dark energy onto the Monkey Dory, and luminous energy is the most common way of doing that. Of course, is going to be a sort of, well, a way to attach to anything for any sort of energy cost. That is the effect of the card, right? So, but for Benji, you know, it's not a searchable card. It is a special energy, so it's going to have to draw into it. It's going to have to rely on these recon directives and the Ino, as you can see. And here we see the custom catcher onto counter catcher, sorry, onto the Hobbs Zarshan. This is a big play from Benji. This could be potentially a risk here if he's unable to find the energy.
And even then, the Snorlax with the 8 damage counters on it still has 70 HP left. So it is able to sustain the majority of that Dragapult attack. It will have 10 HP remaining. There is ways to find that last little bit of damage with Monkey Dory and other options we see in other decks like Hawlucha, which aren't available here, but it is still so bulky despite doing 80 damage to itself.
Benji was able to find the Luminous Energy from that Ino, thankfully for him. And here we see 2 additional recon directives. Does opt for the boss over the Buddy Buddy Puffin, which is near enough useless now, I'd say, with no way or no method in sight of getting back those Charmeleon Charmanders. Yeah, no recovery in deck for them. So they are long gone for this game. And here we see the first Phantom Dive of the game for Benji.
And that's going to be piling the damage on the board. And there's going to be tapping on that Snorlax. We'll find out how much that is. It's going to be just the 1 damage there, setting out for the 60, and then 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dory, also setting it up in range of a future 60 damage from that Dragapult. And the Zacian in the active has 40 HP remaining, so all of these Pokemon in range of a knockout if they sit on the bench.
Yeah, and for Emilio now, you know, putting himself, it's going to be from Benji's Ino down to 3 cards in hand and 1 draw for turn. Does find an Arven with only 4 cards in hand. It's going to be whether he can establish a board for the next turn, because Benji's certainly going to be taking some prize cards on his next turn. So if he's able to try and find another Zacian, does have the Hobbs bag in hand, but it's whether he can start setting up for those future turns possibly is going to be on the priority. Now Hobbs Cramorant is going to be active next turn definitely if Benji's going to be going for the 3 prize or the 2 prize approach of gusting up one of these other Pokemon on field. So that could be another option. Maybe find another Hobbs bag, perhaps, with this Arven.
Yeah, and the main challenge for Emilio is not having the ability to take a big knockout. You know, you have the Brave Slash attack on Hobbs Zarshan that is 240 damage, and with all the damage modifiers would be enough to take out a Dragapult, but not the energy in the deck to be able to do it, as it's too much of a cost having that 3 metal and 1 colorless. So just relying heavily on the Insta Strike in combination with Cramorant through the mid game and Blood Moon Ursaluna at the end. So really needs to rely on that sprinkling, the spreading of damage, maybe the devolution, or maybe the finish off with the Blood Moon.
Yeah, and I think for Emilio, you know, 3 prize cards is really peculiar because you're up against a Dragapult with a massive HP cost, 290 HP left on that. So that's not going to be an easy knockout to take for your 2 prizes, but that 1 prize is really bugging me actually, because I don't really know how he's taking this, because unless he's able to gust up another Pokemon on field, it's going to be really hard to take, because he really wants to be able to find a 2 attack method of taking the game. Here we see the Iron Bundle.
There you go. Your question has been
my
answered,
question's
Ben.
been answered. There you go. Thank you, Emilio. So with that Hyper Blower, it's going to put up a single prizer on board and put Trinkle 30 damage onto that Dragapult. And in connection with that, Adrenabrain could potentially put the Dragapult in range of a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Bundle, what a card it was a few formats ago. Featured in many of the aggressive decks, but it's kind of fallen out of favor recently as there are more decks looking to go behind, utilize things like Counter Catcher and the more reliable boss. But on this occasion, it fits perfectly in the deck because you're so typically not wanting to swing into the active Pokemon with the way people promote. As we've seen Benji every single time promoting the Pokemon with damage on it.
Yes,
and so now we'll find a benched Pokemon, so we'll get down to that final 2 prize cards remaining, hoping to take a knockout here and then putting the 30 damage on either of those Dracloaks.
Yeah, the Nest Blow for Iron Bundle was not something I've seen, but here we see the Insta Strike.
He targeted the Dragapult.
He targeted the Dragapult.
As it's a Terra Pokemon, you cannot take damage on the bench.
Super unfortunate for Emilio. It's easy to forget. It is really easy to forget. You know, Terra Pokemon does have that kind of integral bench barrier embedded into the Pokemon. So choosing that Pokemon will effectively be nullified from that bench damage. And here we see Benji with the first recon directive of the turn. Unsure what he opted for there. Does have the boss's orders in hand already if he wants to go with that method of approach. Here we see the check of the discard pile. Does have another recon directive he can use, and that Pokemon League headquarters has been on the board for quite a while. So if he does want to use that Hops Cramorant, it's going to be a manual attachment again with a Hops Choice Band, which is not that easy to do with no energy search for Emilio.
And with Emilio, he has 5 stadiums, 3 post-wick and 2 of those calamitous snowy mountains. Those you've just tuned in, yes, I did say that right, a calamitous snowy mountain.
I was struggling to say it myself. So
it's a great card inclusion. We saw how effective it can be to get that damage on the Monkey Dory, to use it to sprinkle some damage about, but it is also a great way to force damage on board through energy attachments on the opponent's side. So any of those right now would be great for Emilio to bump that stadium. On this occasion, Benji will be looking to spread all that damage about and take knockouts, but on this occasion there is no guarantee here to push anything onto the bench. It's going to just take down the active and spread 6 damage counters somewhere else. Looking to take out the Snorlax here potentially.
I mean, I would. There's no other way of attacking easily for Benji, but just go for that Monkey Dory.
Interesting. So now we see that Snorlax with all the energy on and is able to attack under Pokemon League headquarters as it was energized while that stadium was in play earlier on. And so that attack, not only will it put a lot of damage on the Dragapult, but it will put itself as a knockout, because it does do damage to itself, 80 damage to itself. So a really interesting end board state here we are witnessing.
Yeah, and I really want to touch upon Benji's last turn. Did have the Dragapult in hand to evolve one of these Dracloaks, but opting not to. Seeing the value in a recon directive next turn, if Emilio was able to potentially disrupt with an INO, at least Benji gets to 3 cards in hand, but then still has those recon directives up and running, and maybe finds value in finding something for next turn. If he does, feel the stress on finding a potential boss or a potential INO again for next turn, that's you could just see why Benji valued those recon directives instead of going for that evolution and finding the security of having another attacker on board.
And for those of you just tuning in, we are in Utrecht for our special championship. Swiss round 4 on stream at the moment. Both these players 3-0, Emilio and Benjamin, coming in with less typical deck choices, which might be surprising when you see Dragapult, but it is paired up with Charizard EX, where the Hops deck is struggling to keep up with that Dragapult pressure, but is looking to find a less typical route to victory in these final stages, with that Snorlax in the active, looking to take a knockout and knock itself out.
Yeah, going for another Hyper Blower here as well with the Iron Bundle, taking out another single prize Dracloak here, and does find the research as well, opting to get rid of that Hopsashin. I think the approach now is for Emilio to find the last knockout with that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the prizes here, as we can see, Post-Wick and the rescue board for Emilio, so may have to go for a Latias in the future turns to try and find a switch out. Does have it in hand, fortunately enough for him, from that research. And here we see the Hyper Blower is, as you imagine, going for the Dracloak with no energy attachment, saving that energy on that benched one there. And, this is definitely getting into the home stretch now for this game.
Well, and there's the stadium bump finally able to do it. And actually, this is something we didn't think about. That Monkey Dory could allow the Snorlax to survive. If we move that 30 damage off, it will have 60 HP taken away, and it will take 80 more HP away from itself, which is 140 damage, and means it survives on 10 HP. A strong, large Pokemon. We know Snorlax typically has high HP. 150 HP on that active Hops Snorlax will take a knockout and reduce its own HP to 10.
Yeah, buys Emilio another turn here as well, because Benji... Oh, no, Benji still does have a way of taking a 2-prize knockout here with the effect of that dynamic press attacks. 80 damage to itself. And fortunately enough, with that Adrenaline does survive from that as well. And here we see Benji just starting his turn, like I said, is going to be looking to take that 2-prize knockout potentially by gusting up that Monkey Dory or that Cramorant. You'd imagine it'd be the Monkey Dory, right?
And the crazy thing with Dragapult is there's always a rare case scenario that they could lean towards here. There is a win condition for Benji on board now that Fezandipity EX is there. Would require lots of combo pieces, but he'll be thinking with that huge hand size, it is possible here to potentially find it behind on prize cards, so can use that counter catcher, can find more draw with the Fezandipity, can use a lot of those supporter cards to great effect here. So there is a world that we see a 3 prize turn.
It would be Guston to Fezandipity and a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, right?
Yeah.
And then a Phantom Dive onto the Snorlax as well, taking 3 prizes for game. And here we see the ever so important flip the script. Benji just contemplating on what to do here, really, and the options that are available to him. And as you mentioned, very importantly, Counter Catcher is live now that Emilio is on that 1 prize. So is Benji able to find this way of winning? Does have Unfair Stamp as well in hand for an extra 6 cards, potentially.
And can play that safer route of like, I don't want to try and risk going for this all-in play. Maybe what's better for me now is just to have a stable board where there's no easy knockouts for you, and you'll have to try and find a way around that post-disruption. And
I think important for Benji now, benching that Fezandipity will mean that Emilio is able to gust up that Fezandipity with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. With the boss's orders, and take a knockout with a Blood Moon Ursaluna. So there is a route for Emilio here as well.
So I think that Monkey Dory is in the discard pile, if it's not already in hand. Has the energy to be able to take that big knockout. So, yeah, not a way to get the Monkey Dory from the discard pile. And there is a Super Rod there.
There is a Super Rod. There is a Super Rod. So there was recovery in the deck for Benji, so can find that Monkey Dory, but with the only way of searching that Monkey Dory out being an Ultra Ball and the Brock's Scouting, I don't believe that was an option from the hand. I didn't see any Ultra Ball in there.
No.
But with an Unfair Stamp, he could potentially find it here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what the route is. I mean, the Unfair Stamp is such an effective tool early game to disrupt your opponent's hand, but when you're looking at a board like this, where there is just the attackers on board plus a Fezandipity, 2 cards is not a lot. Even if you get that flip the script draw from the Fezandipity, you're not seeing many cards. And with a big Dragapult in the active, taking a knockout and setting up game for the next turn, this could actually be a really strong position going forward. And just looking to thin out that Chi-Yu. We haven't mentioned it much. This isn't really the matchup for it, but it is a card in the deck that you want to be familiar with as we go through the tournament. A great attacker, fire-type attacker into certain decks in the format.
Certainly is. And another route to victory for Emilio, which I've just pretty much found out, is that the Hops Cramorant can take a knockout on the Fezandipity as well. If you're able to find all of your damage modifiers and Adrenabrain 30 damage onto the Fezandipity, it could take a bigger knockout for 2 prizes there.
Yeah, and that would be in the case where Benji tries to not take a knockout to leave Fezandipity unavailable. The moment he takes 1 prize card, that Cramorant won't be able to attack. But these are all the options that Benji's having to think about. There's so many different routes to victory.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, yeah, you are right. You are right. So here we see the Phantom Dive on the Snorlax, 60 damage being spread from that Dragapult.
And this is, where do you put that damage? Well, you're going to have to put some on the Fezandipity, because if that's in the active, you want to take a knockout.
At least 1.
Put 4 on there so that the Monkey Dory moving 30 off would still be in range of a knockout.
Good foreshadowing there from Benji, and 20 onto the Hops Cramorant. With that Snorlax knocked out now, it's whether Emilio can find anything here with just a 2-card hand. Flip the script is there as well. And here we see the post-wick.
6 minutes left on the round. This is an important time for Emilio to try and turn this 0-1 position into a draw, or maybe a chance at a quick Game 3 victory. For Benji, looking to just close this out and go even further through the tournament into that 4-0 position on day 1. A great place to be, especially for a player with his caliber who can continue that winning streak going forward.
I think if Counter Catcher is in deck, I think he does have it. He does have the Nest Ball for the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Arven for the Counter Catcher. If it is in deck, he does have the game here, does have the Blood Moon Ursaluna in deck. Unfortunately, I don't think there was a counter catcher in hand.
Well, on one prize card remaining, would need to have used that boss, so it's going to be really hard for him now to try and find a knockout, but maybe putting 30 damage across onto the active Dragapult. That's not quite in range of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And this is where that little bit of 30 moved off of the Dragapult earlier is so key in this final stage, as it has moved the Dragapult out of range of the end game Blood Moon Ursaluna attack.
Yeah, getting rid of all of those damage modifiers now, the top 2 Hops Choice Band and the 1 Post Wick. A Rescue Stretcher here. What will he try and find with the Rescue Stretcher? So many different options now for Emilio to try and recover a Pokemon. Can go with a Hops Zacian, can go with another Iron Bundle, although I don't see the benefit in doing that, of course. Going with the Rescue Stretcher, I'm really interested to see what his mindset's at here.
A lot of options gone. The supporter already used for turn, so takes away a lot of those options. And you know, this deck has a whole box of choices. You know, there's that Technical Machine Devolution, which won't be very effective here. You have that Penny to be able to pick up a damaged Pokemon, but without the ability to use a supporter for turn, that's out of the case. You've got the Maractus, which has some rare use cases, but I think it really is going to have to just be a Blood Moon Ursaluna and hope that you have another turn to sprinkle some damage across.
Just hope that you can hide behind the big HP cost of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. With Phantom Dive only doing that 200 damage, isn't going to be able to find an easy knockout on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I think for Emilio, it's just kind of hope that he doesn't have any sort of way of knocking it out, perhaps, or finding Gust.
We've got the Jet Energy to get it into the active, so that will be a way to attack. You can also use Jet Energies later on to reset the attack.
Yes.
But I think with the Monkey Dory, moving that 30 damage across 2 turns with a Blood Moon Ursaluna attack would be enough. 240 plus 30 plus 30 plus the 30 already on the Dragapult would be enough for the knockout. And then that would ask more questions of Benji on the other side. So the final moments here of our round 4 stream game, coming down to some unorthodox routing for Emilio to try and end the game with that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, and here we see another Monkey Dory coming down. Does have the energy and switch in hand, so can find 2 Adrenaline.
Does he have the knockout there? I think he might have the knockout, you know.
So he'd move 60 damage, 60, 90. It'd be 210. Yes, that would be knockout.
So if he moves that 20, he's looking through it, just checking the maths now. Emilio moving 30 across, making it 60 damage on that Dragapult. Now has that energy switch in hand. You can see doing the maths, checking those last few things. Energy a switch across to the other Monkey Dory, moving a further 20, just making sure in his final stages. And the Jet Energy, the final card from hand for the knockout. And Emilio will be taking down the Dragapult and taking down game 2 of round 4. Amazing performance from Emilio in those final stages.
Wow, what a fantastic game. You know, there's just so many little intricacies in that deck list for Emilio. The Hops Zacian just finding the right damage modifiers at the right time. Those Adrenabrain in connection with the energy switch. You know, that Rescue Stretcher, I really didn't know what he was searching for at that point, but having the energy switch in hand, of course, the Monkey Dory, finding the second one on board, moving effectively 60 damage onto that Dragapult, putting it in range of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's a method that we thought would come into play later on, and that's exactly what happened.
And it started so strong for Emilio. Early knockouts on the Charmanders allowed for a slower approach for Benji. Benji really took a while to get going, but eventually that Snorlax got locked in the active and had to start swinging for itself.
Yeah, that's exactly what Emilio needed. Finding those real important knockouts on the Charmander. It's definitely the biggest threat for Emilio. So having to find those crucial bosses orders for that Charmeleon and Charmander was just the right way for Emilio to take advantage. And this play, I mean, this is something we just did not see coming at the time. Nice stretcher for that Monkey Dory, finding the energy switch to unlocking 2 potential Adrenabrains onto the Dragapult, moving that 50 damage onto that Dragapult EX, like we said, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna just being in the right range at the right time.
and it was the final card from hand.
Yes.
All the pieces came together, and you saw how much it strained Emilio having to think through that route. It is a sign of a great player that they use these unorthodox routes. The Snorlax attacking, for one, is something you very rarely see with this deck. So that being a factor alone in that game was impressive. But for it to then go all the way to that final perfect knockout, final card from hand, perfect damage, Blood Moon Ursaluna takes the victory and will be going into a quick Game 3. If either player can take an early knockout, especially for Hopsation, a great card to put pressure on, this could be a massive win for either of these players.
And I've just heard in my ear, there's 2 additional minutes of added time to this game. So there is a little bit of an increase of time allowed for both of these players to find a potential winner. But going back to it, you know, that energy switch, it only plays 1. So it's all about having the card at the right time. So, you know, finding it in your hand at that crucial moment in time is exactly what Emilio would have thought of at the time. And, you know, to his credit, you know, finding that additional, finding that energy switch at the right time was just, you know, crazy. What a game.
Especially with how close Benji was to taking it the previous turn.
Yes.
With a huge hand size, not able to find it through that. And then the start here for Emilio, strong. All you need to do is get an energy on board, Monkey Dory in play, Hopsation there, but that Budu this time in play. We didn't see that in either of the other 2 games, but a huge asset here for Benji, who's looking to avoid losing potentially in this moment.
Yeah, Badu's pretty tasty for Zacian. You know, 30 HP is just right on the money for that Insta-Strike. So if Emilio's able to find some sort of gust here, if he's able to find the Iron Bundle, you know, he is under item lock, unfortunately, so if he's able to draw into it, I mean, this would be a great start. Oh, and it finds the Iron Bundle. Finds it on the last card from the Professor's research, and now able to find that gust up to a Dreepy, has the Hop's Choice Band as well.
Even has the rescue board to maintain the energy.
And that 1 damage counter on the Monkey Dory, the Adrenabrain will put that 1 damage counter onto that Dreepy as well. Now is able to have that knockout with the Postwick and the Hop's Choice Band, and onto the Badu. 2 early prize cards from Emilio. Can Benji deal with this pressure?
And this is the early pressure we've mentioned in each of the games, and the early struggle of the Charizard Dragapult build. Setting up fast is a difficult thing to do when you have so many different lines you can take. But on this occasion, a Dracloak is there. The stadium of MVP stadium from the last game, that Pokemon League headquarters, increasing the attack cost of basics by 1 colorless, might come in useful here, but Emilio has so many options now. He's opened back up to that huge hand size with the research, has another research there, so we'll be in a great position to continue this pressure.
This is a really forgiving research from Benji, just because he was able to find a few additional basic Pokemon to put on the bench. Does find a Dreepy, does find a Charmander, but for Emilio, just like in the last game, he's really going to be wanting to ramp up the pressure just as he did and find these knockouts on these basic Pokemon. And I wasn't able to see Gust in his hand straight away, but for Benji, he's going to be looking to put down that... Oh, he does bench the Chi-Yu as well as an additional option. Does have the Dreepy. I think for the Chi-Yu as well, it's a bit of a sacrificial lamb, because, you know, for Emilio, is able to have these easy knockouts on these smaller Pokemon, and that's exactly what we see here. Manual retreat into the Chi-Yu, and a potential pass, perhaps?
It's weirdly a good attacker in this matchup if you do power it up, but I think you'd rather have all your energy on Charizard and the like. But on this occasion, will, like you said, be pushed forward with the intention of maybe tanking a hit if possible.
Yeah.
And at this point, it looks like Benji is playing with survival in mind.
Yeah, indeed. And here we see the boss's orders in hand from Emilio. This is a fantastic start. Does have a Hops bag in hand as well, so is able to find another Hops action if he does want to get set up for those later zones. Here we see, oh, going for the Arven instead, maybe going for a more of a setup play. Does have the safety, at least, of the Chi-Yu being in the active. There's no threats coming on board just yet, so he's taking advantage of that and finding another turn for setup.
And with that Snorlax in play, plus a Postwick, which can be found with the secret box, we'll be able to do 120 damage to the active. And this is why that secret box is so good in the Hops deck. So many different trainer types with that Hops synergy a stadium, a tool, an item, and you can find all of those in this scenario.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention is that, of course, he is going to have to find a way to bump that Pokemon League headquarters if he does want to get another Insta-Strike out on board. So does find the post-wick from the secret box. Secret box, as you mentioned just then, how useful is this? I mean, you know, could potentially find another boss to try and start streaming these bosses' orders one after the other. Does go for the Earthen Vessel. Maybe suggesting that Benji does have more Pokemon League headquarters ready to put down to start disrupting.
And you can see the timer is at 0 on the stream. We'll get confirmation as to whether the players still have a little bit more extra time. The play right now is all about getting as far ahead for Emilio as possible so that when the time is called, then they can try and finish it off. So we are in turn 1 right now. So Emilio looking to try and close out the game in as few turns as possible, but it's going to be really tricky based off of the amount of Pokemon in play for Benji. A full board wipe would also be taking 4 prize cards, which is very tricky to do in 2 turns.
Certainly is. For both players, it's going to be hard to find a route to victory if anybody wants to win this game. I think for Emilio, he'd probably be looking to use that technical machine devolution for multiple prize knockouts. Does go for the Hobbs bag, now does have the security of having more Pokemon on the field, so at least he has the security of not losing this game perhaps. Now with that Hobbs Ashen in the active, looking for that manual attachment or putting down that Calamitous Snowy Mountain to get rid of that Pokemon League headquarters to start getting some attacks up and running. But yeah, it's really difficult to see a route to victory, I guess.
I guess you do have the additional damage, the 20 damage that the Calamitous Snowy Mountain can do, but it's not going to be enough in a short space of time. But at least taking the knockout on the active, putting another 30 damage in play, you're getting yourself closer to that final goal, which is the big winning moment, and is trying to find a way to it in turn 1 here. So back to Benji now, his final turn of the game here.
Yeah, and here we see the promotion of that Monkey Dory. This is turn 2 of time, and Benji just first recon directive, looking for that buddy Poffin, and difficult. There's 3 bosses in hand for Benji, so can go for some sort of stall play on that Snorlax. As we've already established, hefty retreat cost on that Snorlax, so will bait a potential Latias coming out for Emilio, but yeah, difficult to see a winner from this game.
And that 30 damage on the Dreepy can be pushed across with the Monkey Dory, but it'll get sent straight back with Emilio's Monkey Dory. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of a stalemate end game potentially here. But what a game 2 from Emilio to have a chance in game 3. And early pressure was seen, almost an early win with that double knockout on the first attacking turn for Emilio. And now gets a chance to try and finish the game. It is always difficult in these final moments when you know you're so far ahead to try and find a knockout. And we'll be gussing up with that boss's orders onto the Dreepy. And Emilio fist bumping there. What a game we've seen. Benji starting strong, a great victory in game 1. Game 2, an amazing comeback from Emilio in the final moments to get the perfect knockout with the final card in hand. But it went down to the wire, and game 3 was not concluded.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic games thus far on stream, and that was just another one. We've seen game 1 that went right down to the wire as well in the game 2, just like we had in this circumstance as well. You know, just going to show how skill intensive the format is right now. All of these intricate plays, all of these different tech cards making such big impacts on game states. And here we see Benji from the game 1, such a dominant performance with that Charizard EX, just showing how advantageous it was having that large HP cost on board with that Burning Darkness, taking really easy 2 prize knockouts, and you know, setting up potential 2 prize knockouts with the Dragapult in connection as well.
Yeah, the Hops Cramorant, a great attacker in the mid game when there's 3 or 4 prize cards remaining on the other side. but with the Dragapult, able to bypass that stage of the game very quickly, and that's where Emilio's reaction was so prominent after recognizing the 2 Hops Cramorant in play were no longer useful, but it was game 2 where the early pressure from Emilio and the slow start for Benji put Emilio ahead with the Hops deck.
Yeah, I mentioned the Hops Cramorants in the second game there could take potential knockout on the Pheasantipity, but that's exactly what Benji was kind of going around. Can I try and skip that crucial turn where the Fickle Spitting isn't active? And that's exactly what he did, and this is the turn, of course, that Emilio was able to find the double Adrenabrain with that energy switch. This was absolutely huge. You know, at the time, I didn't quite know what he was going with that Night Stretcher, but that Monkey Dory and the 2 Adrenabrain moving that crucial 50 damage and the Jet Energy in hand, using the rest of the resources in his hand, finding at the crucial time that big knockout with the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, the only thing that could have made that final moment any stronger was a Jazz Hands to show off how few cards there were available left. And it was game 2, that early knockout, showing that Emilio had a chance. Emilio could find a way to victory. And then once Benji did that research, saw enough basics, the board was stabilized and the comeback was not possible for Emilio. You can see how much fun they're having on stage, and that's so important here in Utrecht. All the players are competing to try and win those big CP gains in their run, but it is about enjoying yourself, and that was the spirit seen there on stage.
Yeah, Emilio and Benji had a great time on stream, as you would have thought it. And, you know, we're showing the variance of the format right now, aren't we, really? I mean, the Hops are actually looking to take advantage of these evolution decks. You know, we've spoke about it, the Dreepies, the Rolts, they're small enough HP to where these insta-strikes are a real big threat. You don't have to use these huge knockouts on these smaller Pokemon. You can just do a little bit of an insta-strike with a couple of damage modifiers, take knockouts, set up damage in the later turns. And, you know, this is another method of approach for these players to take the game.
And with the Adrenabrain of the Monkey Dory to help supplement that. But of course, that's the case now because we don't have that bench barrier Pokemon currently, where Manaphy was so good at protecting against decks like that. Post-rotation, these kinds of snipes are so powerful. But we did see one scenario in that game, which you all have to remember, is Terra Pokemon have bench barrier. You cannot hit a Terra Pokemon on the bench with damage, and that's what happened in that game. The Dragapult was safe.
I mean, we saw it during our first game, right? The N Zoroark taking advantage of the Darmanitan, that Flame Body Cannon doing 90 snipe. You know, does have to gust that Terra Pokemon if he wants to do damage with that Flame Body Cannon. He can't do it from the attack on the bench. So, you know, yeah, it's easy to miss, right? It's easy to miss that Terra Pokemon do have that inbuilt ability of the bench barrier. But alluding to that fact that we don't have any sort of bench barrier Pokemon like we did with Manaphy. This is exactly where these sniping Pokemon really take advantage of the format. And with the Hops Zacian in particular, does small damage, but it does overload over time, and you're able to take the big knockouts with the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Hops Cramorant.
And last event, Milwaukee was won through the sniping of a Raging Bolt, and that was a prime example of how good it is at taking out these important 60 to 90 HP Pokemon. You know, Buddy Poffins everywhere, getting those support Pokemon down, and if you can get rid of them before they fully evolve up, then you take away options. So you'll be seeing a lot more of that sniping going on. 90 damage, typically enough for a Dracloak, for an evolving Pokemon, and then if you supplement it even more with that Monkey Dory, we really see the bench being the target of a lot of these strategies.
Now, we're having such fun here in Utrecht. We're only on round 4, going into round 5, but there is another major event going on just across the world. So let's take a look at the meta breakdown from Melbourne. And here, well, actually, here's the Swiss standings, first of all. Brent Tonneson, I mean, this guy, I mean, you know, have a rest. Have a day off, Brent.
Well, I mean, this is the event he should be at. This is the one where we expect to see him there in Melbourne, in his home region. And Natalie Miller, strong performance there. Jeremy up at the top. No one on XO, though, still. There are a few players at the top there. 701. And what's great out there is they're playing the exact same format we are, so we get a chance to acknowledge the format across the globe all on the same weekend.
Yeah, and we have, you know, usual suspects here. Natalie Miller, Kaiwin Kababe. I mean, these are players that consistently do so great at these major events. And, you know, in their home turf, you can imagine, like you said, you know, Brent, we imagined you would be there, you know, and taking the tournament by storm yet again. So it'll be interesting to see how that breaks down over the weekend now.
Yeah, and here in Utrecht, we've just finished round 4. We'll be having round 5 coming up shortly. And for you guys, make sure you let us know what kind of decks you want to see. We've had a great variety so far. We got to see that Dragapult Charizard, as well as the Ogerpon Noctowl deck and many others. But make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what you're thinking. Also, we have a few different things we're trying to find out at this event. For me personally, I'm trying to find out about your accessories and what you use to keep track of the game and the board state with your decks when you come to tournaments. For Ben, you're looking to find out if there's any parents doing well here in Utrecht to give you that hope that it's still possible.
I'm just off to ask Benji if he has any kids. Yeah, no, we all have our hot takes and we're having fun here, aren't we? We're having fun.
Yeah, 100%. And for you guys at home, I hope you're enjoying it too. We've got loads more action. There's going to be 8 rounds today. We have just had the first half of it already, 4 rounds complete. And then going into tomorrow, we'll have more rounds of Swiss and that all popular top cut system we have, the asymmetrical top cut. We'll find out whether we're going to have a clean top 8 or whether we'll see players up to 16 on that same record going into the top cut.
I mean, round 5 is really where the records start solidifying and the stories really start to mature over time in the tournament. You know, those 4-0s start becoming, you know, smaller and smaller. That pocket of, you know, undefeated players starts getting smaller and smaller. So, you know, a lot of players will have their expectations now going into round 5 of what they could possibly achieve in this tournament. Do I have to win out? Have you started 0-2? Do I have to win the rest of my games, or am I on a hot streak here? Am I on 4-0? Do I have to, you know, continue my streak going on? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who our players are who are starting to making those big records.
Yeah, and this event, one of many events this season, and of course a huge event in the circuit for the CP chasers out there looking to try and secure their world's invite. But that's what's going on here. There's all sorts of Pokemon stuff going on at the moment, and we thought you'd have a chance to have a look at what else is going on in the Pokemon universe.
Hi, my name is Eddie Brami and I am at these regionals. So basically I started to play the game like 15 years ago and I really wanted to collect some victory medal cards. I just started playing locals and stuff, and from time to time then I started to play more competitively. My favorite Pokemon artwork is Victory Medal. That was a card given during different locals back in the day. My favorite deck of all time was Night March 2015-2016, like a really good deck with a lot of common cards. My favorite part is that it's a community game before everything else. We all know each other, and for all the people that didn't start the game, this is great. So you can meet a lot of new friends. I feel like the 2 players I really like in the community is like Todd and Azul. Todd is great for all of his accomplishments, and Azul is making a lot of contents that new people can see and develop their skill into the game. So that's cool. That's cool. So I just keep playing because first of all, the game is fun, but just traveling a lot, meeting friends, like we all know each other, and this is the good part of the game.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to take you through some of the highlights of our newest set in the Pokemon TCG, Journey Together. Journey Together not only introduces new cards into our meta, but also brings back an ever-popular mechanic the game first introduced 20 years ago, and what the competitive metagame has not actually seen for 10 years. The new Trainers Pokemon mechanic was actually first teased all the way back in Worlds 2024, and the excitement for the possible trainers that could be featured was electric. The wide variety of trainers included in these new cards could span across various regions and games, showcasing some of the fans' favourite trainers and, most importantly, their acclaimed Pokemon. But of course, it's not just trainers and their Pokemon that could be introduced. Items, tools, and even stadium cards are all part of the bundle, allowing players to adapt their entire deck around a specific package of cards, all aligned to one specific trainer. Now let's take a look at some of these standout inclusions from the new set, all based around these new trainers.
First up on our trainers list is N, and we can't start talking about N until we take a look at N Zoroark EX, a powerful darkness-type Pokemon with a bunch of tricks up its sleeve. Armed with its reputable trade ability, this card is perfect for players who want to draw cards and increase their consistency. With its Night Joker attack, a player's N Zoroark EX can attack with one of their benched N's Pokemon's attacks for their turn. And with many Pokemon under N's arsenal, most notably with N's Reshiram and N's Darmanitan, players can opt for a more varied approach to taking their game to their opponents. Players can easily accelerate energy and synergize with N's Zoroark EX's trade ability with the new N's PP Up item card, allowing them to attach those important basic energy cards from their discard pile. And once more, to help them stream those ongoing attacks, is the new N's Castle Stadium card. Next up on our trainers list is Hop. Featured within the set is a plethora of different Hop cards, most notably in Pokemon such as Hop's Zacian EX, Hop's Snorlax, but also tool cards such as Hop's Choice Band. Hop's cards present a perfect example of harmonious synergy. Whilst Hop's Zacian's EX's first attack Insta Strike does not seem as intimidating with its 30 damage, pairing it with Hop's Choice Band, Hop's Snorlax's extra helpings ability, and the post-Wick Stadium card, Hop's Zacian EX is now doing a massive 120 damage to their opponent's active Pokemon, and for no energy cost. With a number of additional Pokemon in its stockpile such as Hop's Cramorant, and other Pokemon such as Blood Moon Lunar EX, the continuous and consistent damage slowly overloads their opponents and grinds down their board states of submission, showcasing just another style of play in another trainer archetype. Another trainer on our list is Iono. Iono's Belly Belty shines bright, being paired with a huge range of cards supporting its two main features. Firstly, its ability Electric Streamer allows players to attach as many basic lightning energy from their hand to one of their Iono's Pokemon. And secondly, its attack Thunderous Bolt deals a very respectable 230 damage. Where Iono really shows great consistency is with Iono's Kilowatt Roll. Its ability Flashing Draw gives players a way of drawing up to 6 cards in hand if they can discard a basic lightning energy from the Pokemon. Paired with Iono's Bellivel EX's Electric Streamer, and with various methods of consistency bringing basic energy to the player's hand, players can more comfortably draw into the cards they need, and execute this strategy more effectively. And finally, we have the fan favourite Lily. Although Lily has a great set of cards, we will focus specifically on one card from the collection, which is Lily's Clefairy EX, a great gem from this set. Lily's Clefairy EX combines an extremely relevant ability with its Fairy Zone ability, making it the perfect tool for players to splash the card easily into other decks to more effectively deal with the Dragon-type Pokemon that are dominant in the format. In connection to its Full Moon Rondo attack and its low energy cost, Lily's Clefairy EX is a threat all on its own, but you can understand why many players say it's now their favoured method of dealing with the commanding Dragon-type Pokemon in the meta. Trust us when we say this one's going to shake up the competitive scene. Well, you can just see how the new trainers Pokemon are planning to impact the meta, either all on their own as single archetypes, taking some of the game's already established cards, or being included as single cards in already influential decks in the format due to their strong abilities or attacks. Their introduction allows players to approach the game more individually, making each of the trainers archetypes unique in their own way, which will always bring a more interesting and varied metagame. We hope you're enjoying the new cards from Journey Together just as much as we are. Which trainer do you think will come out on top? There's only really one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned to the live broadcast. Until next time, trainers, this has been Benjamin. Catch you later. Welcome back, trainers, to the Utrecht Special Championships. My name is Benjamin Yard, and I'm here with the lovable and huggable Joe Bernard. Joe, how are you feeling?
I'm very good. Happy to be back on the desk with you.
Yes.
It's been a long time.
I can't believe they let us.
I know. Last time we were doing crab hands. Who knows what zany antics we'll get up to this time around.
They've made a mistake.
Well, yeah, they've got it, so there you go.
Yeah, let's try. Yes, so you've been around some of the tables, of course. You've had a little bit of a break last round after commentating our round 3.
So what's your impression?
Well, I've been really surprised by Jelle van Kampen playing such an interesting build of Golden Go. Not surprised to be playing Golden Go, certainly, but there are some tricks up his sleeve, let me tell you. He's playing multiple stage 2s in his deck list, Ben. He's playing Pidgeot EX, Dust Noir, and he's playing a 1/1 line of Ceruledge EX so he can use Briar. He's built a checkmate build of Golden Go.
It's a bit of a mutant of a deck, isn't it? Now, we do have our players on the tables right now, but let's hear from one of them just before we get into the match.
I met people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokémon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do same one day.
Julius, such a jewel in the community, isn't he? I mean, he's such a lovely player to see, such a smile on his face, and just loves playing Pokemon. Really does enjoy his game, doesn't he? And here we see some of the achievements from Julius. There's a little bit of a thumbs up there as well. Stockholm Regional Top 4, LARC Top 16, well, one in 2024 and one in 2022, and the World's Top 128. But I think for Julius, he's looking for his breakout, isn't he?
He's been knocking on that door for many seasons, just had that breakout Top 4 performance this season, and I think that really lets your shoulders down a little bit. You can have that breath and know that you are good enough to compete among the best, and he just said in his interview he wants to be a champion. Marcus is going to be his opponent this round. Has a recent Day 2 finish at the EYC. That's no mean feat either, playing Archaladon for that one. Similar to me, actually, going to EYC and having a middling performance, but still getting into Day 2.
Less well, the better. Now, he does have a formidable opponent in Julius, but let's talk deck lists.
Yes.
Now, this is one of your choices, actually, that you, well,
I know.
I say one of your choices. It's one of the decks that you have a little bit of a pet following of, which is Flareon, right? Which is what Marcus is playing?
Marcus is absolutely playing that Flareon toolbox, I suppose. Eevee with Sylveon and whatnot. Prize cards coming down. There are a couple of those Evolution pieces in those prizes. Also Latias EX in the prizes. Nothing too painful for Julius there, who's, as you can see, straight away, is going to be piloting that Gardevoir EX archetype. So here we go, we see the fist bump. We're getting into our round number 5 here. Both our players undefeated. And it looks like Marcus is kicking things off and even has that Fan Rotom to start. So he's going to have an excellent turn. This is mostly a colorless Pokemon deck. Not only are your Noctowl colorless Pokemon, but also some of your lower hit point Eevees are also integral to get into your stage 1 Pokemon here. So this is a great turn 1 for Marcus.
A fantastic way of setting up already for getting those crucial Hootoots out, which we usually see in like the Ogerpon box. But for Marcus's Flareon, of course, is able to find those Eevees, like you said. And of course, with Flareon being your main attacker, this is such an advantage of having that fan call ability in play, right?
And this is quite a similar deck list by the looks of things on my first glance to something that Ian Robb played here, where it's going to have the Sylveon EX in the deck, and I have to feel like that's going to be a big strategy that Marcus has to look towards, because you typically don't have great reach into Gardevoir. You don't have a great type coverage in this instance, so there is only, I think, a Kieran in the deck list to help you reach on a Gardevoir EX. So Marcus is going to have to get creative against the Gardevoir matchup. But at the very least, he's got to go first. That's always fantastic for these Noctowl engines, knowing that you only give your opponent 1 turn before you begin to dual seek and cherry pick some pieces along the way. And Marcus is eyeing up a couple of Hoot and a Noctowl to this hand, already with the Eevee in play, so he can already be content with his turn.
Now, you weren't confident of the Gardevoir matchup originally, right? You thought that you have to really take advantage of that Sylveon's Angelite attack as much as possible. You have to use it in the most effective way. Is that usually how this game goes in your eyes?
I feel like weaving in Angelite is going to punish certain board states from Julius. If he gets too wide with his Monkey Dory, another tech basic Pokemon, doesn't have enough Ralts in play, that can be a big punish. But also, just laughing in the face of Budew by having multiple Burning Charge is also a good option. So I'm not going to be surprised if the Flareon starts to get ahead in the prize race pretty routinely here, as we're seeing a proactive search for a terrestrial Pokemon here from Marcus with his Eevee EX in the prizes and also the Latias EX in the prizes. It might be difficult for him to launch a meaningful attack on the next turn, but I do like preloading this Terrapagos because you always have to anticipate an Iono from Julius on that turn 1.
Yeah, finding that Sylveon EX with that Ultra Ball is eyeing up a potential.
Sylveon, sorry.
Yeah, Sylveon, yeah, go in for potential early of evolution into the Eevee. Of course, Julius does have a way of sniping Pokemon with that Scream Tail, but it's going to be a tall order to get up and running early as possible. But here we see a fast start here from Julius, knowing exactly what he needs to search out for. And of course, this is a veteran player, really, in my eyes. I mean, Julius plays so much Pokemon that I know of. He knows his game plans in and out. And here we see a turn 1 secret box, and it's his first action of the game. Here we can see potential big setup from Julius, looking for that Professor's Research as well, looking to go ripping and roaring through that deck.
What more can you ask for? Already has Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory, could pay retreat into Budew as well if he would prefer, and does indeed go for the Professor's Research. I would have debated an Iono, just because you know that your opponent has stashed a Noctowl into that hand, and stashed a Terrestrial Pokemon into the hand as well, but Julius is trying to have the deepest dig possible into this deck. Nest Balling out a secondary Ralts is always a good deal here, and there's still the Artisan for when you play this Professor's Research to get whatever Pokemon you want on the other side of the 7 cards, because you're quite happy to get Budew. You wouldn't even mind getting the additional Ralts down if possible.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on the Professor's Research or Iono play, just because I would love to save my researches for the Psychic Energy. You know, if I started maybe an Earthen Vessel or 2 Psychic Energy, I could, you know, maybe see the advantage of going for the Professor's Research over the Iono. But going for the Iono, you know, going for the Professor's Research, sorry, you're making Marcus is keeping his hand that he's already established with that Fan Call. So, but Julius seeing the potential opportunity in drawing just one more card in order to get set up effectively as possible.
See, this is the debate for Julius now. I would have enjoyed holding the Artisan after the Professor's Research, just so you could take your pick once you've seen 7 cards. This does thin a card deeper, and if you're assuming you only need 2 Ralts at the current point of the game, it's fine not to get a 3rd one into play. But it does mean that you're going to spend another Darkness Energy here just to retreat. The Bravery Charm coming onto the Budew now. Monkey Dory is still going to come into play, and it is a fresh 7 cards, so Julius has navigated that turn 1 hand pretty well. One thing still missing is just discard of Psychic Energy on his quest, because...
Ooh, Ultra Ball 2, Psychic Energy in hand as well,
and
with the Earthen Vessel. Wow, this is a great hand for Julius. Start getting those Psychic Energies in the discard pile. As we all know and love, the Psychic Embrace ability on the Gardevoir EX, it's only as effective as many Psychic Energy is in your discard pile. So the tactic for Julius is going to be, or well, any Gardevoir player, so to speak, is just going to be getting those Psychic Energy in the discard pile as soon as possible in the most efficient fashion.
Psychic Embrace feels like such a hack for the deck,
100%.
Allowing you to power up all sorts of attackers all in one go, and at the same time the damage counter that's normally a downside becomes upside thanks to the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory as well. Julius is going to hold on to his Ultra Ball by the looks of things, save that for a future turn and just retreat into an Itchy Pollen. We know that Marcus cleverly used the Ultra Ball on his first turn, so we'll still be able to get into a terrestrial Pokemon at least.
Interesting enough, going for 2 Psychic Energy instead of going for a Darkness Energy for next turn does only have 1 Ultra Ball in hand. So getting rid of that additional Psychic Energy, oh, well, does have another Ultra Ball in hand, but, you know, you're guaranteeing a Monkey Dory attachment for next turn. So interesting choice from Julius there. And here we see an Artisan from Marcus. You'd imagine a potential Hoot Hoot or another Eevee, perhaps.
Yeah, may as well get the freebie.
Yeah.
Why not? Also just going to eye up before using a Jewel Seeker is also reasonable. It's an awkward situation when you've gone early with Sylveon rather than finding Flareon EX immediately, because typically that's a great answer into Budew. Not only do you take that knockout, you get more energy into the mix and you get more Pokemon powered up in one turn.
I love seeing players' characteristics in how they play, because Marcus seems, you know, very slow, very patient with his deck. Julius ripping through his deck, knowing what he wants. I love seeing people's attitude towards the game and game states. But here we see Marcus potentially benching another Eevee
Yeah,
There's
I do
only
like
have
the
one on board.
choice.
Yeah.
It means you have to evolve into the Sylveon, I would imagine. You can still evolve into a Flareon with boosted evolution on the other Eevee you've benched this turn, if you're able to get it into the active position. And we are going to see a Dual Seeker now online, thanks to the evolution into Sylveon EX.
Yes. Here we see the Dual Seeker.
There's still the option to use Sparkling Crystal and Crispin to get multiple energy into play here. The Bravery Charm is keeping you out of range of a Fan Rotom, crucially.
Yes. He's going to have to try and find a way of retreating that Fan Rotom, unless he wants to take, well, he can't even take an early knockout on the Bidoof due to that Bravery Charm as well. So here we see the Crispin coming down. If he was able to find any sort of retreat for this Fan Rotom, we could have seen an early Angelite, as much as he would probably not want to, maybe waiting for Julius to evolve into some Gardevoirs. At least it does buy you a couple of turns, maybe. Here we see the Crispin for a Lightning Energy.
I don't mind going slowly with Sylveon, because Gardevoir's become a strange deck list in that it plays no copies of Boss's Orders. So if you don't take prize cards, the counter catcher isn't live, and Screamtail can't damage these Terrestrial EX Pokemon. So you can slow build this Sylveon and really put pressure on Julius without going too far ahead in the prize race. So Marcus might have identified that this is a crucial element of this matchup.
Yeah, we've seen the advantage already in the first couple of games that we've had on stream of how important the Terrestrial Pokemon ability, well, it is a kind of effect of the card, right, of having that inbuilt bench barrier. You know, not taking any prizes for Marcus, you know, the counter catcher is not live anymore wouldn't be live for Julius, so it does have the safety of just, you know, I'm just going to keep manually attaching to the Sylveon and wait for the right time to start attacking.
Yeah, there's no threat, to be honest. It feels like this can't be punished by Julius too much. Even if a Gardevoir does hit the board, you're not too concerned.
Yeah, and here we see the Ultra Ball with those 2 Psychic Energy. Now, you'd imagine he's going to go for a potential Curlier, perhaps, or going for a slower start himself, establishing another Monkey Dory, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a strange spot. If you start evolving into Curlier, he could just get Angelited away anyway.
Yeah, the threat
and you've seen your opponent start to power that up.
The threat's there, isn't it? I guess already for Julius of that Sylveon. So
it's already a puzzle.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a chess game, isn't it? It's a little bit of a mind game. When do I want to evolve into these Gardevoir EX? Do I evolve into them at the right time, when I can take most advantage, when I can take a big knockout on a Sylveon, perhaps?
Here's an alternative. Get the third rocks down.
Yes,
just say you can only remove 2 from play at once. It does spend an Ultra Ball, but fortunately you've got rid of a couple of Psych Energy. That's a benefit to you, and you can just sit behind Itchy Pollen a turn longer. I don't think Julius has much going on in his hand, to be honest.
No.
Might have to save this second Ultra Ball stashed in hand for maybe even a Pheasantipity if Marcus does begin to turn into the aggressor.
He's going to have to take full advantage of this Itchy Pollen as much as possible. Does nice stretcher for that Curlier. Evolves into the Curlier there. And of course, going for that Itchy Pollen onto that Fan Rotom. 20 damage now on that Fan Rotom.
Every damage counter does matter.
It does
you can manipulate it so much with Monkey Dory.
You know, the Adrenabrain, as we've already said, you know, 30 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, with all these Pokemon doing little damage time and time again, it does come up relevant sooner or later. And here we see the Ino from Marcus.
Could Angelite this turn if he wishes, but Julius has attempted to play around it already.
Yes.
There's no Dual Seeker from those 6 cards either, so we can't Dual Seek towards a Crystal. We have no energy to retreat here. Might have to be another turn off from Marcus.
Another Curlier in hand for Julius, and the Gardevoir EX, so can choose to evolve it if he does wish to. One thing I would mention, which could be very important for this game, is there's no rare candy for Julius. So even if he does have the... Oh, well, no, sorry. There is one in the prizes, so no available for him at the moment. So even if he does have 3 benched Ralts, if that Angelite is used for his most effective method of getting rid of a Curlier, or perhaps a Curlier and Gardevoir, or the 2 Gardevoir, it could come up relevant here.
Screamtail coming into the mix now that Gardevoir EX is here. If you preload damage, you are able to at least not be too concerned about the Angelite, because you can continue to pressurize with the Pokemon that you've put damage on. Feels like the 4 damage counters allows you to start using this Roaring Scream for 80, which should be enough to deal with some of these Hoot-Hoots.
I think just correcting myself there, that there was rare candy in the.
Yeah,
in the,
there's a couple more.
I thought it was the Bravery Charm, but there's actually 3 rare candy in the deck.
I was worried there.
Yeah. So here we see the Screamtail now.
Making sure that you can damage this Hoot, and you are able to. It just can't be sent to sleep.
Yes. here we see the Screamtail, Roaring Scream. You know, this has been a card that's just been so ever present in Gardevoir. You know, being able to snipe such large Pokemon and small.
Noctowl top deck, Ben.
Yes.
And Serendipity in hand. Marcus has the option for a few interesting plays here. You can also now have Countercatcher available. You could even put 2 energy from this Screamtail back into the deck.
Yes.
We know that Gardevoir loves to cycle energy through the discard pile. So if we can Countercatcher up another Pokemon, even one of these Rolts, we could try and Angelite back in the Gardevoir EX and Screamtail in one turn. Now, Marcus has already identified Sylveon EX, so he knows that that's certainly a path for him. Make it tough for Julius. As he takes these prize cards, give him more and more to work with so that Julius's own Iono start working against him.
Yes, and there's only so many opportunities now for Gardevoir to get that Psychic Energy in the discard pile. So if you're able to disrupt in that way, you know, that's going to only be to your advantage in disrupting your opponents. Now that there's refinement gone from Gardevoir, you're relying on those Ultra Balls, those Earthen Vessels, those Professor's Research, and of course, over time, those resources come pretty thin, don't they? And here we see the Nest Ball from Marcus is able to play the Nest Ball from the Area 0 under depths, of course.
Just going to fail the Nest Ball, perhaps, but spying a Jewel Seeker.
Going for the deck search of the Nest Ball, of course, and just
I think it would have been Latiasi X if anything, but that's in the top of the prize cards. Also an extra Hoot as well. Lots of Pokemon in those prizes.
This Rotom's been in the active for quite a while now, but he's able to take a knockout, right, on the...
I feel like Angelite's just the stronger line.
Yeah.
Taking the 1 feels awkward. That's playing into the hands of a Gardevoir, and we see the Countercatcher put to the top of the hand. I really like this idea. If you put Screamtail back, remove those Psychic Energy, only give Julius 1 Psychic to play with. That's so annoying.
Yes. Now, one thing for Julius, didn't go for evolving one of the Rolts into a Curlier last turn either.
True.
So...
it would have just gone back into the deck, of course.
It would have just, yeah, it would have, yeah. But at least it would have put a little bit of thinking on Marcus, right?
That's
because
true.
If he does go for the Roaring Moon, sorry, the Screamtail now, at least, you know, you would have had the security of having a Curlier on board.
What interesting attack. There's none like it currently in standard format, that Angelite attack. It's similar to an old GX attack, interestingly enough, of a Sylveon GX. Chooses 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon. You shuffle those Pokemon and all the cards attached into their deck. And then you can't use Angelite next turn. So you have to time this correctly, but it can really change up board positions. And from that spot, that's when you try and get your advantages later. The second Jewel Seeker comes in for a Terra Orb here. A great little cheeky card you can grab to find extraterrestrial Mons. It's another Sylveon.
Ooh, another Sylveon,
Ben, that tells me that we're trying this a lot throughout the game.
I'm going to be Angelating. Yeah, and of course, going for the Screamtail, like you said, putting that Psychic Energy back into the deck, you know, with only an Iono in hand, with the Psychic Energy, you're going to be relying on really awkward methods of discarding Psychic Energy, like maybe a manual retreat or what have you. So, yeah, it could be interesting in the later turns as to how Julius gets around this Angelite if Marcus goes through that method.
I'm intrigued to see Marcus's choice. I love it as well. With the Countercatcher, allows you to get rid of those 2 Psychic Energy in addition to Julius's only Stage 2 Pokemon in play. And that's going to be such a headache, like you said, Ben. We can evolve into a Curlier easily. Then we're going to Iono and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Outside of that, we may be not attacking at all or simply going back into Itchy Pollen, and that puts Marcus back in the driver's seat.
And this is the disadvantage of these Stage 2 Pokemon, is that it does take a while to get set up, right? Unless you have cards like Rare Candy, it will take you a while to get up and running into these larger Stage 2 Pokemon. So, you know, if Marcus is able to perhaps gust this Curlier and disrupt, you know, it could, you know, come up trumps for Julius here. And here we see the Iono and the manual attachment into Rods. I would love to see it just a retreat into the Bidoof, into just an Itchy Pollen. I think that's just the way forward, right?
Ooh, picked up Candy Gardevoir, though.
Ooh, nice.
So there are more options. But like you said, I feel like the Itchy Pollen is still reasonable here.
No way of an alternative attacker, though, really, is there? Apart from the Monkey Dory, doesn't have any way of finding another Screamtail or a Drifloon, perhaps.
You could use a Mind Bend.
You could use Mind Bend, yeah. Could use a Monkey Dory.
It.
does stop
the Sylveon EX does have a high retreat cost.
Does stop an attack from the Sylveon. Or, well, at least you reduce the odds of an attack from the Sylveon. Isn't able to use Angelite next turn. I think that's a crucial element of Angelite. You're not able to stream this attack turn after turn. So here we see the...
What a favourable Iono. Wow, finding Rare Candy Gardevoir. And we are going to see more energy loaded up onto the new Monkey Dory. That means you're protecting the Darkness energy on the bench, so you can continue with your Adrenabrain. Here comes a 3 damage heal from the active. And we're prepping the Fan Rotom. Once again, those couple pokes from Baju now puts that Fan Rotom tantalizingly close. And we're going to see the spin around of the Sylveon EX, because that is now confused. And that truly is a headache for Marcus now. He's in a tough spot.
Does have Keyring in hand, so is able to get out of the active, and for a manual attachment and retreat back into that Sylveon, is able to take a knockout. But what I would have loved to have seen here is for Marcus to take a Gust knockout on one of the Curlier, really start putting the pressure on Julius, because of course that Angelite is going to be coming in thick and fast, of course. 2 on the field now, and with Crispin at the helm as well, is able to get that attack up and running for perhaps next turn for that consecutive disruption.
Nest Ball is open for you to grab Mew EX as well, so you don't have to pay retreat. You can start loading up another Sylveon perhaps.
Yes.
That could also be going through Marcus's mind. It does put down another vulnerable multi-prize Pokemon.
I mean, Marcus has used all of his Hutu on board now as well, so Jewel Seeker isn't going to be a way forward.
Just a pass.
Just a pass. Interesting. Okay.
Plays it slower. It does allow Julius to maybe get more creative once again with Gardevoir. There's now 6 counters on the active Sylveon. It has 270 hit points. So we could prep it up even more now with Adrenabrain.
Yeah.
And physically attack with the Gardevoir even. Could be a line of play.
I do like the pass, only because saving that Kieran would have meant it would have been for the Angelite turn. And of course, if you are going to be attacking, you're going to be knocking out that Monkey Dory, which puts Julius in the advantage because he does have 2 Psychic Energy to play with for a bigger knockout.
The thing is, the Sylveon on the bench is so much safer. When you know you're not worried about Countercatcher and you can't be Screamtailed, I would have loved to retain those energy as much as possible. Now there's an aggressive line available for Julius.
Yeah, still is able to find an attack if he wishes. Does bench the Lily's Clefairy.
Well, that's doing a huge chunk.
I'm going to be needing to do my maths.
There's a 6 bench for Marcus and a full bench from Julius.
Does do
so we're rondoing in.
So we are taking knockouts on this Sylveon EX. This is a huge knockout, and now it's going to be putting pressure onto Marcus to find a potential Crispin, to put the energy onto this Sylveon EX to start using that Angelite if that's the route he wants to go down.
Let's finish off the Fan Rotom. I like taking knockout on a turn. You're taking a knockout with an attack as well, so they get 1 flip the script use and not potentially multiple over turns later down the line. And let's Rondo.
It's whether Marcus can find the Angelite now with only 2 Gardevoir lines on the field now. You feel like that's definitely the turn that you want to perhaps do it, but with that Lily's Clefairy, he is going to be doing consistent damage now. There is an attacker on board, right?
Yeah, and there's the Sparkling Crystal plus Water Energy in the hand. That's the combination for Angelite, but then you're taking even more damage. You're taking on water.
Yeah.
That's the concern here.
You're not getting rid of a threat on board, which is the Lily's Clefairy. So what does Marcus see as the biggest threat here? And of course, if even not taking a knockout, at least he isn't able to find a sort of Drifloon big knockout on any of these Pokemon as well.
That's the thing. I think Julius is in that great position. He's got 2 prize cards remaining, and that Lily's Clefairy is threatening in its own right. So even if there is the Angelite once again here, Julius can at least announce an attack, and then from there he's close to closing out the game.
Yeah, can you deal with this, next turn? Interesting.
The only protection, once again, it comes back to the deck list of these recent Gardevoirs playing no Boss's Orders in the list. So if a Terrestrial Pokemon is damaged and they're not ahead on prize cards, you can't bring it back into the active or deal with it in any way.
No.
Apart from Monkey Dory.
And the Sylveon isn't knocking out this Lily's Clefairy either, only doing 160 damage with that first attack. So, that threat's going to be there whether you like it or not. So perhaps an Angelite is the only way for Marcus, I guess. Or a potential Gust like we saw in that other Angelite turn. A Gust, then an Angelite on the Lily's Clefairy, perhaps?
So here's the concern. We're adding more Pokemon into play. That makes the Lily's Clefairy even more threatening with this Ultra Ball. The final card in hand for Marcus is a Mew EX. So you can draw some additional cards, but that's more vulnerable Pokemon coming onto the board. And crucially, it puts the Sylveon EX in more danger. It's nearer to Adrenabrain to finish off the game. Let's see what these 3 cards can offer. Kieran doesn't change much.
Julius effectively thumbs upping, right? Saying, yeah, just bench more.
That's fine, keep
going. That's fine, keep going. Yeah.
Do we see Iono? No Iono from the Mew EX or the Pheasantipity. That was definitely a card Marcus was trying to find. He lowered his hand size as much as possible, but has not been able to find what he needs.
Does have the Kieran, so can take a knockout on this Ladies Clefairy, right?
It doesn't feel like that, just feels like you're going further and further behind from that stage.
Yeah. And you just want to hope that Julius doesn't find any sort of Drift Loon attack for the big knockout on the Sylveon EX, right?
Yeah, I think you just have to hope this Sylveon can sponge for a turn. Then maybe you go into your Clefairy and deal with them, deal with your opponents, or use Terrapagos to take the knockout and then hope that you're close enough. It's another Angelite coming in from Marcus. Yes. So far, he's launched 2 attacks. They've both been Angelites from Sylveons.
You said it was maybe the way forward for the Sylveon. It seems
you can see why I'm saying maybe as well, can't you?
Maybe.
You can see why it's a maybe, because the damage, the prize cards are totting down, the damage is racking up.
It might be the way. Yeah.
Let's see. Julius, what can you sculpt?
Doesn't have any Draw Spore in hand, but does have the Scream Tail with...
Couple Vessel as well.
With the, I think also Bravery Charm as well.
Could be Bravery Charm, could be Ultra Ball as well, I think, in that hand. If you can get at least a Rolts down, that's starting to pressure again. Yeah.
Does he have game here? I think he does, right? Ultra Ball. Oh, no Bravery Charm. Okay, fine.
Well, how far are we with our Rondo right now? 200, 220 right now with the Full Moon Rondo.
I was thinking whether he could take knockout with the Scream Tail on that Mew EX.
We can't scream. We've lost our Gardevoirs.
Oh, yes. Easy mistake to make. You always think it's live.
You do, you do.
Yeah, the only attack available here is going to be the Lily's Clefairy, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I think for Marcus, finding any sort of retreat, tanking a hit with the Sylveon here and taking a knockout on the Rolts,
this is the,
or maybe even the Lily's Clefairy.
This is the only headache, right, that Julius is going to get so close to KOing the Sylveon, he might just be a few Adrenabrains away.
Yes.
The Scream Tail's a strange card to hold on to because it can't finish off a Terrestrial EX Pokemon.
And of course, with Marcus being on 6 prizes, Julius being on 2, the Can of Catcher isn't going to be live any soon, right?
This is the big issue. We're going to see Scream Tail come down.
Come down, yeah.
Let's put 2 onto the Sylveon. There's an obvious objective here. Get as close as possible to the Sylveon EX with the Full Moon Rondo.
And it's going to be...
we're at 260, I believe.
260, yeah. 20 damage off for the Full Moon Rondo.
That's a tantalizing 1 damage counter on a benched Monkey Dory. Julius is setting himself up in a great position.
You need to take knockout this turn on anything. You cannot hit into this Lily's Clefairy without attacking.
Looks like it's a concession of game number 1 here. Julius put himself 10 damage away, and Marcus had no response there. Julius playing so well around that awkward Angelite, but kept enough pressure, enough attackers on this board to continue churning through those prize cards. He made it look easy, Ben.
It's a bold strategy, but let's see if it pays off for him. And here we see now shuffling up for game 2. And yeah, I mean, like you said, unfortunately the Angelite just wasn't enough. You couldn't find it on those most efficient turns, and Julius benching that 3rd Rolts came up to his advantage in the end because he was able to find an additional option, and having the threat of that Scream Tail earlier on turn 2 meant that Marcus had a decision to make, right? Do I Angelite that Scream Tail? Do I go for the disruption approach? And that's exactly what he did, but it just wasn't enough.
I really liked in this game 1 the use of that Monkey Dory mind bending really put Marcus in a strange position. He chose not to protect this Sylveon, which meant the Clefairy could finish off the first one and then put a huge chunk into the second Sylveon as well. It's very rare you see Gardevoir as the aggressor.
Yes.
And in this case, Julius found a great window to put enough damage prepped along the board to close out the game number 1 there. I wonder if Marcus is going to take a different approach. I feel like there were some awkward prize cards like Latias EX in there, meant the Fan Rotom was trapped for a decent amount of time. There was one of those Flareon EX in the prizes as well. I personally like a bit of a mix and match. I like I like the Flareon coming in first. That naturally thins your deck, and you get to pressurize prize cards. And then it puts Julius in this strange situation where he needs to reload attackers, Monkey Dories, and be aware of that Angelite threat. I think if you're just going to sit back and Angelite, it's too easy for Julius to just be aware of what's happening.
It gives you the security of another approach, doesn't it? I mean, you know, doing damage and taking prize cards, like you said, it does add pressure onto your opponent's board. So, yeah, it'll be... it's whether Marcus sees that line of play in this game too. You know that pressure's on. We're playing Gardevoir. It is a slower archetype, so time may be a factor into this one as well. So for Marcus, it's whether he does go for that Flareon, a more aggressive approach, and start getting those Sylveon up and running as early as possible. And here we see the start here from Marcus. You imagine it's going to be for that fan rotom, for that fan call. Start getting set up for game here. Getting those EVs down, getting those Hootoots down is oh so important.
It's a vital piece of this deck. It feels so awkward at times when you have low counts of all of your stage 1 Pokemon, tech Pokemon in the mix as well, but just one ball search card really gets you rolling.
Yes.
And you've got to feel, oh, it's not going to be the fan rotom here. That has to be a surprise for me. I think there's already a Sylveon in the hand. Here we go. We're going to go for the fan call instead, and that means you can get more value. You can grab not only some Hoot, but also a Noctowl into the hand.
Yeah, it definitely gives you, it just gives you that security, doesn't it? It's not like one of these abilities where it's only searching basics. It's searching that crucial Jewel Seeker ability on Noctowl as well. So you can imagine it's going to be 2 Hootoots and a Noctowl. That's usually the line of play, right? Unless you have a Noctowl in hand or one of those pieces. And here we see that's the play from Marcus. Only one EV on board now. I guess you do have the safety of Julius not taking those earlier knockouts. It's not too aggressive, right? So you can afford to just have one on board. And here we see Marcus shuffling up, and Julius is going to be looking to pretty much do the same as last turn, right? I would expect the same as last game, right? Which is pretty much the same game plan.
I think there's a turn
for most of the matchups, right?
Yeah, this does put you in range of attacking with Sylveon even from turn 2. There's one already in the hand and Jewel Seeker available, so Marcus' turn didn't look too impressive, but it is threatening a lot.
Yes.
Let's see what the opening hand looks like for Julius. Well, already has access to an Earthen Vessel, but first it's going to be a Nest Ball to search a deck for some basics. He's got to be fairly happy with his prize cards. He did prize his Secret Box, a spec, and a couple of his Artisan, but he should still have a decent dig into the deck turn 1, because he is holding on to that Iono. So can be at least content with that. He can start pitching a couple Psych Energy as he goes, using Earthen Vessel, retreating this Monkey Dory. All makes sense to me.
I think what I love about the format at the moment is that Julius had rather gone for a Bidoof than a Ralts.
Yeah.
Despite not having any other way of searching his deck for the Ralts. Sees the advantage of taking that Bidoof, and here we see the first Earthen Vessel going for that Psychic Energy and that Darkness Energy. I guess going for the Darkness Energy, you need to manually retreat here, right? So you wouldn't want to necessarily manually retreat.
I think we're still attaching. Yeah, I think we're still attaching the Psychic, but it shows just how important it is to see more Psychic to discard Vulture Balls and whatnot. Yeah, there we go. Psych Energy, 2 Monkey Dory, into the bench Screamtail, into the Iono. Both players getting a fresh 6 cards.
Thinning the deck of Psychic Energy is not what you want when you're putting it on the bottom of your deck, right? So yeah, going for that Darkness Energy increases your odds of finding the Psychic Energy, and in connection with those discard effects as well is exactly what you want to see. 2 Ultra Ball in hand, Pheasantipity, Gardevoir EX, I think, and the Psychic Energy.
It's not the best, but you can get 1 Ralts established and at least go into Bidoof here.
Wow,
discard a Psychic Energy and maybe the Lily's Clefairy. I would imagine you have so many Night Stretcher that you can recover these basics quite happily. Yeah.
Going for the Lily's Clefairy, seeing the special advantage in keeping the Fez and the Gardevoir EX, of course. Now it's going for the Ralts, like you said. You'd imagine...
It's a solid turn 1, but there's not much follow-up.
No.
The only follow-up would be Pheasantipity EX.
Yes. And for this matchup in particular, you want to try and find as many Ralts as possible, right, to get them up and going. If Marcus is able to find some sort of early pressure, perhaps even a boss and a energy attachment, I know it's a lot, but if you are able to find it, you know, Marcus can go up and running on this matchup. Does have a
Cyrano supporter in hand for Marcus, so he can attack with a Flareon, as there's also a Fire Energy in this hand.
Yeah.
You could also find your EV, EX, and power that up with a Burning Charge. You would initiate the prize race, and you could start getting to work on attacking with a Sylveon EX later. That's one of the great things of this Cyrano. It's a one-of in the deck. There are many one-ofs of these archetypes because of Jewel Seeker, of course. But it means you can get not only your stage 1s, but thanks to EV-EX in the mix, you can also get a Pokemon to power up here.
We've seen N Zoroark take a advantage of the Cyrano, but of course...
Still ignoring the Flareon. Sorry, Ben. That's a surprise to me. It felt like such a simplistic turn.
Yeah.
Start that prize race. You know your opponent's playing Secret Box, not Unfair Stamp, so you can walk into that quite happily.
He's going for the heavier
approach on Angela. And you're still powering up Sylveon. Yeah. With only one Ralts in play, it felt like you could still Angelite later and it would be powerful.
Maybe you take just an early knockout with the Flareon, perhaps? With the Sylveon, perhaps, I guess?
It's got a 3 energy attack cost, though. You can't use the Magical Charm from this board, I don't think. EVEX comes down, but yeah, I'm not seeing a means of using Flareon. It looks like we're just slow attaching to the Sylveon, but the Fire Energy doesn't help. Approach. The Fire Energy does not help at all here. As we evolve up, we even had the option of using Colourful Friends.
Yeah.
But we've evolved out of that now. It's a surprise that we're not seeing pressure here from me.
Yeah, I agree. It's an awkward space to be in for Marcus.
His hand is terrible, by the way.
Just giving additional turns to Julius. Of course, he does have a bit of a dead hand here, but you know, giving extra turns to Julius to get set up, especially as a powerful Stage 2 Pokemon, it's not really what you want to see. You see the manual attachment from Marcus.
The Jules theme tune is playing here, Ben, because there's a slowly building up Sylveon, and you've seen that Julius now is supporterless in the hand. Oh, there's the Professor's research.
Nice, very good.
This changes everything. Now Julius is off to the races. He can discard a Psychic Energy and Pheasantip TEX. I believe there was a rare candy in hand as well.
Finding the other Ralts. This is a crucial Ralts as well.
Okay, so it's just a Ralts.
If Marcus was able to find Gust Knockout on that single Ralts next turn and keep that Angelite as an option for the next turn, that would have been amazing. But unfortunately for Marcus, just a manual attachment and pass was what he went for.
Oh, it was a card one, not the candy.
Just throwing the cards down. The disrespect. Throwing the cards down, drawing a fresh 7 cards as well. If I know Julius, and I do, he's laughing in his head. he's laughing.
Is it just an Itchy Pollen here? No, it's still more options to assess.
Doesn't find rare candy. I always mistake the Bravery Charm for rare candy. But more options for Julius to ponder.
No rare candy pop-offs, though, so we can't get too crazy.
Does have Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball in hand. They do really complement each other, don't they? Finding the 2 Psychic Energy, then just foddering the Psychic Energy with Ultra Ball. But does he see the line in getting rid of another Monkey Dory? Or does he want to save that one?
I think this is fine, just a Pollen, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
You whiffed your rare candy combination, so let's just sit behind this a little longer. Psychic Energy is not the right one to finish off powering up the Sylveon EX unless we're trying to use its first attack.
He could, I think for Marcus, he could have used Sparkling Crystal last turn, right, to start doing
I don't think he had access to Jewel Seeker.
There was an Ultra Ball in hand, I think.
Yeah, but he was Itchy Pollen.
Ah, of course he was.
The classic.
Yeah. The classic. Easy to forget.
Here comes the Iono for 6. Can we now Jewel Seek or find the crystal naturally? Well, there's your answer. Noctowl is in the hand.
So Noctowl is there now for Marcus. What's he going to be finding here?
I think we're waving goodbye to Ralts.
Yes.
If I had to guess.
You'd think so.
We've taken this slow build approach.
Just hope that Julius doesn't have a way of finding 2 Ralts next turn and start bosses ordering.
That's the thing. If you catch them one at a time, and the way Gardevoir is built now, there are no Buddy Poffin in the list whatsoever.
No.
So it's hard to find multiple Ralts consecutively, especially when they're going into the deck and not the discard pile. When they're knocked out, you have those Night Stretcher to find multiple.
Yes.
But when they're thrown back into the deck, you're like, oh, shucks, I can't get them again.
You're really relying on those draw supporters, right? You're really relying on Research and Iono to find what you need. That's why there's so many in the deck, 4 of the maximum count of draw supporters in this Gardevoir list. And just finding those Nest Balls and Ultra Balls is so crucial. But again, like you said, Night Stretcher is also a card that it sees a big advantage in playing 4 of in most of these lists. But
there's the A-Spec. Sparkling Crystal allows the Sylveon now to use the Angelite. Both Ralts shuffled in for Julius. Marcus once again saying, I don't need prize cards. I'm attacking the board in a different way.
How do you like this?
Yeah, I know. It's a new type of headache for Julius to overcome. He was able to do so in the first game. Let's see how his hand can adapt.
Another Iono.
Does have Nest Ball and Iono, so can at least reload 1 Ralts.
2 nest ball in hand as well. I don't know if research is...
Wow.
Yeah, two rare candy, sorry. So is gonna... You feel like he has to INO here rather than research. I don't know if there was research in hand, but INO is definitely going to be the choice of option for draw supporter here. Yeah, there was research. Is forced to INO here at this point with 2 rare candy in hand. Doesn't want to get rid of those resources lightly. And with 3 psychic energy in the discard as well, there is sort of that ever-growing pressure of having enough psychic energy in the discard pile. Fresh 6 now for Julius. Does he find another way of finding a Ralts? Does he find one? Oh, finds an Ultra Ball. And 2 psychic energy.
That's a great rip from Julius, putting himself back in a decent position. Can continue to filter those energy. Maybe spend a turn attachment attaching to Monkey Dory as well for more preparation. So we can get Adrenabrain online earlier.
Earthen Vessel for a Psychic and a Darkness Energy as well is able to now attach to that Monkey Dory and still get rid of those 2 Psychic Energy with Ultra Ball. This is a huge hand for Julius.
He's not holding on to much beyond this.
No.
But getting 2 Ralts down and prepping Candy Gardevoir for the following turn is pretty much all you can do. I believe there's a Gardevoir in the discard pile.
There is a Gardevoir in the discard pile. So this is like a perfect sequence of hand, a perfect sequence of hand. Sequence of resources in the hand for Julius. But of course, you would imagine Marcus is going to, well, you would hope that he's going to start using Boss's Orders on those Ralts to start putting on some onward pressure on this Gardevoir. Now,
we were in this position in the first game. Marcus was using Angelite. This is a turn where he can't Angelite again.
No.
And he now launches an attack with Sylveon and says, Julius, from this low hand size, can you get into a stage 2 Pokemon?
Now, what I do like about this play, at least from Marcus, is that saving the Gust means that he is able to use Angelite next turn, if possible, on 2 Ralts or 2 Evolutions, Curlier and Gardevoir in combination. So at least he's seeing what's my most efficient turn to use Angelite.
This Ultra Ball top deck changes everything. Now Julius, rather than just going for 0-card Gardevoir, can grab Pheasantipsy, draw the 3, and then you can have the best of both worlds. An engine on the board while still guaranteeing Gardevoir EX.
Does find a Curlier and another Night Stretcher as well, so doesn't even have to use the Ultra Ball to find Gardevoir this turn. This is pretty big and does have a Scream Tail, so does have an optional attacker on board as well.
You know that Gardevoir...
2 Gardevoir in the discard pile as well.
Oh, they're both in the discard pile, so finding another Night Stretch is massive.
I don't know whether it was Lily's Clefairy
it could have been,
or Gardevoir. It probably would have been Gardevoir. Lily's Clefairy. Let's have a look.
Could be either, it is Lily's Clefairy. There's also the Darkness Energy. Oh, there's a few options. So yeah, we can Ultra Ball the Gardevoir still.
Then Ultra Ball for the other Gardevoir.
We're doing the same thing again from Julius. What I really like from him, this bench is full and we can use Adrenabrain to finish off the Sylveon thanks to the Full Moon Rondo. So we can get into Gardevoir, that's powered up, but then there's also the Clefairy staring down at Marcus. So if ever he gets creative with shenanigans of Angelite again, you're still going to have so many threats developed that you can always respond.
So you'd imagine an evolution into the active Ralts, so you get that Adrenabrain up and running with 2 Psychic
Literally
Embrace.
cracking his knuckles. It's time to Psychic Embrace,
This is my turn. 2 Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir. Of course, it is a 2 energy retreat cost. But putting 40 damage on that Gardevoir does activate Adrenabrain. This is why it's so good. You know, it has such great synergy with that Adrenabrain. And that crucial 20 damage is going to put that Sylveon in range of a knockout now with that Full Moon Rondo on the Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, 2 full benches. This Lily's Clefairy not just going to be a card used against Dragapult. We've seen Julius use it effectively in both games so far. Julius just deciding what's the better Pokemon to heal the damage off of here. Do you want to protect your Gardevoir EX, or do you want to push Clefairy out of range of a Sylveon's attack?
Yeah, Magical Charm doing 160 damage for the Sylveon EX. So does see the importance
Julius just making sure the map is right.
Yeah.
With 10 bench Pokemon, that's 200 plus the 20 from Clefairy itself. So there we go. With the 3 counters from Monkey Dory, we are knocking out this Sylveon EX quite comfortably. And Julius once again going further ahead in this prize race now, having taken his first 2.
And with only 1 attachment on that EVEX, it does mean that he's going to be relying on Crispin if he does want to be using any sort of attack with Sylveon, or perhaps going for a Flareon here. Perhaps he does know that Julius does have a low hand size with only Nest Ball and Clefairy in hand. They would be very minimal response from Julius. Doesn't have any sort of bravery charm for a big knockout.
If we can find a Jewel Seeker, we could, because we have Pheasantipity, so we can draw 3 first. If we find Jewel Seeker, we can Crispin and countercatch and take out the damaged Gardevoir EX, perhaps?
Yes.
And force even more rare candy. I feel like Carnelian has to be your best line here.
Could do the 280 with that Flareon.
I don't think we see any access to Jewel Seeker.
Does have the Sylveon.
It's another Sylveon, though. We didn't use Angelite last turn.
No, we didn't.
So it's open again.
I think that's probably the method that he's going to go for.
We're questioning it because it didn't work in game number 1. And we're in a similar position again here.
I mean, he knows that Julius only has 2 cards in hand, right? So at least he has the security of...
Fire Energy retreat
into the Fan Rotom. Has already used the manual attachment now, so you feel like this Fan Rotom is going to be a bit of a sacrificial lamb for this turn. Maybe trying to take advantage of an INO to its maximum effect with Julius going down to 3 prize cards if he does knock out this Fan Rotom, I guess.
My concern is that there are so many Psychic Energy banked in Julius's discard pile that he can get roaring, screaming. With his Scream Tail that's already on the bench, he doesn't need to do anything, even if he has no cards in hand. He's literally playing with 1 card in hand, or 2 cards in hand right now from the prize cards.
Yeah, there's enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile now. If you did Angelite this Lily's Clefairy, it wouldn't be as effective as in a disruption option. You would see the Professor
Picking up the Noctowl, that can be useful for next turn. And it means if you are attacked with a Scream Tail, you'll at least still have access to 1 Jewel Seeker. Taking a turn off here.
Yeah, it's not a line that you usually want to go down. Oh, on top deck of the Professor's Research from Julius. This is huge. Another 7 cards here that he's able to see. Finds another Research as well. Finds that Bravery Charm as well. And another Psychic Energy. This is massive. Does have Screamtail on board as well, so can start sniping around this Fan Rotom if he wishes.
Countercatcher not live, because all we've done is Angelite.
Yeah, Countercatcher is not live.
I know you've had to make 3 Gardevoirs already, but...
Yeah, I made that mistake earlier, so I always think it's live. I'm always down on prizes.
I think we have 5 Psychic Energy to play with, so Screamtail, especially with the Bravery Charm pickup.
Yeah.
Can be dishing out 200, and Adrenabrain could finish off maybe even Pheasantipity EX here.
Yeah, I love doing damage around this Fan Rotom, just giving more of a headache to Marcus. Now...
Depends how much energy you want to play around with. You can commit more. You could potentially fall prey to... It's going to be a manual attachment from Julius. I think he might be content just with a single prize KO, not falling into the trap of potential Jamming Tower tech cards.
Sure.
Adrenabrain going to push this Gardevoir back out of range of any easy means of dealing with it for a Flareon.
He could have taken the knockout on the Latias here, right?
He could have. Or the Pheasantipity. They were open.
Yeah.
But he's choosing just to take the 1 instead and set up the Fan Rotom with multiple Monkey Dory.
Okay.
So you know you can take... Oh, well, maybe not. Not going the full way. So
yeah,
adding more damage to your Screamtail means that even if there isn't Angelite, you can even KO a Noctowl later as well, and you're still not playing into the Tool Jammer.
Seeing that Jewel Seeker is the main engine for Marcus, reducing the opportunity to use more and more of these Jewel Seeker is only going to be to the disadvantage of Marcus. There's so much disruption here for Marcus, just having those 1 Jewel Seeker now live. Does go for the Countercatcher on the Pheasantipity. Is this a Gust and Stall play? I feel like it might be, but could potentially go for an Angelite this turn if he's able to find Crispin.
I feel like we're going to try.
I feel like he kind of got to, but going for a potential INO instead.
We've already spent our spark, even with Jewel Seeker enabled, Marcus opting to go for the INO instead. That Professor's Research rip was huge for Julius last turn.
Now, what I do like about this board state for Marcus, there's 5 energy on board attached to 2 Pokemon for Julius. So even if he was able to Angelite, at least he'd get 5 energy back into the deck with only 2 in the discard pile. So that would have been great, actually. But not seeing that line of play, not evolving that Hootoots to find that Crispin. Here we see the
flip the script. 3 additional cards. There is the option for Area 0. Some Nestball coming into hand as well alongside Super Rod. So we can try and reload some Pokemon. Maybe getting an additional Hoot onto this board could be a good shout here.
I feel like Julius loved seeing that Area 0 under depths because, as we've already established, it is increasing the damage output from that Lily's Clefairy EX with that Full Moon Rondo. But, you know, these decks, these Terrasolite focused decks, I would like to call them, you know, with the Sylveon, with the Ogerpon, all of these types of decks really rely on this Area 0 under depths and having a massive board state. You want to put as many Hootoo down as possible, and it only increases the damage output of the Clefairy EX, which is littering the format right now, right?
Yeah, not much coming together still for Marcus. I can't see a strong line at all, really. You've owned your opponent down and you're hoping that it's hard to retreat a 1 retreat cost Pheasantipity EX. You're taking another turn off. The only energy I can see in hand is a Fire Energy. We've committed so proactively to these Sylveon. Never once weaved in the Flareon.
Yep.
We're going to get a Hoot back now, at least, so we can Nest Ball one out.
Does have 7 energy on board, Julius, so...
Just the 7?
Just the 7. Well, 7 energy in play. There's 2 in the discard. Right? And then there's... oh, no, there's 8. Yeah, sorry. There's 6 on board.
And 2 in...
And 2 in the discard pile, so... Does have a lower odds of finding a manual attachment and retreat, but does have a plethora of Night Stretcher
That's the thing.
in the deck. So you feel like the odds are pretty slim for Marcus to have this disruption.
You've created a headache for yourself by going so wide on the bench as well now, because Clefairy is just becoming more and more threatening. There's the pass.
Oh, finds the Courier as well. And here we see an INO.
Throw the INO into the mix. Marcus trying to establish a larger hand size, but that's immediately thrown away by Julius, even though he's getting just the 3 cards. Do we see Night Stretcher or a basic energy here? Earthen Vessel.
Finds the Earthen Vessel and a Night Stretcher. Brilliant. Okay, fine.
I believe the Vessel can get the final energy out of the deck here. Instead, it's just going to use Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
Turn attach.
Manual attachment, retreat, and perhaps going for that Screamtail, finding further knockouts on the bench, perhaps. Going for another
onto evens. Yeah. You're saving that Clefairy to also be a huge threat on the bench. Now, what do you even Angelite if you're Marcus? There's a threatening Clefairy, there's a Gardevoir, there's a Curlier ready to rumble. There's so many Pokemon.
I feel like you have to go for the Screamtail and there's Clefairy combo, but yeah, unsure where this game goes now.
Hoot again. Julius down to 2 prize cards. 2 minutes remaining on the clock in round number 5. Julius has had exceptional play so far with Gardevoir. Game number 1 went pretty smoothly. It's game number 2 going more of the same. Where can Marcus go from here?
Yeah, this feels just like a repeat of game 1, just with a bit of added Screamtailness to this one. Taking some easy knockouts on the Hoot, which is actually more of an advantage than he was in game 1, disrupting Marcus from finding those Jewel Seeker abilities, those crucial Jewel Seekers to start getting up and running. But Marcus relying a bit too heavily on the Angeli. We've already said about how important the Flareon EX could be to start putting some early pressure on these evolving Pokemon. But here we see, I think only the second Jewel Seeker ability of this game. Going into the deck now, perhaps finding Crispin, because he's going to have to start doing something here, right?
Crispin will allow you to weave in the Sylveon once again, and there is Counter Catcher if you want to move the Screamtail, but like we've said, Ben, I see 4 threatening Pokemon at least on this board.
Yeah, certainly do. Here's the Crispin as well, and now that even that Gardevoir's out of range for Flareon EX with the Carnelian attack as well. So
there was a 1-turn window, and that shut immediately.
Yeah, that was shut pretty thick and fast by Julius, as you can imagine. And here we see the Crispin attaching the Psychic Energy and the Lightning Energy. Of course, Crispin, you attach 1 from deck, 1 goes into your hand, but from more often than not, people find it is a acceleration of 2 energy.
Yeah.
It's very rare unless it's of course the Monkey Dory shenanigans.
Pheasantipity back up.
And
if you shuffle any energy back, it allows Julius to find them again and just retreat. So maybe you still go Curlier Gardevoir here and just say the energy that are scattered on the board, they're stuck there.
They're stuck there now, yeah.
Maybe you're relying on those final 2 prize cards being awkward.
Yeah. Maybe
the issue is you're a game down, and that's a long-term strategy to win a game 2.
It's a long-term strategy.
We're coming down to the final seconds of this game number 2.
And Lazy Clefairy is just so threatening, though. I think Marcus might go for it, you know.
I'm concerned about everything.
I'm concerned, just in general.
We're going to get confirmation of time as well as this Angelite is being announced.
Gardevoir EX and Screamtail. I think, was opted for there
We're
by
seeing
Marcus.
a discussion of both players. I believe Marcus can note, well, we're going to see...
Going for the fist
yeah,
bump.
trying to argue that he can't lose in this position.
I'm going to win.
We're still going to see the Angelite. We're still seeing... If only it was that easy.
Yeah, I'm going to win. You may as well, yeah.
There were a chunk of energy going back into the deck as well, so Marcus is hoping to dodge attachments from Julius here. Not saying that he's out of resources, just well, we do see the fist bump now, so there's confirmation. Julius winning 1-0 here in our round number 5 and continues on an undefeated record.
I think the reason for the scoop there from Marcus is that I can't take 5 prizes in this game, right?
No.
I've only got 2 additional turns after turn time, so you know it's going to be impossible for me. I may as well just scoop it up here, give you the win here, because it's just going to be a draw. If anything, Julius still had out to even win that game. And Julius, as you can imagine, going on a strong record now, 5-0 into this tournament, into the later stages. I spoke about with Mike about how stories really start to solidify themselves, and here we see the replay and how that game unfolded. Marcus didn't really do much apart from Angelite, right?
He announced Angelite a lot, that's for sure. This was game number 1, Julius weaving in the confusion, which I did think was a big choice here. Even that 60 damage prep was massive as we got later into the game, where this Lily's Clefairy EX really came into its elements, where the Full Moon Rondo was able to finish off a damaged Sylveon, and then once again put even more pressure on Marcus's second Sylveon. So don't worry about Julius's bench. He was working on that because the Angelite kept throwing those back into the deck. As long as I have an aggressive attacker, I'm still in the driver's seat.
I think Marcus maybe thought about this game too much. Maybe his approach to the game was probably a bit too much of a mind game with the Angelite. How can I use this effectively? Maybe focusing on it a little bit too much, forgetting about the advantage of the Flareon EX with that burning charge ability, burning charge attack, and that Carnelian as well. Just forgetting that it even existed, it looks like. You know, not even getting it down at any point.
That's the issue with Angelite. You can't do it every single turn of the game. As we come to these final stages, Julius going down to a couple prize cards and having 4 threats on the board at once. Gardevoir's threatening. Curlier can evolve into a Gardevoir very easily. Then having the Clefairy and the Screamtail at a time, and the eventual fist bump there as we came into those final seconds of the game. But like you said, Ben, I think because you can't Angelite every turn, you need to weave in that Flareon as well. You need to be able to pressurize, take out the Budgies, get that initial prize race going. Unlike a Dragapult matchup where you're going to get immediately stamped, you can get Iono to 5. That's fine. You're powering up Sylveon as you go, and then if ever you can weave in attacks with the Flareon to take out key threats, then you're going to have a better time of things. You have to attack them every single turn. You can't slowly build behind Angelite. Gardevoir sets up too much.
You need more options. You need more options. You need more approaches, and you need to be a little bit more flexible. You just cannot rely on that sole attack alone to beat this archetype. I think I would love to have asked Marcus, what was your game plan for the later stages? If that Angelite did stick, what was your game plan? Is it just relying on the magical charm for the Sylveon?
That's the issue,
You know, it's a bit of a risk doing that. You need other options. You need to start getting that Flareon EX up and running. You know, unfortunately, we didn't even see it that game. We didn't even see the Terapagos either, apart from that one bench. So, you know, Julius took full advantage of it. You know, there's so many different options with Gardevoir. It's so consistent. So many draw supporters as well. The odds of you top decking one like we did with Julius's game, you know, we laugh, but it is, you know, the odds are I am going to find a draw supporter. You know, we've always been in those games. Oh, you just added, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Another
I did
one.
play 4. I mean, come on. Give me a break.
I'm going to hit it.
I'm going to hit it, obviously.
But Julius, I mean, he had to navigate some awkward situations there as well. Did have to play carefully around the Angelite the entire game. I'm actually just thinking back to Milwaukee when Ian was in his interview when he was in Top Cut, and he literally said, well, if I dodge Gardevoir, I'm good. And I think we're starting to see that from the Flareon, that we're kind of mulling over what we could have done differently. Marcus was doing kind of the right things at times. I feel like Angelite has to be a weapon in your arsenal, but you have to do more than that. There was early Bravery Charms on Budgies which denied Fan Rotom for early aggressive prizes, which was a big deal from Julius. And not weaving in that Flareon, I still feel like that still has to be the go-to option, just so that you're not forced into Crispin. Let you get Iono in the mix, let you use Turo, let you use Boss's Orders, even weaving in the Kieran, which is a big card for the deck. You have to find the spots to use them, and Flareon's the card that unlocks those energy.
I feel like Julius's deck was tailor-made for this type, not even just this type of disruption. Angelite isn't something that you come along very often, but even the faster archetypes, we've already said before, you know, 3 rare candy, even if he had a board state of 3 Rolts, Marcus would have thought, oh, it's all right, I can stay behind this because he's going to be manually evolving this, right? Because that's what I'm used to seeing.
But with 3 rare candy, even Julius had that in his back pocket as well. You know, I feel like Gardevoir had a massive advantage by looking at that matchup. You know, we spoke about it before about how Angelite could have been used to full effect and how it could have made things awkward. But I think Julius it just looks so comfortable.
And on a personal note, you've got to be chuffed with that one because Gardevoir is one of your predictions, isn't it? With Monkey Dory, we saw them both. Poetry in motion, as possibly Shay would say. Once or twice throughout the weekend.
Goodness gracious. Me.
And when it's Julius as the pilot, you have to think that he's going to go far in this tournament. We've seen him do it once, and I think he can do it again.
Yeah. Well, we've got to ask if Julius is a dad, or if he rode a bike, or what his dice bag looks like. Let's go over to the winners interview right now.
Yeah, thank you for that, casters. As you were, Joe and Robbie, it was Poetry in Motion. I'm joined with our round 5 winner. 5 wins, 0 losses today. Julius, first of all, Julius, how are you feeling right now?
It's pretty cool actually, and I'm not a great Gardevoir player at all. Like I just like last evening built that very quickly. That I have played like Milwaukee, sure, but like I thought I played Racing Ball like 11 evening. All my rooms like Arnie Karjala, Michael Hunter, and many of my friends, Julius Kerkis want me to play Gardevoir, and I was okay, fine. I built that quickly, and I'm not sure how to play well with the Gardevoir, but the deck is so broken that it doesn't matter. Like, and Monkey Dory is the best card in the game, so.
There you go, you heard it here first, folks. Monkey Dory, the best card in the game. Can't argue with you. So you say this is your first time playing Gardevoir. I'm guessing, have you ever had a chance to test against Flareon at all?
Yeah, like I played that in Milwaukee in the USA America Regional Championships with Gardevoir, and it was really fun. Almost top 64, but it's okay. And it is my second time to play Gardevoir. And also, wait, I don't remember now what to say.
Have you tested much against Flareon?
No, I have no idea how to play against Sylveon Flareon. And I recognize in the game like I have West Ultra Ball. I don't do that. I was like I wanna hold in the if something happen. That I can Ultra Ball the Ralph's back, but like, why I don't play as Ultra Ball West, I don't know. There is a couple of scenarios where I should play many ways better, but it was very good experience for the next rounds if I face Flareon again.
Yeah, well, there you go. Hopefully, well, you seem to navigate your way out of that one rather well. Now, Julius, you know, you're a very good player. How has your season gone so far for you?
Pretty well, I guess. Yeah, like, in the Hawaii season, like I tried to not to play Pokemon at all and tried to take a break, but I decided to play in Hawaii season. I forced myself to play the Pokemon because I really enjoyed the game, but then I didn't do well in the Hawaii season, but I didn't test that much so I can play more in myself. But now this season was like I was so firing if the trying hard and working hard to get more placements because I really want the gold medal in one day. So when I'm working hard, it's really paid off. But I don't have a gold medal now, but I'm really proud and I don't regret nothing. All of this playtesting what I have done in this fall season.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Julius, you're after that gold medal. You're doing rather well this weekend. I have a couple more questions for you, a bit more fun ones. The first one, everyone that doesn't know you personally, Julius, you're a very happy person. How do you always be so happy at events all the time?
You need a lot of coffee.
There you go. There's the magic tip. If you want to be happy and good at Pokemon, drink a lot of coffee. Now, I got one more question for you, Julius. Now, this might sound a little bit odd, but Joe, our caster, has to find 5 people that traveled here today via bicycle. So my question to you is, did you bike here today?
In Netherlands?
Yes.
I feel bad I don't, but maybe I try tomorrow. Maybe when I need to go tomorrow even in the airport.
Yeah.
Maybe I checking out somewhere to bike and going there.
Okay.
In Amsterdam. Let's find out.
There you go, Joe. We might have a cyclist for you here tomorrow. But Julius, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you go. Good luck in the rest of your rounds. And Joe, Rabbi, back over to you.
Thanks, Shay. I do think Julius should do a victory lap, perhaps, on a bike. I feel like he's earned that, at least.
On a sort of bicycle
maybe some sort of two-wheeled object of some description.
A unicycle.
But yeah, no surprise that Julius is all smiles, doing great with Gardevoir EX. And we knew coming into this tournament, Gardevoir was one of the top considerations. We've already seen some results from Melbourne as well, you were saying, and a lot of Gardevoir pilots as well, undefeated going into day 2 of their competition. That's going to be something we follow as well throughout our entire weekend. So Gardevoir does seem to be that deck right now. Yeah,
just so flexible in approach. I think that's the name of the game for Gardevoir. He can take larger knockouts. He can take advantage of smaller, slower decks with Screamtail as well. So I think it has such a holistic approach to the game, and it always has done. Even before rotation, it didn't lose any of its integral attackers. It lost refinement, but that, you know, easily replaced by the looks of it by draw supporters. So, you know, you can see why it's taking advantage of the format right now.
And I'm intrigued by Ulyss's testing strategy. Just forget the deck and just net coffee instead, and just see where that gets you.
Caffeine.
Just let your adrenabrain take you through the game. With
Lord Caffeine, give me testing knowledge, please.
Well, there's something for everyone out there. Just looking at some of those other top decks, we were just having a conversation about some of the other players already on those strong records. Ryan Morehouse, a UK player who he doesn't always come to as many tournaments as he used to, but still on an X&O record right now, facing another Gardevoir. So at the top tables, it's a lot of Gardevoir out there right now. Anything else catch your eye?
Owen Kammerman, our last year winner of Utrecht Special Championships with 5-0 with Raging Bolt as well. So it'll be interesting to see if he is more often than not going to take it all the way to day 2, but if he's able to solidify even a stronger record to take him into the later stages of day 2. But enough about this tournament. Let's talk about how you guys can get involved back home. Now, Joe, what was your first experience of getting involved with the Pokemon TCG?
I sleeved up a Dunsparce one-hit KO, one-turn win deck. And I took that to a local tournament, and I said, I'm going to try and get my Dunsparce attacking turn 1 with 4+ powers and an expert belt.
Yep.
I'm going to try and use Seeker. I'm going to try and win on turn 1.
I'm going to try.
Did you even know that story? It was many years ago, trying to use Dunsparce. It was often Shop It. Shop It was the normal one you would go for.
Sure.
But I decided to go 10 damage less so that I could use Cyclone Energy and get around Spiritomb. He's thought of everything.
Oh, hang on. Genius.
I've won.
No wonder you're here. This is brilliant.
And these sorts of concoctions are the best place for you to try out at the local scene, because I love having homebrews. I love trying all sorts of archetypes. Of course, when it comes to the big stuff, I love to be as competitive as possible, give myself the best chance. But oftentimes, getting archetypes out of my system and just knowing the flaws of them sometimes is important.
I know you.
But then sometimes you can strike it good as well.
I know you really well, and usually before a major tournament like Worlds or Internationals, you're just shoveling these deck lists. You're just saying, will this be good? Will this be good?
Yeah.
I've got to get this out of my system. I've got to try it. I'd say 90% of the time it's just no.
Listen, right? I've gone with some rogue decks before. I played Rapid Strike Malamar to a top 8 placement. That was off meta, I think.
Well,
I've tried at Worlds and failed with some rogue archetypes.
We took Malamar. We both dropped at like 1-3.
Oh, not don't bring that up.
But anyway,
that's really upset me.
Yeah, come on, get over it. Right, let's have a look again at how you guys can get involved back home. You've heard Joe's story, make your own. Let's take a look.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
That means you come and play. Get your phone out. Get scanning the QR code and find those events near you. There's plenty popping up all the time as well. New stores are now getting their ability to use those League Cups and League Challenges. You can get lots of great prizes. I love the play packs myself, trying to grab some of those holos and bling out my deck list. And also, like we said, Ben, just have the opportunity to play with like-minded players, sometimes bringing less competitive archetypes. I know every week you're trying a new deck whenever you're going to League.
Yeah. enough said about that.
The next week, you're moving on to the next one.
Yeah, well, I don't have much time to test anymore. Thanks, Joe.
My fault.
Yeah, well, maybe.
You
usually tell me what to play, but you don't anymore.
No,
well, usually I say no, I won't test it. No, yeah, I mean, it all starts at your local league, right? Everybody has their first stories of how they originated in the game, who they first met, who was the first person to give them that staple trainer card or tell them their deck list is a little bit off-right. It's not a little bit good enough, but, Julius is just we spoke about him before being a standout in the community and being a jewel of the community. He always talks about how he originated in the game and how he started at his local league and how, he made these friends who took him along to these major events, and you can see him just thriving in these larger events, and everybody knows his name, never has a frown on his face, although I would say I would never have a frown on my face if I was as good as Julius.
It does help.
It does help. It helps being a bit happy.
His record always makes you a bit happier.
Down some lattes and then come to the tournament.
Another round, another latte. But yeah, and also the sort of leagues and competitive, these grassroots tournaments, they're not just for beginners either. We're still going to these, and we've been playing I've been playing for 15 years, I'm an old man.
Yeah.
But these are great ways to still get those reps in and just have more fun. Meet more friends, like-minded players. We met at Pokemon tournaments, and now we're lifelong friends, hopefully, if I don't annoy him at some point and ruin everything.
It's probably the other way around.
But yeah, it's just a great way to get involved in the community. Also, you can find, video game players. You can find Pokemon Go players as well. There's so many ways to enjoy the scene with other Pokemon like-minded players.
Yeah, so many different ways to enjoy the game. Fun guaranteed.
Guaranteed. That's a guarantee from Ben
guarantee.
there.
That's me. That's double-checking the guarantee. Right, well, we've got to take a little bit of a break. Well, let's take a look at the spotlight of one of the decks that was just up and running, Flareon EX.
Pokemon fans, there has been a burning hot deck that has burst onto the scene, and it is one that, if left unchecked, can run amok in our metagame. I'm Bert's PTCG, and today we're going to look at Flareon EX. Burning Charge is our build around, dealing 130 damage for just 2 energy, while also attaching 2 basic energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon. This could help set up another Flareon to use Carnelian, but normally we see Burning Charge to help set up a Sylveon EX to use Angelite, a devastating attack that shuffles away 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon back into their deck. This can immediately win games if you can catch your opponent's only attacking Pokemon and shuffle them away, or even their draw engines as well. We even see Lily's Clefairy in this deck too, so you can use Magical Charm from Sylveon with a fresh weakness applied thanks to Fairy Zone to now KO Dragapult and Raging Bolts as well, with Noctowl providing consistency in Trainer Search via its Dual Seeker ability. Flareon EX has all the tools to dominate the metagame. Will we see it this weekend? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching the stream.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am now joined with Benjamin Rabioti, number 1. Well, also at number 2, we have Owen Cameron, currently number 3 in Europe on our leaderboards. How are we?
I'm so good. Very nice. And because I'm third. And not only that, just happy to be here.
Here we go. I'm very happy to be sat next to you. So, Owen, I'm going to ask you a very basic question first, though. What is your favorite Pokemon?
I'm a bit of a Unova fanboy, so it's got to be like either Chandler or Sandile.
Interesting. Have you ever managed to play them in a deck at an event?
I don't think so, actually. I played some fun decks at League with them, but they haven't had a good card yet, really. So
you've been playing for a long time, Owen. What's your favorite deck of all time?
Ooh, there are actually so many. 'Cause it's a bit of a toss-up between decks that I did well with and decks that I created myself, and I was really proud of that I managed to do decently with such a deck. But I'd say it's a combination of those two. So I played Arceus Pikachu Jolteon at Worlds 2022, and there I got a top tier 2, which is, I mean, for Worlds that's pretty solid. But it's a deck that I completely created from scratch. So it's also that factoring that in. I'm incredibly proud of doing so well with a deck that I made myself.
Nice.
I actually brought that to another event after that, the London Open.
Now, before I ask you this next question, saying that it's your regional win in this answer is a cheat code, okay? Well, what's your favorite tournament you've ever played at?
Oh, that's a hard one. I think OCIC, and it's like the OCIC where I top forward, and just the amount of new people I met, and it went well, and I had a huge vacation, or not a huge vacation, but like had some extra days added onto it, and we went to a huge dinner afterwards with friends. It was just amazing.
Yeah, I can imagine being over there is also very, very fun. Now, you mentioned the OCIC, third place, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned the London Open as well, where you went undefeated to win that as well. And then you obviously won a regional now as well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What's been your favorite achievement?
I think purely due to recency, and I think that's must be the regional win. It's also having the title, you know? It's so important. The difference between winning and being second is just one game, but in the end it feels so much better to win an event that you can say that you're first and we're better than everyone else at the tournament that day.
Yeah, no, 100%. Just the title, regional champion, just has a nice ring to it.
Exactly.
I can imagine.
The title of regional champion, you know, there's not many of you around, of course. How has it changed your experience as a Pokemon player?
Well, not that much. I'm still the same player, right? But it's cool that people know you as a regional champion. But it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't suddenly make me better at the game. But it's cool to have more people recognize you and have a talk with people that you don't even know, but they know you for some reason. Yeah, it's pretty funny. There's some pretty funny interactions sometimes. But I'm still looking to win more tournaments and looking to win more regionals. So in that sense, it doesn't change much.
I don't know about you, Shay, but I wouldn't be so humble.
No, yeah, if that was me.
I'd be wearing the medal everywhere. Yeah. I'd be wearing it to bed. I don't know about you. But.
I'd have the champion playmat over my shoulders like a cape. But thank you so much for your time, Owen. And there's a high chance that this stream, Owen might be doing fantastic. So let's get back to the stream and see what's going on.
Shay with a mystic ball there, knowing that Owen's doing well this weekend. He certainly is. He's on a 5-0 record already this weekend. He's already won Utrecht once. Can he do it again?
Yeah, and against another countryman in the tournament, also on 5-0. So a lot of our strong local players rising to the top. But I caught up with Joshua, known more commonly by Zapdos TCG earlier, and he was saying it's like playing in a world championship out there on those top tables, because so many of the best players in our region have risen up to the top.
Utrecht is such an easy location to get to for many players. That's why we have over 1,000 players at the Special Championships this weekend. And so many pilots from the Netherlands just seem to be excellent at the game. Don't know what they're drinking or how they've been raised, or if there were leagues from a lower age division they've risen up together. But it feels like there are some fantastic players from this area, and they're continuing to have great runs this weekend.
I mean, we always encourage you to go down to your locals, play in the tournaments there, challenges, cups as well. And you can imagine in these stronger areas of Europe, those cups must be challenging, as they are the best players in the region competing, especially when there are siblings.
Yes.
Because they'll often travel to an event together. Potentially, if they are a bit younger, they'll live together. So it's like, oh, let's get a live together. And then suddenly, you're in a tournament where you're basically playing regional top cup players the whole way through.
I've just been thinking about cycling all day, and I've just thought of Brennan and Owen on a tandem bike driving together towards a League Cup. What a sight that would be, both with their little backpacks and their decks and stuff. It's so interesting that these two twins, obviously they've played the game together, grown up together, and they still have such different philosophies in deck building. Brennan's a player who will stick to the same archetype for a long swathe of time and just perfect it and make sure that he knows his deck list inside and out. And it feels like Owen is much more happy to cherry pick an archetype for a tournament. He thinks there's one deck for one weekend, and he's also had great success with it. There are many ways to do well at Pokemon.
And right now is the ultimate format for those kinds of players. Both of them, in fact, those who are confident with their own archetype, as there are so many that are viable to reach the top. But there's also this shifting meta of which deck is the best deck based off of previous tournaments. We're seeing Raging Bolt doing very well here and being a high pick rate because it did well in Milwaukee. And that's similar to Gardevoir before that. And obviously the Miraidon with Joltik and all the different attackers there is getting more popular as people are trying it out and taking their spin on it.
What do you think about the sort of cynicism from top players around the Joltik box or the Raging Bolt? I know it's limited options with these archetypes, but does it matter when the win rate is so high?
Well, it's all about consistency, and if you can do your game plan more often, then you're going to be in a strong position, and both of them have very strong game plans, where a lot of these powerful decks, the Dragapults and the Gardevoirs, take a little bit of time to get going. So if you catch them off guard early on, you can really power through and take an early victory. And the other advantage of it is you want to get results. So you want to make sure you don't have those ties, and both those decks great at finishing a best of 3 to put you into those EXO positions.
Yeah, and they've had deep runs in tournaments just recently. In Milwaukee, it was a victory for the Raging Bolt archetype, a top 4 placement for the Joltik box as well. And Iron Hands, what a crazy card. Whenever you can weave that into the format, it always finds a place. And I feel like this is just one of the new decks out in that forefront. We haven't seen much of it yet this weekend, but there are still some on decent records that have a good shot to day 2 in that tournament. Looking at the sort of main tables, it does look like it's still a lot of Gardevoir doing well from my estimation. There is still a bit of variety up there as well. Like you said, there's been some Charizard Dragapults, interestingly, at EXO from Gino there, who's currently on our top table. This is a new combination that we kind of have seen before. You know, there's been a handful of players trying to replicate the archetype, but I feel like that Aichi result has really picked it up in a little bit of popularity from some players.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are trying to adapt their Dragapult list to be more aggressive, or energy-wise more aggressive, being able to get multiple energy in play all in one go. We saw Neo Upper Energy be the adaptation last event, but then now people are looking towards that Charizard to burst in those 3 fire energy alongside a Luminous Energy to get the powerful attacks off. And you've got so many different options in the deck, which is always great for these top players.
Crispin feels so awkward when you can't search it anymore with Luminion. So like, you don't really want to play more than one copy, but then if you do, you just see it at the wrong times and it's kind of cluttering up the deck. And Dragapult has so many good options for supporters outside of that you want to free up that slot, and Charizard helps you do that to allow you to even attach to Monkey Dory a little bit easier throughout the game as well, because that's such a strong card within Dragapult, as it turns out. Just having more counters to play with is just absolutely ridiculous. So Charizard plus Dragapult, a sort of unlikely combination that have come together, and I think giving yourself some protection against Gardevoir is also really important.
Yeah, I mean, the Gardevoir matchup being one of your toughest, you can use that Charizard in there specifically, and I think these two combinations are typically seen with powerful cards that synergize, but there's also been some cards like Golden Go that have synergized well with Dragapult, even though there's not an obvious synergy other than that they both draw a lot of cards.
It's good synergy.
Yeah, and that's an interesting combination that we're seeing more of these archetypes smushed together to try and make something even more powerful.
This is actually just one tournament going on this weekend. It's a worldwide competition going on, because we also have a Melbourne regional event going on and also Santiago in Chile. So there's a lot of events happening all this weekend, all the same metagame, and we actually have the breakdown here of Santiago's day 1 field.
And it looks very similar to what we've got here. You know, the same information was available to these players going into the tournament, and many have come to the same conclusion. It is that Raging Bolt that's snuck in between Gardevoir and Dragapult at the top, but Miraidon, Pikachu still holding in there, people recognizing it is a powerful deck and can compete with these top few.
Looks like a little less Golden Go that I possibly would have expected. That's been more popular over in the US, and it does look like Gardevoir is getting more and more prominent. It feels like it's happy to see Raging Bolt to an extent, and whenever you're happy to see Dragapult, it's fine as well. So the Raging Bolt sticking over that 15%, maybe somewhat of a surprise, but it did just get that victory, and it doesn't take much of sort of motivation for people to go back to Raging Bolt, because it's been around for so long. Everyone has a good amount of experience with that deck.
Well, for another event going on, it finished a bit earlier than everything else, and that was over in Melbourne. The first tournament to finish their day 1 has shown us that Dragapult is still a top deck to contend with, but in this occasion, Gardevoir, maybe inspired by Brent Tonneson with a recent strong Gardevoir finish, the Oceanian community have decided to lean into that a little bit more.
I've heard some from word of mouth as well that the Ogerpon Noctowl toolbox, a large proportion of the Japanese contingent brought that archetype, and it might not be the Terrestrial box that we know. I think it might be a slight adaptation of that deck, maybe a little bit less leaning towards the Teal Mask Ogerpon and more towards just having lots of Psychic and Water Energy in the mix. And Terrestrial Toolbox, again, it's one of these archetypes that hasn't quite really got off to the mark despite having such a great start from the Champions League tournaments.
And every player out there learning so much information about its current format. In terms of time, we haven't had a huge amount of time to play it, but in terms of tournaments, there's just been so many, and consequently, we are quite far through the development of the format, which is why those top 6 look very similar across all of the tournaments this weekend.
And similarly, we're getting quite far through our day number 1, heading into round 6 momentarily. That's where we start getting into the winning in action as well, where they've got that 5 wins accumulated, a few more points in there, right on into day 2 of the competition, and that's when the goalposts start to shift. You start looking not just at getting into phase 2 of the competition, but also staying on that winning record gets you ever closer to the top cut.
Yeah, and a lot of wins required to get to that top cut. So EXO is so important to hold out as long as possible. I wonder if we'll have any 8-0s here. We didn't have any in Melbourne when we looked at their top
701s.
players. There was a lot of 701s. So it can very much vary what your target is based off of how everyone else does here. But with 8 rounds today and a few more tomorrow, many people will be rising to the top. And it will be those players who, as we mentioned earlier, are in strong contention for Worlds. So many strong players here are on EXO or EXO 1, and that is the key. If you can beat those top players and go above them, that's where you're setting your standard that much higher, accumulating that CP and putting yourself in a great position to secure Worlds.
And speaking of top players, we have a top player clash to show you guys because our round is ready. Our players are at the table. Let's head on over to the action where we've teased it a little bit. I think we are going to see some Owen Kammerman action, who is currently at the top of our tournament with no losses or ties under his belt. He is X&O. 5-0 so far to start off the day. Not too shabby, and he's up against Arthur.
Yeah, I caught up with Arthur walking about earlier, and so much glee on his face. Loving it here. You know, the home regional, closest regional, being able to perform well. I think it is really the dream scenario for any TCG player. You always want to perform best on that home turf.
Arthur known for having a recent second place finish with Lost Zone Box. That's sort of what I know him for, with a quite intriguing list in there as well.
Back at Lille?
I think it was Lille,
2023.
Yeah, right. Something like that. Well, we might find out in a moment, but let's start off with Owen. Has been around for all of these age divisions, I believe, also playing in the junior division, but senior EUIC champion, a regional champion in Dortmund, also an OCIC top 4 finish and Lille top 4. Some great accomplishments here. And what's almost more impressive is that Owen bounces around decks through every format. He's been around the game for a long time and always finds a different strategy to bring to the table.
And there we go, the Lille regional finalist 2023. Lille seeming to be a bit of a strong area to play for Arthur, but hopefully that will change with Utrecht, as he's 5-0 currently, looking to really rise to the top. And as I mentioned before, feeling great. He was smiling, teeth were all out, very excited for this position, and it's going to be a great round 6 for you guys at home. 2 accomplished players, local, and very much looking to push into phase 2.
And that more recent accomplishment, the EUIC Day 2, sure, it was only a top 256, but still a good showing, and it was with Dragapult Dustermar, and that's what he's bringing to the table this weekend.
Yeah, and there's going to be that basic put into the active, some interesting cards in that first hand, unique to Arthur's list. A little bit of support. We all love the support on the side, both of them bringing their favorite dark type Pokemon.
Let's see some prize cards then as we get into this game number 1. Ditto in the prizes for Owen, who is piloting the Raging Bolt archetype. Also a couple of those Lightning Energy. Raging Bolt plays 3 Lightning as we have the winning in action here. Coming into round number 6, the fist bump from both players. Owen kicking things off with a Squawker Billy EX. Has a bunch of ball search cards and some energy that he can throw away.
That's a pretty superb starting hand there. And sometimes when these players are having good tournaments, you do wonder, are they getting lucky or are they playing well? And it's a combination of the two, but sometimes if you can hit both of them, that's where you start climbing really far, and you beat your other opponents like Arthur, who are incredibly strong. You need a little bit of fortune on your side, and on this occasion, Owen, fortunate first hand.
Owen immediately grabs the Raging Bolt, the single prize option. We've seen from Christian Labella just the previous week that Thunderburst Storm is a ridiculous attack into some of these evolving multi-prizes. By this stage of the tournament, players have sat around near each other. I imagine Owen and Arthur know each other fairly well as well, so they've probably discussed some of their games throughout the day. Owen might already be aware of what matchup he's coming up against and is just scouting whether or not, or what resources to remove. And it's actually going to change things up for the fan Rotom straight away here. Might be fan calling proactively, but is likely going to Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, we traditionally saw Raging Bolt rely heavily on that Squawkabilly in early turns. Now, Fan Rotom, the colorless type basic that is generally opted for when people search their deck for a basic, and it's going to be done before the Squawk and Seize, so no Noctowl taken there. The 2 Hoot Hoot, and we'll be looking to try and see a Terra Pokemon come down at this moment.
Yeah, sometimes you would like to bank a guaranteed Noctowl for turn 2, but Owen's saying that he's going to have a decent enough time just to guarantee a manual attachment this turn of the Lightning Energy. Could be a decent shout for him. He's seeing so many cards from the Squawkabilly anyway that thinning now gives him a better 6 to see from the Squawk and Seize, and he can begin to initiate that pressure quite happily.
And the Buddy on the other side, waiting to item lock Owen, but for now we'll be watching a very scary board state developing on the side of Owen. That Raging Bolt, the single prize Raging Bolt, we mentioned it in the pre-show, how important it has been to this archetype.
No Squawk and Seize here, Mike. We're holding on to, I believe it's a Professor Sada and a Professor Turo in this hand. So Owen going for a slower route.
I guess saying that if you disrupt me, then I'll find a Noctowl. If not, I'm happy with this hand.
Yeah, where does that put you as Arthur? Like, what's your best option there? You're intimidated by the hand in some regard. Is the final card Professor Sada?
It
is, yeah.
So that could be quite an easy way to get that energy on board. You attach retreat the Squawkabilly and then use that Professor Sada's to put it back on the Raging Bolt. And yeah, that is really scary because you would assume one of those cards might be a Noctowl, because typically when people don't grab a Noctowl off their Fan Rotom, that's what it is. But it just shows you how much more important Fan Rotom is than Squawk and Seize in the format now. Having a stable hand to take on your second turn can often be a more reliable approach than seeing more cards.
Could also be Owen just thinking, maybe I need Professor Turo later down the line if I'm up against something like a Maractus. I know that has sometimes come into a number of Dragapult players' deck lists, not so in Arthur's, but just being aware of these sorts of cards are important.
Yeah, we're sort of looking at the Sada and the benefit of having the energy, but actually you're right, the Professor Turo saving might be more important.
We're seeing Arthur debate after his Buddy Poffin what else he can go for here. Has Ionos galore in hand and Ultra Ball. Could be looking to remove a Jacques from his hand, or just one of the Iono. Do you want to keep this Jacques available for later? Yes, we are just going to see the shuffle up. Possibly that means we're not going to see any Ball Search, and we're just going to rip a fresh 6 cards from Iono here.
Yeah, you mentioned that Jacques between Brock Scouting and Jacques, it tends to be leaning towards the Brock Scouting, but why might this particular build lean towards Jacques?
It's exactly what you're thinking. By having the Dust Noir line in the deck list, you then have more options to find from the Jacques, which just makes it a far more valuable piece. I really like this Luxurious Cape coming onto the Dreepy. One of the core strategies of a Raging Bolt player is to take out Dracloak when they only have that low 90 hit points. So getting yourself out of that Thunderburst Storm range is really important.
And there's that Iono that we thought Owen might bait out with the slower play, holding the hand, not Squawk and seizing it away. Arthur questioning that and saying, I'd rather you had 6 cards than whatever those 3 cards you wanted to hold might be. And Owen actually drawing into the Noctowl and the Terra Pokemon to be able to initiate searching that deck for 2 trainer cards. Jewel Seeker, so powerful.
Arthur able to pick up another Dreepy and Duskull here with another Buddy Poffin. Didn't see much else going on in the hand, though. I don't think he has any Dracloak for next turn. Don't think he has any supporters for the following turn either. So this could put him in an awkward position. If Owen does start to launch some attacks on the following turn, ignoring Budgie as you imagine he would attempt that, that's going to be awkward for Arthur. Dusknoir is such a powerful weapon in this matchup. You can take advantage of all sorts of damage counter placement, and sometimes you can take a 6 prize turn. Another Budgie potentially coming onto this bench.
Also see the Latias EX in Owen's hand, that Skyliner ability allowing all of your basic Pokemon to retreat, which will be key during this turn, I am sure. So the turn now back to Owen, an item lock, Buddy using Itchy Pollen, putting 10 damage on that Squawkabilly EX, and now Owen cannot play any item cards this turn, but does have many other options to do not rely on items, which we'll see him navigate through now with that Noctowl. Jewel Seeker looking for any 2 trainer cards from his deck and putting them into his hand.
There was a Grass Energy put into the discard pile on the previous turn, So there is the option to use Professor Sada's Vitality. I believe there's also the Latiasi X in hand for Skyliner. So you can also attempt to get the Area 0 Underdepths, give yourself that additional bench space to weave this Pokemon in and start launching attacks. With a Duskull on the bench, if you can find access to just... Well, we still need to find the fighting energy. That's the big puzzle piece that's difficult to find thanks to Itchy Pollen.
And the Crispin, the singular Crispin in Owen's deck is prized. That would have been the target there, but unfortunately, only the one copy, meaning that it was unable to be acquired from that Jewel Seeker.
This is tough now. 3 cards, has to find fighting energy for any pressure whatsoever.
No items available. It is going to be a grass energy. That could be another draw here.
We can take a prize with Fan Rotom now. Still putting Skyliner into play, thanks to Area 0. Spend our turn attachment onto Fan Rotom here.
Thankfully, no energy put into play from Arthur, so still a little bit of time for Owen to play with.
We're still getting some pressure, and honestly, you can wait until there are Drakloaks on this board anyway for the Raging Bolt to get into the mix, so still finding an energy is good enough for Owen here to initiate the prize race.
Assault Landing, 70 damage for that one colorless. Does nothing if there's no stadium in play, but the Area 0 was taken off that Jewel Seeker from the Noctowl. So the first prize card going to Owen Kammerman. These two players on 5-0 in round 6 here in Utrecht, looking to try and find their way through to phase 2.
Speaking of doing nothing, Arthur's hand is not good. We have this Buddy Buddy Poffin. We can grab another Duskull, but no supporters, no Drakloak. No energy to attach. This is really poor. We're holding on to Blood Moon Ursaluna, Night Stretcher. Really awkward cards.
You do have a bit of time gained through that Budu. Itchy Pollen gives you time, but not against Raging Bolt. It's one of the few decks right now in the format. We saw it in Milwaukee, why it's so good. Just keeps the pressure on. The only liability really on Owen's board is that Noctowl, which has been counter-captured up, as it doesn't have the free retreat, as it's the only evolved Pokemon on the side.
We call this hopeful.
Yes.
We call this a hopeful line of play. There's the fighting energy coming into the hand. Can we retreat and use another Professor Sada's Vitality here?
Wow.
No, just the lightning energy retreat, so back into the Fan Rotom. That's good enough. Still no Drakloak. You have to be happy with this. Owen now going up 2 prize cards, completely unchallenged, and you know that Arthur is sat on a poor hand with very few actions. Well, Ness will pick up his Pheasantipity EX.
Not ideal, though. You want to be seeing those Drakloaks. That's the benefit of the Dragapult, is you get to draw so many cards, but right now it's 1 card per turn. Now another additional 3 through Flip the Script, Pheasantipity EX, a mainstay of pretty much every deck in the format, allowing you to get that little bit of burst draw after a Pokemon is knocked out on your side, and it will be used here to try and get out of this rough situation.
Feels like these 3 cards need to find an Arven, Unfair Stamp, or Iono here. Do we even have access to any Drakloak? There's the Unfair Stamp.
Well, that's new cards as well. It's not just about the utility of Disruption.
Precisely, yeah.
We might actually get to see some Drakloaks.
Please. Here we go. After suffering a KO, you can use the Unfair Stamp. Both players shuffle their hands into their decks. The user of the stamp gets 5 cards, and then the opponent only gets 2. Pretty good when there's no onboard draw for Owen right now. No Mew EX established. This might give Arthur more wiggle room, because he really needs to buy some more time here.
It was actually in that hand for Owen. He could have put the Mew EX down in preparation for this. Now, again, that Noctowl, potentially a target if a boss's orders or countercatcher is found by Arthur, just to get a few turns to start building up this board state, but
I don't see any Drakloak still. You can Iono if you want to. That would give Owen 2 additional cards, but you get to see 6 more.
There's an energy at least.
Yeah, that's a big piece. You can also evolve into a Dusclops. I'd like it on the bench probably the most.
That's the debate, right?
The thing is, if you evolve into the active and then Owen starts using Raging Bolt as an attacker later down the line, yeah, this almost gives you a pivot in a way. It's an awkward way of thinking, but if you expect Owen to take prizes anywhere else, I still like it in the active. It is going to have to be spinning the wheel with an Iono again here.
Wow,
we just need Drakloak's stat.
Owen's going to enjoy seeing 2 more cards this turn. The 4th of the Iono. And if no Budu is attacking this turn, that Earthen Vessel will find the Raging Bolt's much-needed fighting energy. Even though Professor Sada is looking great.
Still no Drakloak, Mike. What is going on?
Not even 1 prized either.
No, all 4 in the deck. We're just dodging them. Arthur, this is rough. Do you spend another countercatcher here and just hope once again to dodge an energy card without even Itchy Pollening now? Noctowl's back up. You do what you got to do, but it's just a pass. Owen has to be licking his lips here.
Oh, wow. So even got the Ultra Ball to be able to put a fighting energy into the discard pile, potentially. So we're going to see start off with a little bit of energy acceleration on that Ogerpon. A great way to introduce energy into play, but also see a few more cards. And on this occasion, another Ultra Ball.
Yeah, we have Earthen Vessel Ultra Ball, so we can try and even get more ancient Pokemon into the mix now and start powering up higher damage output threats than your single prize Raging Bolt.
I mean, what you mentioned earlier is that Dusclops being in the active and stuck there in a way will be a great opportunity for Raging Bolt to play around it. And I think looking at that hand for Owen, he's going to string together a few different decisions which will lead to him taking big swing knockouts with Raging Bolt, targeting the bench. Still no Dracloak though. We've spoken about how many different pieces the Dragapult needs across these turns, but the way you start it is Dracloak to draw into them.
That's the selling point. Sada is going to load up this Raging Bolt. Now it's in range for the 2 Dreepy without energy. I feel like you still take these out. Normally you're more concerned about taking out Dracloak, but they're not even here yet. Owen has got so much time on his hands.
And the big advantage of Raging Bolt is if they try and remove it from play, it's still just a 130 HP, 1 prizer. So you always force another turn out of your opponent, or they have to leave it in play, which leaves 3, 4 energy in play. And so from now on, Owen's going to be pivoting around this very strong attacker.
And you can only ignore it for so long. You can just keep attaching and you get more and more dangerous with this Pokemon. Owen has to be happy now, even though that you're going back onto odd prize cards. When there's a Dusclops in the active, you're fine with that. As a Raging Bolt EX comes into the mix now.
And if the stadium gets bumped at any time, that Squawkabilly is going to be removed. You know, the liabilities, the Noctowl can be taken out of play. So the stadium is great in Raging Bolt because you're actually happy to have it bumped.
It really helps out. It means you can have even more of these great ability Pokemon in the mix. Like you said, once you've used a Jewel Seeker, it's sat there doing not much else. So you throw it into the discard pile after a stadium bump, and then your Night Stretchers become even more live, giving you more outs to play the game.
We saw how powerful the other stadium, the Area 0 Under Depths, is the key stadium to unlock that bench width, but the Jamming Tower, a great utility for Raging Bolt to deal with stuff like Luxurious Cape that we see on the other side.
It's true.
Looks like we might be seeing Owen.
Oh, we're going for the Jamming Tower. Mike, what a great suggestion there. Getting rid of the Luxurious Cape so the Dreepy is back in range and you're once again targeting the energy. Arthur plays no acceleration whatsoever. It's all manual attachments. There's no EXP share. There's no Crispin. This Area 0 removes Owen's awkward Pokemon, and it means that Luxurious Cape can no longer protect the 1 energy attached.
All basics on the bench now, so that Skyliner ability of Latias will allow every Pokemon to retreat into the Raging Bolt. So Arthur is no longer able to disrupt, he will have to attack. And without energy in play, that's going to be really tricky to do, as we see the Raging Bolt attacking.
Slowly.
Slowly moving over to
thinking about
Arthur's
taking
board.
out the Dusclops. Is he afraid of a potential Curse Blast here?
The Thunderburst Storm.
Yeah, it does eventually go for the Dreepy. I feel like that's why we went for the Jamming Tower in the first place. Owen goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. That limits Arthur's use of Curse Blast in the first instance and continues to pressurize his energy.
Well, it's now turned into a Dusknoir, and that's the perfect numbers to take out the Raging Bolt, but again, it's just a 1 prizer for a 1 prizer. The Squawkabilly EX, which was a great target for Dusknoir, has been removed from play. So that Jamming Tower really has pivoted this game heavily in Owen's favor.
First action for Arthur might be using Curse Blast. Let's take out this frustrating Raging Bolt.
And that's going to be
also
pretty
gives you access to
powerful.
1 prize. Boss's orders coming to the hand doesn't help much, but it really indicates that Arthur's looking to use an Iono here.
And on the other side, we might not see any Dracloaks right now, which might concern some of you at home who've seen a seen a lot of these Dragapult decks have to evolve up via the Dracloak, but Arthur does play a rare candy, so there is a way that that could turn into a Dragapult, but without 2 energy attachments, it's really not that threatening.
Surely this time, Mike. Show me the Dracloak, please. Where are they hiding?
5 cards for Arthur, 2 for Owen, and Owen looking to have a judge.
There's one. We found one.
Yeah, there we go. Drawing with that recon directive.
Let's flip the script first. See the 3 so you can decide better with more information at your disposal. I think we finally see more Drakloak. Mission accomplished, just maybe 2 turns too late.
Yeah, and with that self-knockout on the Dust Noir, it does mean Owen just has to take a single 2-prize knockout to win. And with the Mew EX on board, and you've got the ability to potentially get that Raging Bolt up and attacking, this could be a quick turn return from Owen.
Arthur just going to sit back and draw some additional cards. He needs to reload on attachments. His attachment for the turn was the fire, so he's getting ready for a Dragapult next turn. He'd hoped that this one Dreepy can be knocked out, and then hopefully Iono at his disposal can put Owen down to just 1 card, and then maybe, just maybe, you can hold on. But the Raging Bolt can squeeze ever closer. With more attachments across the board, we know that Raging Bolt EX is fantastic at reaching even high hit point stage 2s. You've done about all you can this turn.
Yeah, interesting not to evolve the active yet. You know, with that Fan Rotom able to hit 70 damage, that would knock out a Dreepy, but it's just...
We might see the Ultra Ball just to do that. I think you're right, Mike. Trying to make it more difficult for Owen than just have the routine KO with the Fan Rotom. The Budgie's the alternate choice.
Has a switch in hand, I believe.
Yeah. That's going to get us back into Itchy Pollen. It's also a vital 10 damage, which can help out with later Phantom Dive math. But you're saying, sure, use this Fan Rotom, take that prize. Then I'm going to hope to come in with Dragapult later. Let's see what Owen has. Bravery Charm. Coming onto the Raging Bolt EX here.
Interesting choice.
I think I quite like it on the Mew, honestly, but we're going to see 1 card anyway.
Or even the Fan Rotom. Well, that's the prime catcher
Shut
there.
down by the Itchy Pollen. So it has to be the judge. Heads up Itchy Pollen from Arthur by the looks of things after that 1 card pickup.
Yeah, imagine if the Itchy Pollen wasn't used here. That could have been a route to potential victory. But the judge will be used to disrupt Arthur. Now with the Drakloaks on board, less disruptable, but still needs a lot in this next turn to even start clawing back, as Owen is just looking to build some energy up.
Yeah, I feel like a basic energy attachment just gets him so close to closing this game. A lightning or fighting energy off these 4 cards would be massive.
There you go, there's a grass.
Energy. We can Teal Dance.
It's not quite the fighting or the lightning.
No, and the Itchy Pollen locking out the Earthen Vessel that he's drawn into as well.
Just shows you how powerful
so wise
it is.
from Arthur, yeah. We were thinking of going Drakloak and making it more difficult, but perhaps shutting down the lines was the safest route.
Well, ultimately accepting there's going to be a knockout at the end of this turn. You don't then have access to your your Dust Noir on the bench, but you will be able to avoid an item being used. On this occasion, the item lock was powerful, but it did lead to 1 more prize card to Owen. Owen now just needs to knock out anything on Arthur's side of the board, whereas Arthur has 5 prize cards to get with no access to Dust Noir and not a single Dragapult acquired just yet.
But there is good news. We can draw a lot of cards, Mike. We can draw plenty of cards. We can disrupt Owen down to just 1 card. There's no energy currently on the Raging Bolt EX. So there's not that many dangerous threats right now. That's the only good news, I'll say that much. But there is still a line here for Arthur.
I mean, that just shows you how powerful Dragapult is. Any other deck in this situation, you would count out. But Dragapult has that ability to sustain a few hits, take a few knockouts, set up the board state of Dreams with that sprinkling of damage from the Phantom Dive. And it could be the case here that Arthur is able to do 2 attacking turns and take the lead, but all the while he's doing that, he's got to hope that Owen doesn't find a way to 1 knockout.
And the flip the script was fantastic. It got him into INO. You can now Ultra Ball away one of your Dragapult EX, knowing there are still 2 remaining in the deck, and you can also evolve up into another Drakloak. So we'll see a Recon Directive from the active, then evolve into the Dragapult EX, and I imagine an Iono after that, knowing that he's got his attacker at least powered up and has the hand disruption that is crucial here.
He needs to find that counter catcher as well to be able to...
I think we spent a couple early. I think you have to accept you're taking a single prize KO here. Well, it's a long and difficult path, but it's what we have to do.
And that Mew EX is scary.
It is.
You want to be able to take that if you can.
Here, Mike. Trust me, this is tumultuous. We have another Ultra Ball in hand as well. I think if you can evolve into a Dusclops at least, you're denying an easy Gust KO on the Duskull. You need to even push that out of range. So finding a Night Stretcher just for a Dusclops could be interesting, knowing you'll never have to use Curse Blast, or never get to use it, I should say.
Well, there we go. The second Recon Directive there. There is a third option with that Droopy if it does evolve up during this turn, but we'll see if that happens.
I think we're just looking for fodder cards for Ultra Ball. Because getting rid of Dracloak doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I think might be lining up that Dracloak to discard to then go find another Dracloak.
Yeah, I think it's just more thinning. You're right. And there is one Countercatcher still remaining in the deck.
I think plays 3, played 2.
There you go, yeah. So that would be huge. As much thinning as possible here. We know the attack is secured. There's the EX and Psych Energy already in the hand. We're going to see a quick recon first. Boss's Orders comes to the hand. But I feel like you have to disrupt, do you not?
Or do you prioritize the knockout plus the
guaranteed knowing you might have to gust a few times? Yeah, that's reasonable. The Boss's Orders did come to the hand, Mike.
And that's maybe why the Recon Directives were happening before the Iono, because otherwise you'd want to see the Iono to get more options in hand. So maybe that's the route Arthur's looking to take here, but these are the situations that separate the best from the rest. Dragapult, a deck that tends to find a way, even when it's on the very backest of foots. And this could be that moment for Arthur as he evolves into the Dragapult and the active and looks to either Gust with the Boss's Orders or Iono Disrupt. It's a tough decision, and it looks like it's going to be that Boss's Orders.
If we are using Boss, it has to be the Mew. We have to take away some card draw. Head in hands moment for Arthur, because this is not easy. An argument to keep the board locked, so there's no Pheasantipity option from Owen. You could try and set up damage on other threats. Up comes the Mew.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be taking out the restart.
And then it would just be a 2-prize knockout next turn to win the game. So Owen now has to try and find a return knockout. We'll be putting forward anything, as they're all basics. It doesn't matter right here. Owen to try and find the knockout to win the game. There's a Nest Ball there, which would be able to find the Pheasantipity. But first, let's get those energy out of the deck.
Thinning the deck and giving ourselves potential options for more dancing with his Ogerpon. So we'll be seeing a chunk of cards. The Pheasantipity EX is in the deck as well. So like you said, Mike, a couple of Vessel before the 3 from Pheasantipity. We have good fodder here with the Ditto as a discard fodder. There's no guarantees, though. We still have to find Sada.
And that hand would go right down to nothing, but there's so many good options within the deck to try and get that final knockout. All the energy out of deck. Sada would be almost game-winning.
That's balling out Pheasantipity, knowing we don't want any other Pokemon in play right now.
So 2 energy in play currently. Another Grass with the Teal Dance, an attachment and a Sada. That would be the maths required here for Owen. So just needs to find a Professor Sada's Vitality from these 4 draws.
Okay, Owen, let's dance. Show me the one from your first Teal Dance.
Oh, not a Sada.
Slitherwing, not ideal. 3 cards from Pheasantipity.
And it's not in there. That's not a Professor Sada's Vitality.
That is a terrible 3 cards. Ball Search not live for much at all. Alpha now. Just a Hawlucha away, plus the Gusting effect to Phantom Dive the game, or look to find a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Both of those would be good enough. The Jamming Tower's denying the Bravery Charm. Ultra Ball, where can we go?
Well, maybe even
Hoot into the active position for a turn.
I mean, there's a Night Stretchers in the future, which would be useful. Try and find an energy attachment. There's lots of things if you got disrupted again here, because you're going to get disrupted back down to 1, most likely in this situation.
Yeah, if you're still playing the game, you can attach to your Raging Bolt, send Hoot into the active, hope for the best.
Wow, what a turn of events.
Wow.
This is the challenge for Raging Bolt players, trusting the draw in those big moments, but if it doesn't hit, what do you do then? And Owen is having to try and navigate this Plan B scenario.
Arthur has to be breathing a huge sigh of relief as we see the retreat of the Raging Bolt. Has to be an attachment. There we go. Fighting energy committed to the Raging Bolt EX and a pass. Arthur, what can you do now? Boss's Orders comes to the hand. I believe there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And that's going to be it. The Boss's Orders onto the Raging Bolt. The Blood Moon Ursaluna comes in. Wow. Jamming Tower in play denies the Bravery Charm. And that is the comeback of the day. Arthur, all the way from 6 prizes down to 2. finds a way back into the game.
Take a bow, Arthur. What an incredible display there. A great victory. Really felt like he was not having any fortune there. As we see the replay, we're using Ionos, we're using unfair stamps. Where are the Drat Cloaks? We're doing panic counter catches on Noctowl just to try and give ourselves some wiggle room, but Owen always had the responses, could move out the Noctowl easily, used both his Fan Rotom and Raging Bolt to great effect, and really pressurized, even using Jamming Tower to get rid of the luxurious cape. Some great plays in there, great pressure from Raging Bolt. Arthur used his one Curse Blast very cleverly, set himself that single prize KO, set up with Budju the one damage counter on Fan Rotom, and eventually found the EX to take this big swing turn. And Owen had many draws, but couldn't quite get there.
And Arthur did everything in his power to thin that deck, take cards out of the sight of that counter catcher, finding the counter catcher to take down the Mew EX and the Fan Rotom in tandem, put him one turn away from winning. And it's those kind of small decisions, you'll never know in hindsight whether it would have been drawn into without the thinning, but every little percentage increase Arthur could do, he did. And we looked at the beginning at Owen's start and went, this is the dream start.
Arthur's putting his prizes the wrong place right now. We'll get that fixed. But wow, yeah, one Phantom Dive. That's all it took. We used one Curse Blast, one Phantom Dive, and Blood Moon. Those were our attacks other than Itchy Pollen. That is why this is such a dangerous archetype. And look at those prizes. That's the Raging Bolt single prize option for Owen already in the prizes.
That's not ideal. You do have the Fezandipity EX, which has a similar effect, but definitely not as easy to set up. And you also don't want to be putting that 2-prize liability in the active. So it looks like Owen's going to be going first here, and definitely going to be frustrated after such a dominating start to the game and having to return into game 2 down 1-0.
And I'm already intrigued by Owen's first action, which was to Earthen Vessel away a Noctowl. I believe there was a Fighting Energy in the hand. Normally you think, oh, let's stash these basic energy in the discard pile for my Sardas. So Owen already getting creative with his opening action. Yeah, there was a Fighting Energy. We're going to see one grass energy attachment from Ogerpon. Crispin comes to the hand. Is there Hootoo? There's Hootoo and a second Noctowl in the hand, so you can turn attach to a Raging Bolt. I think that's the line here.
Makes sense. Just making sure that not reliant on the Crispin or Professor Sardas in the future. We'll be able to just attach manually from hand to start swinging early on.
A Professor's Research comes into Arthur's hand. Not sure what else he has access to. He might have to use it here. Was there an Arven in there?
I mean, the way he's thinking right now, I assume
there is an Arven or a Professor's Research. That's the option. You can go for the Buddy Poffin plus Rescue Board, get an Itchy Pollen going. That's the textbook sort of turn 1 play, you would imagine. Keep yourself open with Jacques and Professor's Research on the second turn of the game, knowing you're holding on to Drat Cloak for turn 2.
Yeah, the Rescue Board, a fundamental tool in the game right now, allowing all of those 1 retreat cost Pokemon to move out of the active for that Budu, which is so important to get into the active as early as turn 1. And I think it's going to be the 2 Dreepy maybe instead, focusing on setup as opposed to
no pollen
disruption, but they did just get the Budu to the front, so a lot of thinking here for Arthur, and I think that's what really stood out in the last game. Is this matchup is a tough one to navigate, as you're always feeling like you're combating from behind, having to set up as well as possible. And that's going to be it here. The 2 Dreepies and the Budu.
Arthur really taking his time with the choice. Can't blame him. This is going to be the double Dreepy just saying, can I please get some recon directives going? Please. Yeah. Also, there's some argument that if your opponent's already discarded a Noctowl, maybe they're eyeing up Crispin lines already, and you're just expecting that the Budu's not going to be too effective just yet. The 10 damage is still relevant on an Ogerpon. That's the only upside, really, that I can see.
Yeah.
But just having more access to more Drat Cloak is vital, because it's so prominent for these Raging Bolt players to just try and take out the cloaks as they come.
And that's one of the advantages of Raging Bolt. It's very good at using non-item cards off of that first Jewel Seeker. Like you said, Crispin, the Area Zero under depths, great options when under Budu lock. And on this occasion, opting to not go for it, accepting that that's still probably going to be the line for Owen, and then saving that item lock maybe for a future opportunity, maybe post-disruption, that could be a little bit more effective.
Is Owen opting? Well, here we go. It's going to be Crispin. I can grab your Grass Energy to the hand in addition to a Lightning to swing straight onto your Raging Bolt. That means we can take a knockout this way. Again, you don't have to worry too much about pressure just yet. There are no energy on the board for Arthur, and there's no way for him to launch an attack more than a headbutt. A jet headbutt, not too threatening.
We can see how important that Crispin is. It was prize last game, and this time, just putting the 2 energy into hand there from the Crispin will be
the Lightning energy does have to go onto the Raging Bolt, yeah, as expected.
And where last game Crispin was prize and unable to get it, on this occasion was in that starting hand and straight away slammed down as a great option. As you mentioned, that Grass Energy to the hand is so key to continue the drawing, put more energy in play. And you can see 5 energy already in play without the use of a Noctowl. A great start, and we'll be able to knock out for just the 1 discard. And the board is looking stable.
And I think vitally not using that Noctowl is massive. As we saw in game 1, Arthur will consistently attempt to countercatch, even if it's a 1 retreat cost Pokemon. Give me a little bit of time, please. And now that Unfair Stamp is open, you have to accept that there could be a big combination. So you want to just have that access to Jewel Seeker at any point. Here comes the 7 fresh cards from Professor's research, with already a rescue board and a Drakloak in play.
Looks like it might be another one or another Dreepy in hand there.
I think we found the Unfair Stamp as well. That's big from the 7 cards. Normally you have to use the Arven to find this A-Spec. When you naturally draw into it, that's fantastic.
And an energy attachment. Evolve the active.
Oh, this is all you can ask for. There's even Countercatcher, but that's why we didn't evolve into the Noctowl, as we mentioned.
Not a huge amount of utility in this situation, but the 2 cards in hand for Owen. Yes, we'll be able to attack next turn, as has the 4 energy on board with the Raging Bolt powered up with the Lightning and fighting. But how long can that energy last for Owen without card draw, without hand to do lots of different things like we know Raging Bolt can? It's going to be a tough one.
I feel like Buddy Buddy Poffin is the big find from these 5 cards here, plus the recon directives.
I think that was a Professor Sada that Owen managed to get off those 2 cards, so great position. But now Arthur looking to stabilize.
You see Iono come into the thinking here. An option for next turn. Are there any more basics hitting this board? Second recon directive. I don't think we've seen Ball Search yet. Oh, Buddy Buddy Poffin. Big pickup. Now we can use Budgie at last. It's great to combine it with an Unfair Stamp. Give your opponent few options and fewer still when you're turning off the effect of many item cards.
And Badu, a comfortable, active Pokemon that you don't mind getting knocked out by that Raging Bolt. It does only require 1 energy discard to knock it out, but you're at least comfortable with it not being one of your Dragapult line.
Does Arthur feel confident enough to get a Duskull in the mix as well here? It's another tough call, because just more Drakloak is more draw, more control of the board, you would think, but Dusclops can really allow you to turn the game on its head when you can get that evolved up.
Especially with this board where there's energy sitting on board. If you can get rid of as much as possible in 1 hit, you definitely sit more comfortable.
And when you're looking at the Raging Bolt EX rather than the single prize option, you have a higher likelihood of this Drakloak sticking around. Either of them sticking around. So I think you have that wiggle room to get Duskull here.
Especially
next turn, you're going to... Owen's probably going to go down to even prizes, so a Curse Blast is essentially free at that stage.
I like the way you think, Joe. We'll see if Arthur's thinking the same way.
Quick Night Stretcher to get Dreepy anyway, so we've got everything going on. And a 10 damage prod from Itchy Pollen. Owen picks up an unusable Ultra Ball, but as you said, Mike, there is the Sada, so we can see 3 additional cards here.
And the slower the game goes, the more attachments come in for that Raging Bolt EX. On this occasion, will just be the singular attachment, as that draw 3 did not find any goodies. As Owen now will just be discarding that energy straight back into the discard pile. Badu has been knocked out, but it is very much in Arthur's control still. The disruption from Unfair Stamp has stuck, and Owen now worried about what is possible on the other side.
I'm expecting fireworks now, Mike. We have 1 energy on Drakloak. If we can use Curse Blast effectively as well, we could possibly take out the Ogerpon, or we could take out the Raging Bolt all in one turn, knowing that Owen's on that lower hand size. You could get creative. The only issue with that line of play is that we call it Slowpoke for a reason. We need to have more than just one Dragapult powered up. We need to have multiple Pokemon developed. We're just making sure that the recon directive was correct here. I think we're all okay.
And these players really motoring through their decks. So many actions happening. Just got to make sure they're all correct. And that's the skill of the game now, is not just playing optimally, but, you know, making sure you're not playing without mistakes. And that's something that these top players really have to bear in mind as they get longer through the day, start playing stronger and stronger opponents in much higher stake situations. Mistakes are at a high risk of you losing a game.
And the Jacques supporter is going to grab a couple key evolutions here. Now we can use some recon. We don't really need energy too much right now. Neither of these cards vital. So we're just filtering cards here. I think we have access to even one more recon directive from Arthur.
The engine is running.
This is where the archetype gets so devastating. You just have access to all of your opponent's board thanks to counter catchers. You can Curse Blast and make this Phantom Dive even more devastating. Here's the Dusclops. There is still an argument to just attach to another Dracloak that has no energy on it right now, so that you have back-to-back Phantom Dives available. By evolving up, I think it means we're going aggressive. Oh, that's a sec. Yeah, there we go. Psychic energy attached. Sorry, trick of the light there.
Well, there we go.
Are we blasting the Raging Bolt here?
Curse
Blast. We are.
Dusclops puts 50 damage onto the Raging Bolt. It is now in range of a Phantom Dive. Where will the rest of the damage go? A Dragapult into the active, and it's going to be a knockout, taking 2 energy out of play, as well as the main attacker, and setting up the rest of the board for the next turn. Owen will get items back, and will be able to start building up that board, but on this occasion, we'll be seeing a huge swing back in favor of Arthur. 2 prize cards for the price of 1. Now a lot to do for Owen.
And I think Owen has the Sada in hand, but okay, so it does have Ultra Ball as well, so we'll find a way back into Raging Bolt. We have a Teal Dance before anything else here. I think he might have a decent chance of a comeback KO. And that would put Arthur in a strange position. He'd have to respond with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and then it's not difficult for Owen to get back-to-back KOs with Raging Bolts. I think Owen might be in a decent position as long as the Sada comes good for him.
And putting things like Mew EX in play.
Yeah, He has a lot of cards he can draw here.
That is the key.
It was an aggressive turn from Arthur.
Ooh, that
Jewel Seeker's online as well, thanks to the Ogerpon in the active position. So we can grab 2 specific cards, and double Nest Ball seems to be the choice.
Start stretching out that turn, really drawing more cards. Pheasantipity, Raging Bolt coming into play here. And that will create a very strong board state for Owen as he looks to develop an attack and develop protection from disruption.
And it means that we can just maximize our Sada value. Here comes the Pheasantipity. I think there's also Ultra Ball in the hand, so we're going to draw the 3 from Pheasantipity first. Hope to give ourselves the opportunity to see more basics and then make a decision afterwards. Do you see Area 0 Underdepths? Not quite. That would have been a handy pickup, because we want to put this Mew EX down, and I think we also want double Raging Bolt, honestly. If you get full value Sada. We have some decent discard fodder with the Slitherwing, and the Bravery Charm might be reasonable as well here. There's one Raging Bolt. There's also the Ultra Ball still rooting around in the hand.
Yeah, you're right. Double Raging Bolt would be the preferred scenario. Just having that extra energy sitting on board after the attack could make a massive difference to the climb you'll need to go through post-disruption, post-attack with all the energy discarded. But for Arthur on the other side, we're mentioning all of these routes that Owen's going to have to take, but Arthur's losing his only attacker with energy on. So we'll have to do a lot of rebuilding with that Blood Moon Ursaluna and try and find a way...
That would be it, really.
Yeah, and try and find a way to set up a stable board.
A Blood Moon Ursaluna last stand with an Iono would be pretty much it.
Yeah.
But even then, there's Pheasantipity on the board, and again, Owen would be like hoping to draw off 3 cards, just a couple pieces. And I think Owen has to discard the Mew EX here, just because of bench space. It feels so wrong. It's unintuitive to get rid of Mew EX. It's normally such a great protector for your hand. But it has to go in this instance because the second Raging Bolt is more important. We can get maximum Sada value. We can get a KO and keep an energy on a Raging Bolt, crucially.
And that's going to be 2 energy in play there. The 1 in hand will be the final attachment. Bravery Charm going down. Not really... I mean, it will stop the Blood Moon being able to knock out the Pheasantipity X, which could be vital. But actually, the Area 0 getting drawn off of that, maybe a different discard would have been ideal.
Yeah, this is why you would have liked, perhaps, to keep the Mew EX around, but Owen wasn't to know the 3 cards. Here comes Raging Bolt EX. We have 6 energy in play, so enough to use the big bellowing thunder for a KO. This archetype has been known for reaching ridiculous damage output. Once again, getting in a good spot. Owen debating using the energy retrieval just because it's an item card. I think that's the whole debate.
We'll just be taking that energy back. Well, a lot of energy is about to be discarded, so don't necessarily need all of that lightning down there. And we'll be discarding it all. Interestingly, that Raging Bolt in the active will be a prime target for Blood Moon Ursaluna, but the bench one with energy could be a target here.
Has to be, I think.
There's going to be a lot for Arthur to try and work out. Has to still establish an attacker, has to find a way to disrupt. So still quite a lot to do with just 2 recon directives on board.
He can do it. I can see it in hand. I can see Counter Catcher. I see Iono. I see Ultra Ball and energy. So that big combination, thanks to the Pheasantipity last turn, or sorry, just thanks to the recon directives last turn, he's got himself into that position where it's all okay. Pheasantipity coming into the hand. Blood Moon Ursaluna, is that not in the deck? Do we have to find Night Stretcher here? Is that one of the issues?
Potentially.
If we discarded Blood Moon Ursaluna early, now we don't yet have all the pieces.
And if we learn anything from game 1, I think we can safely say if Dragapult can do it, it will find a way to do it. So I'm sure we'll find that here. You can see just looking through that discard pile, checking where all those resources are.
Yeah, I don't see it in the hand. Arthur's going to use Recon Directive first here.
Ooh, just working out those decisions, making sure it's the correct decision. Is the Blood Moon in hand? Is that where it is this whole time?
I don't see it. I can see Horlucha. That's the only Pokemon I see in Dragapult EX.
Oh,
yeah, I think we're still just trying to find this Blood Moon Ursaluna via Night Stretcher. I think it has to be in the discard pile. Otherwise, we would have guaranteed it with Ultra Ball. Yeah, it must be discarded here. We can thin a Dreepy.
Yeah, just the 2 Stretcher on Arthur's side. Night Stretcher, a great card in Dragapult. Often 2 counts, often 3 counts.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna is in the discard pile. I saw a flash of it.
Yeah, I think just Owen was looking for it as well by the way he pushed it, just to check a little bit more of the cardboard, make sure it's the correct one.
Yeah.
Well, now we see the Dracloak with an energy attachment.
We're not even attempting to go for this line of play.
Well, the Blood Moon would attack for free.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's 1 prize card for Owen. So we're not. If we're going to go for the Dragapult line, do we counter catch Noctowl here?
My goodness, that would be an option. Oh, actually going to get Pheasantipity.
But it can retreat for free.
Wow, this is a confidence in the deck not showing you what you need from Arthur and playing it safe in a way. Not sure whether it's the correct thing. We'll only know when we see the draws on the other side, but you know, that really had to be the line. The Blood Moon Ursaluna had to be the way. Night Stretchers available would be the optimal scenario here, post Iono. And not in that hand, not in that recon directive.
Is Arthur just saying he can find a way to win just from Phantom Dives alone? I don't see a position where he can just do 1 Phantom Dive attack and close the game.
Interesting. There are 4 prize cards remaining for Arthur, just the 1 for Owen. A single knockout would secure a game win for Owen, where Arthur now looking to secure the match win, taking him through to phase 2. A guaranteed 6-0 would be an amazing position to be in for Arthur, and I'm sure he's feeling that right now, the pressure of this game.
We headbutting, we're hitting for 70 damage with Jet Headbutt here. There's the Palpad pickup. Do we retreat Palpad and just burst Raw for some cards?
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of just doing a bit of damage here, is you're not setting up any kind of flip the script, so you'd only allow your opponent to see 2 cards. Owen seeing the Palpad and a Teal Mask Ogerpon. And as you mentioned, the burst roar of Raging Bolt would allow Owen, to see a fresh 6 cards forcing Arthur into another disruption.
It's crucial. You have to say this is crucial. This is why Owen opted for a Raging Bolt over anything else, including the Mew EX. Now you just have that extra energy floated. You get to see a fresh 6 cards, forcing Arthur back into that corner. He does have Fire Energy and Iono and Countercatcher available. There's plenty of play that Arthur has this turn. Psychic Energy, another Iono.
How the draw's going here for Arthur. We got just the one Recon Directive online now as we've evolved the active, and there's just a Dreepy on the bench. So no Pheasantipity either. So not going to be seeing as many cards as last turn. Arthur now has to try and find the dream turn. We'll be able to get an attack off here with that Phantom Dive.
I think it's just 1 card good luck, essentially. You Iono Owen and don't take prizes again with Phantom Dive. You just set up this active Raging Bolt. Just say good luck to you.
We did say if any deck could claw it back, I think Dragapult is the best case scenario. Having those 4 prize cards remaining, you don't need to take knockouts. You can take them all in one go and finish the game with a big sweeping result.
There is the option to Countercatch if you want to. You can Countercatch now so you don't have to draw a Gusting Out on the next turn.
I wonder if that 7 damage or the 70 damage put on the Pheasantipity would have been better placed on the 50 damage Ogerpon, the one that's already taken a bit of damage. We'll put it in range.
We're just clearing it off the board instead. That's on the Iono. So we are taking prizes.
And you are taking away Flip the Script.
You are taking away Flip the Script vitally, but you could have got around that anyway. You know?
Very true.
But here's the thing, there is a Boss's Orders in Arthur's prize as well, so maybe he's thinking the 50-50 of taking a Boss's Orders can close me the game. Also, here's the final Recon Directive. We're coming to the final 2 minutes of this game as well. Round number 6. Neither of these players have tied or lost yet. Arthur gives Owen a 1-card hand, removes the only card able to draw for Owen, while setting up a Raging Bolt and the other EXs to make good measure.
And it's all on Owen to return.
It's
just an S-Ball.
I baited myself.
And an Ultra Ball as well, and the Mew EX has been discarded. The Pheasantipity EX has been discarded. There is nothing in that deck that can draw you cards.
You can't even burst draw.
I think Owen is stuck here with nothing to do.
Arthur, you've done it again. You see a Nest Ball. It's live thanks to Area Zero Underdepths.
What could you get out here? The Hoot, I guess, and then you've got Noctowl as an option, but realistically, Arthur is going to find a way to win next turn. If Dragapult can find a way, it finds a way. We've established that from game 1, and now Arthur is looking to do it again in game 2.
His deck is slim, and there's a couple Recon Directives. It should not be tough for Arthur to close the game here on those last 2 prize cards. There's still Countercatch alive, don't forget. Owen's just at 1.
And there's a Boss's Orders still in the prize cards for Arthur, so 1 less Gust option available.
It's not in hand, crucially. We're retreating back into the Hoot and passing. Arthur, can you close this game?
Well, it's not in hand, so
we can fin.
We'll have to find a way to get to it. We saw it first game. Arthur very good at thinning the deck.
There's Countercatcher in there.
Taking
Arthur
away...
making sure that he can thin. Arven gets Countercatcher. There it is, Mike. Bringing back up the damaged Raging Bolt. Arthur, with a Phantom Dive, is once again making a massive comeback.
And he can't keep getting away with it. Dragapult coming back in both games from such ridiculous positions. And what a way to show off the power level of this deck. The Dust Noir build, putting that extra damage in play, really good at dismantling these big EXs that otherwise would be out of range of that Phantom Dive. And it was really challenging for Owen to ever establish enough safety net on that board. Only ever one of Pheasantipity and Mew EX down to protect from that disruption.
I think this first game was the most impressive of the 2. Both of the situations, Arthur was having a massive prize deficit. That's not a surprise for Dragapult. That's where it thrives, to be honest with you. But in this spot, Owen was cleverly removing these threats, utilizing the Tool Jammer at the right time so he could take out the Luxurious Cape. But Arthur was slowly building towards a Curse Blast, finally dealt with a single prize Raging Bolt, and once again was so clinical at utilizing his Phantom Dives.
And that Mew EX knockout onto the Fan Rotom 2, putting him down to that final knockout, and it was the boss's orders.
I love that he took the one with the Bravery Charm as well.
Just to prove that he knew the Jabbing Tower was in play.
I'm aware of what's going on here.
And that Unfair Stamp, such a great early disruption card, and a key pillar of how you play against Dragapult. Do you stabilize before you start taking knockouts? And are you able to set up a board that cannot be disrupted? And in game 2, Owen really didn't set that board up. It was constantly working from behind, despite having all that energy in play.
And Arthur, again, 6 prize cards down, having to find a way out. He Ionoed Owen down to 1 back-to-back. There was a burst draw to reload for 6 cards. Arthur said, well, let's try it again, shall we? Go down to 1 again. Phantom Dive set up a number of Pokemon. And with Owen, he looked to the sky at the end of that game, Mike, because he didn't put that Mew EX down, and you could see he was devastated by it because it was just that fine, razor-thin margin that could have been the difference. When he drew the Area 0, he immediately knew that keeping Mew EX could have been pivotal in that game too. Yeah,
would have given a few more cards. Who knows what those cards would have been, and it changed the game for sure. Owen, an amazing player now, 5-1-0. Still a great position to be in, but there we go. Wow, rushing ahead into phase 2. EXO, 6-0, there are plenty of players still at that rating, but the longer that goes on, the better position you are to be making it into that top cup.
And demonstrating why Curse Blast can still be such a great weapon with Dragapult. I think the community has been debating what's better. We're seeing top cuts for both builds right now. Typically, it's been the pure Dragapult that just uses Monkey Dory and Luminous energies that's got a little bit further in these tournaments. They're the ones that have got those second place finishes, not always the Dusknoir, although to be fair, also Andrew Hedrick got a second place with a Dusknoir package. So both are fantastic. It's hard to figure out which is the best one. It's a lot of space commitment to make the Dusknoir work, but it gives you so much more wiggle room.
And in a weird way, the fact that both exist benefits the other build, because then you're in a situation where you turn over that Dreepy and you don't know whether there's going to be Dusknoir. You don't know how to play around it until you see that Duskull come down, and so it can completely change up how you strategize the game. And we saw the power of it. Even though you're giving away those prize cards, you're putting them into positions where you can disrupt them. You said giving them a prize card for free, that whole idea that you're happy to give away the odd prize card to make it so they have to take a 2 and a 1 prizer, because then when they go down to that 1 prize card, the Iono is that bit more effective.
Yeah, typically the prize map is more important than like the race itself. It's how many attacks you need to launch to close out a game. That's why Dragapult can be so punishing and so devastating, is that you can set up tiny bits of map with Buju, and suddenly that's 1 less turn you need to take a knockout, because that sets up a Phantom Dive for a KO on 210 hit point Pokemon or 70 hit point Pokemon. Those are everywhere in the game right now. So the Itchy Pollen is great for slowing the game down, but also that preps you 4 turns away for Dragapult to really capitalize.
Well, speaking of 4 turns away, you could see the Arthur's game plan was always planned out about 4 turns away from victory. It took a while to get back to it, and we see the ace spec of Sparkling Crystal there for Dragapult EX, but it is such a great partner to many of the ace specs.
Yeah, I feel like the Unfair Stamp has slowly crept above the Sparkling Crystal. It felt like we'd initially seen crystals so that you can rare Candy and Arven, but the format's got into this position where you have to care more so about Gardevoirs and Mirror Matches, that it's more about slowly attaching over multiple Pokemon so you have your next threat lined up, and then your next one, and then you just utilize Blood Moon Ursaluna towards the latter stages of the game that can attack for 1 or 0 energy, especially if you use Curse Blast. It can easily, with Seasoned Skill, get down to a 0 energy attack cost. So many ace specs are powerful, and I feel like Stamp is slowly creeping ahead, but again, like you said, there's no guarantee that it's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, and then with things like Neo Upper Energy, you've also got the fact that Jamming Tower exists. There's all these different decisions that you have to think about, and consequently, Dragapult will evolve for the rest of its time in the format based off of what it needs to beat the other decks. And at the moment, it feels like Disruption is Dragapult's best friend. Being able to early disrupt with that Budu and take away items, and then late game disrupt by disrupting the hand to take away options. And between the 2 of those stages of the game, you find yourself in this position where you take away all the options and finish them off. And the Dragapult is so good at dismantling the board due to that sprinkle.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's your caster pick. You are becoming an expert of Dragapult yourself. I know you enjoy playing it. And we saw tiny flashes of this card, but not quite the full use of it. But that Luxurious Cape, tell us a little bit about why that card is an inclusion in the deck.
Yeah, Luxurious Cape, a great addition we've seen recently. Many different tools, great in the deck, Bravery Charm, Defiance Band, but having that survivability against against the sniping attackers in the format, whether it's the Darmanitan in Ends decks, whether it's the Wellspring Ogerpon, or whether it is that one prize Raging Bolt. It really allows you to protect your most important Drakloak on the bench, the one that's got energy, and keep it safe. And it's also been great for things like Budu and other things you want to survive that a little bit longer. Typically, if they're taking out a one prizer with a Luxurious Capon, they're not taking out your developed Dragapult or your Pheasantipity or something else that's really important. So sometimes later on, you're not too worried about it.
Yeah, protecting that energy, protecting that recon directive, allowing you to cycle through more of the deck. But Mike, what I care more about is whether or not Arthur cycled to the venue. Let's hear from him.
Thanks, boys. Yes, I'm here with the winner of our last round, Arthur. Arthur, I mean, I was sweating back there. It was such good couple of games. Great comebacks. I must ask how you're feeling, though.
Man, I'm also sweating after those games. I was sweating during the games as well, but I don't know how I won, but yeah, I won, so I'm happy, I guess.
I mean, it's pretty, you showed such good resilience. I mean, you looked like you were on the cusp of losing both of those games, and even our casters, even Joe and Mike, were like, oh, hang on a minute, he's going to come back, he's going to come back, he's found these pieces. How were you feeling, though, as the game was going on?
To be honest, I didn't think I was winning, but somehow that was not getting to me that much. Yeah. Maybe it was because of the white noise, and I'm also a bit fatigued already from the 6 rounds. So yeah, I mean, I was just really happy to be on stream, so. Sure,
I mean, it's a great experience, isn't it? I mean, that game 1, we were wondering where your Drakloaks were. We were wondering, are they in the deck? Where are they? I mean, in that circumstance where you look like you're up against the wall, how does a player, react positively? Is it just a fact of just thinking about your outs and just having a cool head?
I think I always have this mentality that I can still win, I can win this. So I think in my head just the lines, like, how could I still win this game? I think that has also led to me getting a lot of ties, because I never really like giving up. But yeah, I always think about which line should I take to win now. So I think, just stay positive and...
Stay positive.
Yeah, and think about how could I win, and then, I think one big thing is also, if you have the idea in your head that you could still win, then the ideas of how to win are like more naturally coming to you.
Positive thinking.
Yeah.
It's all about positive thinking. Okay, great, fantastic. Let's have a look at your tournament, though. You're 6-0. It's a great record. You've gone, you haven't even lost, you haven't even tied. How's your route been here?
I'm sorry, what?
How has your journey been here to the point of 6-0? What are the other matchups you've had?
To be honest, this was the first round. Well, there were a couple other rounds where I've been sweating and had to Iona them to 1. But most of the other games have been just my opponents bricking and then them getting destroyed by the Dusknoir package together with the spread damage on the bench. It's a lot to handle. If you don't have that good of a setup and then the Budu comes as well, then it's very easy for me to clean up.
Amazing. And, what's significant is your deck choice. You've chosen Dragapult. There's a load of different variants of Dragapult out there. Why Dusknoir? I think there's a lot of conversation about, is Dusknoir the better build?
Personally, I'm not sure, but I always like to have some way of one-hitting my opponents. Okay. And that's why I play the Dusknoir, so there's always some threat of my opponent has to be aware of that. I could knock their Pokemon out in one hit, and I feel like if you just don't play the Dusknoir, then your opponent sometimes, for example, Raging Bolt, if it has no damage on it, cannot be knocked out. But if I have a Duskull on the bench, then the Raging Bolt, it could be knocked out. So you got to play around that, and I like having that option available to me.
No, it's fair enough. I mean, having different options, being flexible, it's all a part of having a good game. Now you are on, let me check, 627 points, going into this tournament. You're 6-0 now. How is your World Championship invite? How has the journey been thus far?
So the thing is, I really want to go together with my friend Benji, and he doesn't have that many points, so therefore I'm not super motivated to get to the final stretch, and I know I'm kind of on the edge of being qualified. I kind of feel like that if I would qualify, I would still go even without Benji, because Worlds is such a nice event. I would get
You're just stealing the points off other players.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's looking good now. So maybe I'll qualify and then I'll go. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Now let's talk about you as a player. Where did you start? Where's your local leagues? You know, tell us a bit about yourself.
So I'm from The Hague. It's not far from here. I started playing in, I think, the end of 2011, so like December, I think. So it's a long time ago, and then I played a little bit as a senior. And, well, it was a lot more low-key for me back then, just trading the cards and upgrading my deck little by little. And eventually I got quite a good deck, and I noticed that, you know, with good strategy, I can maybe defeat some players, and you know, I've been hooked ever since, basically.
Fantastic. It's good to hear about people's stories. Now, I must ask you, for the people back home, they really want to know, you're from The Hague, but did you cycle here?
I did not today. I think the reason is I would cycle to the train station, but my bike is a little broken. It needs a checkup. Otherwise, I would have done so.
It's a bit of a broken bike. Okay, fantastic. Well, you've heard it here first from Arthur. He didn't cycle here, unfortunately, Joe, so get it, mate. But let's go back to Shay in the fan zone.
All right then, viewers, I've whisked away from the action to have a look at some of the other events we have here going on YouTube. Look at the colouring competition. I'm not a very artistic guy, so I absolutely love seeing all this terrific artwork. And I've actually managed to get a sneaky, very important judge member of staff here to talk to us about our colouring competition. I have Sarah here. Talk to us about the colouring competition. What is going on here?
So basically, in the fun experience, we try to find new ways for people to have fun and hang out with us for the love of the brands and not only the competition part. So here with Fanfinity, what we have in these events is a coloring and a drawing competition where each age division, the first place, will win a prize each day, pretty much, okay? So what we have here, we have this incredible wall filled with the art that people are doing during the events. And yeah, we are looking for one of the winners of today's contest. And for this event in specific, they will win Journeys Together booster packs. Oh, wow. So it's pretty good, pretty recent. And basically, but like the main goal is to make sure that we have things for people to do and that we basically upgrade their experience in these kind of events.
Well, absolutely love to hear it. So you said there's multiple prizes per day?
Yes, so if we count with drawing and coloring, we're talking about 3 age division each. So it's 6 prizes each day only for this competition, besides everything else that we have happening.
Wow, that's really good. Now I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have a current favorite on the wall right now?
It's very difficult, right? If you look to the technique, maybe I would say the Squirtle or say. If you go to like originality or creativity, I would say either this one or this one, maybe.
Yeah, we've got some really good choices. I think so far I'm liking the Vulpix, but Squirtle, as you say, is looking rather good as well. Now, real quick, you mentioned that this isn't the only activity here for fun experience. What else do we have?
So we have a trading zone. The idea is, you know, the trading part that we always announce in events. We have a proper trading area where basically we promote for people in a safe environment to trade things, trade, not sell. Besides that, we have a retro gaming area, very cool, with some very old games from Pokémon Red to Colosseum. We even have Scarlet and Violet with metronome battles. We have tournaments where people can also get prizes for. We have multiple tournaments during each day. We have a very cool Guess Who's That Pokemon in these events, where people can just try to guess the correct Pokemon. We have origamis. Have you tried to do an origami?
I've done a little bit of origami, not Pokemon one though, so I might have to try and get myself down there to get involved with that as well.
Well, we do have workshops, so you can try to be in one of the workshops. Like, everyone can join if they want to. We have one at 5, so you still have time to join. But yeah, coloring, board games. We also have a lot of board games. We have Old Monopoly. And something that a lot of people don't know is we have a new Monopoly that the rules are very funny and different from what people are used to in a Monopoly game. We also have double. Very quick, very cool game if people don't have much time to pass by. And all the environment itself and hang out with people.
So it sounds like there's an awful lot. So viewers, if you want to get involved coming to these events, not all about playing, make sure to get yourself an Arcanine where you can join to register to play, but also spectate and get involved with all this lovely side event stuff. Colouring competitions, board games, retro games, it's all here under one roof. But I think that's going to wrap it up here for now. So how about we get back to some gameplay action?
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokémon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokémon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokémon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokémon in this game: basic Pokémon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokémon, which can be played on top of basic Pokémon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokémon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokémon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokémon is, and also what Pokémon it evolves from. Pokémon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokémon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokémon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokémon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokémon once during each turn. Some Pokémon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokémon in the active spot, and this Pokémon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokémon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokémon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokémon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokémon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokémon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokémon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokémon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokémon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokémon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokémon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, thank you very much, Chip Ritchie, taking us through the basics there of Pokémon TCG. But here at Utrecht, going into round 7, we'll be seeing the best of the best show us how it's done at the highest level. My name is Mike, and I'm joined here by Shay, who's just come back from the fan zone.
Yep.
Loads of stuff going on here.
Oh, ridiculous amount of stuff going on over there, to be honest. Drawing zone, retro games, metronome battles. I obviously had the vendors not too far away from there as well. So I had a whale of a time learning on about that. However, as Mike did just say, we're going to our Swiss round 7. This is where it starts. You know, if you're in that zone for day 2, all the wins here matter, because it's not just about making day 2. If you're at this point now, you want to try and get yourself in a good position for that top 8 and beyond. So all these games will matter. That means we're going to have some great action coming up soon.
Yeah, and this is crunch time. This is where the fatigue might start kicking in. These players have been playing grueling matches, especially with the current format. The difficulty level of a lot of these decks is at its highest.
Yep.
So these players are having to really find the toughest routes, and they must have done to get to the stage, but now they've got to do it against each other. The best of the best, knocking out each other.
Yep, as you say now, if you are on those really terrific records, you know, those 5 wins and all that jazz there, you're only really going to be playing against people who are also on those really good records. That means you're not going to have any easy ones anymore, unless you've cooked up something really spicy that just happens to be running through the metagame, which could be possible. We might be seeing that next, who knows? Only way to find out, and that's by watching this next stream game.
I think we've got a great little stream game. We love sharing our famous players, the ones who've got a bit of notoriety. We just got to see Owen Kammerman and Arthur, 2 players with great notorious victories from the local area. But it's not just players that we like to show off, it's sometimes the casters who have a little bit of a history playing before they came to the desk. But here it is, Alex Dow, last minute decision to come out to Utrecht to see if he's still got it. It looks like he has 5-1-0 currently.
Yeah, doing fantastically well. As you say, Alex knows his way around those regional special events. One of the only players to win 2 in a row, back-to-back, and did so without losing a single game. Back in 2017, their Birmingham Regional Champion, and 2 top worlds, top 64s, Liverpool Regional top 8 as well. And just before that, the Turin Open, I believe, won that just before Birmingham Regionals as well.
Well, 2017 is quite a long time ago. Has he still got it now? I know Benjamin Rabioti will be happy to see a Pokemon parent out there doing well. Alex Dow has his own family, so putting his name out there that it is still possible once you got kids. And on the other side, Adrian looking to come in, an interesting archetype. That's been the key today, seeing so many different deck types doing well and finding their way to the top.
Yeah, you know, doing fantastically well there is Adrian with a little bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not a traditional archetype, the Golden Go, plus the Dragapult. It's actually something I really like, you know, having supplementing your extra draw via coin bonus, and then gives you that sort of big get out the way attack with Make It Rain, where, you know, traditionally that Dragapult EX hasn't got that big get out the way power, as in removing stuff from the active. But Golden Go does not struggle at doing that.
Yeah, they supplement each other, similar to how Charizard and Dragapult have done in previous matches on the stream. But it is that draw power you mentioned. Having 2 different evolution lines that have huge draw in them means that disruption is pretty much off the cards for this deck. Even if you put them down to 1 card, they'll likely be able to see several more on that turn. And there's a little Jolteon. We actually saw Umbreon on the previous match with a Zorua, but Jolteon this time making their way onto the stage.
Yep, let know in chat who your favourite evolution is. You know what mine is, Mike? I like a bit of Flareon personally. What about
Flareon?
You? Yeah.
Ooh, I do like Umbreon and Espeon. I think they've got a special... I love the Johto games, so they do have a little bit of a special place in my heart, but I'm sure every one of them has a huge fan base in our chat. So make sure you let us know what your favourite EV evolution form is, as we are quickly getting prepared for round 7. Both players shuffling up here. It's an important game.
It really
for these players to try and secure great spots going forward, not just making it through to day 2, which they both secured, but finding themselves further through the tournament.
Yep, as you say, you know, at this point, 501, day 2 is almost guaranteed for the most part. So now you have to start thinking, how do I catapult myself maximum chances to get into that, you know, that asymmetrical top cut and beyond? And the way to do that is what I like to say is getting these cheeky bonus ones in. You know what I mean? You win these now, give yourself more of a catapult into day 2, so then you don't need as many match points to then hit your top 8s and beyond. So yeah, even though both these players have terrific records, they're both definitely going to be wanting a win here. And I'm sure Alex definitely wants it. Adrian, I'm sure, wants it no less as well. So that means we're going to have a very, very high-stakes game.
And Alex Dow, a humble man sometimes when he talks about his deck choices. We caught up with him earlier and he said, oh, I'm learning the deck on the go. He loves to do this whole, like, I picked up a deck on the day, but he's such a strong player that he can learn and adapt. And as the tournament goes on, he's going to get more and more familiar with that, as he doesn't get a chance to play as much as he used to now that he has a family to look after, but is such an adaptable player and can quickly rise to the top despite only picking up the deck on the day.
Yeah, it's a real testament to just how long you've been around the game and your skill level if you can just pick up a deck and instantly start doing well. Let's consult these prize cards there. Alex has prized 1 Volt, Monkey Dory, Bravery Charm, 1 Dark, not the worst ones. For Adrian, the 1 copy of Dark Energy, a Gimme Ghoul, Cypher, Maniac, Code Breaking. How many Gimme Ghouls has he played? Just played 4 copies of 4. Was that 6 mulligans? Is that... Wait, is that why it took so long to start? Win and in action, here we go. 1. Oh no, maybe not 6 mulligans then. I got a bit excited there, but here we are. Swiss round 7 feature match is starting with Alex Dow over on the right. Gonna start the turn off here with the Earthen Vessel to discard any card from your hand and draw 2 basic energy. So while Alex is gonna do this first deck search here, let's have a quick rundown, Mike, of this Gardevoir EX archetype. It's a pretty simple one, to be honest. You got 2 mini games. First of all, get basic Psychic Energy in the discard pile, because your Gardevoir EX can just accelerate them straight back, putting 2 damage counters on one of your Psychic Pokemon whenever you attach a Psychic Energy from the discard pile to it via Gardevoir's ability, Psychic Embrace. Now, those 2 damage counters can sound a little bit troubling, right? However, you have multiple ways to maneuver them back off. Monkey Dory, as we've seen many a times this stream with the Adrenabrain, letting you move 3 off one of your Pokemon to your opponent's active, or any Pokemon I should say. But however, we make really good use of our Pokemon being damaged via Drifloon and Screamtail, both doing more damage depending on how many damage counters you have on yourself.
Well, there we go. Quick tour through Gardevoir. That Psychic Embrace, such a powerful ability. Any ability that allows you to put more than 1 energy in play per turn is a great way to push yourself forward, especially those high attack costs, and in this case, attacks that are multiplied by the number of energy or damage on your Pokemon. And you can see 1 Ralts, a Budu, and an Artisan going down to potentially find another one, or a Monkey Dory, as that Dark Energy was taken. Perhaps knowing what the matchup is, you know, a lot of these players will be seeing each other's decks in the hall, so they'll know what they're up against. So Alex, knowing that his Ralts is safe for this turn, as Adrian will need to evolve through various iterations of his evolving Pokemon.
Yeah, we do see the Monkey Dory, and we know, we see it over for Adrian, also has the Monkey Dory inactive, one of the best cards in the standard format right now. Being able to get that early darkness energy on it means Adrenabrain will be live for the rest of the game. And we are going to see the pass over to Adrian, who is going to kick us off there with the Buddy Poffin, Mike.
Great top deck,
yeah.
Buddy Poffin.
Top deck as well.
Yeah, you always want to be seeing that card in that first turn, and typically you'll look at that hand without it and think, what am I going to do here?
Yeah.
But if it comes off the top deck, you'll be confident you can set up nice and wide with so many 70 HP Pokemon in Adrian's deck. You want to see early on the Gimme Ghouls and the Dreepies, which there's 4 of the Gimmies and 2 of the Dreepies, so we'll be able to access most of them this turn.
Yeah, fantastic start. Let's have a quick rundown of Adrian's deck as well. It's sort of 2 archetypes slammed together. Let's start off with the Golden Go EX, the sort of main build around Make It Rain, doing 50 damage for each basic energy you discard from your hand when you use the attack. So that's an endless damage output. Now, Adrian's been a bit sneaky, and he's also put in a 2/2 Dragapult EX line, Phantom Dive, 200 damage to the active, and 6 damage counter spread. So I quite like this deck. It's basically saying, if you've got stuff on the bench, I'll use Dragapult. If you've got big stuff in the active, I'm using Golden Go, and they both complement each other, Mike, very well.
Yeah, and they have differing matchups which they benefit from.
Yep.
So if you put them in the same deck, you can lean into the one which you prefer, and just so much draw potential. Recon Directive of Dracloak and the coin bonus of Golden Go. You can see so much of your deck every turn. And it really helps for that consistency. We've seen Enzorok doing well off the back of that trade ability, and having attackers in your deck that have inbuilt draw support is such a key feature in the current format.
It really is. We do see the Dark Energy getting attached to the active Monkey Dory, and we are going to see the Artisan. So there we do see Dreepy and double Gimme Ghoul. And it's worth noting, as you say, Mike, with all these stage 1s drawing cards, you know, via coin bonus, which lets you just draw a card off as an active draw 2. Recon Directive lets you look at top 2, put one in your hand, one to the bottom. Adrian will be able to start filtering through his deck a massive amount on the next turn, provided you get the stage 1s into play. And it'll be interesting to see how the game pans out. But I believe after that Artisan for the Gimme Ghoul, we are going to see a pass, and it is over to Alex.
Typically wanting to use TM Evolution on that first turn, but unable to find it with that starting hand. Adrian will have to manually evolve next turn or search the TM Evo again. So this is where Alex now will look to item lock through the Budu and set up the Gardevoir behind to try and start the powerful combination of Psychic Embrace with a slew of powerful Psychic type attackers.
Yeah, Psychic Embrace, that is the aim of the game. Want to get that online, as well as getting as many Psychic Energy in the discard pile as well. Probably not going to be too hard, though. The Gardevoir EX deck is built to do that. Off to a terrific start already, as we do see another Artisan going to come down for another Volts as well.
A research in hand, that's going to see so many more cards. This is where Gardevoir's had to adapt. Previously, having that Refinement Curlier, was able to draw through the evolving of the Ralts into the Curlier, but now has to use supporters more so. Professor's Research and Iono in the highest counts we've seen them ever in Gardevoir, of typically 4 Research and 4 Iono. So much so that we often see cards like Morty's Conviction even making their way into the list. Alex opting not to go for those, but it is showing you how important supporter draw is for Gardevoir.
As we do see an Ultra Ball to evolve a Curlier, Bravery Charm attached to the Budu, and then we're going to see the Professor's Research, Empty Hand Research, 7 new cards. What can Alex draw into here? We'd love to see more energy in the discard pile. Earthen Vessel, great start. And a Nest Ball, so quite a few options there, Mike. And worth noting, we do see that Lily's Clefairy. That's going to be a very interesting X factor, since that Lily's Clefairy will give the Dragon Pokemon on the opponent's side of the board a weakness to Psychic, which is terrifying.
That Professor Tiro's scenario being discarded is interesting. It can be a great resource into Dragapult, but maybe recognizing that the Golden Go is the preferred line of attack for Adrian, knowing that Dragapult is in range of that Lily's Clefairy, maybe in combination with a Mew EX, which would be so devastating, which there isn't one in Alex's list, but it's these kinds of cards that you have to start thinking about when you're leaning into Dragapult. So rather than going for Professor Tiro's scenario, on this occasion, it looks like Alex is opting more for the Monkey Dory route to remove damage from play.
I was about to say, he's going to be able to get the second Dark Energy. Double Monkey Dory established by turn 2 means that Gardevoir will be able to start manipulating this damage a lot. As we do see the Itchy Pollen, the pollen count is getting a bit high in the venue. Mike, hope we've all got your antihistamines, as it is over to Adrian. Going to start to turn off there, evolving into Golden Go EX. That means coin bonus is life, can draw a card. What else has Adrian got, though?
The Energy Search Pro, the A-spec of choice for Golden Go, will allow Adrian to take a swing here, but you do not want to be swinging. Oh, you won't want to be swinging into the Budu anyway. That's when you got big Pokemon in play you want to be taking out. And so on this occasion, we'll be relying on that draw to dig through the deck. And so many item cards in this Golden Go list that Itchy Pollen is devastating.
Wait a minute. Is Stadium the only playable card in that hand apart from the Pheasantipity?
I think so.
I think it is. That's a hand of 5 items and a Pheasantipity. It's just going to be a pass over to Alex. The Budu has done exactly what it needs to do, and that is buy a turn. It's over to Alex now. What can he manufacture?
Gardevoir top deck there. We'll be able to get Psychic Embrace online here. And you might look at those Monkey Dory and think, hang on, how are they going to get the damage in play as there's no attack coming in from Adrian? But the advantage of that Psychic Embrace is you put your own damage in play, so you can start moving that around. And there's some great targets on Adrian's side for those Monkey Dories, as that Itchy Pollen could very well have switched the game in Alex's favor.
Really could have, and sometimes that's all you need from the Budu. It's just one turn that's caught Adrian a bit lacking, as it were, with so many unplayable items, I should say, not able to do anything. As we do see the Artisan concluding, Going to grab that Scream Tail. Now, worth noting that Scream Tail, Roaring Scream, 20 damage for each damage counter on itself. That can go to any one of your opponent's Pokemon. It doesn't just have to hit the active. So, provided there's enough energy in discard pile, which there is, we could start seeing some Roaring Scream accessing Adrian's bench for KOs, or could opt to Itchy Pine again. We do see now, though, Gardevoir EX hit the board. Mike, Psychic Embrace is online.
Well, Adrian's going to have to come up with some clever ways to win this game, because this board state from Alex is looking so strong. Everything there in favor of optimal play. Both the Monkey Dory setup, you have the Gardevoir in line, you have the backup routes ready to go, and you've got an attacker ready to take some knockouts. All the while, Adrian is far away from ever getting that first knockout, and the moment Alex takes a swing here, it would open up the items for Adrian, so he would start being able to do things, but scary time for him.
I like this, though. Buddha's done what it needs to do. By a turn, you can retreat. I know as well, going to reset the hand. Now, that's interesting, because we know that Alex can think, well, that hand might be a lot of items. If I give up the item lock, well, he might be able to explode back in my face. So how about, let me put those cards to the bottom, give you 6 new ones. You get yourself 6 new ones as well for the Roaring Scream. Might going to access that bench. What do you think the target's going to be for that?
Oh, it's a tough one, isn't it? You know, the Dreepy could be a target if you're worried about the Dragapult, and then that way you take away that line. If you take out the Gimmighoul, there is a Golden Go ready to go, so that would be an option to take away. But Monkey Dory can be pretty scary at times.
True.
But likely that Dreepy, and that's the beauty of these powerful top decks like Gardevoir, is there's so many different routes you can take.
Yep.
So the foresight of these top players able to navigate it is making a massive difference to their success rate.
If you do see Ultra, we're going to conclude for the Gardevoir EX. I believe there's a rare candy in hand. Double Gardevoir EX in play. Not too much of a benefit there, as we are going to see the Roaring Scream that's going to KO the bench. Gimmighoul as it can access the bench. Alex takes our first prize card here in our Swiss Round 7 feature match here at the Utrecht Special Championship. Remember, this is some winning in action here, folks. Both players need to win to get into day 2. Is over to Adrian, though. Mike's going to start us off with a coin bonus draw 2.
And I guess the beauty of knowing your opponent's decks, Alex highlighting that Golden Go can be evolved and put into play and start drawing, but Dragapult would take a few turns to get going. The Dracloak would have to come down, so the Dreepy is not an imminent threat, whereas the Gimmighoul, if you get rid of that now, that's taking away options very quickly for Adrian. He actually had a Golden Go in hand ready to evolve.
That's sad. There you go, successfully. Wow, Vengeful Push. That's not a card we see all the time. That is a tool card. When it's attached to the Pokemon, when it's attached to the Pokemon, it's attached, it takes damage, I should say. Take 4 damage counters back.
Interesting card for the matchup, but one that can be played around, especially with things like Monkey Dory.
Yes.
You know, all of these on-attack effect tools are frequently played around by strong players who are able to acknowledge that, almost knock them out, move damage onto them, and finish them that way.
Yeah, because for the Vengeful Punch to activate, it would need to be KO'd via damage. So if you can take any KOs via special conditions or Monkey Dory, Vengeful Punch will not activate. Now, we do see a Buddy Puffin that's going to grab another Dragapult. Now, this is where this Golden Go Dragapult deck is interesting, because you sort of start promoting multiple threats at the same time. However, the Dragapult threat for Gardevoir, not too hard to deal with thanks to that Fairy Zone. Oh, we do see the Ace Nullifier Genesect come down with the tool card. Now, that means Alex cannot play an Ace spec. His Ace spec of choice is Secret Box. We haven't seen it being played yet, but while that Genesect has a tool card on it, Mike, there will be no Ace spec for Alex.
Yeah, the Genesect, a great inclusion recently. We saw it before with the Cloth Terrapagos decks, and it did so well there. And now any deck that feels like it has an extra bench space to play with and a lot of tool cards available will frequently be playing that Ace Nullifier Genesect. It's so good at shutting down the powerful turns of so many decks in the format. Secret Box, one of the least affected Ace specs on Alex's side, but a very strong consistency card that has now been taken away.
As we do see Adrian end the turn there with the TM Evolution, going to evolve into Dracloak and a benched Golden Go EX and pass it over. It's over to Alex now. Let's see what he can do. Going to start the turn with the top deck. Professor's Research off the top. Now, does have quite a few supporters in hand, so may opt to not use that. But worth noting, Adrian has a ridiculous amount of draw power now. Got 2 uses of coin bonus and a recon directive. Alex might want to start maybe trying to chip away at that.
Yeah, has
the Iono and 2 research, might opt to play the Iono, even though he sees less cards and refreshes Adrian's hand. It would mean that he would keep those Professor researches for later. But actually does go for the research now, removing 2 supporters from his deck. I guess just looking to try and dig as deep as possible to set up this powerful board that is already close to perfection.
Maybe doesn't want to give Adrian any extra cards. Okay, the hand is interesting. A few Night Stretch, Lily's Clefairy, Drifloon. How many energy in discard pile right now? Is it 0?
Not many.
Is it it might be 0, you know?
Yeah, because there's 2 in play from that first Screamtail acceleration.
Yeah, so we might be stuck with a Roaring Scream here. 80 damage, not bad. You really want to try and get that 90 though, so you can get rid of that Dracloak on the bench. But yeah, there's definitely no energy there. Now, I did say at the start of the game, didn't I, Mike? The mini game for Gardevoir is to get extra energy in the discard pile, so it looks like we might be seeing a retreat. We'll have to discard an energy for that, which you could obviously attach via again. Now, remember, we do have Monkey Dories online, so we can move this 40 damage off if we like. Bit counterproductive though. Psychic Embrace, Mike. Onto Gardevoir. Level 2.
Could set up some knockouts here. You know, the Golden Go is out of range of the Gardevoir's attack that does 190. So if you put that pre-built damage on there, you can start to swing with your highest HP Pokemon in Gardevoir EX. And it also means you're getting energy in play and healing the Pokemon at the same time. So where the downside of Psychic Embrace, putting 20 damage in play, can be negated by that retreat and movement of damage counters. And now you can see the thought from Alex trying to work out whether it's smart to remove that damage. And
we are. So we're going to see damage off the Screamtail as well. Onto active. There we go. Not something you see terribly often with Screamtail, since it loves having damage on it, but we are going to see Itchy Pollen. I believe, let me just double check. Is he resistant to grass?
It is.
Golden Go does resist grass, so we will have to get that 10 damage taken off the active. We'll try and get down to the table judge.
I think it's already been done.
Already been done. There we go. Very good. Here we go. Coin bonus. Drawing 2. Remember, no items. That's not allowed. A bit naughty, that. So we can't be paying that Itchy Pollen. Another coin bonus.
Well, there's an energy.
Recon Directive.
Needs another energy for the knockout here. Oh, just that Buddy Poffin. Early game, great card, but you do not want to be seeing it later on. Often the worst choice on those Draclos. There's actually 2 energy in hand. It has the boss's orders as well, so could try and target something down on the bench, but without using that Energy Search Pro, which is not possible with the item lock from Budu, going to be stuck with just the 2 energy for the knockout, so may just take out this Budu.
It's not bad. It's not the worst play in the world. You'd rather be hitting something a bit more impactful. But now Adrian is on the board, taking his first prize card now in our Swiss Round 7 feature match here at the Utrecht Special event. If you're just joining us, both players would love to win this game to secure themselves a spot in day 2. Alex currently his turn, has to promote. Both players on 5 prize cards remaining. And it's interesting now, without the Budu, Adrian will be able to go off to the races next turn if we don't see an Itchy Pollen. Over to Alex. Here we go, Mike.
It feels like Alex has timed his Ionos every time Energy Search Pro has come online.
Yeah, really
found a way to disrupt that hand. On this occasion, doesn't look like there's an Iono in hand, but does top deck that energy, so can discard that, and now has 3 Psychic Energy to play with the 1 in on the Screamtail, the 1 on the Gardevoir, and the 1 in hand. So we'll now be able to start attacking with the Gardevoir if that's the choice.
Here we are going to see the Ultra Ball going to conclude as we do see that Basic Energy getting discarded, Mike. And then the Drifloon. Here we go. It's going to give us a bit of insight now what Alex is going to be trying lining up here.
Not many cards left in that deck.
There's really not, is there? I mean, there is a Pheasantipity, which you can use. Flip the Script's obviously live. One of the best cards in the game, Mike, that Pheasantipity. With that Flip the Script ability, letting you activate it only if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. If it was, though, get to draw 3 cards.
And seen in pretty much every deck in the format now. Even those decks that are trying to be 1 prize focused, they have that Pheasantipity as a backup plan towards the end. Gives you so much protection around the disruption that's running rampant for Iono and so many of the best decks in format, like this Gardevoir from Alex, or the Dragapult that we see do so well at all the different tournaments. It's going to be a retreat.
Ooh, we're going to see a Full Moon Rondo. I think so. Full Moon Rondo. Is it 20 plus, is it 40 for each bench Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's? No, 20 plus 20, I should say.
So that's 220 with both players filling up their benches.
Okay, but then with the Monkey Dory, we can get there, right? So only got 230 hit points left, the active, so we can just move a little bit extra on there. And then Alex has maneuvered this Full Moon Rondo to be a big KO here from the Lily's Clefairy. Even has another Adrenabrain to use. And this is where double Monkey Dory mark, it's just so strong.
I wonder if that 30 moved across onto the active will come back to bite in the future. Only needed to move 10 across for the knockout here, but opting to move the 1 elsewhere. And so could have put more damage on the board elsewhere, but will be the knockout.
But there we go. Big Full Moon Rondo, big 2 prize KO there from Lily's Clefairy. And remember, while that Lily's Clefairy is in play, Dragon Pokemon have a weakness to Psychic. Might not be relevant now, but if Adrian wants to build towards that Dragapult EX, that is something we have to keep an eye on here.
Speaking of weakness, Lily's Clefairy weak to metal, which the Golden Go will save a little bit of energy requirement in the attack, as there's 1 to attach, has the fighting energy to discard from the attack 2. But by going ahead, Alex is setting the tempo, asking the questions of what Adrian is able to do. And with the Monkey Dory able to push damage across to those Dreepies and the Dracloaks on the other side, I think Adrian's going to be worried about leaving that Dreepy there with 60 HP remaining. Is going to have to try and evolve at this turn, if that's possible.
As we do see the Artisan activation here, Mike. Let's see. The very least gets to shuffle the deck after Ionos. Was there any target there, actually? Doesn't look like it. So we're going to see a shuffle up. But yeah, as you do say, since Lily's Clefairy is weak to metal, that Golden Go will have no problem sending Lily's Clefairy straight to the discard pile. And then they'll actually even us up here. So this has been a very interesting game. Both players trading blows exactly, the same way. Who's going to be the first one to falter? I'm not 100% sure, but I think I have to favor Alex right now. Double Monkey Dory, double Gardevoir EX setup. Won't be hard to reload.
Yeah, there's going to be some tougher decisions for Adrian on how to get ahead. Because at the moment, it's working from behind. You're 1 knockout behind. Alex taking a 1 prizer followed by a 2 prizer. Adrian has only taken that 1 prizer. But it's much more possible for Alex in this current board state to be able to take multiple prizes with the double Monkey Dory. Dragapult a little bit harder to set up from this current position, as there is only 1 energy in play, and that's on the Golden Go.
As we do see, Mike, the Energy Search Pro getting played, letting you search your deck for any amount of different basic energy, put them straight into your hand. And that's really good with Make It Rain, since Make It Rain does 50 for each basic energy you discard from your hand. So you can see the synergy, get them all to the hand via Energy Search Pro, get them all to the discard pile via Make It Rain while taking a 2 prize KO ideally. And then you get them back from the discard pile via Superior Energy Retrieval. So there's the little loop there for Adrian. Needs to get a lot of energy in the discard pile. Has done it now via Make It Rain. So there is the little bit of a loop, as it were.
And I like the way Alex has used that Lily's Clefairy for the knockout, sort of accepting that the extra 30 damage from the attack saves a little bit of Monkey Dory movement. And allows you to use that elsewhere, setting up future attacks. A bit of foresight from Alex, very well played. But on Adrian's side, really having to think about the way to get ahead. What is the Dragapult's potential? Is this knockout on the active going to be the start of the final few turns? As Lily's Clefairy only requiring 2 energy due to that weakness, and will be both players on 3 prize cards remaining.
And I think it's worth noting, as you do say, how much does Adrian value Dragapult right now? Was actually a target off Recon Directive, but chose to send it to the bottom, so maybe he's not valuing it right now. As we do see over to Alex, Night Stretcher, going to get back that Lily's Clefairy. Will it hit the board yet? Unsure. We're going to see a Psychic Embrace to the active, 20 damage. Remember, Monkey Dory can move that straight off. Lily's Clefairy hits the board again. And I think is this going to be a little bit of a rinse and repeat, because that 2 damage from the Monkey Dory going to go straight back onto the Golden Go. Stop me if you've heard this before, Mike, but then Full Moon Rondo, that's going to be enough for a crisp, a clean knockout.
Exactly. Repeat. If you're ahead, repeat. Keep going until you're done.
That's it. It hasn't done Alex too far wrong so far, has it? So how about I just do it again?
Exactly. So the first Adrenabrain moving 30 damage off of the Lily's Clefairy on to the active. Again, we'll be doing 220 damage with that Full Moon Rondo. And now we'll be looking to move some damage elsewhere. Again, a little bit of inefficiency with the damage movement there. Only needs to move 20 across onto that active Golden Go. As now having to embrace another energy into play to move 30 elsewhere. So that going onto the Gimme Ghoul over there. So now 2 targets on the bench that are within range of that Psychic Embrace damage moved through the Monkey Dory.
And it looks like we are going to see an Iono to boot here as well. That's going to reset both players' hands down to 3. But remember, Alex will be taking a 2-prize KO, so we'll take 2 prize cards. So at the very minimum, or maximum, I should say, we'll end the turn after the attack with 5 cards in hand. And for Adrian, this Iono could be devastating. Wanting to be able to draw out of this, has got to do a little bit of work, evolve up and get some basic energy in the hand to make it rain, take a response KO. And Alex even has an Earthen Vessel, so can thin the hand of more Psychic energy and then get them from the deck as well.
Yeah, great position for Alex. Really tough now for Adrian to get a response knockout. It would be that Golden Go, but with that 3 damage counters that Alex moved across, anticipating that could be the main target, a Golden Go needs to take a knockout and survive in the active spot, which would be even tougher now that the 30 damage was moved there. And the knockout will come through. Full Moon Rondo for 220 damage. And Adrian on the back foot. 1 prize card remaining for Alex. Adrian still needs 3.
Uh-oh. That hand mark is not very... Oh, actually, Superior Energy Retrieval, Ultra Ball. We can get to a Golden Go very easily and a big KO there. We do see the Recon Directive going to take the Iono. Then the problem is if you just swing for Golden Go with a Golden Go again, thanks to that prior 3 damage already, it's not hard for Alex just to recycle another easy KO via Full Moon Rondo. What can Adrian do? He's going to have to hope that this Iono will stick.
It could end up being one of those game on board situations for Alex.
It really could.
Even Iono down to 1 would be not enough disruption to take away all the options that Alex has on board. Those 2 Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy attached pose such a disruptive board because they're able to move up to 60 damage across. And so with the Gardevoir able to power itself up, hit for 190, you're hitting as high as 250 with just what you see on the board right now.
Yeah, great point. And you even have the Scream Tail if you want to get cheeky and start accessing the bench for that last prize card. Quite honestly, Alex has a multitude, a plethora, an absolute bevy of options to close this game out. And it is over to Adrian to try and stop it. But that's the scary thing about Gardevoir. Oh, okay. Well, the Jamming Tower reduces the effectiveness of Scream Tail a little bit, as we do see Iono going to give Alex a 1-card hand. But as you say, Mike, this is the scary thing about Gardevoir is it gets to the point where it can just play off what's in play. You know, Gardevoir attaches energy. You've got your attackers there already. Can get a little bit out of hand.
So a little bit of draw still left to go. And that could be coin bonus for 2 in the active. That's some energy, but really needs to try and get, there we go, the Superior Energy Retrieval will do it. Needs to try and get a Metal Energy +2 to take the knockout. And then ask the question of Alex, can you get the return knockout? And it looks likely with this board.
Yeah, it's not looking like it would be terribly hard. The double Monkey Dory, as you can say, can just undo that Psychic Embrace damage and sort of give that Miracle Force from Gardevoir EX extra reach that it realistically has no right to be hitting. We do see Superior Energy Retrieval, though. Going to get back 4 different basic energy from the discard pile, all different colors, thanks to that Energy Search Pro. Love to see it. We're going to see the big Make It Rain, thanks to weakness. Only needs to discard 2, Mike. Not the greatest amount. Easy to do.
Yeah, and that will be a knockout. 1 prize card remaining for both players. And then Alex would have to try and find the final knockout. Does need to attach the energy.
Oh, yeah. Well, how is this going to work then? We'll have to... Yep, because they can't actually enter the attack phase there. So there we do. We are going to see the turn attach. Oh, we're going to see the turn attach. This might be a job for the table judges here. Not 100% sure how it pans out. Yeah, it's a very easy attack to do if you can attach that energy. It only needs 2 basic energy to take the KO thanks to weakness. But we're just going to have a discussion about how that's actually going to resolve itself. I think Alex might just be saying, well, no matter what, I have Scream Tail on board. And that can actually take the KO anyway. As you do say, Alex would have been on board. And it looks like we might be seeing a concession here, perhaps on the basis that Scream Tail does get the win. I believe that is what we're looking at here, as both players are going to be picking up the deck. So Alex now will be able to take our Swiss Round 7 feature match. Game 1, only 1 game away from securing himself an auto place in day 2.
and doing it in, I would say, Mike, in quite convincing fashion. Was always one step ahead, and Gardevoir is one of the most terrifying decks if you're one step ahead, because normally it's the combat deck.
It is, and it's got quicker recently. It's aiming to try and set up faster, and we saw there all it took was one turn of Budu item lock with that itchy pollen to try and set up a little bit more.
And there it was.
Once the Gardevoir was in play, the game went very heavily in Alex's favor.
Yeah, I think, you know, as you say, Gardevoir is a deck that comes back from behind normally. That's why you play the itchy pollen, to try and slow your opponent down. However, if you can put yourself in the driver's seat thanks to damage manipulation from Monkey Dory, it's one of the scariest decks to try and come back against, because, as you say, it plays from the board. Once the energy's there in the discard pile, it doesn't really matter. You know, Miracle Force on Gardevoir, a bit of a weak attack, only does 190. Doesn't matter if you can start flinging loads of damage via Monkey Dory, and then the Full Moon Rondo doing exactly what it needs to do, Mike.
It almost felt like a Dragapult Plus, having your attacker do around 200 damage into the active, then you had 60 damage to put anywhere, including the active, using those Monkey Dory to move him about. So it was just following the game plan to perfection, knocking out the active, setting up future active knockouts on those gimmies, putting the damage there in preparation, so it was in range once the next attacker came up.
Yep, and that was everything. That's all she wrote there for game one. Alex doing exactly what he needed to do. Maybe it was a bit unfortunate for Adrian there. When that itchy pollen came down on the turn 2, he really didn't have a lot to do. I think it was just a coin bonus, I believe, and then a pass over. However, still got enough time for Adrian to try and win back a game 2 and a game 3. Golden Go, if left to his own devices, will be able to win games very fast. If we do see a mulligan there, that's not what we want to do if we're trying to win a game fast. But Adrian, going to try and win game 2, game 3. Definitely possible.
Yeah, and we can't deny how strong the start was there for Alex. Played it very well, but also saw everything he needed in all the turns, having those researches every turn to push further through the deck and see all the different resources comfortably evolving up. You see, having a lot of fun here on this side of the stream as opposed to here on the mic. A great player, historical regional champion back in 2017, winning back-to-back regionals, one of the only players to ever do it, and showing now exactly why. Still got it at the ripe old age of, I'm not going to say it on stream.
All right, so this is 30-something. 30-something. But when he won those regionals, did it without losing a single round. That's ridiculous. Who does that? Who turns up to a regional, wins it without losing a single round, goes to the next one, and then does it again? Let's consult these prize cards there for Adrian. Dark Energy Dracloak, not too bad. There's a second copy of Dracloak, only plays 2. And then for Alex, 1 Revolts, 2 basic copies of Psychic Energy. Could be kind of impactful. And then 1 copy of Artisan, which we did see him use quite a lot. But now, here we go. Swiss round 7, game 2 feature match here in Utrecht. Remember, viewers, if you're just joining us here, both players want to win this best of 3 to get herself a nice, safe place in day 2. For Adrian, since he is 1 game down, will need to win this game and the next to do that. Alex just needs to win 1 of 2 to do so.
Yeah, Alex just prize checking here. Super important with Gardevoir. It does have a lot of high counts of cards, so you are able to have contingency in case of prizing. But there's a few big cards that are important to check if they're in the prizes. Things like Gardevoir, which there is only 2 copies of. If both of those are prized, you have a very different game plan. And all of your individual attackers, Screamtail, Drifloon, your Pheasantipity and Lily's Clefairy, all important cards to recognize, as there's only 1 of them in the deck.
It's definitely something you have to keep an eye on, as Alex is able to have 1 Volt in play, then get a Nest Ball to get a second Volt in play as well. Monkey Dory, this is very similar to game 1 there for Alex. If we have a Dark Energy to boot as well, that'd be a fantastic start. Doesn't have the Dark Energy. Don't mind this though, attached, and when you retreat, there's going to be 1 more in the discard pile already. Is over to Adrian. Now, Adrian, my friend, good sir, if you want to get into day 2, you're going to have to win this game. How are you going to do that? Start us off with a Buddy Buddy Puffin. Love that.
Yeah, no TM Evolution was found last game in the first turn. Did come in later on, but you really want to be seeing that in the first turn. Having 2 of them in the deck to try and maximize the opportunity, and having those 4 Arven too. So,
although it looks like, sorry to cut you off there, Mike, there is no Arven in that hand, and there is no TM Evolution. We do see a Cypher Maniacs code breaking, and you grab any 2 cards you like and put on the top of your deck. However, that means we are not going to see the TM Evo once again.
Well, we'll be able to evolve next turn, but yeah, as you mentioned, no TM Evo. Means the Dragapult is less viable because you want to see those Dracloaks early on. You want to see those attachments of Fire and Psychic just to have it as a banked option. We never saw Dragapult being a possibility in the first game for Adrian because there was never that first energy attachment, the spare energy attachment put into play.
And that's where Alex made full use of his, as you would say, the free energy attachment, because he got those 2 Dark Energy on those Monkey Dory ridiculously early. So it is over to Adrian. Looks like the top card, I believe, or the bottom card, as it looks like to us now, was the Golden Go. And then the card after that was going to be the Arven. But remember, if you were to draw into the Golden Go, you can then use coin bonus to instantly access that second card as well.
A little bit of a pause as the setup has been finished. That Cypher Mayet's code breaking, setting up for next turn. Iono proofed as well.
Yes.
As those cards would go into the hand post Iono, which we've just seen go into Alex Dowell's hand. But what is he going to do here? Is he going to get aggressive or look to try and establish that Budu, as we saw last game, to give an extra turn, a bit of extra time to set up the full board?
I would imagine the Budu might not be as attractive now. If you saw your opponent with the Cypher Maniac putting 2 cards to the top, you know whatever he wants he's going to get. However, in saying that, sometimes even if your opponent has the 2 cards you want, being able to item lock a deck that plays quite a lot of items is always going to be good.
Energy Search Pro, a key pillar of any Golden Go deck to get that first knockout on board, would be out of grasp, and also just that general bull search, you know, having the Ultra Balls and having the Nest Balls to get things in play is so key for Golden Go, and that would be unavailable if an item lock happens here, and that's looking to be the case. Budu with a Bravery Charm on, forcing another energy out of that Golden Go attack, and the Iono will come through. Adrian now drawing into those 2 cards he's put there, as well as another 4.
That's a good thing about Cypher Maniac versus Iono. Since Iono doesn't shuffle draw, you will be able to access those 2 cards plus 4 more from the Cypher. So we know we're going to have an Arven and a Golden Go. And then, oh, was that another Arven? And a basic, well, Fighting Energy. That's not the most useful one in the world, is it?
Well, we'll see a few more cards with the Golden Go.
This is true.
We see the Ultra Ball plus 2 Psychic Energy for Alex. Could get a Curlier going.
I think you have to. That seems pretty sensible to me. It has another Ultra Ball as well, so that can grab either Gardevoir EX on the following turn. There we go, we're going to see the Curlier. Find it interesting how, even though we lost Refinement Curlier from Silver Tempest, Curlier is still a massive part of the deck, although it's worth knowing that this Curlier is just going to be here just to evolve, not going to be doing any fancy drawing shenanigans, is it?
No, I mean, it's that Budu that's forced every Rare Candy deck to include their stage 1s to try and find a way through it. Otherwise, you would just get Budu locked out of the game. Does have a few attacks, the Curlier, but very rarely seen, as you'd much rather turn it into that Gardevoir as a 10 damage on that Dreepy. But the most important part of that Itchy Pollen is the item lock. Adrian now having to navigate his turn without the ability to use items.
So it looks like there we do see the Arven that we saw him put to the top via code, Cypher Maniac's code break him. So that means, I imagine, we're going to see TM Evolution being used here. I think he did eye up 2 Golden Go to the top of the deck. We're going to see Pokegear 3.0 and then Technical Machine Evolution. I remember you can attach that tool card still under item lock due to the semi-recent rule change. Fighting Energy going to get attached. TM Evolution going to get attached as well. And there we do see the TM Evolution might get any 2 Pokemon that evolve from your bench Pokemon and just evolve them. So we are going to see the Golden Go and we are going to see the Dracloak. But the Budu has done what it needed to do, has slowed Adrian down a little bit. Is over to Alex now. What can he manufacture?
Yeah, and that energy attachment on Adrian's turn is kind of a redundant one, as it was a Fighting Energy.
Yeah.
Will allow for a retreat, but it won't be powering up towards any kind of Dragapult anytime soon. So still going to be behind on the attachments. That was the key in the first game, is every time an attack was done, it was done for a single attachment and was instantly knocked out straight after. So there was no way to build up energy on board, but draw is very much on board for Adrian.
We do see Ultra Ball for Curlier. Okay, I was wondering if we would see Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir EX to get that in play. Alex saying, okay, let me spread out my stage 1s
I get too ahead of myself. What was that last card in the hand again, Mike? It wasn't a draw card, was it? Oh, there we go. Speaking of which, the baby Pokemon all coming out there for Alex. He is a father, going to use his baby Pokemon there. Grasping draw, 7 cards. However, that does mean Adrian can use those items this turn.
It does, but the amount of cards you're going to see with Grasping Draw, 7 fresh in the hand. There'll be supporters for next turn. And I think Alex just accepting a 1 prize board state here is fine because he can go 2-2-2 with the Golden Goes on board. And that energy we mentioned, the fighting energy, has been used to retreat. And now it is going to be draw galore with coin bonus kicking things off.
Draw galore, I absolutely love that. We are going to see the metal energy attachment. With the coin bonus going to draw 2 as well. He's giving me a cheeky smile there. As I said, I like the draw galore. We are going to see a Gimme Gore going to get benched as well. Recon Directive. What is that intelligence going to find? Going to send that straight to the bottom of the deck. Fire energy hits the hand. Only need to discard 1 energy while Make It Rain to knock out active Cleffa. I'm sure you'd rather knock out something more impactful, but if that's all you can knock out, that's all you can knock out.
And that's why these baby Pokemon with powerful attacks are so good, because you're happy having them in the active as they have a free retreat. You're happy if they get knocked out because they're not viable to your late game strategy. They're just sort of there. But on this occasion, Adrian has said, I'm going to go around it and clog up your bench with your Budu and your Cleffa and take out that Curlier for 2 energy on the knockout. Golden Go swinging.
Yeah, making it rain here in our Swiss round 7 feature match. Game 2, Adrian needs to win this game to stay in, have a chance at day 2. He is the first one to take a knockout here on the board. Is over to Alex, going to promote the Monkey Dory. But has got the energy attached, can always retreat that, get it in the discard pile. Oh, this hand's a little bit interesting actually. Professor's Research double Night Stretcher, I like it. Is there any good targets for this Night Stretcher?
Well, all the energy has been conveniently discarded. Now it's just going to be those dark energy to attain. The active Monkey Dory can retreat using the psych energy, so the dark energy would remain on. But really finding that Gardevoir. There is a research in hand, so lots of dig, but you want to guarantee a Gardevoir and a strong attacker into this Golden Go. And if it's a Drifloon, there's lots of shenanigans in Adrian's deck to be able to deal with a Drifloon that's gone past its own HP using a Bravery Charm. Things like Jamming Tower or that Vengeful Punch to be able to return the knockout. So has to be careful here, Alex, to rely on a Drifloon in this moment.
Do you see Night Stretcher for Rolf? That's going to hit the board as well. Double Dark Energy worth noting. That's going to be 2 copies hitting the discard pile. Well, 1 if you attach them, I should say, which I imagine we will see to active. That means Mind Bend is currently live. If this Professor's Research goes horribly wrong, we have a backup Mind Bend, 60 damage, and will confuse your opponent's active. Not the greatest attack in the world, but can come up, confusion.
Oh, debating to get anything back here. Maybe the Drifloon coming down. As I mentioned, there is some shenanigans. That Jamming Tower, a great way to knock out a Drifloon after it's attacked when its HP is increased by Bravery Charm, and you put enough damage on it that it goes above the 70 HP mark. And there we go, it's going to come down. Pheasantipity was another option to put down, but recognizing that the 2 prize liabilities are not worth it at this stage of the game.
Reduce that Professor's Research with that Balloon Blasters, 30 damage for each damage counter on the Drifloon, so each energy attached via Psychic Embrace is an effective 60 damage. What have you seen there, Mike?
Is there an out to a Gardevoir? I don't think so.
Maybe it is going to have to be that Mind Bend, like I mentioned. Gardevoir EX nowhere to be seen. There will be no Psychic Embrace at this part of the game for Alex. And this is where you're going to have to start going to Backup City, because this is not good.
Backup City is your final stop, Alex.
Yeah.
You've drawn all you can.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a... He's been sent to Brookington Station, as it were. We're going to try and get all out of there. Oh dear, cards flying everywhere. He's a bit nervous with no Gardevoir turning up. Earth Investor going to grab the Dark Energy though.
And you wonder if that previous turn with the Grasping Draw, whether evolving the Curlier into the Gardevoir would have still been safe, as it's a lot of HP to take out. But on this occasion, the Curlier waits to be evolved next turn, and it will be a Mind Bend, trying to create a bit more time. The backup plan that we see so many of these Monkey Dory decks using. 60 damage, and the active Pokemon is now confused.
In case you don't know, viewers, what the confusion rules are. If you try to attack with a confused Pokemon, you have to flip a coin.
If heads, the attack goes through. Happy days. You're still confused though. If tails, you actually end up hitting yourself for 30 damage and the attack does not go through. Now you can retreat out of it, but it adds another interesting wrinkle, right? Do you want to take the risk? Because 50% of the time the attack goes through. 50% of the time, no, Mark, it doesn't, and you hit yourself for 30. So it's over to Adrian, going to evolve into a Recon Directive Dracloak. And it looks like, what are we just debating on what to play here? Have we used coin bonus so far?
There's a Professor Turo scenario in that hand, I believe.
Oh, true.
So lots of draw, ways to reset. And if you get the knockout here as Adrian, you're then putting yourself closer and closer to the victory, setting up a stable board.
Yeah.
We mentioned about this deck, its greatest strength is every card, stage 1, can draw a lot of cards. So even if you find yourself in a position where you could get disrupted, you're going to see a lot of cards no matter what.
We do see the Recon Directive off the multiple coin bonus there. We do see the Team Evolution get sent straight to the bottom. Superior Energy Retrieval. Love to see that in the Make It Rain decks. Was there Professor Troy there? I think there might have been. He's flicking through so fast, Adrian. He's getting a bit excited there. Obviously, you can tell. Yes, there is. So that would get around your confusion, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and there's a way to get the energy back with those Superior Energy Retrievals. But might look to go a different route. You know, could use a switch card as well.
I think does play a switch.
Well, there's the TM Evo thinning that out as well. That's the key to these drawing decks. Finding a way to reset, finding a way to discard cards so that when you do get reset with an Iono, you can draw all the useful cards.
Yes.
As you don't want to be seeing TM Evolution in the end of the game.
Yeah. That's the sort of things that, you know, over the course of, you know, these multi-round events, thinning your deck, increasing your percentage chance, that can turn, you know, ties into wins or losses into ties, and we need every match point you can. That's going to be really strong. Now, has played the Arven, so I'm intrigued to see how this turn's going to play out here. We're going to see Superior Energy Retrieval. That's going to get back 4 basic energy from this card part. That's great. But if we turn attach to retreat, that means we can't attack, right?
Could just go for the heads flip.
I think that the way Adrian's going, boy, I think that might be what he's doing. Bit of a risk taker. I like it. You know, had a few ways to, you know, not put the attack down to that. Nest ball. Mike, are we going to see the Make It Rain confusion flip?
And I guess it could move some damage off. Took that dark energy out with the Earthen Vessel, so now can get the Monkey Dory set up. And
yes, great
that would
point,
allow you
actually,
to start knocking out things like the Cleffer, which we got put into play.
He hasn't got a Bravery Charm, it's only Brave Budu, not Brave Cleffer.
Also has that Jamming Tower, so it could set up on the Budu in the future.
Yeah, great point, actually. So, okay, when you're 1 game back, maybe these are the sort of things you have to do. Here we go. We're going to see the Make It... Oh, no, we're going to see the Adrenabrain move. I'm going to have to move that damage first, I believe. There we go. Yeah, I was about to say where that damage come from, but yeah, here we go. Now you will have to discard the energy still. Here we go.
If the coin flip is heads, we'll continue the attack and discard the energy. So time to Make It Rain is now the time.
Has Alex got himself the umbrella to shield himself from the rain? Has the Monkey Dory, I should say. Here we are. Coin flip, heads, the attack will go through. We'll have to discard the energy now then. 150, big KO for Adrian. Risky 2 prize turn. Love to see it. Adrian on the board here in our Swiss round 7 feature match game 2. Love to see it from Adrian.
I love the risk management there, recognizing that even if he flipped tails, it was still a good turn because of that Monkey Dory moving damage over to the Cleffer. Got the knockout that he was looking for, but got an extra one as a little bonus. And now he has 3 prize cards remaining. Alex has to claw this back from afar.
Bit of a coin bonus, you could say. Come on, I'm not here. You know, I'm here all weekend, chat. Yeah, I've got a few of them in me, goodness gracious. We are going to see the Artisan going to grab the Monkey Dory. Mike's got a little grin on his face there. We do see Monkey Dory going to hit the field. Now, what have we got? What have we got in our hands here? What have we got? Earthen Vessel.
Well, I'll tell you what we got in our hands here.
What's that? What have we got that?
You may have just said goodness gracious.
Oh, no!
On stream, which was your hot take that you weren't going to say all weekend, but it's popped out in the hype moment here for Adrian, where he's just pulled off a wonder turn, attacking through the confusion.
Yep.
And I think it was warranting goodness gracious.
I think of all players to warrant a goodness gracious me, a double prize, the old-fashioned way, the hard way, looking at 2 1-prize Pokemon, 1 via an ability and 1 via a confusion coin flip. I'll take that. Adrian, you've earned that, my son.
Now we are seeing Alex establishing a board.
There's no Gardevoir EX still, Mike. Is there one in the discard pile?
And maybe, but has to establish a board here to go ahead in this game, and it's just really not going his way. Has to find the Pheasantipity to continue that draw.
This is going to be a big flip the script here, Mike. We need to see a Gardevoir EX. There is no way to search from that hand. Here we go, flip the script. Drawing 3, 1, 2, 3, Ultra Ball. Okay, we're back in the race, Mike.
A few Ultra Balls there. And it was seeming like an inevitability.
Yeah.
Having drawn through that deck, Iono'd the rest of his hand to the bottom and now found a way to get the Gardevoir EX with the Ultra Ball. And now is going to try and find a way to not only take knockouts, but take knockouts without allowing Adrian to return them. And so swinging into that active that's confused, disrupting is going to be the key here. But it's so difficult when they have 2 recon directives and 3 coin bonuses available.
Yeah, basically saying your Iono probably is not going to stick, unfortunately. I'm seeing, like, you know, it's not as good as Enzoro, we're seeing like 6, 8 cards a turn. But I tell you what, you're getting kind of close to it, as we are going to see that Gardevoir EX finally going to be hitting the board, going to evolve into the active. And that means Psychic Embrace could actually evolve onto the bench if you really want via Rare Candy, if you so choose. Doesn't play around TM Evolution that way, though. Just going to consult the discard pile. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? No. We have 5 basic Psychic in the discard pile already. Oh, we are going to see Rare Candy, okay. But I guess it makes making the second one a bit easier if you draw into it, perhaps as in the prize cards or anything like this.
Yeah, and just looking on the other side, Adrian will be able to see 12 cards next turn, just based off of that Iono and all the draw. So a knockout from Alex will allow him to reduce the draw, but would also mean the active wouldn't be confused anymore. And that's the debate here. Do you leave the active confused so you force a coin flip if they are attacking with the Golden Go that is currently there? And where do you put this damage from the Monkey Dory? There's so many questions. A long journey ahead of Alex to try and take a knockout, and it looks like that Drifloon is going to be the target attacker, which would mean the Golden Go is a knockout here if he puts enough energy on it. Drifloon doing 30 damage for each damage counter on it, so the Bravery Charm opening up the ability to hit higher numbers. And so each of those energy is kind of like 60 damage once you include the 2 damage counters from Psychic Embrace. So 4 times 60 that's going to be 240, which will knock out that Golden Go.
I love the way you said there that Alex has to start his journey back into this game. He's going to see if he can do that journey together with that Drifloon. Let's see. As you say, each energy counts for effective 60 damage, so more than enough to KO this active. Big balloon blast for the KO. There we go. Alex on the board here in our Swiss Round 7 feature match game 2. Wow, big KO there. Worth noting, Mark, look at that timer. It's gone a little bit low, 2 minutes. We'll get confirmation if the stream timer is 100% correct with the table judges.
Oh, Cyphermania's code breaking off the top.
Was it off the top? Adrian.
Going to get that energy first, thinning out the deck, and we'll be able to put any 2 cards on the top. We mentioned before, jamming Tower Shenanigans is a way to take out that Drifloon. And so if this knockout comes through, maybe even the Monkey Dory would be an amazing opportunity, but there's not enough damage in play. This is really changing up the course of this match.
Wow, Cyphermania's code breaking, and you put any 2 cards out to the top of your deck, and what that basically reads when you have Coin Burst or Recon Directive, get any 2 cards you like, put them in your hand, doesn't matter, just have them. How's about that? And it looks like, as you do say, the jamming tower was put to the top. Now, why is that so impactful, Mark? I'll tell you viewers, because with that Bravery Charm, the Drifloon now has, what, 80 damage on it, correct?
Yep.
Jamming Tower turns off the tool card, and what that means then is Drifloon only has 70 hit points normally. And what happens in the Pokemon TCG, Mike, if you have more damage on you than hit points you have?
I don't know, Shay, tell me.
You get KO'd and your opponent takes prize cards. We can't be having that mid-turn KOs. Love to see it. There we go, coin bonus straight into the hands. There we go. Boss's Orders was that? And Jamming Tower?
Yeah, can't use that Boss's Orders this turn.
Otherwise, we could be looking at a quick game too, I can tell you that.
We're going to be drawing all those cards. This is exactly what we mentioned. You can't disrupt a Golden Go Dragapult. There's too much going in favor of the draw. The coin bonus, taking those initial 2 cards on the Cyphermania's code breaking. The rest here is almost just stabilization. And you can even see the filtering out of the bad cards, priming the next draw.
for the Iono Disruption, but we'll be taking a knockout with that Jamming Tower, and then which of Alex Dow's promoted Pokemon
there we go
is driving themselves forward in the firing line of a Make It Rain.
Do you know what I love in the TCG, Mike? Mid-turn knockout, and that's another one. What's going to get... Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Is there enough shenanigans to where Adrian can knock out this Gardevoir?
I mean, it's possible.
But he's only got 2 prize cards left now, thanks to that Drifloon KO. Superior Energy Retrieval in hand. He's speeding up the play. I think we could see a big Make It Rain. Look how much energy's in the hand off the back of that Energy Search Pro saw at the start. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to be 200 damage already. We'll have to attach that Metal, Mike, but I think we might be there. There's a turn attach. How many are in the hand? Are we going to see the big Make It Rain? Oh, I think we're there.
I think we might be, but discarded a Psychic Energy. So, he's going to move that 10 damage across, and then that will be 300 damage onto the active, and that's going to be a knockout for Adrian.
There we go. Big Make It Rain, Mike. Adrian going to make it rain all the way to a Game 2 victory. The clutch Monkey Dory for the exact amount of damage needed. 10 from the Monkey Dory, 300 from the Make It Rain, and Adrian wins our Game 2 here in our Swiss round 7. Wow.
You can really see how impactful it was to get ahead for Adrian, and how tough it was for Alex when he couldn't establish the Gardevoir early like he did in the previous game. Having to use things like that Cleffer, which are a liability on board. Having to use attacks like that Drifloon, which then was able to be knocked out by the Jamming Tower. So everything on Adrian's side was punishing the situation Alex found himself in as the game went on. And that early Gust KO on the Curlier, making it even harder for Alex to keep going.
Really was. The Gardevoir were playing, you know, Hideaway, but here was the big turn. The Monkey Dory mid-turn knockout on the Cleffer, and then we saw the Confusion Make It Rain attack. That was a 2 prize turn, the old-fashioned way, the hard way. And that was all she wrote. Then we did see the big comeback. Oh, here's the big turn though, Mike. Jamming Tower for another mid-turn knockout. And there we see the big Make It Rain for the massive amount of damage. And that's how Adrian was able to win the Swiss round 2. Well, no, round 7, game 2, I should say.
Yeah, and that will be a tie for those two. Both now on 502, so they do have a spot in the next phase, but then it will be a lot for them to climb up through the ranks as every win matters in this tournament here in Utrecht. Round 7, rounding up around the rest of the hall, but we just got to witness a great match between our fellow caster, Alex, and Adrian there, showing exactly why Golden Go combined with Dragapult is such a deck in the format.
Really is. Love to see it. I'm glad we got to see the game 2 pan out there for Adrian, because game 1 didn't really go his way. But in game 2, we saw exactly, as you say, why the deck is so good, because you're combining that big Make It Rain active damage with the Recon Directive. Didn't even need to see Dragapult in that game. Recon Directive plus Cypher Mania plus Code Breaking, Cypher Mania's Code Breaking, I should say, plus the coin bonus. It just means at no point the Ionos are going to stick, and then when you can draw those cards and Make It Rain slams the active, really good to see.
Yeah, just so much draw. I think that's the key in the format now, sniping and draw. If you can do both of those, you're in a pretty good position to deal with the 2 most disruptive attacking options or disruptive options, knocking out bench Pokemon and disrupting the hand. If you can see those turns, the Iono, the unfair stamps, plus knocking out an important part of the bench, it can really change the game. We saw Screamtail in that first game. You know, Gardevoir has that option. I think pretty much every one of the top decks right now has the ability to take knockouts on the bench. And with Disruption and that, draw is the way around it. Big Golden Goes with 260 HP, safe draw. It very rarely gets knocked out from those snipes, so it sticks around and it draws itself out.
Yeah, as we saw in game 1, Alex does have the way to maneuver around those 260 hit point Golden Go, but you need to have a fantastic setup. Double Monkey Dory plus the Gardevoir EX. You haven't got much wiggle room, and as we saw there in game 2, wasn't able to get that monumental mammoth setup, and Adrian was just able to sort of going off to the races. But I really loved that Confusion turn. That was, I love it. Yeah, but that's the sort of play you have to do when you're 1 game back though, right?
Well, we started at the beginning of the day where we had some hot takes. Your hot take, unfortunately, has been failed in that game.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Goodness gracious me was your phrase you had to try and cut out for this event, and unfortunately it slipped out during a hype moment there. Another thing was Ben saying that he wanted to see if any poker parents would be able to do well at this event. And Alex Dow was in that match representing the parents out there. But I know Ben wants to find a few more tips on how to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Casters, yes, I'm here at the TCG play area with the juniors and seniors. The vibes are electric right here, right now, but I'm just here with a fellow poker parent, just asking for some tips, because I'm going to be bringing my daughter pretty soon. But tell us where you're from.
So we're from Belgium. I'm Stevie Rose. We started playing with my daughter Melody about past July, so almost a year, and we already went to 2 regionals, this one here and Dortmund past season, and yeah, it's great being here. The tournament is awesome. We're here with our local league, so there are like 10 children from our group, and we're having a great time.
How's your tournament been going?
Mine and hers not very well. Okay. I don't know if we predicted the meta right, but we've had a good time, and it's fun meeting people and yeah, getting to know different people from different countries, playing different decks, and
so this isn't your first tournament, you know, you're a veteran parent bringing your daughter along.
So it seems, but we do see the same heads coming over and over again. So the first time you might not know people, but then you come back and it's like a big family.
You have a specific community that you go traveling with?
We do, but then, so we're from Belgium, but we met people from France. We see them again, especially with the children, because they come back every now and then. So you meet people from all over the place.
So my daughter's just growing up now. Okay. I'm going to be bringing her to a lot of tournaments. What's your top tip as a poker parent?
If you're going to play or work at the same time, as I'm sure you will, it can be a bit difficult. But the kids are loving it. They're having a great time. So just bring her.
Yeah. But what's your top tip bringing him into a competitive scene? Because, of course, TCG, VG, GO, they all have their competitive edges. So as a poker parent, how do you prepare?
Lower the stakes, like try having fun. If you win, it's great, but the most important part is having fun. If you're not having fun, I don't think it's worth it. And yeah, so that's the starting point, having fun and trying to do your best, knowing it takes time to get there.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you and your daughter good luck. But let's take it back to the casters.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yeah, so if you want to get involved at your first Pokemon League, get your phones out, scan the QR code, find your local store and get involved. As we just heard there from that lovely interview, locals is where it's at. That's how you build your confidence, that's how you have fun. And if you're anything like me, that's where you play your decks that are slightly, what's the word I'm looking for here, not as well built, a bit more out there perhaps. The attack costs are getting a little bit too high to take to a regional special. Bring them to the locals, have some fun, and that's how you do it, by scanning that QR code.
I mean, I always take the Bediff. I'm a Dragapult fiend at locals.
Oh no!
Yeah, I don't have fun by playing those unusual decks. I have fun by winning. But there is a lot of people who will help you find those first victories. And I think that's the key. Is it's about having fun, and you can find fun in all sorts of different ways of playing the TCG. But the easiest way is to find like-minded people and just chatting to them about Pokemon. A lot of the time, the best bits at local aren't even when you're playing. It's the before you're playing,
100%.
the chats before and after, or when you're trading some cards. And I think they're the memories that people really cherish. And I think back to some of my first stories at locals, it was actually meeting people like Joe when he traveled to my local for the Cup, and I was very excited to meet him there. And then consequently, those faces are people now I see 6 years on at all of these regional events. So making those connections that last a while is definitely a big part of it.
Yeah, 100%. As you say, you know, sometimes the best bit about going to your local leagues is just being under the same roof as people with so many like-minded who all love Pokemon. You know, you could be in the room and ask you, you know, what's your favorite Pokemon? What's your favorite Pokemon?
Metagross.
Okay, very good.
What's yours?
Certainly do Sunflora, innit? Go on, managed to sneak her onto the set, didn't I? Love a bit of Sunflora. I would love for a playable Sunflora card. I'd be taking that to local leagues. You know, at least you'll be getting a Metagross card soon, right?
Yeah, exactly. One of my favourite trainers, Stephen, as well. So excited to see that in action. But we did get to see Owen Kammerman in action earlier on, so we asked him for some tips.
I'm Owen Kammerman and I played Pokémon TCG a lot. With my win, the meta was definitely changing up. People suddenly started playing more Ching-Pao again, and that resulted in also Gardevoir taking in cards like Avery, and there were things that didn't make it good for Ching-Pao, so that's one thing I had to calculate for. The rest was mostly just looking at how the meta developed. There are many reasons I went for Meet a few VMAX. So first of all, I was already comfortable with the deck. I played it to like multiple events already, so I knew it in and out. The most important part is that the meta changed in such a way that, so there was Ching-Pao being played and Mew had a good Ching-Pao matchup, for example. It was fun to counter your own deck. And then in the rest of the meta also shaped up to a decent meta. So yeah, day one already went like crazy. Like I faced two Charizard and a Roaring Moon, which are usually very unfavored matchups. Roaring Moon is winnable. Charizard seems very bad. But I somehow managed to clutch those into wins, and then end of the day 8-1. That was already crazy. Then day two, I faced as again Charizard and Roaring Moon. This time I lost, but then won the other things, and then all the way then until the end, it just kept on going. I don't know what to say. Well, honestly, the coin flip was very important here, and I won the coin flip, so I was able to go second. And then when I saw my hand, if you're able to attack turn one with that hand, then you're like happy. So I saw that and I was like, okay, I can work with this. And then I had that both game one and game three, so I was like, those were both the moments where like, okay, I have a shot. And because that's exactly what I need. So every tournament is also testing for Worlds, so I first of all need to stay in shape. So if I'd stop, I could technically stop now and not play, but that doesn't make sense. So I just continue competing, and I love competing in general. I love playing with my friends, against my friends. I really love the game, man.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex Dow, and I think it's time we had a little chat about Charizard EX. This Terra Pokemon EX has it all: massive hit points, an energy acceleration ability, and a powerful escalating attack. However, Charizard EX's success has depended on strategic partners in the blend of Pokemon, supporters, and item cards in an ever-evolving format. Strong partners have previously included Pidgeot EX, whose quick search ability allows critical cards to be found throughout the game, as well as Barrel with its industrious incisors draw engine providing support against those pesky disruption cards. The release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Temporal Forces saw the reintroduction of A-Spec cards. Three stand out as the most popular options: Maximum Belt, Hero's Cape, and Prime Catcher, all of which sparked debates on whether optimizing damage, durability, or gusting utility is the best one-off for Charizard. But don't forget all the other viable tech inclusions. With the introduction of new cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, early game support can be seen with Cleffa with his grasping draw attack, alongside the usual combination of Broton V and Luminium V for their vital abilities. And then we have unique supporters such as Professor Churro Scenario and Eri, which are crucial for specific matchups. Well, the current foundation of Charizard EX's strategy was cemented at the European International Championships by none other than Tord Reklev, who combined Pidgeot EX, Bibarel with Prime Catcher as his ace-spec of choice, as well as other unique inclusions to win the largest tournament outside of Asia.
The knockout, Tord Reklev is your European International Champion.
This win against various deck types and Charizard EX mirror matches secured Tord's 5th IC title. With still so much more to come, I can't wait to see how our players continue to innovate and adapt to one of our strongest cards in the game today.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
All right then, welcome back viewers. We're here in our Swiss round 8 feature match time at the Utrecht Special event, winning in action for our players here. I'm Bert PTCG Shea Burton, and I'm joined by the one and only Benjamin Yard. How are we, my friend?
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I've had a chance to go walk around the top tables, chat to a few poke parents as well, ask for a few tips here or there, and of course we had Alex Dow, another parent on stream as well, so you know I'm feeling pumped for my hot take, but also, you know, just seeing this meta unfold as we get towards the end of the day, you know, I'm so pumped right now. It's really good.
Yep, and I'm glad that you're there as excited as me, because we have our winning in last round of Swiss here in Utrecht. Both of our players will want to win, and trust me when I say we have a fun matchup for you coming up soon.
Well, we got told our matchup just before we came on, and I think we both celebrated as much as we possibly could together, which was really nice. But of course, the matchup and the specific deck lists that we're going to be showing, we thought, oh, this is going to be such a cracker.
Yeah, it really is. I said in my intro right at the start of the day, we might be getting ourselves a Gardevoir versus Dragapult match 1 or 2 or 10. I tell you what, we haven't got that for you here in our Swiss round 8. We have ourselves. Are you ready? We've got a jolted box one side, so that's a little bit more normal. You know, it's a little bit more fun. However, we have Matthew on our left is playing. Wait for it, everybody.
Ready?
The Okie Dokie, come on. And that's not the EX, we're talking about the one prizer as well. There is Matthew, my champion right now. He's a champion in my eyes, playing that Okie Dokie all the way to a winning in action for day 2. Love to see it. And if you're asking to yourself, what does Okie Dokie do? Hey, we'll find out together, but he is a big geezer nonetheless. But then on the right, let's get rid of ourselves here. We have Gregory, and he is playing, as I said, that Joltik box
which is a very strong deck right now, in my opinion. And that's going to be, he's going to do everything he can to stop this Okie Dokie madness here and secure himself a slot in day 2. So no matter what happens here, Ben, we're going to have a very fun game.
Yeah, both of these players are winners in my heart. I mean, you know, they both made it all the way to this winning in for this Utrecht Special Championships. But, you know, both of these players, I think, was significant here. No notable achievements for either player. So both of these players are going to be hungry for the win to take themselves into day 2 to make that first breakthrough event for themselves. And here we see the prize cards coming down. Nothing of notable significance. However, that Scizor, the baby Scizor in the Okie Dokie list with that punishing scissors attack, I think, you know, we can get into how this matchup might come out. And of course, this Okie Dokie list, it has the Scizor, it has the Okie Dokie, it has the Dunsparce EX. This looks tailor-made to beat these sorts of deck like Miraidon.
It really is. And here we go. Our Swiss round 8 feature match here in the Utrecht Special is getting started with Matthew over on the left, who has led that copy of the Dunsparce, I should say, and is playing a Nestball. Now, let's take a second to familiarise ourselves here with Matthew's list, because quite honestly, I won't blame you for not knowing everything about it. So we do see the Nestball going to conclude, attach a Luminous Energy and pass over real quick. Okie Dokie has the Adrena Power ability. If it has a Dark Energy attached, it gets an extra 100 hit points, and your attacks are an extra 100 damage. Now, its one and only attack is the aptly named Good Punch. Does 70 damage. So if there's a Dark Energy attached, which don't forget Luminous Energy will provide, it actually going to be swinging for 70 damage and will have 230 hit points as a basic. There was a little bit more in Matthew's deck, but how about we take a little breather? I'm going to throw it over to you, Ben, and we could talk about Gregory's deck.
You know, we spoke about Adrena Brain, but Adrena Power certainly here will not Okie Dokie. You know, plus 100 HP, plus 100 more damage on his attacks. Good Punch doing that 170 damage for that weakness. But like you said, let's have a look at Gregory's list. It's pretty much an ample Joltik deck that we all know and love. You know, it has the Miraidon, it has the Iron Hands. I think for Gregory here, he's not going to be too familiar with this matchup, you would have thought. And I think capitalizing on those Iron Hands attacks, they amp you very much, taking double prizes as much as possible so he can get around this massive threat of the Okie Dokie, taking advantage of the weekness on the Miraidon, on the Iron Hands. That's definitely going to be the prime thing that's on Gregory's mind here.
But Ben, how are we going to get those 4 energy onto the Iron Hands? How are we doing that?
So the Joltik charge on that Joltik, the 30 HP, the little guy on that bench there, it doesn't look that threatening, but it's not attacking, it's just powering up. The Joltik charge for 1 energy attachment, it's going to be looking for 2 grass and 2 lightning from deck and attach it to your Pokemon in any way you like. And now that is a fantastic way of accelerating energy.
Really
now, of course, Miraidon used to depend on cards like Electric Generator to get energy on board, but this Joltik is just that more efficient and gets those Iron Hands up turn 2, you know?
That is terrifying, as we do see Tandem Unit going to grab the Joltik Iron Hands, and Nestball will grab the Latias, and then we do see the Arven that's going to grab a Nestball and the Torkai. Now, worth noting that Latias EX will give everything, or the basics, I should say, a free retreat cost. Now, worth noting, the future booster energy capture will boost that damage on Amp very much to 140, and we do see Nestball grabbing Pikachu. Now, Ben, as we are going to see, I imagine, a free retreat into the Jolt in charge. There is actually a little interesting wrinkle that I want our viewers to keep an eye on here, and that is the Gull Vantula, the 1 prizer. Might actually have to put a little bit of use here. Stage 1, Compound Eyes ability. The attacks this Pokemon do an extra 50 to your opponent's Pokemon that have any abilities attached. So, Shocking Web with a Lightning Energy will deal, what is that, 130, plus the extra 50 for Compound Eyes. That can get a nice little high number, and he might be looking to try and use as many 1 prizes as possible, since Okie Dokie itself is a 1 prizer.
I think for Gregory is how does he get around this awkward HP cost of the Okie Dokie. He has no way of switching off the ability of the Luminous Energy, which is acting in this circumstance as a Darkness Energy on the Okie Dokie. So, you know, it's going to be a plus 100 more HP on the Okie Dokie, like we said. said, and it's going to be 230 HP,
That's ridiculous.
which is really hard for this Miraidon to get around. So I think the story of this game is going to be, how does Gregory get around this awkward HP cost?
Well, I'll tell you, there is one way that we can see. Well, there's two ways, actually. Blood Moon gets there, Kai's out to the end of the game.
Yes.
Pikachu EX gets there, but that's the most inefficient way to take one prize card if we ever see that Topaz Bolt. As Gregory, you're going to have to pick it up and say, hang on, what does this little young fella do? Now, the Dunsparce, let's talk about this as a draw engine. Lets you shuffle itself away, and then you draw 3 cards, and you can do it from the active as well, meaning it can be a free retreat pivot. But there we do see the shuffle away draw. Here we are going to see Cypher. That is the basic one from 151. It does have a free retreat cost. Artisan. I'm going to grab a basic Pokemon with a non-rule box. Now, one thing I want to draw your attention to, one of them is in the prize cards, but the Scissor is a very good attack. Punishing Scissors does 50 extra damage for each opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability and starts off at 10. So worth noting, you know, Miraidon has an ability, Blood Moon has an ability, Latias has an ability, Pikachu has an ability. That's 210 damage for 1 energy on a stage 1 already.
There are so many threats that Gregory has to deal with in this game, and he's not quite sure what he has to deal with as of yet. But, you know, here we see the Crispin, and of course the Scizor, the Dunsparce EX, which he isn't aware of just yet, and the Okidogi. It just seems like Matthew's deck just has so many ways to get around this matchup, and so many ways of taking these big one-hit knockouts on these 2 prizes.
That's a ridiculous sentence that you just said. If I told you before here on rehearsal that you would have been saying we have the Punishing Scissors and the Okidogi,
I wouldn't have believed you.
I wouldn't have believed you either, but that is what Matthew is letting us say. Thank you to Matthew. Now, we did see the Crispin as well. So we did see the Metal Energy get put to hand, Fighting Energy get attached to the bench. Now, Metal Energy gets attached up top. Do we have the Scissor? We're just going to see a retreat. We are going to see the retreat, but here we go, Ben. Yep. We're going to get to see the big, the bad, the scary, good punch. Oh, that's a bit of a great punch, to be honest. And at a 230 hit point Okidogi right now. Matthew takes his first prize card here in our Swiss Round 8 feature match here. Remember, folks, if you're joining us in, both players need to win this game to get into day 2.
Yeah, that Joltik was really, really knocked out.
Yeah.
That Okidogi. Good punch now, doing 170 damage. Thanks to that Adrena Power ability with the Luminous Energy attached, is plus 100 damage and 100 HP, as we've already said before.
So
and, you know, we're going to keep saying it
damage onto that Joltik?
Yeah.
Oh,
and we keep saying it because it is so important, because Gregory has a couple of awkward things to deal with here. Okay, let's take a chance here and take out the knockout on the Okidogi, but then he has to deal with the potential the Dunsparce EX and the Scizor.
Yeah.
And, you know, this Okidogi's here to stay by the looks of it, because there's no energy attached to anything that can take a knockout here.
Nope.
There's nothing here that can do 230 damage.
There's Flip the Script. Do you see the Prime Catcher there? Sorry to cut you off there. Did you Flip the Script? But yeah, you're right. How do you get through this Okidogi? 230 hit point, and worth noting as well, that Flip the Script, Serendipity. That's another Pokemon that has an ability, Ben. That means the Punishing Scissors is getting even more punishing. Now, we are going to see Pokegear 3.0. I think, what is that?
I think maybe, does he just give up on knocking out the Okidogi and tries to get around and gusting the Scizor or the Dunsparce and take knockouts with Ampy very much to take 2 prizes?
I think that's fairly sensible, actually. I think that's fairly sensible. The only problem with that is, though, at some point you're going to have to try and weave in energy to set up another attacker.
Yes.
If you're playing Bosch, you aren't playing Crispin. But there is a Crispin now. That's the sort of way these Joltik box decks likes to get extra energy in play Crispin. And you search your deck for 2 different color basic energy. Attach one, put the other one in your hand. So you're basically getting another free energy attachment here. But wow, Ben, this Okidogi, it hits Miraidon,
it's pretty
weakness.
Awkward, yeah.
It hits Iron Hands, weakness. Serendipity, weakness. Pikachu, well, it can't get one shot. It is hitting that for weakness still, so that's a lot of pressure from that Okidogi.
I would have liked to have seen maybe an attachment earlier with the Joltik charge on the Pikachu EX, just to get it as an option for an attacker, because it is going to be doing that massive 300 damage and would take a knockout on this Okidogi. And, you know, potentially you want to hope that Matthew maybe can't get anything up and running on those later turns and hide behind that ability of the Resolute Heart on the Pikachu EX. There is no way of Matthew putting 1 damage counter on the Pikachu, you know, get around it with maybe the Adrena Brain ability or anything like that. And here we see the Prime Catcher, and this is exactly what I was thinking of. Maybe a gust up, take some early prizes with Ampu very much, and then maybe take a knockout on the Okidogi with the Pikachu EX and just hope that Matthew can't get up and running.
Which I think that's fairly sensible as well. We do see that Ampu very much as Gregory will take 2 prize cards. I think that's very sensible. Right? Okidogi do need 2 energy to get attached. You're sort of forcing an Okidogi to come down here with an energy if Matthew wants to stay in this game. But there's actually another card we haven't managed to talk about somehow for Matthew, as we do see the flip the script. The Dunsparce EX, a very good attacker in this matchup, funnily enough. Tenacious Tails does 60 for each one of your opponent's EX that they have in play. Right now, Gregory has 1, has 2, has 3, has 4, has 5, actually, funnily enough. So that's, wait.
300 damage.
Yeah, 300 damage. Every Pokemon in play is an EX, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty big. You know, these types of decks like Miraidon, they have so many different types of 2 prize Pokemon that they want to take advantage of. You know, you use the Miraidon for Tandem Unit, you use this for that. You know, it has great synergy. Oh, here we see the Legacy energy from Matthew.
Wait a minute. Do we have access to the Dunsparce in hand already? Because imagine that, the Dunsparce with the Legacy energy on it as well. Legacy energy, in case you don't know, is an A-Spec special energy card. The Pokemon it's attached to gives up 1 less prize card while it is KO'd. So here we go, Artisan. This might give us a little bit of inclination. Are we going to see Okidogi plus Legacy Energy, or are we going to see a Tenacious Tail from the Dunsparce? That Tenacious Tail basically reads, when I'm using this against you, Gregory, my son, that's going to be a big 2 prize KO. Wow.
Yeah, we didn't mention the Artisan staying in play as well. This would have been massive for Matthew to keep those Okidogis nice and fresh on the field. Now, to Gregory's advantage, there is a Pheasantipity now on the field for Matthew, so that is an easier 2 prize to take out. But you know, you would imagine that Matthew is going to be able to take a knockout on this Iron Hands, just leaving the Pikachu, and Gregory really wants to be taking a knockout now on this Okidogi. And here we see the Legacy energy attached to the Okidogi even.
Oh, has that Dunsparce got a free retreat cost? Oh, wow, it has. Oh, goodness gracious. There we do see the brave bet. That is a brave adrenaline. Oh, my goodness. How much hit points has that fella got right there?
So it now has 280 HP.
200. That's more hit points than the Iron Hands. And there we see the good punch. How about a fantastic punch as it KOs the Iron Hands thanks to weakness. And that's 2 prize cards for Matthew. Over to Gregory now. If you have to Topaz Bolt for 1 prize, that's not efficient. Discarding all your energy as well.
Great. It doesn't leave you in a good position at all. For Gregory, this is the worst scenario for him because there's 2 Okidogi that he now has to deal with. He would have hoped that Matthew may have not set up another one. Of course, that would have been just guesswork, right?
Yeah.
It would have just been like, oh, well, I hope you don't set up another one. But unfortunately for Gregory, you know, the Okidogi now with the Legacy energy attached and a Bravery Charm as well. It's just, you know, it's maybe a little bit too much to deal with at this point.
Benjamin, let's just think about this. Chat, viewers, let's just think about this for a second. That benched Okidogi, that is a basic 0 prize Pokemon with 280 hit points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Matthew's seeing the advantage of, you know, this strong single prize Pokemon in Okidogi, and it seems like his deck is just tailor-made to beat the rest of the format, taking advantage of Pokemon that have a lot of abilities on the field, or maybe a lot of EXs on the field, and also weakness. It would always help as well in this circumstance with the Okidogi. So, you know, Gregory is, you know, he's got a tough opponent to face in this last round of day 1. But, you know, if he is able to come out on top, it would have been, you know, fair play to him to get around this awkward archetype.
He's definitely got a gravity mountain to climb here. But, you know, he's found himself in this position. 5-1-1's going to do everything he can to get out of this Okidogi-sized hole. Here we are going to see the Earthen Vessel going to discard that Galvantula, which I thought might be getting some use cases here. But with no Joltik, send it straight to the discard pile, get those energy. At the very least, Topaz Bolt will be live this turn. 300 damage from the Pikachu EX.
Yeah.
Does have to discard all your energy. But remember, viewers, if Matthew can't get around that Pikachu, it has got that Resolute Heart ability, meaning even though it's going to get hit for weakness and should be getting sent to the discard pile, it will survive on 10 hit points. Now, consulting Matthew's this, I don't see any way to sort of pick that KO up outside of the Monkey Dory, but I think the way this game's panning out, I don't know if Matthew will be able to sort of get ahead on energy attachments to get a Monkey Dory live. There we do see that Gravity Mountain that will reduce stage 2 hit points by 30. That's not going to be relevant in this game, but it does at the very least replace Artisan. There's a turn attachment as well. Topaz Bolt is life bound.
Yeah, I think that Gravity Mountain is just going to get rid of that Artisan, get rid of the opportunity for Matthew to establish a board even further. And here we see the Pikachu EX and Topaz Bolt for 300 damage, discarding all of the energy attached there as well. And one thing that keep in mind as well, Crispin would put 2 energy attached on the Pikachu, but it's that 1 more energy cost, which is going to be awkward to keep that Topaz Bolt up and running.
Sorry, I get so excited, but Matthew has a multitude of great cards in his hand. We have our boss's orders. We have an Iron Bundle. Every Pokemon on Gregory's side of the board is weak to fighting, so you can say, I don't care about your Resolute Heart Pikachu, get to the bench. I'm going to KO anything. Tell a lie, sorry, Latias is not weak to fighting, but wow, Matthew can really get around this. Artisan as well. Sorry, I missed that one. Artisan's coming in as well. Going to get Dunsparce back. Wow.
Yeah, it's a super awkward board state for Gregory, but here we see highlighted the Iron Bundle. This is going to be a way to get around this Pikachu EX. If Matthew's able to find the Iron Bundle, this would be to great advantage, maybe even taking another 2 prize. Oh,
there's the boss's orders onto Blood Moon Ursaluna, who is fighting weak. Iron Bundle coming down as well, saying, I can play musical chairs as many times as you want, Gregory. Yep. But here we do see the Dunsparce getting involved with that runaway draw. Benjamin. There we are going to see the good punch, the great punch. How about a monumental punch? That's 2 more prize cards for Matthew.
Doing a huge 340 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, thanks to the weakness to fighting Pokemon on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So Matthew is just able to take these 2 prizes so easily at this point. And what I like about Matthew's board is that he did feel the safety of benching that Pheasantipity. If Gregory went through the route of, okay, I'm going to take a 2-prizer, Matthew was safe enough to have a board of single prizes. Now that Gregory is on 3 prize cards remaining, you would think that Matthew's just feeling, you know, the pressure's off me at this point.
Yeah,
Gregory
really
has an awkward way to victory at this point, has to take 2 knockouts and 1 on the Pheasantipity. You would imagine, and needless to say, get around this Okie Dokie with the Legacy energy attached as well.
Yeah.
I think Gregory sees the writing on the wall.
There we are.
The concession.
There we are going to see the concession. Matthew was able to win our Swiss round 8 game 1 feature match here with the Okie Dokie, with some great punches, some fantastic punches, and some amazing punches as well. 1 win away from securing himself a slot in day 2 here in Utrecht. And here's the replay. Turn 2. Good punch, great punch, fantastic punch, all amount of punches, and that Joltik was sent straight to the discard pile, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think the story here was how awkward the HP cost of Okie Dokie was for Gregory to deal with. There's no way of easily dealing with it. You know, if it stayed at 130, you'd be able to amp you very much with a future energy booster capsule.
Yeah.
But increase it by 100, you're getting a bit scary at this point. What Gregory really wants to be doing, if there is any awkward HP in the room, is take these massive knockouts, these big, huge knockouts on these Pokemon instead, like the bigger players of the format, the bigger EXs. But you do not want to be taking a single prizer with Topaz Bolt. You definitely don't want to be in that position.
No. And it is over to Gregory now, who's sort of on the hot seat here. Will have to win this game and the game 3 to get himself into day 2. Now, like I said, there were some interesting wrinkles that I'd like to see that I think Gregory has got. We've got the Galvantula that can be a 1-prize attacker. We also have the Iron Leaves. That's not weak to fight him. That could maybe pick up a cheeky KO. However, it does play the Maractus. Now, that can sort of corner something. I know, Benjamin, you love a cheeky control deck yourself. Now, I think the only switching card that Matthew plays is the 1 copy of Choro, I believe. Wait, is there a Choro? There is no Choro.
There is no Choro.
So viewers, keep an eye out for that Maractus. That corner could lock something in the active that can't attack, and that could be all she wrote.
The only thing I would say is that you want to be, if you're Gregory, hoping that Matthew puts down one of these Pokemon that doesn't attack. It looks like everything can get around the Maractus, apart from, say, Iron Bundle, Pheasantipity can attack as well, and the Monkey Dory. But yeah, it's going to be pretty awkward for Gregory, but it's still an out. It's still a way to win. If you're able to get around energy being a factor, resource management being a factor, Maractus could definitely come into play. And here we see Gregory just looking at what he may want to start here, opting for the Joltik, which you believe is optimal in this list. Get that Jolting charge up running as soon as possible. But yeah, Matthew, I mean, what a deck. What a deck we're seeing here.
Speaking about that Garvantia, that's in the prize card. So is Blood Moon Ursaluna. For Matthew, has prize 1 Luminous Energy. But here we go. Our Swiss Round 8 Game 2 feature match is getting started here. Matthew, are we going to see Okie Dokie with energy? Okay, this is a very different game here. Matthew is going to fall behind on energy attachments on those Okie Dokie. Okie Dokie is how he won game 1. There is no Okie Dokie. Now it is over to Gregory, who has the polar opposite. A fantastic start. Tandem units live. Going to grab any 2 basic lightning Pokemon and has led that Joltik. I imagine we're going to be seeing an Iron Hands very soon.
Yeah, this is an optimal start from Gregory, able to tandem unit. Now you'd imagine those Iron Hands are going to come out thick and fast. Now going second as well, is able to Jolting charge as soon as possible, with Matthew now only starting that Monkey Dory and the Iron Bundle. You feel like Gregory really has to capitalize on this poor setup from Matthew as soon as possible. And you'd imagine a Jolting charge straight onto that Iron Hands. No messing about from Gregory. Looking to take advantage
that hand, though,
of that poor start.
That hand is Nest Ball and basic energy.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. Does have Mew to bail him out, perhaps, in those later turns. Hasn't prized it, fortunately enough for him, but of course does have 2 energy in hand as well, so is going to have to get rid of those energy with some manual attachments before any sort of restart being effective. And here we see the Jolting charge, looking for those 2 grass, 2 lightning. Now, if this was the Miraidon of yesteryear, now you'd be getting those electric generators up and running as soon as possible, and perhaps taking a first turn knockout on the Monkey Dory. But you know, with this new build, looking to take advantage of Jolting charge, it's a little bit more consistent, but you're not able to be as explosive, I would say, as the previous build.
And I like that start from Gregory. He's doing everything he can to capitalize on this poor start. Now, Matthew, okay, I was going to say, can get back into the game via Crispin. We are going to see the Iono, though. Worth noting, Gregory only had a 2-card hand, so going to bail out Gregory a little bit. But you know what? If you need to get cards, then you have to do it. Matthew, what are we going to see from these 6 new cards, my friend? Well, we've got Luminous Energy, Buddy Poffin, Ultra Ball, and Dunsparce as well.
You'd imagine the Buddy Poffin is going to find a couple of Dunsparce to start using that runaway draw as soon as possible, get cards in the hand, build up their hand size, get all of those resources in as much as possible. But here we are opting for the Scyther, in fact. Free retreat pivot, which is fantastic in this circumstance because you know you're going to be up and coming against the Iron Hands next turn. So, you know, you can have a bit of shenanigans here for Matthew. And here we see maybe going for that Ultra Ball, perhaps. Now looking to maybe bench another Dunsparce. Or maybe not. I don't know what he's thinking here.
Or maybe he's debating what to away. Yeah. I quite like the idea of Scissor here, because if you're going to be too many turns back to effectively use Okie Dokie via Crispin, how about I just use my Scyther instead, well, my Scissor instead. That's for 1 energy. That punishing Scissors. 10 plus 50 for each Pokemon your opponent hasn't played has an ability. A lot of Gregory's deck have abilities, everything apart from Joltik, as we are going to see Okie Dokie get benched, Luminous Energy get attached, and it is over to Gregory now, who has a fresh new massive hand of 6 plus the top deck 7. What can Gregory do? And I think I even saw a prime catcher as well.
Yeah, I'd love for Gregory to start doing some big knockouts here and start applying the pressure by taking a possible knockout on that Dunsparce, you know, negating Matthew from drawing any cards next turn with that runaway draw. He does know, you know, Dunsparce has been out for a while. The Dunsparce has been out for quite a while now in terms of a draw supporter. You know, it's been splashed into many different decks, so Gregory will be well aware of what's coming from Matthew's deck, apart from that, the Dunsparce EX, as we've spoken about.
Yeah, it did actually hide that all through game 1.
Yeah.
And that's a Pokemon that could really hit hard. 60 for each Pokemon your opponent has in play that has an energy. That is a ridiculously high number. Yes. Now, we are going to see the Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Any support you find there, you can put in your hand. I know, Crispin, Arvin. All fantastic options.
Yeah, many different ways that Gregory can go about this now. With the Arven coming down, does have Prime Catcher in hand already, so can start taking big knockouts with that Ampu very much, but it's that Okie Dokie is the biggest threat right now.
Really
already
is.
With that Luminous Energy attached. You imagine a good punch, well, with only one card in hand, you want to hope, if you're Gregory, that he doesn't have anything else left in hands, no draw supporters to be found. But I feel like with that one card in hand, you really want to be taking out any sort of opportunity for Matthew to draw more. So if he's able to find, well, he does already have Gust, but if he is going to be gusting up anything, you'd imagine, or you'd be hoping it's going to be that Dunsparce.
Yep, you'd hope so. There is an argument maybe for trying to deny Scissor, but I think being able to deny draw, as you say, when your opponent has a one-card hand and they only have access to one draw card, you have to go after that. Now, we are going to see Future Booster Energy Capsule get attached to bench Iron Hands, concluding the Arven search.
Yep.
Prime Catcher is in hand. Iron Hands coming down, perhaps. I must say, viewers, I love the full art Future Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, they are cool, aren't they?
That is a bit of me, I must say.
Still hasn't manually attached either, Gregory, and does have a Earthen Vessel in hand, so does have the option to go for some further energy, go for some more lightning, go for some more grass energy from the deck, start thinning out a little bit more as well. Oh, going for the Nest Ball on the Pheasantipity, preparing to face that Okie next turn. He's going, chances are this Iron Hands isn't surviving, right?
Yeah, that preemptively getting in play. But worth noting, that's another Pokemon with an ability, though. That is make the punishing Scissors even more punishing. It's also an EX card. Tenacious Drill gets stronger.
For Matthew, it's not even a linear approach. You know, once all these Pokemon start getting benched, you're thinking, okay, this increases Dunsparce by this damage.
Yeah.
Oh, this increases Sizzle by this amount of damage, you're going to be really relishing all of these Pokemon coming down if you're Matthew right now. But Gregory, this is really precautious. You know, with only one card in hand for Matthew, benching that Pheasantipity, you worry if it's a bit too early, a bit too precautious.
I don't mind it, though, because you haven't got a clue about what Matthew's really got. I just said, no matter what happens, I'm drawing 3 cards. But here we do. Oh, we see the Prime Catcher into the Okie Dokie. And he's promoting Iron Hands. Is he not aware that Luminous Energy turns on the ability straight away? Because maybe with the Future Booster Energy Capsule, he thinks Okie Dokie only has 140, but that's not a KO.
Yeah, he thinks that's a KO, maybe.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm not sure he's aware that the ability is live. That's going to boost that hit points up by 100. That's a 230 hit point Okie Dokie. It is not an 130 hit point Okie Dokie. Matthew said, well, while you read that, I'm going to continue my turn anyway. Nest Ball going to bring out Dunsparce. Oh, no.
Yeah, Matthew's just continuing his turn right now as Gregory's reading the card. This is pretty funny.
What was that one card then? We saw Nest
Ball. It was Pheasantipity. So actually, Gregory is actually played pretty well around this right now, ironically. And of course, with Matthew now just having no other attacker apart from perhaps that Scizor, if he's able to evolve next turn, this is pretty good actually for Gregory. This is a pretty good spot.
Oh,
and here we see the pass over to Gregory now.
So, you know, Matthew wasn't able to immediately capitalize on that, but now that Ampi very much free enough will take 2 prize cards, right?
Ampi very much will take an additional 2 prize cards now. And Matthew, nest balling for the Dunsparce, we didn't speak about this, but this is probably the best way of going about it, just because if you are able to find the Dunsparce on the next turn, you really, well, you've bench locked yourself really, so that Pheasantipity might not come down. You want to start getting these attackers up and running. So I think this is the intelligent play here from Matthew. If he's able to find a Dunsparce to runaway draw, you maximize your odds to find another one, to then Dunsparce runaway draw again. And here we see Gregory.
Or it opens up the door into runaway draw into your Tenacious Tail as well. Gives you that option.
Yeah,
that's actually a really awkward card for Gregory to deal with. It'd have to get Topaz Bolt. 270 hit points is not the easiest number in the world to hit, so
it isn't.
Something to keep an eye on. But Gregory, I feel as if hasn't been able to get away with that, as it were. Going to start the turn off with a Crispin. And this is a lot of energy Gregory's been able to get in play here, you know. If you can just keep announcing attack after attack after attack and just hope that Matthew isn't able well, to do much. Last time didn't really do much anyway. So there's Gregory. I like this approach to saying, right, I'm going to get rid of your Okie Dokie. No matter what's coming up, if it hasn't got 300 hit points, it's going to get Topaz Bolt, no matter what it is.
I think for Gregory, it's trying to get as much energy down as soon as possible to get these attacks up and running, because Matthew is able to take these very big knockouts very easily. So in Gregory, for
really
energy management, it's pretty awkward, right? And to deal with a difficult HP with that Okie Dokie, I think for Gregory, it's crisping as much as possible. If you can take advantage of that, you know, let's go for it.
Basically saying, no matter how many tricks you got up your sleeve, as long as I can keep attacking, I should be okay. But there is the amp you very much that it will be 2 prize cards there.
Now it's a knockout.
Is over to Matthew. Did top decker research. Here we go. Matthew going to try and get back in the driver's seat. What can he manufacture here? We've got to flip the script. We have Professor's research. We've got a runaway draw. We've got a scissor. Does Scissor get a KO here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It does.
Yes.
Could see the punishing scissors. And that's the thing about Matthew's deck, is this is saying, what sort of trap can I spring on you? Is it going to be the Dunsparce CX? Is it going to be Okie Dokie plus Crispin combination? Is it going to be the scissor? So many ways.
I think the scissor only actually does 210.
Oh,
it's
resistant.
50. No, it's 50 for each ability.
Okay.
So it's 210 with the punishing scissors.
Okay, I got excited.
You can get around it with Iron Bundle, but you'd imagine Gregory is going to be promoting that Joltik for a single prize to get advantage.
I got a bit excited there, Ben.
No,
thanks for reeling me back in there.
However, the Dunsparce has come on board now.
Yep.
So that will be doing a significant amount of damage right now. That will be doing 300 damage, right? 5 EX on board for Gregory. So this Tenacious Tail is going to be doing massive amounts of damage right now on that Iron Hands for the 2 prize knockouts. And Matthew's so eager right now. I mean, he's taking his prize cards, just announcing attack before Gregory can even read the cards in response. He's going, well, it is a knockout.
Yeah, it is. Now, the only problem with this is that does get Topaz bolted. That will be down to Gregory to 2 prize cards. It shouldn't be. There is a Presentipity on the board as well. So realistically, it might not be. Actually, in saying that, we'll have to discard all his energy to Topaz Bolt.
Yes.
So it's not, it's
not easy.
It's not.
Just because he's already, Gregory's already used his Prime Catcher, so you want to be able to get as many energy down on that Miraidon as soon as possible for a possible knockout on that Pheasantipity. But if you're able to use Topaz Bolt on the Dunsparce, it will put you Gregory, 2 prize cards away, and like you said, you'd be looking to take a knockout on that Pheasantipity. And here we see the Crispin. You imagine it's going on that Miraidon, but Crispin will get you 2 different types of energy. So the lightning attachment on the Miraidon, is there any way to search out another lightning energy in the hand?
No.
To prepare, or just an attachment of another energy type, a grass or a psychic? Here we see the Lily's Clefairy. That will take a knockout on the Pheasantipity for the full bench for both players, right? So that is an easier way to take a knockout on the Pheasantipity. Just 2 energy attachment for the Lily's Clefairy. You'd imagine now that's going to be the way forward for Gregory. Oh, this is such a interesting game now. It really is. It's a game of toing and throwing, really, at this point.
It's a shame Matthew doesn't play Night Stretcher. I could just play Super Rod, I guess. I'd love to see, if we can't get Okie Dokie down, it could be quite hard. I'd love to see another the Dunsparce, actually. Assuming we see a Topaz Bolt, just set up another the Dunsparce and say, right, can you hit through this 270 again?
Yes.
I would like that.
At some point, Gregory will have to gust now, right? I mean, you can gust. Well, you can't gust now. You've just crispined, so it's going to be it's going to be the circumstance in the next turn whether Gregory can gust once more. An energy attachment on that Lily's Clefairy will prepare that for the knockout on the Pheasantipity, but it's whether Matthew sees that play and benches more Pokemon in that next turn. I think what could be a way for... well, no, you can't. I keep saying that. He can gust it up again, but he has crispined. So it's whether Matthew sees that line of play and benches more Pokemon during his turn.
Yeah.
And with Runaway Draw, he is able to take Pokemon off board, right?
Yes, great point, actually. We are going to see the big Topaz Bolt from Gregory.
2 prize cards left. Over to Matthew. What can we do? I see Crispins, I see Boss's Orders, I see Runaway Draw, I see Flip the Script's going to be the first one up.
And I think awkward for Matthew, he's going to be forced to use that Hyperblower if he's not able to find any Gust. And Gregory, you'd imagine, is going to be promoting that Joltik. And Matthew doesn't really want to be forced to take a single prize in this circumstance.
I mean, there is Boss's Orders in hand, to be fair. Does have Scissor, does have Energy and Legacy Energy.
Does have Legacy Energy also, yes.
There is Artisan.
Important.
I mean,
maybe you attach Legacy to Pheasantipity. No, but then you're not doing damage.
Yeah, you're not doing damage.
Yeah, you need to take a knockout this turn if you're Matthew at this point. Preferably 2. Preferably a 2-prizer.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're going to be forced to use that Scissor as well.
I mean, Scissor's not bad, though. Boss Orders plus Scissor gets you there, right?
Yeah, it's doing 250 at this point.
You could actually Boss Orders the Clefairy or remove all the energy from play, right?
You could. It's doing 250 at this point. So taking a knockout on that Lily's Clefairy.
Legacy as well.
Legacy Energy, punishing Scissors.
There's the Boss's Orders onto Lily's Clefairy. Gregory's going to have 0 energy in play.
260 damage now with his punishing Scissors on this Lily's Clefairy.
Punishing Scissors, cutting that Clefairy straight to the discard pile. Going to have to pick that card up as well.
Yeah.
10 plus 50 for each Pokemon in play. Your opponent has as an ability more than enough to KO that Clefairy.
I think at this
point, actually weak to metal as well, might I add.
I think at this point, if you're Gregory, you want to be promoting that Joltik, using that Jolting charge, and just hoping that Matthew isn't able to find it. Doesn't play any INO, as most of the Joltik lists do. So there's not going to be any disruption to Matthew's hand. And with 1 Dunsparce and a massive hand to go with it, you know, you'd imagine Matthew is going to be finding a way to take a knockout next turn. Oh, this is interesting. Promoting another Pokemon. Oh, no.
Oh, had the game in hand. The Boss's Orders plus Blood Moon combination, evening us up here in our Swiss Game 2 feature match. Gregory able to win that one, coming back from the brink of disaster, from all manner of traps and surprises. Tenacious Tail and Okie Dokie and Scissor. Gregory said, okay, it's fine. I want to be in day 2. How about I win this one and put it all down to a game 3? Love to see that from Gregory. This was a very different game to game 1, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Benjamin?
What a fantastic game this was by both of our players. Now, Matthew's going to be in his mind, did I have to bench that Pheasantipity?
Yeah.
He did top deck the research. Maybe he cautiously benched the Pheasantipity just in case he didn't get enough resources in the hand from the research. But, you know, this is exactly what I mean. Gregory, if he's able to take advantage of the prize race, if he's able to use at least 1 Ampere very much, if Matthew puts down another couple of 2 prizes, you know, maybe Gregory's able to take this game.
Yeah. And this Gregory was able to exactly what he needs to do. Weather the Storm, Topaz, Block plus Ampere very much, plus Blood Moon, Ursaluna. And that's all you needed, as you say. And both players will be furiously shuffling up. They want to have enough time for a game 3. Quite honestly, I want there to be enough time for a game 3. 14 minutes. Here we go. I would love to see a conclusion from this game. 2 decks I quite love. I've been a fan of Joltik. I mean, I wasn't a fan of Okie Dokie before, but seeing it in action, I am now. So I want to see one of our players here in day 2.
Yeah, you'd imagine there's going to definitely be a winner from this game. We've got through 2 games within a significant amount of time. But I think 13, 14 minutes is just the right amount of time, I think, to see a win, plus 3 additional
plus 3
turns.
as well,
and especially with Gregory playing so many 2-prize Pokemon, if Matthew is able to take advantage of that, you know, to go a 2-2-2 prize trade against Gregory, you'd imagine there's going to be a winner. And, you know, for Gregory, he really wants to tell a story just like he did in game 2, take advantage of the Ampere very much as early as possible.
Gregory did prize his 1 copy of Latias EX, but here we go. Game 2, Okie Dokie, Energy, Dunsparce, Cypher. There we go, off to a good start. Is over to Gregory now, has opted to lead Miraidon in the active. And when you prize your Latias, that's stuck there.
Yep, there's no way of finding it. There's no way of retreating unless you have the manual attachment. But of course, if you're manual attaching, it means that you're not able to use that jolting charge on turn 1. This isn't a fantastic spot to be in if you're Gregory. He's going to be Tandem Unit now, and he's going to be looking through his deck, just trying to find that Latias. Do I have a way of finding it? I don't think there was any other supporter in in there apart from Boss. He does have the Pokegear to try and find a potential Arven, but, you know, at this point, what are you Arvening for? If you can't find Nestball for...
Oh, I guess...
You can't use Nestball for Latias. Does have Prime Catcher, though.
Yeah, Prime Catcher, Iron Leaves can play a little bit of musical chess. Doesn't actually get you out this scenario because it would need energy and actually to make it useful. But, you know, yeah, the way of using Jolting Charge here, it might be a little bit tough.
This is awkward because you really don't want to use Prime Catcher to just get out of the active into a Jolting Charge. But with this archetype, this is a weakness, I think, of this Jolting archetype, is that you have to use Jolting Charge. I feel like if you don't use it turn 1, I feel like your likelihood of winning the game just really, it just plummets, right?
Yeah, well, that's the reason why, you know, us players, we traditionally call this deck Jolting Box. We don't call it Miraidon Box. We call it Jolt because they are so built around that Jolting Charge. As you do say, Miraidon decks of yesteryear would have Electric Generator to get extra energy in play. All you've got here is Crispin if you are Gregory. Was that a Crispin in hand, actually?
I think this Pokegear is going to try and find one.
Yep.
Or an Arven to try and find the Prime Catcher. There's a couple of options.
There's an Arven. There is
Arven. This isn't the better of the two. I think you would hope for a Crispin more than an Arven.
I think, is that a full-out Crispin hand? Yeah, there is. Full-out Crispin hand. There is.
Is there? Yes. Yes, there is.
But we're going to open Arven anyway.
Instead.
Okay.
Maybe seeing the advantage of keeping the Crispin for energy acceleration for knockouts rather than using a Jolting Charge,
that's
perhaps?
fair. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, looking for the Nestball. Now, going for the Nestball, you're going to be looking for that Latias. I don't think he's realised that he's prized this Latias. Now that he's played the Arven, he's going to be forced to use that Prime Catcher if he wants to get this Miraidon out of the active. I think using that Arven, he didn't call... I
guess you
believe, you know, he
could grab a skateboard, no?
Could a
skateboard into the active.
Rescue board,
rescue board.
It is a skateboard, going for, and that's right, going for that rescue board. That's something that I didn't see initially, but going for that rescue board is going to put on the Miraidon, and with that 1 energy retreat cost, limiting it to a free retreat at this point, and a Nestball as well. Perhaps going for another Iron Hands like we did see in the game before.
But we do see the free retreat. Thanks to the rescue board, we are going to see a turn attached to that active as well. Then we're going to see a Jolting Charge.
Jolting Charge.
4 energy.
Yeah, 4 energy. And you imagine they all going on to that Iron Hands EX. 2 Grass energy, 2 Lightning energy. Such a great way of accelerating energy. And it's such an integral part of the deck to accelerate as early as possible. You'd imagine them all going on to this Iron Hands, but at this point, if you just look over to Matthew's board, I think Gregory would have been preoccupied with how am I going to get this Jolting Charge off? He's staring down an Okie Dokie with a fighting energy attached already, with just 1 Luminous energy, or the Legacy energy, or the Dark energy, actually. He does play basic Dark energy at this point as well. No way to find the energy apart from Crispin, I might add. No Earthen Vessel. You're hoping that Matthew isn't able to find said energy to start getting that good punch up and running.
Now we do see Evolve into the Iono, well, Evolve into Dunsparce EX and the Iono. Matthew playing really fast here. Let's have a look. How much damage is that Tenacious Tail doing? 180.
It's doing 180, but I think if you're
There's a Luminous energy, though.
There is the Luminous energy. Is he able to find the Iron Bundle to take an early 2-prize lead
Just
here?
had the Artisan. The Artisan gets there, right? Or Nestball.
Yeah, Nestball, Artisan.
Oh, my goodness. Buddy Puffin.
Buddy Puffin. Able to go for those Dunsparce, thin out the deck even more for the later turns.
Even Cypher as well. Just I need to take 2 prize cards every turn.
Now, does he see the line of play with an Artisan and the Iron Bundle? This is huge for Matthew. If he's able to take these 2 prizes now...
He has to.
Yeah, I feel like you have to at this point. Like you said, going for the Artisan. Penny on the Artisan. It's being used here.
Of course, he's seen it. There it is, Benjamin. Iron Bundle, Hyper Blower. Going to push that Joltik straight to the bench. Force. You could put Resolute Heart in the active, perhaps.
I think that's something that, you know, you might be forced to do. Now, Matthew doesn't have any way of, like, more or less trickling damage apart from Monkey Dory. And if Okie Dokie can soak up a hit at this point, you know, that Adrena Brain in connection with Adrena Power is going to be able to take a knockout on the Pikachu EX and, you know, maybe potentially go for a 4-prize swing next turn.
Yeah.
So there we do see the good punch. How about a terrific punch there? Thanks to that Resolute Heart ability. That will not be a KO, though. Is over to Gregory. What do we have? Crispin. Oh, we did get Iron, so it does have a lot more cards in hand right now.
We do have Bravery Charm. You feel like that Bravery Charm would be pretty useful to attach to that Pikachu EX at this point to put it out of range of Adrenabrain.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah. Now, Matthew doesn't have any way to get rid of any tool cards, so if Gregory is able to see that, it's definitely going to be a strong option for him. But at this point, how do you want to manually retreat the Pikachu? I think at this point, you're forced to, of course, with no Latias on board, if you're not able to use the Prime Catcher. But we've already spoken about how important it is to have as much energy on field to start doing these big knockouts.
Especially if you're having to take awkward one-prize carries when you otherwise wouldn't have wanted to.
Yes.
Being able to just announce attacks. I think that's Gregory's aim of the game here. It's just announce attacks every time. Because, you know, if Matthew's attacking, something bad's happening. You need to be able to just respond, as we do see Nest Ball for Pheasantipity EX hit the field.
I think if you're Gregory, you really want to be taking a big knockout here. You don't want to be having any sort of damage on board, so Adrenabrain is active for Matthew. I think, you know, with the Crispin in hand already, maybe a Topaz Bolt is the way forward here, getting rid of any sort of threat on board, but it definitely doesn't get rid of that Dunsparce steering him down on the bench either. 200 HP on that Okie Dokie. Can't get over it. That's so awkward for Gregory to deal with. Here we see the Earthen Vessel, getting rid of that Iron Hands. Understanding I have my attackers on board at this point. I'm not putting down any more EX Pokemon to increase the damage output of that Tenacious Tail. Going for potentially the Grass and Lightning Energy. You really want to start putting pressure on Matthew. So potentially a Crispin coming up later on as well. This is really awkward now for Gregory, isn't it?
It really is. He's just going to take those energy. And that's probably going to give us a little bit more. I think since he's shuffling the deck now, I imagine we're not going to be seeing the Crispin. So was it Boss's Orders with the other supporter in hand? I mean, we could see a Pay Retreat attached active. Boss's Orders take 2 prize cards of Amp You Very Much on one of the Dunsparce. That's perfectly fine.
Yep, that's fine, yeah.
And I imagine that is what we're going to see. We do see a turn attached to bench. We are going to see... What are we going to see? Ooh.
Manual retreat into for Pikachu.
Not into the Miraidon. Okay, I thought the way he was moving the Miraidon, I was like, no. But here we are going to see Amp You Very Much. Well, Iron Hands are the active. We are going to see a Boss's Orders there onto the Dunsparce. Did pick the one with a free retreat cost as well. Love that. Amp You Very Much. 2 prize cards for Gregory. Is over to Matthew now. Both players want to finish this game. Nest Ball.
Top deck research as well.
Oh my goodness.
For turn. Now this is a huge turn for Matthew. If he's able to use that can't use the Adrenabrain.
No, can't use it.
But
there we go. But Bravery Charm, and then we're going to see the Professor's research there as well. Going to quickly shuffle that deck. Time is ticking. Both players would love to finish this game.
Yeah. And with that Pheasantipity on board, with the Bravery Charm as well, increasing its HP to 260 damage. This is massive. And of course, Matthew is currently taking a knockout on this Iron Hands with good punch as well. So you imagine Matthew's going to be evening up the prize trade this turn as well. Another Luminous Energy in hand, can set up another Okie Dokie for future turns. You definitely tell that the pressure's on for both of these players of how fast they're playing. Matthew, searching out another Okie Dokie. You imagine the Luminous Energy is going to be attached straight away. There we see it as well. And at this point, Matthew really just wants to be streaming these good punches one turn after the other.
There we go. A fantastic punch for 2 prize cards. Down to 4 prize cards. Gregory's also on 4 prize cards. Hasn't got any energy in play though, Ben. Well, I say that he's got 1. There's a Crispin in hand as well, but we can't get to Pikachu EX in 1 turn. That's not a possibility.
No, we can't. Now, Matthew does, he's going to be having 2 additional turns regardless towards turn of time, towards time being called, sorry. So is Matthew able to take the game in 2 turns? Is he able to find Gust twice if Gregory takes advantage of the Galvantula, perhaps, and take a knockout? But this is just so awkward for Gregory. He's got to find a way around this awkward HP cost of the Okie Dokie. Is he able to Gust up the stun sparse and take a knockout with the Pikachu EX in the later turn, but I feel like you're forced to jolting charge at this point, right?
You are.
No energy on board. You definitely don't want to be crispening, unless you could crispin in addition to jolting charge, get a lot of energy down on board. But again, it just gives Matthew another turn, right?
It does, as we do see Ultra Ball going to be played here. Only 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. I mentioned this coming into this game 3 corner. 20 damage stops your opponent from retreating. But what are we? Oh, Pheasantipity.
Pheasantipity is definitely a choice for the corner. Now, it is a Pokemon that is able to attack, of course. So you want to be, stalling for time, essentially, for Gregory. Going to be going for that corner on that Pheasantipity. But Matthew is able to manually attach turn after turn. But, of course, with time being... Oh, and here we see the Crispin, actually. Crispin will accelerate energy onto that Pheasantipity.
Can't attack with it yet,
Can't attack with it yet, no. He's just going to have to wait until next turn.
Brilliant Arrow does pick up on the Pikachu EX, though.
Oh, no. It's Terrestrial.
Oh, it is a Terra. Cheeky. That is a great point there. Now, that would be sad, wouldn't it? Imagine that in your Swiss Round 8 feature match game 3.
Yeah. But I think for Matthew, is just taking a knockout turn after turn at this point. If you're able to take a knockout on the Joltik as well. But of course, with that 20 damage on board for Matthew, that Adrenaline Brain is active now.
That is a fantastic point, actually.
Yeah. So if
you can fill up your bench spot with runaway draw as well. Oh wow. Okay, that is something we're going to keep an eye on here. Matthew has a potential for a 4-prize turn. Monkey Dory, Adrenaline Brain off the 20 damage from Pheasantipity onto benched Pikachu EX, 2 prize cards, and then hit whatever you like in the active for 2 prize cards. We do see a Crispin concluding. Time is getting close, 50 seconds. We'll get confirmation if both clocks are accurate. Remember, if time is called, you get 3 additional turns. If the game does not conclude, then that's all she wrote.
Does have boss in hand already. So if he's able to boss up one of these 2 prize Pokemon, I think what's awkward here is getting around the corner.
Oh, we see the corner.
Yeah, we see the corner.
30 seconds left. There we see an Artisan. Oh my goodness, I think he sees it. Crispin
will put the energy on for the Cruel Arrow. I think what he's going for here...
Are we going to see the runaway draw plus Monkey Dory?
You would hope so. I think that, well, the Crispin's attached the fighting energy onto that Pheasantipity. That Pheasantipity isn't going anywhere, however.
We have time as well. 10 seconds. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Does have the runaway draw Artisan already in play with the dark energy in hand. So the Monkey Dory is definitely an option at this point. Is able to take an easy prize on that Pikachu EX. So
I just got confirmation. Time has been called. 3 additional turns. Matthew can very easily still win this game, though. So can Gregory, to be fair. Artisan, this is going to find. There's the Monkey Dory.
So the Monkey Dory, I think what's interesting at this point is that you want a Cruel Arrow onto one of these 2 prize Pokemon and Adrenaline Brain it next turn. However, for Gregory, so you want a Cruel Arrow twice onto one of these 2 prize Pokemon in connection with Adrenaline Brain will take a knockout either on the Miraidon EX or the Pheasantipity. That will mean that Gregory is forced to put up a 2 prize Pokemon to take a knockout on the Pheasantipity, but then the 2 prizes in the active.
The 2 prizes just gets,
this is pretty much a chess game at this point, right? Does go for that Monkey Dory. Definitely does need to take a knockout on this Pikachu EX. You know, the faster that Gregory
Well, to be fair, can you not just... oh, no, I'm not damaging play. I was going to say, could you Monkey Dory Pikachu next to Monkey Dory Joltik and Crawl Arrow active, but we need a little bit more damage in play for that to work.
Yes, yeah, we do. So I think for now, Cruel Arrowing onto one of the 2 prize Pokemon. It does have 2 prizes left. This is a real thinker at this point.
It really is. It really is. What a barnstormer. Who expected this? Okie dokie. Okay, so 3 additional turns. It should be turn 0. We'll try and get confirmation of that. Okay, we do see Dark Energy attached to bench Monkey Dory. Adrenaline Brain is live, letting you move 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponents. That's it. Take your time now.
Knowing that Gregory plays Bravery Charm you feel like Matthew has to knock out this Pikachu. It's not even a thought at this point. I think, fair play, overthinking it a little bit around at this round 8. And a winning in, I'll give him benefit of the doubt. But I think the Adrenabrain on the Pikachu has to happen if Matthew wants to take this game. And of course, Gregory does have 2 additional turns going into this time end of game as well. So could even take game himself if he's able to take a knockout on the Pheasantipity and the Dunsparce.
Yeah, so this is
EX.
So this is turn 0. Gregory gets turn 1. Matthew gets turn 2. Gregory gets turn 3.
Yeah.
Remember that cruel arrow just does 100 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. There is no discarding energy, attack this turn. It can do it every turn. So
where does
there is the Adrenabrain. It has to be Pikachu.
It has to be Pikachu.
It has to be. Maybe he's worried about an Iono, perhaps.
Oh,
going to go onto the
Joltik.
Okay.
But now Gregory is just going to be attaching that Bravery Charm if he's able to find one onto that Pikachu and put it out of range of the Adrenabrain. This is still a way forward. This is still a way forward because taking the Joltik does put him down to 3 prizes. So keeping that Maractus in the active, at least you're able to take a knockout with Cruel Arrow next turn.
Because you can corner again. I was going to say, if you next turn Adrenabrain onto that KO, has to put a 2-prizer, anything for your Okidogi to KO, but you can corner again. So.
Yeah, so Adrenabrain onto here and then Cruel Arrow the Maractus.
Yeah, that also gets there as well.
Yeah.
Multiple ways to skin a cat, as it were. Is over to Gregory.
I say this, I'm pointing to the screen right now behind the scenes. I mean Adrenabrain onto the Pikachu and then Cruel Arrow onto Maractus.
Yeah, so we're both riveting, eyes peeled, watching our screen here. Is over to Gregory. Flip script has been used, tandem unit. So this should be turn 1.
Yes, this should be turn 1 time. So can't afford... well, if you corner again, if you're able to promote maybe a... Oh, this is really awkward for
really
Gregory.
Is.
I think...
I don't know, yeah, because you can't corner again, because then Adrenabrain onto Pikachu, Cruel Arrow active.
I don't know if Gregory has a way of not losing this game other than attaching a Bravery Charm to this Pikachu.
I think you're correct. I think you are
Bumping
correct.
it by another 50 damage would put it out of way of the Adrenabrain, but even then can still... Matthew's still able to get around of it by Adrenabraining onto the Maractus instead.
Yes.
And then bossing up the Pikachu.
Yeah. No, you're correct, actually.
So it's a little bit of a...
I mean, there is the Arv in the hands upon Bravery Charm, but I think there's only 1 copy of Bravery Charm. Have we seen it already?
I definitely did see it last game, I believe.
Oh, this is tough. Going to have a look at Scissor. I think he's debating, can I boss his Order Stall here, perhaps? Scissor's retreat cost is 2.
Don't know if he maybe got rid of the Bravery Charm earlier on.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Ionoed away.
I think I've seen it in this game 3. Maybe it was Ionoed away. We're going to see an Ultra Ball here. That will give us a look at the deck.
Does have Arven in hand, so if he does find it in deck with this Ultra Ball, is able to find it with Arven at least.
Let's have a look. No.
You maybe just want a Bravery Charm onto the Pikachu and just hope...
Slam Pikachu into the active?
Yeah, and just hope that Matthew isn't able to find Gust. Nestball another Pikachu down. I think for Gregory now, it's a way of how do I not lose this game rather than how do I win it. Nowhere near enough energy on board
Scissor
to take the win.
Okay. Matthew can crisp in pay retreat to get out of the Scissor, though.
Yes,
that is a possibility.
It is a 1 attachment. It is a 1 energy attachment retreat for Scissor.
Oh, if I had a heart rate monitor on now, folks, I promise you, we're looking at the 160, 170s BPMs. I'm telling you, this is so close. Pikachu in the active.
It's just a pass.
Okay, Matthew, can you get Scissor out the active? Oh.
Does have boss.
Does have boss. Oh, that's it then, right? Boss's orders, punishing Scissors, KO. Wait, Pikachu?
No,
you can't do.
No, yeah.
Oh, then you're Adrenabrain off onto the Maractus, and Matthew with the Okie Dogie will get into day 2 with a good punch, a superb punch. How about outstanding punch
matches as he locks himself a slot into day 2. Monkey Dory closing it all out, and Scissor with the punishing scissors. Matthew, massive smile on your face. Congratulations.
Power of the Adrena Brain, Adrena Power. Who thought they would be a match made in heaven?
Yeah.
Especially in Matthew's circumstance, Adrena Power just showing a great example of how these smaller single prize Pokemon, sometimes the abilities can put it in, connection with the format, and how, can you take advantage of these awkward HP costs in the format. And here we see a great replay. Matthew using that good punch, like you mentioned, taking advantage of the weakness of these lightning Pokemon, and of course the Blood Moon Ursaluna colorless Pokemon as well in this circumstance. Yeah. Legacy energy and the HP cost, it just proved too awkward for Gregory to deal with.
I'm sorry, that is just rude. A 0 prize, 280 hit point basic Pokemon that hits you for weakness, and that was all she wrote really for game 1, as Matthew was able to win it up. Game 2, bit of a different story, Gregory was able to stabilize, did what he needed to do. Matthew was really slow out the race. We didn't see the turn 1 energy attachment. Here we did see the prime catcher into the Ampy very much, which would have been a KO had that not been a luminous energy. Yeah. But then did effectively get away with it, though, as we did see Ampy very much again. Tenacious Drill, a big fan of that attack, to be fair, but gets Topaz Bolt sent to the discard pile. And that's pretty much all she wrote for game 2, as we do see the closing boss's orders plus Blood Moon combination, and then game 3, Rabbi, that was one for the ages.
That was definitely one to keep an eye on for our neutral fans out there. Now, this was a real thinker, getting around the Adrena Brain, and of course awkward HP costs, as well as Gregory's corner attacking as well. This will definitely be one that a lot of players will be thinking about. What would I do different? That just telling. I mean, Gregory had so much to deal with in that game. Did. All of these threats coming out on board would have been a real surprise. I think he read every single attacker. Yeah. He read the defense boss, he read the Okie Dokie and the Sizzle. So, fortunately for Matthew, taking advantage of the mystery of these Pokemon, these aren't the typical type of decks that you'll face. And, for Gregory, unfortunately, you definitely do feel with him, right?
Yeah, I feel for Gregory there. It's almost as if you had to draw up a deck to beat Jolted Box. It's not going to be far off that one. How many EX cards does Jolted Box play? That's Tenacious Tenacious Tail. How many Pokemon have abilities?
That's Punishing Scissors.
That's Punishing Scissors. How many are Fighting Weak?
Pretty much everything. Apart from
that's Okie Dokie. And then even Resolute Heart, as we saw, which can be your Gel 3 card. What does Adrena Brain do?
Well, it moves the damage, and of course,
it on there.
that Okie Dokie is going to soak up a lot of damage over those turns, right? With that large HP cost, it felt like a deck tailor-made to beat Miraidon and Joltik. But let's hear from our winner. Let's hear why Okie Dokie, and let's hear if he rode a bike, of course.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Matthew coming through there with the final stream game win. And I think we've got to ask you straight away, firstly, why Okie Dokie? That was Ben's question, so give us a bit of insight.
So, overall, I do love playing my meme decks. I love terrorizing the locals with meme decks. Honestly, though, I did just come here for fun. Okie Dokie takes a lot of 50-50 matchups, but I just expected them to kind of go wrong in some way. Your opponent just gets it on the final turn usually. I definitely didn't expect to make day 2. Certainly didn't expect to win on stream. It's all a little bit surreal. Yeah,
not just making day 2, but 6-1-1 in a great position. And we was talking just before the interview about how it's a favored matchup going into the Joltik box. Yes. But that was a really tough match. You got pushed there by Gregory.
Yeah, I mean, for sure I didn't expect the Maractus. And then, getting pushed into time, being on the clock, being able to having to find the 2 prizes in the end. It's not easy. And I think I only saw one way, this was it, but I think I could have gotten punished for it still.
Yeah, and it was a great way you solved that final situation. Very good problem solver, and I think one thing that was very apparent is the crowd, the biggest roar of the day when you won that match there. A lot of people supporting you. Tell me a bit more about your community who are here supporting.
Yeah, I do know some people at least, but I think there's a lot of people in the crowd as well who don't know me and just love to see a good meme deck on stream. It's not every day that you see something like this, like a weird creation on stream, and I think that's what the people like. That's what I wanted to give them as well.
Yeah, tell me a bit more about yourself. You said you kind of come here for fun. Like Pokemon is a big part of so many people's here's life. Some people take it more seriously than others. But I hear you're an incredibly smart man who has an amazing job.
Where'd you hear that?
I got told by a source. But you're a doctor, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Tell me a bit more about how you're managing to balance the two things, because it's a lot of work for you as a doctor.
Well, well, first of all, to clarify, it is a PhD. I'm not a medical doctor, but a PhD. Just to clarify that for everyone at home. But yeah, I have got like a funding for 3 years, and this is like the middle of the 3 years, so it's the most chill of the 3 years. So that's why this year I could go a little bit more all in. And yeah, other than that, yeah, I think after this year I'm definitely gonna chill a little bit with Pokemon, at least a little bit more. But this season I tried to go all in, and seems like it kind of worked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive when you're balancing those two things in life and being able to play so much Pokemon. But of course, when you come to this tournament and you have a result like 6-1-1 with a deck like Okie Dokie, is there any decks out there that you're worried about when you go into day 2?
Well, yeah, like every deck, now that they've seen me play on stream, like most of the surprise effect is probably going to be gone now. And in fact, like I faced so many Guardies today you wouldn't believe, but a lot of them like didn't know how to play against this deck, and this is kind of the point, of course. Yeah. But a lot of people didn't know how to play into it because they didn't know what was going on. And in day 2, that's very different, especially if you've been on stream. People will maybe have watched the game, like know what's in my deck, and now know how to play against it a little bit more. They won't be so surprised when I just flip over an Okie Dokie and they just like, you see the panic. I think there will be a lot less of that in day 2.
Yeah, we saw a few times Gregory having to read your cards, which based off of the way you like to play the game, I assume happens quite a lot.
This happens very often. There's no more hassle in my deck, but I used to have a hassle in my deck, and the meme was that literally everyone had to pick up and read hassle the moment it dropped down. And like this happens so often, and then people would always say, oh, it's broken, and then after that, just don't play it in your deck. I don't understand. If you're saying it's broken, gotta play it, right?
Exactly, and your deck, a very clever deck, lots of really cool attacks and mechanics, but the Okie Dokie, the star of the show, I think the damage output of it is very impressive, right? 170 for not many energy attachments, but how bulky it is. We saw that in the match. It's able to sustain a lot of damage for a one-prizer, especially when you put that Bravery Charm in it. Has that been the key to your success, surviving those big hits?
Like, especially in this matchup, yeah, but there's also, and in the Dragapult matchup as well, I did face a couple of Dragapults today, and there it is definitely important that you don't get knocked out. But there is also just a whole bunch of stuff that does knock you out in one hit, and there it's mostly just important that you're playing a single prize deck and drawing a bunch of cards with the Dunsparces and the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, well, thank you for breaking down the deck. I'm sure a lot of people had questions about how Okie Dokie works, how you worked it out, and the kind of player you are. Hopefully we get to see more of you tomorrow in day 2, and I'm sure a lot of that crowd do, because that was an amazing cheer. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we close out the show?
Well, for sure, Jimmy Butts, who is playing he's playing the same deck. And yeah, I think he might also be in day 2. We'll see. We play so many decks together. We make so many decks together, and like it's amazing to see again like a good result from the team building combo. Vinny Schelfhout, Gilles Hendriksen, Jose Pedro Oliveira definitely deserve a shout out on that as well, because we make a bunch of stuff together.
Oh, it's amazing. I actually have one more question for you. You've been asking various people throughout the day, did you cycle here?
No. It's from Belgium, it's a bit too far.
A bit too far.
I do love my cycling, but Belgium to Utrecht is like Antwerp to Utrecht is a little bit too far, sadly.
Well, unfortunately, Joe's going to have to look a bit further afield to find people who've cycled to the event. Thank you very much, Matthew. Congratulations on making day 2 in such an amazing fashion, and good luck with the rest of your games, and I'm sure we'll catch more of you. And for those of you at home, we will be closing out the show in just a moment, so do stick around.
Right, well, thank you for that, Mike. Absolutely love hearing that. One of the funnest games I've ever had to cast. The Okie Dokie with the good punch, the great punch, the fantastic punch, punching his way all the way into day 2. So, fellas, talk to us. How are we feeling after that day 1 action?
I mean, that was amazing. Just talking to Matthew there and hearing the insight into why he plays the decks he plays, and then also the kind of event experience. He was coming in for the fun and now gets to experience day 2 with 6-1-1. I think that's the key here. There's a lot of people having fun. There's a lot of people really competing for those CP, but everyone here is making the most of this current meta.
And his friends cheering him on as well. Someone else out there with Okie Dokie making day 2, so there's more than one of them out there. Apparently they're onto something. Yeah,
I mean, it's watching the deck, I tell you what, it'll be tough to beat if it's all kicked. I love seeing all the different just attackers, right? Scissor, the Dunsparce CX. It just, in my opinion, gets a little bit out of hand. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out on them. I can see them there behind the cameras and see how they all pan out there in day 2. Any highlights for yourself, Mike, so far today?
I mean, it's got to be seeing Alex Dow on stream.
Yes.
Great for you, a Pokemon parent.
Yeah, a Pokemon parent. I think that's the highlight of my weekend thus far, seeing Alex. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to take the win. I think we were screaming backstage like, oh, he's not going to take it. He's not going to win. But, you know, honours even, a draw. I don't know how he did in his last round, but hopefully he made day 2. But yeah, what a fantastic day. And Okie Dokie, I mean, that's going to be the story of the day. And it's the final round of the day as well. And yeah, there were so many people out here. I just wanted to know how many were in the room and how many made day 2. Because I approached Jimmy Witz and I said, you brought the same, right? And he's like, yeah. Day 2? Yeah.
As expected.
As expected.
Another day 2 for Okie Dokie. My highlight was from Arthur, that comeback game that we saw.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, we're there saying, oh my goodness, how has he missed those Dracloak for another turn? Iono missing, Stamp missing, Iono missing again, and he still found that tiny bit of wiggle room to still carve out a victory. Really impressive showing from him. I'd really like to see more from him tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. He's a fantastic player, and that's it. Never get out of those holes. You have to have the confidence. If that's me, I can come back from anything. So no one in day 2 is going to stop me. So how about we have a little look at the standings coming into this next round? So a lot of these players will be, you know, catapulting themselves into day 2. Look at these records. Julius, who we had on stream, going into our last round 7-0. Anything else stand out to you, fellas?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many strong players here, right? Owen Kummerman, who we featured, well, there's a couple of players that we featured already on the stream. Zachary Bakari as well. That's a name that I wouldn't have expected coming into this tournament, especially making it all the way. Jelle van Kampen, who we've spoken about before. Ryan Morehouse, a fantastic name to see at all times. You know, somebody who doesn't get to play as much as he used to. Fantastic to see him on, you know, such a great record up into Conte, Julius Brinfeld. I mean, the names here speak for themselves.
I mean, you got to look at the players who are at the top. Are really those who are looking to secure their Worlds position. A lot of these players we will see at Worlds because they're already so far ahead when it comes to CP. I was speaking to Joshua earlier, Zapdos TCG, and he said it feels like Worlds on the top tables because all of these players are the best of Europe rising to the top.
And I know you mentioned it already, Ben, but I think we need to find Jelle as well. If he stays on that winning record, his deck list needs to be shown off tomorrow. We're keeping an eye on it for sure.
I mean, that was one of the first deck lists you talked about. We came in this morning, right? You're like, he's playing X, Y, and Z. I'm like, no, he's not. And he'll find himself in this list of day 2 qualified players already coming into this day 2 slot. I want to give a massive shout out as well to Alberto Conti. Won a regional already so far this season. So he's here just for the vibes and the booster packs, as it were. And Stefan Evenoff, another player you have to keep an eye on.
I think the important thing about Jelle van Kampen's deck, I said to Joe, just as he saw it and went, wow, this is ridiculous. I said, this is either going to go 0-7 or 7-0. It's either way. It's either one. But here we see the players that have definitely made day 2 now. Alex Dow making it, thankfully. You know, hopefully we get to see him a lot tomorrow as well, making it into the later stages. Stefan Ivanov, who we haven't said before, and Arthur, of course. After those great comebacks, it's great to see him deserve that day 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing. Imagine being on that list of players you've already made day 2 coming in to the last round. So that means that last round you're just playing with sort of house money, as it were, and just really doing your, as much justice to try and get catapult yourself in to that asymmetrical top cut and beyond. Now, if you want to see how the day 2 is going to pan out, I need you, if you're living in Europe, to get up and be ready for 10 a.m. CST. That's when we're going to be kicking off our day 2 action. And then if you're over there in America, you're a little bit of a later start or earlier start, depending how you look here, 1 a.m. But I tell you what, as we say, we have some real stars to the field. I don't want you to miss anything.
Yeah, we've also had loads of other events going on around the globe. Melbourne finished in the early hours of this morning, and then we also had an event in Chile. You know, all of these tournaments are based off of the format we're in, and it's great to see all of them following a similar meta path, which has been key at this event, that the Dragapult, Gardevoir, Raging Bolt trio at the top, plus a whole range of decks that are viable. That's been the beauty of the Journey Together format.
No, I mean, we've seen such variance already in this tournament, but then when you bring into connection other tournaments as well, there's even more variance. There's variance upon variance. As I've said, it's a meta of all of these different types of deck lists. We've seen it on the stream already. You know, no Dragapult list was the same. No Gardevoir list was the same, and it's fantastic to see.
I absolutely love seeing the format, and we sort of allude to this when we're coming in the morning, right? Like, I feel as if, and we've sort of seen it on stream now, I think at Little European Players, we've had enough of the Guardian Dragapult. We saw Dragapult plus Golden Go. We saw Okie Dokie of all things. We're seeing all these manner of beautiful decks coming out, and I just can't wait to see how they pan out. Any more surprises from you, Joe, that we managed to get on stream?
Well, just the core amount of variety that we saw. You know, we had a gift today just with how many of those decks were somehow rising to the top amongst, obviously the top tables still have a good amount of the Gardevoir and the Dragapult, so it's by no means going away, but seeing players finding these little pockets of the metagame and capitalizing on some of these matchups that are becoming more popular is really important to see.
It really is, and if you want to see how this metagame is sort of going to develop some more, we do have some other events. It's not just today in Utrecht for some Pokémon TCG action this season. We have a couple big tournaments there. Mike, what are we looking at?
I mean, to round out the European events, we got Bologna, and then it will be traveling over to North America for the NAIC in New Orleans, where all of those players will be looking to secure their spots for Worlds. So many points on the line, big opportunity, and of course, Anaheim, the final destination, the best of the best, looking to try and get that incredible title of World Champion.
And New Orleans is also the unveiling of Destined Rivals as well. I think pre-releases are going on very soon, if not this weekend, so we can start playing in that new format. That's always a great time to be a part of the trading card game. A massive high-stakes tournament, the first time of an unveiling set. That means that the deck builders are the ones rewarded that weekend.
Yeah, and that's going to be last chance saloon for a lot of players, Worlds invitations.
Maybe me.
A last chance saloon in a new format as well, with a format that shakes it up as much as that. That's going to be ridiculous, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, Joe's just hoping to get some boosters, I think, from that tournament. He just loves a booster. No, but I mean, you know, as we get into the stage of the tournament, the pressure's definitely on. The people who come into these tournaments are the players that are most dedicated, finding those last chances for championship points. Every win counts at this point. Whether you make day 2 or not, you can still make standards, you can still make championship points, and that might put you just that little bit of an edge over your competition. And a lot of players are going to be thinking, like you said, Joe, who's leapfrogging me? Who's not? Who do I leapfrog? Who do I get over? You know, it's a real squeaky time, isn't it, for our competition out there?
Couldn't have put it better myself, actually. If you're in that position for a Worlds invitation, squeaky time, it certainly is. Now, if you're watching at home and you saw some of those events and you want to get involved, whether you want to compete or spectate, so hard to spin that camera around, there's all sorts going on. Got to get yourself to rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. There you're going to find all the information, you know, dates, times, how to register, where to register, how much to register. You're going to find it all there. And while you're there as well, in your URL and your browser, I want you to get down to Pokemon.com/broadcast. There, again, you know, if you don't want to, you know, maybe register or compete, you want to just sit at home and watch, don't blame you. That's why we've got a job. Then you need to get yourself there to Pokemon.com/broadcast. Again, you're going to find there all the action, times, results, time zones, all that, dates. You're going to find that all there.
Yeah, I mean, what an opportunity to have so much information readily available. We're in a great position in Pokemon. You can find out about the decks people are playing. You can find out about when the tournaments are and booking on. I think we're in a very comfortable position if you want to get involved. And not just at these big events, but make sure you get down to your locals, because that's the place you start. And I'm sure a lot of people right now are at their locals doing those pre-releases, enjoying the game, sometimes with the stream on in the background, and enjoying the content at the events, whilst also enjoying the content of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, although you said something there that I disagree with. I don't want you having a stream in the background. I want you to be front foot. I want your eyes locked to the stream. Otherwise, you're going to miss good punch with a 0 prize, 280 hit point, okie dokie. So make sure you got it front and center. Now, when we're not streaming TCG action, now how about we look at the Twitch schedule? And here we see all kinds of goodies. How about, Joe? This is what I like to look up. Pokemon Sun and Moon series. Ever watch that one?
Yeah, I have. Got some great music, some great characters in there as well. Do love the Sun and Moon series. Some great battles as well in there with Ash. And he goes pretty far in Sun and Moon, so, you know.
Doesn't he?
It's got Samson Oak, that's all I know. Right.
Your favourite?
I mean, Sun and Moon is the best.
Favourite.
Hala, Samson Oak, need I say more?
I mean, it's a great region as well, reminding us of last year's Worlds out in the islands, in the ocean. A great setting for some great Pokemon battles.
But I also want to draw your attention here, Joe, to the Portland live on Saturday, Sunday there on the 25th of May. That's somewhere I think you're going to be attending, right?
I'm heading over to compete there as well, so hopefully, if I'm doing well, I can be on the stream maybe one round. If not, I'll be in the crowd.
Opening boosters?
I'll see him on those panning shots, just waving. No, I'm here.
Bottom tables.
No,
Table 600.
Bottom tables, but in my heart nonetheless. Come on. Now, viewer, I've got one more job for you to do while you've gone to Pokemon.com/broadcast and RK9 to register. I want you to get involved with the socials. Come on now. We got X, we got YouTube, we got Facebook, and we got Instagram. If you're going to make a post, make sure to use that hashtag down there. Play Pokemon. Every chance you get your post featured on stream for us to look at. And quite honestly, that's one of my favorite parts of the stream. And while you're there, we've also got ourselves a brand new YouTube channel. Come on, youtube.com//@PlayPokemon. There you're going to find all the live streams, the VODs, all that competitive action that we all know and love. And if you are more Twitch inclined, don't worry, I got you too. Get yourself on Twitch/Pokemon TCG. That's where if you want strictly the Pokemon TC action. Now, I wouldn't blame you if you want to follow /Pokemon as well, so you can catch all the other stuff. But if you want TCG, that's where you're gonna have to be. But fellas, I think that wraps up our Utrecht Day 1 action. It's been an absolute pleasure taking you through the action with you guys. And if you're here in Europe, I want you back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, 1 a.m. if you're on the West Coast in America. Don't miss this Day 2 action. It's gonna be amazing.